Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 39:48 to Chapter 40:31. The two of them would never have thought that they would become them after waiting for so long. They waited until the sky turned dark. The entire call was empty. The cold wind blew, and they felt as if their entire bodies were being searched. How long has it been? I don't know. He hasn't come out for so long. This amount of time has already broken the record of the Clear Source Thunder Pool, right? Damn it, I don't believe that he can stay here for long. I have to wait for him to come out. The two of them were now in high spirits. It was no longer just for the task that Xia Ting had given them. Now, they had developed an extremely strong interest in Xianxia. They both wanted to know how long this freak who had appeared out of nowhere could last in the Clear Source Thunder Pool. At the Purple Pill Pavilion, where Xianxia lived, Feng Tianhua brought Feng Wei over. At this moment, Feng Wei's injuries were almost healed. After all, for an alchemist like Feng Tianhua, it was still very easy to treat superficial injuries like Feng Wei's. Of course, although he had almost recovered, Feng Wei still looked a little disheveled. More importantly, Feng Wei's face was full of reluctance. He had come over to apologize to Xianxia, who had just beaten him up during the day. He was still very aggrieved, but he could not dissuade his grandfather, so he had no choice but to come. As for the grudge between him and Xianxia, there was nothing more to say. After all, even his grandfather had become Xianxia's disciple. Xianxia was his ancestor. What else could he do? Could it be that he had to do something like deceiving his master and destroying his ancestor? Moreover, even if he wanted to do it, his strength did not allow him to do so. Little b****, when you see your ancestor later, you must be respectful. You can't be the slightest bit negligent. If you can get 1 or 2 pointers from the ancestor, your future cultivation will definitely benefit greatly. Feng Tianhua repeatedly instructed him. Got it, Feng Wei said impatiently. Obviously, he didn't take Feng Tianhua's words too seriously. Although Xianxia was powerful, he still didn't believe that Xianxia could guide him. When they saw Feng Tianhua coming, Zhang San and Li Si immediately went up to greet him. They nodded and bowed. Elder Feng, why are you here? Zhang San asked as he glanced at Feng Wei, who was beside him. He could not help but laugh in his heart. They had all heard about what had happened in the Fusion Source Pagoda during the day and secretly thought that Feng Wei was an idiot. They had seen with their own eyes the scene of Feng Tianhua kneeling in front of Xianxia. Even his grandfather had to be respectful to Xianxia, yet Feng Wei had to frown. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Moreover, Zhang San and Li Si knew very well why Feng Tianhua had brought Feng Wei here at this time. Is Xianxia here? Feng Tianhua asked. Elder Feng, senior brother Jiang is not here. Zhang San said. It's already so late, why hasn't he returned yet? Feng Tianhua frowned. It seemed that she had made a wasted trip. Someone saw senior brother Jiang leave the Fusion Origin Tower and head to the Clear Origin Lightning Pool at the back of the mountain. Li Si said. How long can one stay in the Pure Source Lightning Pool? Don't tell me he can still persist in the Lightning Pool until now? Feng Wei said indignantly. Shut up. Can you imagine Xianxia's abilities? Feng Tianhua scolded. Feng Wei didn't know Xianxia's abilities, but he was very clear about them. In his opinion, no matter what happened to Xianxia, it was normal. This was not only true for him, but also for Zhang San and Li Si. If they hadn't truly seen Xianxia's abilities and methods, they wouldn't have believed that such an extraordinary person existed in this world. He went to the Clear Origin Lightning Pool to cultivate. He should be back soon. Let's wait here, Feng Tianhua said. Since they had come, they couldn't go back empty-handed. Waiting here would also show their sincerity. Feng Tianhua didn't know that this wait would last for 2 days. Xianxia stayed in the Clear Origin Lightning Pool for 2 days. His cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, and he could advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm at any time. If it weren't for the fact that he was going to fight the three-eyed leopard tomorrow, Xianxia probably wouldn't have been willing to come out of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool and directly break through inside. At the same time, in the cabinet, Xiating followed Xianxia's method and successfully opened up the blocked veins in 2 days. He successfully advanced to the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Ha ha ha, I've finally advanced to the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. It turns out that I only need to circulate twice the amount of power to achieve my goal. I didn't think of this at all. That person is really a god. I, Xiating, admire him from the bottom of my heart. That's not right. It's already been 2 days. Why haven't those 2 guys reported to me yet? Are they not even listening to me? Or? Xiating's eyes flickered. Impossible. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiating flew in the direction of the clear origin lightning pool as fast as he could. It's impossible for anyone to stay in the clear origin lightning pool for 2.5 days. Xiating kept repeating this to himself. However, there was another incomparably realistic thought in his heart. He was afraid that Xianxia had really stayed in there for that long. That was because the 2 people he had arranged for him didn't have the guts to disobey him. If Xianxia walked out of the clear origin lightning pool, they would definitely come to him immediately to inform him. When Xiating arrived at the clear origin lightning pool, the gate of the clear origin lightning pool was opened. Xianxia walked out leisurely. When the 2 disciples of the martial pavilion saw that Xianxia had finally come out, they immediately burst into tears. They were numb. Completely numb. In the past 2 days, they had been constantly guessing how long Xianxia could stay in the clear origin lightning pool for. Their bottom line had been broken. After that, they didn't dare to guess anymore. If Xianxia still didn't come out, they would all go crazy. Did he really just come out? Xiating was stunned on the spot. He looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a god. Yes, he just came out. Senior brother Xia, just what kind of monster is he? The 2 of them did not dare to look down on this white-clothed young man at all. Even if his cultivation was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, which was a great difference from them, they still had enough reason to look up to him. Teacher. Xiating walked up and blocked Xianxia's path. He immediately bowed deeply and called out, Teacher. Teacher is truly a god. Xiating was unable to express his admiration and even gratitude towards Xianxia. With just a simple sentence, Xianxia had directly helped him break through the bottleneck and reach the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. What? Teacher? The 2 of them looked at Xiating in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes forcefully, wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. Who was Xiating? He was the young city lord of the divine martial city. How noble was his status? How talented was he? How arrogant was he? Yet, at this moment, he had lowered himself so much, calling someone with a lower cultivation than him teacher in front of the 2 of them. What did this mean? Xiating would definitely not lower himself. It could only be said that this white-clothed young man was too amazing. Xianxia glanced at Xiating and saw that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the Unity Source realm. He could not help but nod. At the very least, this person's talent was not bad. To be able to advance in 2 days was enough to show that he was a talent that could be molded. You've broken through. Very good. Xianxia patted Xiating on the shoulder and then strode out of the colonel. Teacher, please wait. Xiating hurriedly chased after him. Is there anything else? Xianxia frowned and looked at Xiating. The martial pavilion actually has such an extraordinary person like teacher. Xiating really admires teacher. If I still don't know teacher's name after receiving such great help from teacher, wouldn't that be a great disrespect to teacher? Xiating said. His posture was very low, and his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. The 2 disciples of the martial pavilion behind him were stunned. How was this the usual arrogant and despotic young city lord? He was simply a little lamb. Xianxia. Xianxia reported his name, stepped forward, and left straight away. Xianxia? Which Xianxia? This name sounds so familiar. A disciple said. Yes, I know. It's the Xianxia who killed the Hualian gang in the fusion source tower. It must be him. I heard that he seems to be the bronze-masked man. Even Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Source realm, was not his match. He's really terrifying, the other said. I heard that Elder Feng Tianhua is very respectful to him. Xieting murmured, looking at Jiang Chen's disappearing figure and sighing. He finally knew why even someone like Feng Tianhua had to respect Jiang Chen. After he left the Qingyuan Thunder Pool, he heard about what happened in the Fusion Source Tower and knew that a monstrous genius had come to the Martial Pavilion. However, fights between disciples were common. Feng Tianhua, an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion who was famous for being protective of his disciples, was respectful to a new genius. This made him unable to understand. Even though this disciple was extremely monstrous, it was not enough to make a famous alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion lower his head. It was only at this moment that Xieting truly understood that Jiang Chen did have the ability to make people respect him. Senior brother Xia, why do you call him master? His cultivation level seems to be much lower than yours. Even if he could defeat Feng Wei, he is still not on the same level as you. That's right, senior brother Xia. You've already broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of Unity Realm, truly reaching late Unity Realm. Even if Jiang Chen's talent is extraordinary and he broke the record of the Martial Pavilion's clear source lightning pool, there's no need for you to call him teacher, said Xianxia. The two of them were very confused. Based on their understanding of Xieting, this could be said to be a miracle. What do you know? Master's ability is not something we can imagine at all. To be honest, it was because of his guidance that I was able to successfully break through in 2 days. Previously, in the lightning pool, he saw the problem with my cultivation with a single glance and gave me some pointers. After I went back, I cultivated according to his guidance and broke through in 2 days. You two bastards don't know how to seize the opportunity. If you could get Master to give you a few pointers just now, that would be a real fortune. It would not be a problem for you to reach the 6th heavenly layer of Unity Realm in a short time, said Xieting. Xieting said. His admiration for Jiang Chen was like a raging river, endless and unending. What? The two of them exclaimed and looked at each other. Then, they raised their palms at the same time with great tacit understanding and slapped themselves hard twice in the face. Mother Kerr, I missed such a great opportunity just like that. Let's go after him now, said one of them. One of them said. They didn't doubt Xieting's words at all. Even Xieting admired Jiang Chen so much. This could only mean that Jiang Chen was truly amazing. Come back. Xieting scolded, you two idiots. Master has just come out from the clear source lightning pool. He'll definitely need some time to digest it when he gets back. Furthermore, he still has a battle with the three-eyed panther tomorrow. Can't you see what time it is? If you disturb him now and make him unhappy, that'll be a great loss. Yes, senior brother Xia is right. We were too reckless. If we disturbed Master and got kicked out, we might not have another chance in the future. It's all your fault. You almost made a huge mistake. Let's just follow senior brother Xia and ask him to put in a good word for us and get Master to give us some pointers. The two of them came to a realization. They felt that they had almost made a huge mistake. You two remember this. Don't be disrespectful when you see Master in the future. Xieting warned them solemnly. Of course. The two of them said in unison. Even if Xieting had not made arrangements, they would not have dared to slight Jiang Chen at all. Ignoring how deep Jiang Chen's attainments in cultivation and whether he could give them pointers, just the amount of time Jiang Chen had spent in the clear source lightning pool was enough to make them look up to him. It was almost certain that Jiang Chen would definitely become the focus of the Martial Pavilion in the future. After leaving the clear source lightning pool, Jiang Chen returned to the Purple Pill Pavilion as quickly as he could. This time, Jiang Chen had gained a lot from cultivating in the clear source lightning pool. Apart from his cultivation reaching the limit of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, the divine lightning in his body had also resonated with the power of lightning in this world. In the Purple Pill Pavilion, in front of Jiang Chen's room, Feng Tianhua sat on a stone stool with his eyes closed. Beside him, Feng Wei kept pacing back and forth. His face was full of impatience. At this moment, Feng Wei's injuries had completely recovered. Even the bruises and swelling on his face had disappeared. Of course, this was normal. After all, Feng Wei had only suffered a superficial wound. In addition, his grandfather was an alchemist. If he had not recovered after such a long time, he would be a little too weak. Grandfather, let's go back. It's already been 2 days, and Xianxia hasn't returned yet. Feng Wei said impatiently. Shut up, you impudent thing. How can you call the ancestor by his name? Don't worry, Master will definitely return tonight. Feng Tianhua said. How do you know? What if he doesn't come back? Until now, Feng Wei was still somewhat disgusted with this ancestor of his. He didn't even believe that Xianxia had the ability to trick his grandfather into becoming his disciple. If he had the chance, he would definitely expose Xianxia's trickery. Feng Wei thought to himself. He won't. He still has to fight the three-eyed leopard tomorrow, Feng Tianhua said. He had also heard about the incident at the Beast Arena. Like everyone else, he was basically certain that Xianxia was the bronze-masked man. At this moment, a figure walked over silently. Feng Tianhua suddenly looked over. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Master. Master. Feng Tianhua spoke and quickly looked around. After making sure that Zhang San and Li Si were not here, he respectfully called out to Master. Little B****, hurry up and greet your ancestor. Feng Tianhua kicked the back of Feng Wei's leg, causing him to kneel on the ground on the spot. Greetings, ancestral master. Feng Wei knelt on the ground. Although he had thought for a long time about how to address him as ancestral master, he still felt extremely awkward and tongue-twisting at this moment. It was even extremely strenuous. Well, get up. Xianxia said lightly. Feng Wei was stunned. He originally thought that Xianxia would definitely be angry when he saw him again. After all, he had offended him at the Fusion Source Pagoda before. He did not expect that Xianxia would not show any anger on his face. His attitude towards him was very calm. Get up and thank the ancestral master. Feng Tianhua scolded him. He tried his best to make Feng Wei behave better in front of Xianxia. Thank you, ancestral master, for not holding grudges against me, Feng Wei said. There was still some reluctance in his tone. However, in front of Xianxia, he could not be arrogant. Putting aside the fact that his grandfather had already been subdued by Xianxia, he himself was only a defeated opponent in front of Xianxia. How could he be brave? Elder Feng, you came here to ask me to give him some pointers, right? Xianxia looked at Feng Tianhua and said with a smile. Feng Tianhua had brought his grandson here in the middle of the night. It was definitely not as simple as apologizing. Xianxia could figure out the purpose of this even with his toes. Nothing can be hidden from Master. That's right, this kid was reckless and offended you before, but as the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. If he knew that you are my master, he would not have dared to be presumptuous in front of you even if he was given 100 guts. Now, Feng Wei has realized his mistake and repented. Moreover, this child is also a talent for cultivation. I think that if he can get some pointers from Master, he will more or less have some achievements. Feng Tianhua directly expressed his purpose of coming. Who was Xianxia? He was too shrewd. In front of Xianxia, he felt like he would be seen through by Xianxia at any time. Therefore, it was better not to feign ignorance. You seem to be a little unconvinced? Xianxia looked at Feng Wei and said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Feng Wei hurriedly said, but the unwillingness in his tone was still very obvious. Little bastard, correct your attitude. Feng Tianhua hurriedly berated. It's fine. Xianxia waved his hand. I'll give you another chance now. Use everything you've learned to attack me. Xianxia said to Feng Wei. What? Feng Wei was taken aback. Soon after, battle intent began to rise from within his body. Truth be told, Feng Wei had been feeling indignant ever since he was beaten up like a dead dog by Xianxia at the Fusion Origin Tower. In his opinion, he had merely underestimated his opponent and allowed his opponent to gain the upper hand. From the start to the end, he had not used any of his strongest moves. If he had used all his strength and all of his strongest moves, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Absolutely not. Feng Tianhua instantly became anxious. What kind of joke was this? He had brought Feng Wei here to apologize to Xianxia said. Before this, Feng Wei did not know Xianxia's identity. It was fine if he attacked him, but now that he knew, if he attacked him again, he would be offending his superiors, deceiving his master, and committing treason. Elder Feng, I order you to shut up now. Stay at the side and watch carefully if you want me to guide him. Xianxia frowned and looked at Feng Tianhua. Yes, master. Feng Tianhua's heart trembled. Seeing that Xianxia was a little angry, he quickly did not dare to say anything else and retreated to the side. Feng Tianhua really did not dare to disobey Xianxia's orders. Boom, an extremely powerful wave of air was suddenly released from Feng Wei's body. With his cultivation base at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Source realm, coupled with Feng Wei's talent, he would be an expert in a real fight. Xianxia, I am not convinced. Moreover, I want to see why you are my grandfather's master and why my grandfather is so obedient to you, Feng Wei said as if he wanted to release all the grievances in his heart. Feng Wei spoke, as if he wanted to release all the grievances in his heart. Similarly, he really wanted to know what Xianxia was relying on. He was all too clear about his grandfather's identity, and he also knew his grandfather's temper. Not to mention a new disciple of the martial pavilion, even the other powerful elders in the martial pavilion wouldn't be able to make Feng Tianhua humble himself. Well, make your move. Use your most powerful move. Xianxia said. If that's the case, take my scorching sun finger. Feng Wei moved. He formed a seal with both hands and extended 2 fingers from each hand. Above his fingers, an incomparably resplendent light lingered, emitting a sizzling sound. This little brat doesn't know his limits. Feng Tianhua, who was at the side, was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He was afraid that Feng Wei would rashly offend Xianxia. Boom, the scorching sun finger was unleashed. 2 incomparably resplendent rays of light moved at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, even the void made a loud sound. This was a terrifying finger technique. It was extremely firm and had an extremely powerful attack power. At this moment, Feng Wei used his full strength, and it was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary cultivator at the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm would have to take this finger seriously. Even if they took it seriously, they might not be able to withstand it. Because Feng Wei had seen how powerful Xianxia was, he did not hold back when he attacked. He immediately used his most powerful technique. This scorching sun finger was the most powerful combat skill he had learned in his life. In the blink of an eye, the incomparably scorching finger technique arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He stood where he was without moving until the 2-finger techniques arrived in front of him. Then, he casually stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 rays of light. Smack, with a smack, not only did the 2 indestructible rays of light not harm Xianxia at all, but their powerful attack power was also crushed by Xianxia. They turned into rays of light and disappeared. What? This is impossible. Feng Wei almost jumped up. He looked at Xianxia as if he had seen a ghost. This was too outrageous. He could not believe it. He knew how terrifying his scorching sun finger was. Even an expert at the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm would not dare to receive it empty-handed like Xianxia. If Feng Wei had been unconvinced by Xianxia before, then this unwillingness had disappeared without a trace in an instant. What remained was more than admiration. It had reached the point of being stunned. He is indeed powerful. Feng Tianhua, who was on the side, was also shocked. He had never seen Xianxia make a move before. Now that he saw it, he was even more shocked. Finger techniques are all about focusing on a single point. A true finger technique is definitely not 2, but 1. The 2-finger techniques that you displayed were flashy but impractical. You did not comprehend the essence of finger techniques at all. I will only display it once. Watch carefully. Watch carefully, Xianxia said. His aura shook, and his fingers were like swords. His fingertips flickered, and a ray of light instantly shot out. Feng Wei was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the light that had not completely disappeared in the sky. The huge golden finger from before lingered in his mind for a long time. He could tell that the giant golden finger was the scorching sun finger that he had displayed. However, Feng Wei had never imagined that the scorching sun finger would be able to unleash such a powerful force. He had never imagined that the scorching sun finger could be displayed in such a manner. Xianxia's finger technique had directly opened a new door for Feng Wei. What truly shocked Feng Wei was that Xianxia had only taken a glance at it and was able to display the same scorching sun finger. Moreover, he had completely improved his scorching sun finger to the most perfect state, causing the power of his scorching sun finger to be at least 10 times stronger than before. What kind of ability was this? It was shocking. He had completely seen through his combat technique at a glance. Moreover, he could display his combat technique to the most perfect state with just a glance. This could no longer be described as abnormal. Was he still human? This was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. At this moment, Feng Wei no longer had any temper in front of Xianxia. "Ancestor, please teach me." Feng Wei did not dare to show any neglect or dissatisfaction. This time, he did not need his grandfather to force him. He knelt on the ground with a plop. At this moment, Feng Wei really admired Xianxia to the extreme. Master is indeed a god. I suspect that he is the reincarnation of a true almighty. He is really omnipotent. I thought that he only had unique attainments in the path of alchemy. It seems that I was too naive and ignorant. He is truly an all-round genius. Feng Tianhua, who was at the side, sighed. He knew that he had made the right decision to bring Feng Wei here. Xianxia's methods were so powerful that even he was shocked once again. Seeing that Feng Wei was no longer arrogant at this moment and was kneeling in front of Xianxia with sincerity, Feng Tianhua was completely relieved. He also truly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Get up. I said that I will only display it once. Go back and comprehend it on your own. If you can comprehend it within half a month and successfully advance to the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm, then come find me," Xianxia said indifferently. "Brat, hurry up and thank the ancestor." Feng Tianhua walked over and patted Feng Wei on the head. "Thank you, ancestral master. I will definitely cultivate well." Feng Wei kowtowed repeatedly. He knew that Xianxia was testing him. If he could comprehend the true ardent sun finger in half a month, he would definitely be able to reach the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, which would be considered as fulfilling Xianxia's requirements. If he couldn't do what Xianxia said in half a month, then what right did he have to ask for guidance? It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to be his grand disciple. "Okay, let's go back. I'm going to rest." Xianxia waved his hand. Feng Tianhua and Feng Wei left. The Feng Wei who left and the Feng Wei who came were completely different people. When he came, he was dejected and full of hatred, but when he left, he was in high spirits and bounced around like a child. Feng Wei was completely convinced by Xianxia. He finally understood why even his grandfather had to respectfully call Xianxia master. Although Xianxia's cultivation was not high, he was really capable. Early the next morning, most of the martial pavilion was in an uproar. When the sky had just brightened, people were walking toward the beast arena one after another. The battle between the bronze-masked man and the three-eyed panther was such a big event that almost everyone wanted to participate. Even if they didn't want to participate, they still wanted to watch. The battles in the beast arena were usually held at night, but this time, it was special. It was arranged during the day. There was a sea of people, and the gate of the beast arena was about to be broken. Because there were too many people, it even exceeded the beast arena's expectations. The beast arena could not accommodate so many people at all. In the end, the beast arena had no choice but to build a brand new beast arena in the square outside the beast arena as the place for the duel between the bronze-masked man and the three-eyed panther. This way, it would not seem too crowded. The people of the martial pavilion were extremely supportive of the beast arena's approach. After all, there was no other better way than this arrangement now. How about it? Who do you bet on to win today? Some people had already begun discussing. Of course it's the three-eyed panther. A three-eyed panther at the 6th heaven of the Unity Origin realm is no joke. No matter how powerful the bronze-masked man is, his cultivation is only at the 2nd heaven of the Unity Origin realm. I don't believe he can defeat the three-eyed panther. However, he killed the twin hell pangolin very easily before. This has already proven his strength. What a joke. Can the hell pangolin compare to the three-eyed panther? The three-eyed panther is a true beast of the world. I heard that the third eye of the three-eyed panther can emit a divine light that can crush everything. It is unstoppable. It will be too difficult for the bronze-masked man to win. That's right. The three-eyed panther is a legendary beast. It is not something that regular demonic beasts can compare to. Fighting a sixth heaven of the Unity Origin Realm three-eyed panther at the second heaven of the Unity Origin Realm is basically playing with his life. Before the duel had even begun, there were already discussions everywhere. As the Beast Arena had expected, most people believed that Xianxia was not the three-eyed panther's opponent. Under these circumstances, if nothing unexpected happened, the bets for the day would be one-sided. Before the duel began, there was a certain amount of time for everyone to place their bets. The place to place their bets was set on the square. There was a huge crowd, and almost all of them chose the three-eyed panther. There was also a small group of people who hoped for a miracle and chose the bronze-masked man. Of course, there were some loyal fans of the bronze-masked man who had placed their bets on the bronze-masked man from beginning to end. For example, Xianxia, Li Si, and Fu Qing did not hesitate to place their bets. Moreover, the fact that Xianxia was the bronze-masked man was no longer a secret. There were many people participating this time. Other than many disciples from the inner pavilion, even some elders from the inner pavilion had come to join in the fun. This duel had even alarmed the upper echelons of the martial pavilion. There were many earthly source experts who were paying attention. After all, the appearance of such a heaven-defying genius in the martial pavilion was a big matter. Everyone wanted to see how powerful this new disciple was and whether he could really defeat the three-eyed panther. In the distance, Xia Ting and the two disciples from the Qingyuan lightning pool had also appeared. "Senior brother Xia, let's place our bets too," one of them said. "Alright, we'll bet 100,000 grade 2 origin stones on the bronze-masked man," Xia Ting said. The two disciples could not help but stick out their tongues. As expected of the young city lord of the divine martial city. He was rich and overbearing. "Alright, we'll place our bets on the bronze-masked man too." The two of them nodded. If it was before, they would definitely place their bets on the three-eyed panther. However, after knowing the bronze-masked man's identity and witnessing how terrifying Xianxia was, they placed their bets on the bronze-masked man without hesitation, even though they were not sure if the bronze-masked man could win. In the central hall of the Colosseum, all the higher-ups were gathered together. The image on the wall was transmitted from the square. Everything that happened in the Colosseum could be seen clearly through the image. Other than the third steward, Yang Luan, there were two other old men, the head steward and the second steward. They were in charge of all the beast battling arenas in the martial pavilion. Their cultivations were extremely powerful, especially the head steward, who was already an earthly source expert. "How is it?" the chief butler asked. "The atmosphere is very intense. More than half of the martial pavilion has been alerted. Some earthly source elders have even secretly placed their bets. I'm afraid that even the true upper echelons of the martial pavilion have been alerted and are secretly observing." Yang Luan said, "This bronze-masked man is too powerful. There has never been such a heaven-defying genius in the martial pavilion. If he can really defeat a three-eyed panther that is 4 levels above him, he will definitely become the focus of the martial pavilion's training. We are all very clear about the current situation in the Crimson East region. The Feather clan is restless and could go to war with us at any time. The Human clan is in dire need of powerful figures. In the Crimson East region, or even the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, there has never been a figure who can kill a demonic beast that is 3 levels above him, let alone 4 levels above him. This is simply a miracle." That's right. This battle has practically shaken the entire martial pavilion. The number of people placing their bets is more than 10 times that of any other duel in the past. Furthermore, this is a duel of life and death for our beast battle arena. We've already placed all our bets on the bronze-masked man. If the bronze-masked man loses, I'm afraid we'll lose everything we have," Wang Xian said. After all, even though the bronze-masked man is powerful, the three-eyed panther is not so easy to deal with. It is far more powerful than the average monster. When we first made this decision, there was already a huge risk involved. However, now that the arrow is already knocked on the bowstring, there is no way to change it at the last minute. We can only hope that the bronze-masked man can create another miracle. This person's aura is very profound, and I can't tell how strong he is. I have confidence in him. Yang Luan said. He had seen the bronze-masked man with his own eyes. Even with his level of cultivation, he could not see through him at a glance. In his eyes, Xianxia was like a bottomless black hole. Have you figured out the identity of the bronze-masked man? The chief butler asked. It's almost certain that it's that new disciple named Xianxia who entered the Purple Pill Pavilion. He's also an alchemist. Wang Xian said. And an alchemist? That's interesting. It's very rare for an alchemist to have such terrifying combat power. The deputy steward let out a soft gasp of surprise, obviously not expecting such a powerful bronze-masked man to have the identity of an alchemist. There's no mistake about it. This Xianxia had a conflict with the disciples of the Hualian gang at the Fusion Source Tower. He was only at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, yet he easily defeated the leader of the Hualian gang, Feng Wei. Aside from the bronze-masked man, there's probably no other person in the Martial Pavilion who can defeat Feng Wei at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Wang Xian said with a firm tone. He was not the only one. Almost everyone was certain that Xianxia was the bronze-masked man. The Martial Pavilion was only so big, and there were only so many famous geniuses in the Martial Pavilion. Only Xianxia was the most compatible with the bronze-masked man. Soon, the scorching sun shone high in the sky. Almost everyone had placed their bets and were waiting for the representative duel in the Martial Pavilion to begin. At the center of the square, the beast battle stage was still surrounded by metal fences. There were powerful experts who had set up formations around it, which was enough to allow the metal fences to perfectly support the duel between the bronze-masked man and the three-eyed panther. Safety measures had to be done well. If any accidents happened, it would be no laughing matter. The bronze-masked man was not worried. The disciples of the Martial Pavilion were only here for the duel. However, the three-eyed panther was different. The bloodthirsty three-eyed panther was a symbol of savagery and slaughter. When it fought, it would not care about its own life. If there were no perfect safety measures, once the three-eyed panther went berserk, it could easily hurt the disciples of the Martial Pavilion. At this moment, a figure came from afar. He was dressed in black and wore a bronze mask on his face. He had a deep aura. Look, the bronze-masked man is here. Get out of the way. The bronze-masked man has appeared. I wonder if he is Xianxia. Look at his figure and his aura. Without a doubt, he must be Xianxia. Otherwise, would you be able to find a second bronze-masked man in the Martial Pavilion? The appearance of Xianxia caused the square to become restless again. Many disciples automatically made way for him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xianxia walked onto the beast battle stage. Senior Xia, is this teacher Jiang? A disciple beside Xia Ting asked. He must be. Xia Ting's lips curled into a smile. The way he looked at Xianxia was filled with respect. At a corner of the square, the Yun Residence's duo and Chen had also arrived. The two little girls pouted as they looked at the bronze-masked man's figure. Their eyes were still filled with dissatisfaction. This be asterisk starred. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yuning snorted. If I can't vent my anger by beating him up, I'll be furious. Yunji's ponytail swayed. It was obvious that the two sisters still held a grudge against Xianxia for what he did in the Fusion Origin Tower. You two little troublemakers, don't provoke him for no reason. You can't afford to offend this person. In the near future, even your Yun residents can't afford to offend him. Chen glared at the two of them. Humph, the two sisters snorted. It was obvious that they did not take Chen words to heart. Ding, a bell rang across the square, indicating that the duel was about to begin. At that moment, the entire square fell silent. Roar, following that, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. Everyone saw a ninth heavenly layer Unity Realm expert pressuring an extremely ferocious beast towards them. That demonic beast was incomparably ferocious. Its body was more than 3 meters long, and its entire body was covered in spots. Its body emitted a reddish-gold glow, and the most eye-catching thing was the third eye between its brows. It flickered, and every time it opened, it made people feel like they had fallen into hell. Look, it's a three-eyed panther. This beast is just too powerful. Just the aura it emits is enough to crush the bronze-masked man. It's hard to imagine how this battle is going to go. Yeah, there's a difference of 4 levels. This is a little too ridiculous. Those who bet on the bronze-masked man to win are probably regretting it now. Don't celebrate too early. I've seen the bronze-masked man in action. He's extremely ferocious. We can't just look at the surface. You'll know soon enough. Roar. The entire square was filled with the roars of the three-eyed divine leopard. The sound waves rolled and the toasts were endless, making everyone's scalp go numb. In the arena, the three-eyed divine leopard shook its head and bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at Xianxia. Xianxia was calm and composed, not affected by the aura of the three-eyed divine leopard at all. It was as if the one standing in front of him was not a ferocious beast, but a barking puppy. Following that, Xianxia lifted his hand and gently removed his bronze mask under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His true appearance was finally revealed to the crowd. Whoosh, the crowd was once again in an uproar. Even though everyone had a clear guess in their hearts, they still exclaimed when they saw the bronze-masked man's true appearance with their own eyes. It's Xianxia. It really is Xianxia. I knew it. Other than Xianxia, there's no other genius in the martial pavilion who fits the bronze-masked man's identity. So he's Xianxia? I didn't see the scene when the fusion source pagoda dealt with the Hualian gang. This guy looks quite handsome, and his body is slightly thin, giving people a feeling of weakness. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. You can't judge a person by their appearance. You didn't see the scene when he smashed the Hell Pangolin. It was brutal and carefree. The powerful Hell Pangolin was like nothing in his hands. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. He finally showed his true appearance. He's a new disciple. It's a miracle that such a monster has appeared in the Qidong region. The martial pavilion will definitely treat him seriously. Exclamations could be heard everywhere, including in the central hall of the arena. It was only at this moment that the bronze-masked man's identity was truly revealed. No matter how certain their guesses were, they were still just guesses. It really is teacher. The moment Xieting saw Xianxia reveal his true appearance, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had bet 100,000 grade 2 origin stones on Xianxia's confidence. Perhaps he had never seen Xianxia's techniques before, but he believed in Xianxia's unfathomable abilities. This made Xieting believe that Xianxia wouldn't be too surprised no matter what happened. Inside the warbeast stage, a blue flame appeared on Xianxia's hand, and the bronze mask turned into ashes in a flash. On the other side, the three-eyed leopard dashed over with a golden glow all over its body. It launched a fierce attack on Xianxia with an overwhelming aura. Good timing. Xianxia's eyes lit up. With a shake of his arm, the Qilin divine arm rippled out and punched out a powerful shadow of a fire Qilin. Awoo, inside the warbeast stage, the aura of extreme yang was drifting. The Qilin divine arm had not been used for a long time, but after arriving at the eternal world, putting aside those Dao techniques that were comprehended in the past, the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon palm were still the most direct and ferocious means of attack. Rumble, incomparably violent waves of air surged. This kind of ferocious confrontation was very impactful. The three-eyed leopard was incomparably powerful. Whether it was its flesh or bloodline, it was not something the Hell Pangolin could compare to. The two were on completely different levels. Moreover, the three-eyed leopard was already at the 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm, 4 levels higher than Xianxia. The Qilin divine arm collided with the three-eyed leopard's sharp claws. The indestructible Qilin divine arm was instantly destroyed, and a violent wave of energy struck Xianxia's body. Xianxia was blown away, and he crashed into the metal fence behind him with a loud thud. Xianxia stabilized his body, but he felt the blood in his chest churning. It was an indescribable pain. It really is powerful. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He didn't seem depressed at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement. This was the battle he had been looking forward to. The stronger the three-eyed leopard was, the more excited Xianxia would be. If the three-eyed leopard was just an ordinary demonic beast, then it would be meaningless for him to agree to this battle. All right. The square became restless once again. Most people began to cheer. They had bet on the three-eyed leopard's victory. Seeing how powerful the three-eyed leopard was, and how Xianxia was not its opponent, they naturally had a reason to cheer. One had to know that many people had bet their lives on it. If the three-eyed leopard lost, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. The three-eyed leopard really lives up to its name. It's too ferocious. Xianxia is not its opponent at all. The difference of 4 levels is too great. It's impossible to surpass it. Yeah, Xianxia is too arrogant. Looks like he doesn't know how terrifying the three-eyed leopard is. This time, the three-eyed leopard will teach him a lesson. However, I have to say, Xianxia is a very ferocious man. After receiving such a powerful attack from the three-eyed panther, he was only pushed back, and didn't suffer any injuries. If it was me, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by the three-eyed panther. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. The three-eyed leopard is indeed ferocious, but Xianxia is not injured. He's still as powerful as before. Sounds of discussion filled the air. Almost everyone believed that Xianxia was going to lose. After all, such a huge gap in strength wasn't something that could be easily made up for. Furthermore, the attack just now had proven that Xianxia was no match for the three-eyed leopard. Brother Xia, did we bet on the wrong person? Someone asked. Don't worry. I believe that teacher has a backup plan. He is not a reckless person. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have accepted such a huge challenge. Xiating said calmly. He was still very confident in Xianxia. However, the 2 people beside him began to worry. They couldn't compare to Xiating. 100,000 second-grade origin stones was nothing to Xiating. He could take it out and play around with it. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be hurt. However, they were different. If they lost, their future cultivation would be hindered. In the central hall of the bestial battle arena, the upper echelons of the bestial battle arena were sweating. Everyone was silent because it was useless to say anything at this time. The duel had already begun. It was impossible to stop it midway. The only thing they could do now was to pray that Xianxia had a powerful backup plan. However, after seeing the gap between Xianxia and the three-eyed leopard, this prayer seemed a little weak. Roar, inside the beast battle arena, the three-eyed leopard became even more berserk. It looked at Xianxia with disdain. Brat, you should be proud to be able to receive my attack. I haven't used my full strength yet. Xianxia chuckled and waved his hand to unleash the true dragon palm. An incomparably bright dragon claw appeared and pressed towards the three-eyed panther like a heavenly barrier. This guy has a terrifying technique. There seems to be the aura of a true dragon on his body. Yang Luan said in surprise. Not only that, there is also the aura of the Qilin divine beast. It's unreasonable that such a monster appeared in the Red East region and our martial pavilion didn't know about it before. The second steward said. On the beast battling stage, the three-eyed divine leopard's expression changed slightly. A trace of fear could be seen on his face. He was not afraid of how powerful Xianxia's technique was, but the powerful true dragon bloodline that was contained within the dragon claw. It had a strong suppression effect on his bloodline. Dragons were the essence of heaven and earth. Even in the eternal world, they were the supreme existence. It was said that above the 18-star regions, at the top of the eternal world, there existed the superior dragon clan. Roar, although there was some suppression in the bloodline, the three-eyed panther was not frightened. His violent blood was stimulated once again. He waved his claws to meet the attack. The terrifying panther claw and the true dragon palm collided with each other in an incomparable manner. Rumble, the energy waves were even more violent than before. The warbeast stage was covered by the incomparably bright light. Violent, it was too violent. Many people did not dare to breathe. It was the first time for many people to see such a violent battle. It could be imagined that if they were to enter the warbeast stage at this time, the outcome would be obvious. They would definitely be torn apart on the spot. The three-eyed panther was indeed terrifying. It tore apart Xianxia's true dragon palm with one claw. Its attack power did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xianxia and hit Xianxia's chest with its head. Once again, Xianxia was sent flying. Wa. This time, the strength of the attack was 2 times stronger than the previous one. Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, he had the myriad qi in his body. Such a simple injury did not affect him at all. In a blink of an eye, he had fully recovered. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Crack. However, when the three-eyed leopard rammed into Xianxia's body, a cracking sound could be heard. That was the sound of a breakthrough. In other words, Xianxia was about to advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. In fact, with Xianxia's cultivation at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, he was confident that he could kill the three-eyed panther if he used his full strength and used his dragon transformation. However, the dragon transformation was Xianxia's greatest trump card. He wouldn't use it easily if no one knew about it. Furthermore, to him, there was no point in using his dragon transformation now. The reason why he had agreed to fight with the three-eyed panther was because he wanted to make use of the three-eyed panther's strength to increase his cultivation. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have to rely on the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon palm to fight with the three-eyed panther. If he used the heavenly dragon sword and used the 26th sword, coupled with his unrivaled speed, it would be difficult for the three-eyed panther to hurt him. However, when Xianxia was defeated by the three-eyed leopard once again, the commotion in the arena became even greater. In the eyes of the spectators, Xianxia had been seriously injured this time, and many of them had witnessed the scene of him spurting out blood. It's over. It's over. They are not on the same level at all. Xianxia isn't a match for the three-eyed panther at all. Haha, we're going to make a profit this time. It seems like 90% of the people bet on the three-eyed panther to win. The arena is going to lose a lot this time. Serves them right. They've earned so much from us. It's time for them to pay up. Many people began to celebrate. In their eyes, it was impossible for Xianxia to defeat the three-eyed panther. Their strengths were not on the same level at all. In the central hall of the arena, the deputy steward's face was pale. It seems like you've overestimated Xianxia's strength, the deputy steward said furiously. This time, the arena would probably become a laughingstock for holding such a large-scale battle. Not necessarily. Look, this Xianxia is not simple. At this moment, a smile appeared on the chief steward's face. With his reminder, Yang Luan and the others focused their attention on Xianxia again. As expected, they found that Xianxia's aura had begun to change. The change this time was the same as when he fought against the twin infernal pangolin. This guy is doing it on purpose. He's going to advance again. Yang Luan said. Haha, this kid is indeed a monster. He's using the pressure of the three-eyed panther to advance during the battle. This is too terrifying. 3 days ago, he used the same method to advance to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. In just 3 days, he's going to advance again. This speed of advancement makes people speechless. Wang Xian laughed. Although he was shocked, he had to admit that Xianxia's advancement was what they hoped to see the most. All of them had witnessed Xianxia's terror. If Xianxia wasn't a match for the three-eyed panther when he was at the 2nd heavenly layer of Unity realm, it was hard to say what would happen to Xianxia after he advanced to the 3rd heavenly layer. On the arena, a storm-like aura was suddenly released from Xianxia's body. At this moment, the people who were cheering suddenly stopped and looked at Xianxia, dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? It seems like he's going to advance. Damn it, why is he advancing now? Fuck, this is too absurd. He was already like this 3 days ago. He advanced during the battle against the twin infernal pangolin. It's only been 3 days, why is he advancing again? Since when did advancement become so easy? Advancing in battle. What a beautiful move, but is he still human? It's already not easy for this daddy to advance a level in half a year, but he only took 3 days. The situation had changed. The group of people who were cheering for Xianxia now knew that things weren't as simple as they thought. They all knew how frightening Xianxia was, and many of them had seen how he dealt with the Hell Pangolin and Baoda. It was already an indisputable fact that Xianxia could defeat an opponent 3 levels higher than him. If Xianxia advanced to the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm now, then the gap between him and the three-eyed panther would shrink from 4 levels to 3. It was hard to say what the outcome would be. As expected of teacher. Just the ability to advance in battle is enough for me to learn for a long time. If there's a chance in the future, I must learn from teacher. If teacher can give me a pointer or two, it will be extremely beneficial to my future cultivation. Roar. The three-eyed panther roared once again. He had defeated his opponent twice in a row. Not only did he fail to injure his opponent with an advantage of 4 cultivation rounds, but his opponent had even used the pressure to advance. How could the three-eyed panther not be enraged by this situation? He felt like he had been tricked by Xianxia. Brat, eat my heaven-shattering claw. The three-eyed panther attacked once again. Its majestic body suddenly soared into the air, and its terrifying claws struck out as well. This claw caused the air to crackle, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Roar. The roar of the panther shook the entire square. A scarlet golden claw was conjured by the three-eyed panther. The terrifying claw almost enveloped the entire warbeast stage as it lunged towards Xianxia. The three-eyed panther's innate claw really is powerful. However, it's still nothing before my dragon claw. Xianxia's aura violently fluctuated. He had become extremely domineering after reaching the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. His aura was completely different from before. Dragon chi filled the air above his head, making him seem like a roaring dragon. Roar. The roar of a dragon shook the sky as the true dragon palm was used once again. It was countless times more powerful than before. If Xianxia's previous attacks were a little lacking due to his intentions, then the current Xianxia had already become a battle maniac. In his eyes, there was only battle intent. Those who knew Xianxia knew that Xianxia was the most terrifying in this state. The resplendent dragon claw seemed like it came from a god, capable of annihilating everything. Its might was no weaker than the three-eyed panther's heaven-shattering claw. Rumble. A powerful tremor rang out once again. Under countless shocked gazes, the dragon claw and the panther clashed. Even the fence that was covered by the formation was unable to withstand it and began to crack. A scorching and violent gale was unleashed from the warbeast stage. Those who were closer felt the scorching wind and found it difficult to breathe. They could not help but retreat. It was too powerful. It did not seem like an attack from a third heavenly layer Unity Origin expert. It could be described as world-shaking. And this time, the situation on the warbeast stage had changed. The three-eyed leopard had been holding the upper hand all along, but its heaven-splitting claw had been torn apart by the true dragon palm. The three-eyed leopard had received a huge shock, and its majestic body had been pushed back more than 3 meters. It was clear that it had been defeated. Roar. The three-eyed panther was indignant. The tyrannical aura on its body grew thicker and thicker. Its eyes instantly turned blood red. This exotic beast that was blessed by the heavens had completely gone berserk at this moment. So powerful. Xianxia is actually this powerful after his advancement. Yeah, I feel like he's about to make a comeback. Even the three-eyed panther's innate ability has been destroyed by him. If this continues, Xianxia will probably still be the victor today. Xianxia is indeed a monstrous genius. There's probably no one else like him in the entire Crimson Afterglow Star realm. However, the outcome has yet to be determined. The three-eyed panther is not easy to deal with. It's said that its third eye is extremely powerful. It can emit a divine light known as the gaze of hell, which can pierce through anything. Once it's used, Xianxia definitely won't be able to resist it. Unless he can advance further and reach the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, it'll be very difficult for him to resist the divine light emitted by the three-eyed panther's third eye. Advance further? That's impossible. He's only just reached the third heavenly layer. It's impossible for him to reach the fourth heavenly layer instantly. Does he really think advancing is a joke? The crowd was restless. Sure enough, Xianxia was too terrifying after advancing to the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was able to reverse the situation almost instantly. Under such circumstances, many of them began to feel anxious, especially those disciples who had bet all their wealth on the three-eyed panther. The last thing they wanted to see was Jiang Chen's reversal. Of course, they still felt extremely lucky, or even blindly confident. They were confident in the three-eyed panther. After all, the three-eyed panther could not be compared to a demonic beast like the hell pangolin. The difference between them was like night and day. Inside the Colosseum's main hall, Yang Luan and the others finally revealed smiles on their faces. Teacher really is impressive. Xia Ting sighed emotionally once again. He knew just how powerful the three-eyed panther's attack was. If it were him, even if he was at the sixth heavenly layer like the three-eyed panther, it would be extremely difficult for him to receive the attack, let alone defeat it in a single strike. The three-eyed panther went completely berserk on the stage. The third eye on its forehead flickered with a blood-red light. A vicious aura radiated from it, enough to make people shiver. Brat, you've really angered me. I'll make you die a horrible death. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my third eye. The three-eyed leopard's voice rumbled, and the sound waves spread across the entire public square. The third eye suddenly opened, and an endless amount of red light completely covered the entire warbeast stage. Under the spread of this bloody light, the entire warbeast stage seemed to have turned into hell, a hell of death. This was a true hell. Compared to the three-eyed panther, the hell pangolin's name was like an insult to the word hell. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The light in his eyes rippled, and he could not help but become serious. This terrifying innate ability was extremely powerful. Even Jiang Chen felt a sliver of pressure. If Jiang Chen used his draconic transformation, killing the three-eyed panther would be a piece of cake. However, Jiang Chen did not want to use his draconic transformation, as it was not the time for him to use it yet. He had many tricks up his sleeves. With his current abilities, he could kill the three-eyed panther without using his draconic transformation. The more powerful the three-eyed panther was, the more excited Jiang Chen became. He loved doing challenging tasks. If there was no challenge at all, it would be pointless. Look, the three-eyed panther is angry. It's using its eye of hell. What a terrifying blood-red light. The entire stage has become a hellish existence. The area covered by the blood-red light is a dead zone, filled with the smell of death. It's really scary. Fighting against a three-eyed panther is a great test of one's temperament. Being able to stand on the stage is already commendable. I admire him. Let's see. I really want to see what other methods Jiang Chen has to deal with this eye of hell. The most tense moment was about to come. Everyone was nervous. Almost everyone who was able to stand here and watch the battle had participated in the bet of this battle. Whether they bet on Jiang Chen or the three-eyed leopard, it was impossible for them not to be nervous. In the warbeast stage, Jiang Chen's momentum was like a rainbow. A dragon was circling above his head. He shook his arm and the heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand, emitting a series of sword-whistling sound. To deal with the killing move of the Eye of Hell, Jiang Chen knew that he had to go all out. Come on! Jiang Chen shouted. It had been a long time since he had the feeling of going all out in a battle. It was carefree and indescribably refreshing. Roar, the heavenly dragon sword emitted a dragon roar and almost turned into a dragon sword. At the same time, without anyone noticing, the source dragon in Jiang Chen's body silently integrated into the heavenly dragon sword. At the moment when the source dragon integrated into the heavenly dragon sword, the whole sword seemed to have come to life. It shook violently and showed off its might. With the support of the source dragon, Jiang Chen's attack was the unity of dragon and sword. Even if he did not use the dragon transformation, he could still display the strongest swordsmanship. Eye of Hell, penetrate through all illusions. The three-eyed leopard let out a wild roar that shook the heavens and the earth. A beam of annihilation rippled out from its third eye and crazily struck toward Jiang Chen. Fast, it was simply too fast. The true strength of this Eye of Hell's divine light was not only in its lethality and speed, but more importantly, it could form a domain that could change the environment within the domain and directly affect the opponent's mind. Just like now, the entire warbeast stage was affected by the blood light. In this warbeast stage, the image changed greatly. Under the cover of the blood light, there was not a single trace of life, only coldness and death. This was like a real hell, and the opponent who was in hell was completely confused, directly giving birth to despair, no longer having the slightest fighting spirit. Unfortunately, the three-eyed leopard did not expect that its biggest advantage of the Eye of Hell was useless against Xianxia. In this world, it would be very difficult to find anything that could affect Xianxia's mood. Xianxia had long since become the ancestor of the heavenly Daos, and his Tao of dominating the heavens reigned supreme over the world. In his entire life, he had gone to the true hell countless times, let alone the aura of a mere hell. The difference was too great. Xianxia was in a lower plane, and even hell was beneath his feet. Therefore, it was too difficult for the three-eyed divine leopard to influence Xianxia's mind. 26 Swords. Xianxia did not hesitate and immediately used the strongest killing move of Blade 26. As soon as the swordplay was performed, Xianxia's entire body disappeared. He had completely merged with the Sky Dragon sword. In the eyes of others, even the Sky Dragon sword had disappeared at that moment. Everyone only saw a strange brilliance wandering back and forth in the arena. Even the bloody light couldn't block its divine radiance. Shua, when the heavenly dragon sword reappeared, it had already pierced through the three-eyed leopard's third eye. The eyeball exploded, and blood light collapsed. Endless screams filled the entire beast-fighting arena. Kiss, at that moment, countless people gasped. They all felt like time had stopped. The strange scene from before seemed to freeze in their minds. It was so heavy that they could not breathe. What sword technique is that? How can there be such a sword technique in the world? That's unbelievable. That strike is not as simple as just being fast. It contains endless mysteries. It's a true profound sword. Becoming one with the sword. Neither the person nor the sword can be seen. Once the sword is unleashed, it's fatal. Even a true grandmaster of the sword in the eternal world can't use this strike. Everyone was submerged in the terror of the strike. Let alone the spectating disciples, even the Origin Realm experts in the central hall were unable to see through the strike with their insight. Many people were imagining how they would deal with the strike if they encountered it. They probably wouldn't even have the time to react. This person is terrifying. The chief manager said solemnly. He stared at the screen in front of him without blinking at all. It was enough to show the commotion caused by Xianxia's strike for an earthly origin expert to describe it as terrifying. As a matter of fact, such a commotion was normal. Not to mention this small Crimson East domain, even the entire Crimson Afterglow star boundary would be shocked by this strike. Even a Star Lord would find it hard to see through the profundity of this strike. Profound meanings were vague and illusory. Only true experts would understand them. Although the eternal world was of a higher level, it was only in this world. The people who existed in this world were no different from Xianxia's original world. For example, in the Martial Pavilion, the person who had cultivated for the longest period of time was only a few hundred years old. On the other hand, Xianxia was an ancient being who had lived for countless years. His comprehension of cultivation was not something these people could imagine or compare to. That strike is enough for me to learn for the rest of my life. Xieting was so excited that he could not control himself. He was completely convinced by Xianxia's strike. Hell, the three-eyed leopard's shrill cries continued. Its third eye was pierced by Xianxia's sword. This was a fatal wound. This strike almost took its life. Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were emotionless. He had experienced too many killings like this. His heart was already calm. Xianxia slowly pulled out the sword and pulled out the three-eyed leopard's demon spirit. He put it away in his hand. This demon spirit was also a priceless existence. After refining it, Xianxia's cultivation directly reached the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. It would not be a problem for him to reach the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Dong. The majestic three-eyed leopard fell heavily. It wriggled a few times before it died completely. With a thought from Xianxia, the heavenly dragon sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The golden source dragon returned to Xianxia's dantian. After the battle just now, the golden source dragon swam around excitedly. The blood-red light completely disappeared, and the entire Colosseum became quiet. It was strangely quiet. Suddenly, a burst of excited cries sounded. Xianxia, Xianxia, some people were shouting Xianxia's name. They were Xianxia and Lei in the crowd. The two brothers' eyes were shining brightly. They were almost crazy. That's right, they were infatuated with Jiangchen. Their worship for Jiangchen had reached an extreme point. At this moment, Jiangchen was a god in their eyes, an invincible god. Jiangchen, Xia and the other two disciples began to chime in. Needless to say, Xia had come for Jiangchen, and the other two disciples had bet all their wealth on Jiangchen. Now that Jiangchen had won, they had no reason not to be excited. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Affected by the atmosphere, many people who had bet on the three-eyed divine leopard also began to call out Jiangchen's name. At least at this moment, no matter who he had bet on, Jiangchen had accomplished a great feat. This feat was worthy of everyone's cheers. Jiangchen's title as the legend of the beast fighting arena had been thoroughly solidified. There was no one in the past, and he believed that there would be no one in the future who could surpass him. Jiangchen's achievements in the beast fighting arena would probably not be surpassed by anyone in the martial pavilion for the next billions of years. In the central hall of the bestial battle arena, Yang Luan and Wang Xian were so excited that they could not control their emotions. They jumped up and down without a care for their image. After all, they were the ones who had set up the match between Jiangchen and the three-eyed divine leopard. Now that Jiangchen had really killed the three-eyed divine leopard, the bestial battle arena had made a lot of money. The two of them could be said to have contributed greatly. Naturally, they had a reason to be excited. Quickly invite Jiangchen over, the chief manager said. Alright, I'll go now. Wang Xian ran faster than a rabbit. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared on the plaza at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, Jiangchen had already calmly walked out of the beast fighting stage. He welcomed the gazes of tens of thousands of people, like a victorious general returning victorious. Big brother Jiang is really a god. Fu Qing, who was in the crowd, looked at Jiangchen with admiration. This young master of the Yan city's Fu family had probably never dreamed that he would admire someone so much in his life. Wang Xian went forward with a smile. Jiangchen, congratulations on defeating the three-eyed divine leopard. Our chief manager invites you over. Jiangchen nodded and followed Wang Xian to the central hall of the bestial battle arena. Even if Wang Xian had not invited him, he would still have gone. After all, the reward for killing the three-eyed divine leopard was incomparably generous. In the central hall of the bestial battle arena, Jiangchen became the center of attention the moment he entered. All the higher-ups of the bestial battle arena looked at Jiangchen with passionate gazes. Jiangchen, these are the chief steward and second steward of our beast battle arena. Wang Xian introduced. Jiangchen nodded at the chief steward and the second steward with a smile. The chief steward and the deputy steward also looked at Jiangchen. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even with their strength and insight, they were unable to see through the young man before them. Even more terrifyingly, if it were not for the fact that they knew Jiangchen's cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer of unity, they would not have been able to see through Jiangchen's cultivation with a single glance. This was too terrifying. It was rare for an Earth Source expert to be unable to see through a Unity Origin disciple's cultivation. In their eyes, Jiangchen was like a bottomless abyss. He was like a quagmire. When their spiritual will landed on Jiangchen's body, they couldn't even find a point to exert force on. This person was definitely not simple, this was what they thought at the same time. But no matter what, it was a great thing for the martial pavilion to have someone like Jiangchen. The martial pavilion was not afraid that Jiangchen was a spy, because the martial pavilion was the only major human force in the Scarlet East region. As long as Jiangchen was not a member of the Feather Clan, he was one of them. There was no doubt that Jiangchen was a human. Jiangchen, this is your reward for killing the three-eyed panther. 500,000 mid-grade origin stones. The chief manager took out a universe ring and handed it to Jiangchen. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. He did not stand on ceremony and kept the universe ring. This was what he deserved, so there was no need for him to be polite. More importantly, 500,000 mid-grade origin stones was a considerable amount of wealth. He had consumed a lot of them to reach the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Furthermore, he understood his own situation very well. From the beginning of his cultivation until now, the thing he could not lack the most was energy. His future cultivation would definitely require an endless supply of origin stones. Therefore, the more origin stones he had, the better it would be. He would not refuse any. Chief Manager, do you still want to arrange other matches? I don't think there's any need. Xianxia smiled. That's right. You don't have to continue competing in the beast battling arena. If you continue, it will be our beast battling arena's turn to suffer. The chief manager chuckled. What he said was not false at all. Currently, Xianxia had made a name for himself through the 3 battles, especially the last one. He had displayed his strength to the fullest. That sword strike had been hailed as a legend. What was certain was that in the future, as long as Xianxia participated, everyone would bet on Xianxia to win without any hesitation. If that was the case, wouldn't the beast battling arena lose everything? Xianxia, the legend of the beast battling arena, had come to an end. There was no point in continuing the competition. However, from today onwards, you are a distinguished guest of our beast battling arena. The beast battling arena welcomes you as a guest. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in the Martial Pavilion, you can come and find me directly. The chief manager opened his mouth and said. To put it bluntly, the reason he invited Xianxia over was to get closer to Xianxia and become friends. The chief manager was not blind. Naturally, he could see Xianxia's potential. Although his current cultivation level was much higher than Xianxia's, with Xianxia's talent, it was only a matter of time before Xianxia surpassed him. In fact, it wouldn't be long before Xianxia surpassed him. A heaven-defying monstrous genius who was also an alchemist. Only an idiot would not want to befriend such a person. Moreover, the sword strike that Xianxia used to kill the 3-eyed panther was too miraculous. Even the chief manager could not see through it. The chief manager himself also practiced swordsmanship and had a certain level of attainment in swordsmanship. It was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. Without any exaggeration, using Xie Ting's words, that sword strike was enough for the chief manager to learn for the rest of his life. Alright, I'm very willing to befriend the beast battling arena. Xianxia smiled. These words were also sincere. His impression of the beast battling arena was also very good. After all, he had obtained the goal and benefits that he wanted from this place. Not to mention advancing 2 levels consecutively, just the origin stones that he had obtained from this place were already a considerable amount of wealth. He and the beast battling arena had a win-win relationship. The beast battling arena had earned a large sum of money because of him, and he had also become famous because of the beast battling arena. Now that the chief manager of the beast battling arena wanted to befriend him, Xianxia had no reason to reject. After exchanging a few more greetings, Xianxia left the beast battling arena and prepared to return to his residence. He was prepared to refine the 3-eyed panther's demon spirit and raise his cultivation level by another level. After coming to the eternal world, his cultivation level had always been his weakness. Only by strengthening himself step by step, would he be able to walk the path in the future. The door was tightly shut. Xianxia had arranged for Xianxia and Li Si to not receive any guests for the next half a month. Xianxia and Li Si were willing to be loyal subordinates and protect Xianxia. The 2 of them knew that Xianxia had become famous after a single battle, so there would definitely be people coming to visit. Now that Xianxia was going into secluded cultivation, only the 2 of them could stop these people from visiting. Both of them were more than happy to do this. In their point of view, being able to stay by Xianxia's side was a supreme honor. Outsiders could only envy them. With Xianxia and Li Si watching over him, Xianxia could focus on his secluded cultivation. The reason why he wanted to go into secluded cultivation was because his cultivation speed had been too fast. No matter what level he had reached, the path of cultivation had to be done step by step. Furthermore, after Xianxia refined the 3-eyed panther's demon spirit, he was almost certain to reach the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. If that was the case, Xianxia would have made 3 breakthroughs in the past few days. Therefore, Xianxia gave himself half a month of secluded cultivation to stabilize his cultivation. In the room, Xianxia sat on a praying mat with the blood-red demon spirit in his hand. The demon spirit was of the purest yang attribute and contained the latent will of the 3-eyed panther. It was violently agitated, rejecting Xianxia's advancement. There's nothing in the world that can reject me. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The source dragon in his body surged out and entered the demon spirit. The demon spirit immediately shook violently. The last trace of the three-eyed panther's will was instantly destroyed by the source dragon. Although the three-eyed panther was a powerful beast with a noble bloodline, compared to Xianxia's true dragon bloodline, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. If Xianxia had to use fire to refine the demon spirit in the past, he could now use his bloodline to completely suppress it. Coupled with the heavenly way that Xianxia had comprehended, there was no bloodline in the world that could reject him. The source dragon happily returned to Xianxia's body. Xianxia opened his mouth and the demon spirit turned into a streak of blood-red light. It entered Xianxia's mouth and was devoured in a single gulp. If outsiders saw such a barbaric method of devouring the demon spirit, their mouths would definitely drop in shock. Everyone knew very well just how powerful the energy contained in a sixth heavenly layer fusion origin beast spirit was. With his cultivation base at the third heavenly layer, Xianxia was probably the only one who could refine a sixth heavenly layer fusion origin beast spirit in such a barbaric manner. Boom, the moment the three-eyed panther's demon spirit entered Xianxia's body, it completely erupted. Terrifying energy surged in all directions, filling up Xianxia's limbs and bones. Xianxia's body was like the furnace of the heavens and earth. No matter how the violent energy was wreaking havoc on his body, it couldn't cause any damage to his body. On the contrary, it gave him an incomparably comfortable feeling. Hoo-hoo, energy whistled. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, any energy in the world could be easily refined and absorbed by Xianxia. Just like right now, the energy of the three-eyed panther was being rapidly absorbed by Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation was also growing at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the third heavenly layer. He was only a step away from the fourth heavenly layer. Such a terrifying refining speed had already reached an unheard of level. An hour later, a crisp cracking sound came from Xianxia's body. It was the sound of a bottleneck being broken through. A large amount of second-grade origin stones were consumed by Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation had also successfully broken through to the fourth heavenly layer at this moment. Xianxia let out a breath of turbid air. He felt indescribably carefree. The energy of the three-eyed panther's demon spirit had brought him just enough benefits for him to reach the fourth heavenly layer. If it was an ordinary sixth heavenly layer beast's demon spirit, it would be far from enough to reach the fourth heavenly layer. I've reached the fourth heavenly layer. I just happened to be in seclusion for half a month. Xianxia's cultivation has stabilized at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer. At that time I'll use dragon transformation. With my full strength, I won't need to fear anyone below the fourth heavenly layer. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into a smile. The eternal world was too big. With his current cultivation, he was just a small fry in the eternal world. However, Xianxia had yet to come into contact with a larger area. Therefore, he was only looking at the Crimson Cloud Star Boundaries Crimson East region. With his current cultivation, he could already establish a certain status in the Crimson East region. Of course, this was far from enough. There was still a long way to go. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Xianxia went into seclusion. During these 10 days, many people came to Xianxia's residence one after another. Among them, there was no lack of earthly source realm elders. Even many expert alchemists of the Purple Pill Pavilion wanted to come. They only had one goal, and that was to accept Xianxia as a disciple. Such a heaven-defying genius had appeared in the Martial Pavilion. Furthermore, he was in the Purple Pill Pavilion. The elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion could not sit still. They thought that if they could accept such a genius as a disciple, it would be too glorious for them. Unfortunately, Xianxia was in seclusion. Those who came to accept disciples could only return the way they came. They could only wait for Xianxia to come out of seclusion before making any plans. It was noon. Fang Tianhua, Zhou Ku, and Wang Dongxue came over in high spirits. There was no reason for the three of them not to be excited. Their cultivation had successfully advanced to the earthly source realm. This kind of cultivation was what they had been pursuing their entire lives. They had originally thought that their potential had been exhausted and that they would probably never have the chance to advance to the earthly source realm in this lifetime. However, they did not expect to meet Xianxia. Xianxia had refined the rejuvenation pill for them, which had developed their potential once again. In just a short span of 10 days, they had advanced to the earthly source realm that they had dreamed of. Zhang-san, Li Si, where's my master? Wang Dongshui asked directly. She no longer cared about her identity and directly addressed him as master. Ahem, Fang Tianhua and Zhou Ke coughed awkwardly but did not say much. After all, it was not shameful to address Xianxia as master. Moreover, these two guys in front of them had seen them kneel in front of Xianxia with their own eyes, so there was nothing to hide. Zhang San and Li Si's expressions turned serious. Only now did they know that these three arrogant elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion in front of them had actually acknowledged Xianxia as their master. However, they had already guessed in their hearts that it was not a coincidence that the three of them had knelt in front of Xianxia. Elders, senior brother Jiang is in seclusion. He specifically ordered that no one is to disturb him for half a month. Zhang San said. Master is in seclusion. Looks like we came at a bad time. After the three of them had advanced to the earthly source realm, they had immediately come to find Xianxia. Firstly, they wanted to express their gratitude, and secondly, they wanted to ask for guidance in alchemy. However, they had not expected that Xianxia would be in closed-door cultivation. How long has Master been in seclusion? Fang Tianhua asked. Reporting to Elder Fang, senior brother Jiang has been in seclusion for 10 days. He will be out in 5 days. Li Si said. He was sweating profusely as he spoke, because the three elders kept calling Xianxia master, while they kept calling him senior martial brother Jiang. Originally, they were juniors, but the way they addressed Xianxia seemed to have pulled up their seniority. Fortunately, the three elders didn't care. Otherwise, they could have casually charged them with disrespect, and it would have been enough to make them suffer. Let's go. Let's not disturb Master here. We'll come back after Master comes out of seclusion. I've heard that Master displayed great might in the bestial battle arena. He killed the incomparably powerful three-eyed divine leopard with a difference of several levels and became a legend in the bestial battle arena. It seems that Master went into seclusion to digest what he had obtained. Fang Tianhua said. That's right. Let's leave first and come back in 5 days. Oh right, old Fang, I heard that you sent your grandson here to pay respects to the Grandmaster. After the Grandmaster gave him some pointers, your grandson's improvement was not small. Zhou Ke said. That's right. Master gave that stinking brat some pointers on the scorching sun finger. That little bastard of mine has also worked hard and directly advanced to the 5th heavenly layer of the fusion origin realm. Master's personal guidance was not in vain. Fang Tianhua chuckled, appearing very proud of himself. I'm so lucky. The disciples of the Martial Pavilion don't know how lucky they are. If they can get some pointers from Master, their future achievements will be limitless. Wang Dongshui said enviously. It was a pity that she didn't have a grandson. If she did, she would have dragged him over to greet the founder. Senior brother Jiang is truly a god. Because of senior brother Jiang's guidance, the two of us immediately broke through our bottleneck and reached the fusion origin realm. Zhang Sandao's worship of Xianxia had already reached the point of no return. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the three elders. Let's go, let's go. We'll come back when Master comes out of seclusion. Fang Tianhua waved his hand. The three of them didn't see Xianxia. Although they were a little disappointed, they didn't dare to disturb Xianxia here. They came quickly and left quickly. Not long after the three of them left, another person arrived, and it was none other than Xia Ting. Seeing Xia Ting, Zhang San and Li Si hurriedly went up to him. They were clear about Xia Ting's identity. He was the young city lord of the divine martial city, and he was also a genius at the 7th heavenly layer of the syncretic origin realm. He was extremely famous in the Martial Pavilion, so they naturally did not dare to slight him. In the entire Martial Pavilion, there was probably not a single disciple who did not give Xia Ting face. Why is senior brother Xia here? Zhang San smiled. I'm here to find teacher. Xia Ting said with a smile. His posture was very humble, and there was no trace of his usual arrogance. "Teacher? Senior brother Xia is here to find senior brother Jiang, right?" Zhang San and Li Si were stunned, but they immediately understood. This was Jiang Chen's residence. Other than the two of them, there was only Jiang Chen. The teacher that Xia Ting was talking about was definitely not them. If it wasn't them, then it was naturally Jiang Chen. Moreover, in the entire martial pavilion, there was probably no one else who could make Xia Ting call him teacher other than Jiang Chen. Zhang San and Li Si sighed in their hearts, secretly thinking that Jiang Chen indeed lived up to his reputation. Clearly, this Xia Ting had also been guided by Jiang Chen. They all knew that Xia Ting's cultivation was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the syncretic origin realm, but the Xia Ting in front of them was already at the 7th heavenly layer of the syncretic origin realm. Only Jiang Chen's guidance could allow him to advance so quickly. "That's right, I'm looking for teacher Jiang Chen," Xia Ting said. "Senior brother Xia, I'm really sorry. It's not that we don't want to give you face, but senior brother Jiang has specifically instructed us not to see anyone while he's in seclusion. Senior brother Jiang is going to be in seclusion for half a month, and 10 days have already passed. Senior brother Xia can come back in 5 days, or if there's anything you need, just tell us directly." Once senior brother Jiang Chen is done speaking, Zhang San said. These two brothers only felt that following Jiang Chen now gave them a different status in the entire martial pavilion. If it was in the past, a person like Xia Ting wouldn't even spare them a glance, let alone stand here and chat with them in a pleasant manner. Now, because of Jiang Chen's face, Xia Ting had to be polite to them. "Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. When teacher comes out of seclusion, tell him that my birthday is in 7 days. At that time I'll be holding a banquet at the Divine Martial Villa in Divine Martial City. I hope that teacher will do me the honor," Xia Ting said. "Okay, we'll definitely pass on the message," Li Si said. He was naturally envious in his heart. To be able to be invited to the birthday banquet of the Divine Martial City's young city lord was a symbol of status and identity. Those who could enter the Divine Martial Villa were all nobles. "Forget it, I'll come again when teacher comes out of seclusion. It's better for me to personally invite him for this kind of thing. It's just that if I let you pass on the message, it would seem that I don't respect teacher." Xia Ting shook his head, feeling that it was better to pay more attention to it. Ever since he was guided by Jiang Chen at the clear source lightning pool, Xia Ting's heart, other than gratitude to Jiang Chen, was only respect. Looking at the entire martial pavilion, and even the entire Red East region, there was no one other than Jiang Chen who could see through him at a glance and help him advance after giving him pointers. After that, Xia Ting took his leave. During this period of time, Zhang San and Li Si were also tired. They were nameless pawns in the Purple Pill Pavilion, and it was their first time dealing with so many people. They were both excited and mentally tired. Sigh. Senior brother Zhang is just too amazing. There's nothing he doesn't know. Even earthly source experts have to acknowledge him as their master. Do you think there will be a day when the true upper echelons of our martial pavilion will ask senior brother Jiang for advice? Zhang San sighed. It's really hard to say, Li Si said. They were now prostrating themselves in admiration of Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye, another 4 days had passed. Jiang Chen had already been out for 14 days. He would come out tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the fusion origin realm. He was only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer of the fusion origin realm. It could be said that such rapid progress was rare in the world. Jiang Chen, I'm looking for Jiang Chen. Outside the door, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. What seclusion? I have something important to do. I'm Zhang Xiaotian of the Wuji Pavilion. You dare to stop me? Elder Zhang, please don't make things difficult for us. Senior brother Jiang specifically instructed that no one is allowed to disturb his seclusion. Zhang San was also anxious. The array formation elder of the everlasting pavilion had personally come over. It seemed that he had an extremely urgent matter to look for Jiang Chen. With their status and identity, the gap between them and Zhang Xiaotian was too great. Zhang Xiaotian was at the peak of the Unity Source realm. He used to be at the same level as Fan Tianhua. His status was noble, and he was not someone they could afford to offend. However, they did not dare to disobey Xianxia's instructions. If Xianxia was at the most critical moment of his seclusion and they disturbed him, they would not be able to bear the consequences if Xianxia blamed them. Jiangchen, come out quickly. Zhang Xiaotian ignored Zhang San and Li Xi's obstruction and barged in while shouting loudly. In the room, Jiangchen opened his eyes and stood up from the praying mat. His seclusion had already achieved the result he wanted. It did not matter if it was a day more or less. However, when Zhang Xiaotian came, Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. The people from the Everlasting Pavilion must have something to do with De Huang. This damned dog couldn't have caused trouble, right? Jiangchen rolled his eyes. The people from the Everlasting Pavilion had come to his door. If it had nothing to do with De Huang, Jiangchen would not believe it. Creak, Jiangchen opened the door. A middle-aged man with a long beard was about to push the door open. He knew the middle-aged man. He was the elder who presided over the assessment when De Huang joined the Everlasting Pavilion. Senior brother Jiang, we can't stop him. Zhang San and Li Xi hurriedly walked over and said while sweating profusely. Well, it's none of your business. You can leave first. Jiangchen waved his hand at the two of them. He did not blame them at all. He knew Zhang San and Li Xi's status too well. In the martial pavilion, there were too many people that they could not afford to offend. With their status, it was already good enough that they had the guts to stop the Everlasting Pavilion's elder. Elder Zhang, why have you come in such a hurry? Jiangchen asked. Jiangchen, hurry up and come with me. I'm afraid only you can persuade De Huang now. Zhang Xiaotian said anxiously. What's going on? What happened to De Huang? Jiangchen frowned. Sure enough, it was related to De Huang dog. We'll talk as we walk. Without any explanation, Zhang Xiaotian pulled Jiangchen's arm and walked out. It could be seen that he was really anxious. Tell me, what happened? Did De Huang get into trouble? Jiangchen asked while walking. It's more than just getting into trouble. This master is about to turn the Everlasting Pavilion upside down. Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth. When he thought of what De Huang dog had done, he couldn't help but want to faint. What the hell is going on? Tell me more clearly. Jiangchen asked. De Huang was really worrisome. When he went to the Everlasting Pavilion, Jiangchen was already worried. Now that this bastard was in the Everlasting Pavilion, could the Everlasting Pavilion still be stable? It had only been a few days, and the Everlasting Pavilion's elder had taken the initiative to come to the door. Today, an elder was teaching the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion about formations in the 10,000 formation pagoda. Everyone was practicing formations, and De Huang and a few disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion had a conflict. Of course, the cause was naturally not De Huang's fault. The disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion were unwilling to have a lesson with a dog, so the conflict was inevitable. Unexpectedly, De Huang flew into a rage and changed the formation in the 10,000 formation pagoda, trapping all the disciples inside, including the elder who was teaching. Zhang Xiaotian said. Haha, hearing this, Jiangchen burst into laughter. This kind of thing could be done by De Huang dog. Moreover, it was not De Huang's fault. This group of people looked down on De Huang, so De Huang naturally had to teach them a lesson. Don't laugh. The people inside have been trapped for almost a day. When De Huang's temper flared up, he wouldn't let anyone out even if they begged for mercy. Zhang Xiaotian was speechless. There are so many experts in the Everlasting Pavilion. Is there no one who can break De Huang's formation? Jiangchen said. ***** Hearing this, Zhang Xiaotian coughed awkwardly. It was too embarrassing because almost all the experts of the Everlasting Pavilion had taken action, but none of them could break De Huang dog's formation. Even the Grand Elder of the Everlasting Pavilion had taken action. He was a 9th heavenly layer Earth Source expert, one of the top figures in the martial pavilion, yet he could not break through De Huang dog's formation. To be honest, even the Great Elder of our limitless pavilion couldn't break this formation. We estimate that even if our master and I didn't go out, we might not be able to break this formation. I have to admit that Big Yellow is a grandmaster in the field of formation. The formation he set up contains the essence and profound of the formation. Brute force is useless against it. Of course, brute force might be able to break the formation, but it will definitely hurt the people who are trapped in the formation. Now, this young master won't give face to anyone. Even the great elder can't do anything to him. I have no choice but to come to you. Now, he will only listen to your words. I have no choice but to come to you. He'll only listen to you now. Xianxia expressed his amazement at the level of De Huang Dog's formation. Apart from amazement, he had also suffered quite a blow. The entire Everlasting Pavilion had lost face. The Everlasting Pavilion was famous for its formations. However, no one could break Big Yellow's formation. They couldn't even comprehend a tiny bit of it. It was a disgrace. Big Yellow, the Everlasting Pavilion is famous for its formations. Xianxia couldn't help laughing again. He could already imagine De Huang Dog acting like a boss. Even the upper echelons of the Everlasting Pavilion couldn't do anything to him. The Great Elder had probably already been subdued by De Huang Dog's formation. With such a monstrous disciple appearing in the Everlasting Pavilion, they couldn't wait to treat him well. How could they bear to cause trouble for De Huang? Moreover, the cause of this matter was not De Huang's fault. It was the other disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion who were looking for trouble. What kind of person was De Huang Dog? He had always been acting like God was the boss. He wouldn't even give face to God, let alone the Great Elder of the Everlasting Pavilion. Don't laugh. Let's go back quickly. If those disciples are trapped for a long time, they might get sick. Xianxia urged. Don't worry, Great Elder. De Huang is straightforward. Although he is a bit reckless, he still has some sense of propriety. I think he just wants to trap those disciples and teach them a lesson. He won't hurt them. Xianxia said. He knew De Huang Dog very well. Although this dog was lawless, he wouldn't hurt the innocent for no reason. It was just a small dispute, and the Everlasting Pavilion wouldn't be destroyed. Let's go, let's go. We'd better hurry. Xianxia pulled Xianxia's arm and walked like the wind, almost flying away. Xianxia was not in a hurry. He was extremely bad. This time, he came to find Xianxia. He was ordered to do so in the face of danger. Only Xianxia could persuade De Huang Dog to break the formation of the 10,000 Formation Pagoda. The Everlasting Pavilion, in front of the 10,000 Formation Pagoda. Almost everyone from the Wuji Pavilion was gathered here. Inside the main hall of the 10,000 Formation Pagoda, light flickered. From the outside, one could see dozens of disciples and elders who were trapped in the main hall scratching their ears and cheeks as they bumped into each other. In front of the hall, De Huang Dog was lazily lying on a rock, resting with his eyes closed. He was like a boss. There were people around him. All the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion had come out. Young and energetic, they constantly criticized De Huang Dog. Some even pointed at De Huang Dog and scolded him. No one knew how many earthly source realm elders had come. These elders were usually extremely respected and rarely showed themselves. But today, even the Grand Elder of the 9th heavenly layer of the earthly source realm had come out. At this level, he was practically standing at the peak of the Crimson East region. The Grand Elder, Chong Wanshan, was trying his best to persuade De Huang Dog. This was definitely the biggest scene in the history of the Everlasting Pavilion. The Pavilion Master wasn't here, but the Grand Elder had come out. De Huang Dog, hurry up and remove the formation. My brother is still trapped inside. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off. Damn dog, if you don't remove the formation, we won't be polite to you. Damn bastard, we must kick him out of the Everlasting Pavilion. He's too despicable. With him in the Everlasting Pavilion, there won't be any peaceful days in the future. The crowd was enraged. The young disciples pointed at De Huang Dog and scolded him. It seemed that they would not be satisfied until they tore De Huang Dog to pieces. It was inevitable that De Huang Dog was annoying. Not to mention that his dog temper was already unlikable, he was also skilled in formations. He had overshadowed the brilliance of all the geniuses in the Everlasting Pavilion. It would be strange if he wasn't ostracized. De Huang Dog squinted his eyes and lay there. No matter how the people around him scolded him, he pretended not to hear them. He looked like a dog, making the disciples of the everlasting pavilion gnash their teeth in anger. "De Huang, you've caused enough trouble. I think it's about time. Let's remove the formation," Chong Wanshan said with a smile. His attitude towards De Huang was completely different from the others. He valued De Huang Dog very much, and even thought of learning from De Huang Dog in the future. After all, the formation laid down by De Huang Dog was something that even he couldn't break. No, it would be more accurate to say that he couldn't understand it at all. This made Wan Chongshan extremely shocked. Facing a disciple of the everlasting pavilion who was so good at formations, he had no reason to be angry. In other words, this array formation alone had already made Chong Wanshan admire De Huang Dog in his heart. It was just like how Fang Tianhua and the others looked at Jiangchen in the beginning. "Great Elder, it was this group of brats who provoked me first. If I don't punish them, where is my dignity?" De Huang Dog opened his eyes and replied to Chong Wanshan's question. This was considered giving face to the Great Elder. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to remove the formation. Not to mention that Chong Wanshan had offended De Huang Dog. Even if the sect leader of the everlasting pavilion came, it would be useless. F*CK, this B*** really thinks he's a big boss. Where does your dignity come from? D**MN, this D**MN dog thinks too highly of himself. Sigh, but I have to say that this D**MN dog's formation is really powerful. Even I want to learn from him. Unfortunately, his dog temper makes people want to beat him up. Chase him out of the everlasting pavilion. We must chase this D**MN dog out. Otherwise, the everlasting pavilion will not have a peaceful day in the future. The crowd was enraged. De Huang Dog did not use his powerful abilities to subdue others like Jiang Chen. Instead, he had incurred the wrath of the crowd. It was easy to imagine that if it were not for the group of earthly source elders present, the group of young and hot-blooded disciples would have already pounced on De Huang Dog and given him a good beating. Chong Wanshan was also very patient. He had already been persuading De Huang Dog for half the morning, but the dog lord did not buy it. He did not give face to anyone, and he refused to remove the formation, acting as if he wanted to do whatever he wanted. The everlasting pavilion really did not dare to do anything to him. After all, there was no one in the entire martial pavilion who could break the formation. If they angered De Huang Dog and he ran away, the people trapped in the 10,000 formation pagoda would probably never be able to come out again. "Move, everyone move." At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian's urgent voice rang out. Everyone looked over, only to see Zhang Xiaotian rushing over with a young man in tow. Many people were familiar with the young man, as many of them had participated in the previous battle in the Beast Colosseum. "It's Jiang Chen. Why did you bring him over? Isn't he from the Purple Pill Pavilion? You still don't know, right? This guy is the master of this dog." De Huang Dog came to the martial pavilion with Jiang Chen. Right now, De Huang Dog is not giving our martial pavilion any face, but he will definitely give Jiang Chen face. Sigh. How embarrassing. Since when did our Purple Pill Pavilion need to ask a disciple for help? Jiang Chen's arrival gave many hope. This dog lord was clearly not giving face to anyone, but he would still give face to Jiang Chen. After all, in the eyes of those who knew, Jiang Chen was the master of De Huang Dog. "You're Jiang Chen?" Chong Wanshan looked at Jiang Chen, and a sliver of admiration could not help but flash across his eyes. He had never seen Jiang Chen before, but he knew everything about the commotion Jiang Chen had caused in the martial pavilion. Jiang Chen greets the Grand Elder. Jiang Chen clasped his fist towards Chong Wanshan. He could determine Chong Wanshan's cultivation with a single glance. Who else could be a 9th heavenly layer earth source expert standing there other than the Grand Elder of the everlasting pavilion? "Jiang Chen, hurry up and persuade De Huang. The disciple inside is about to be trapped." Chong Wanshan did not have the time to be courteous with Jiang Chen and said hurriedly. He could not help but blush as he spoke. He was confident in his mastery of formations and was proficient in many formations. He was also a supreme existence in the everlasting pavilion, yet he could not even break through such a formation. He could not even see through it. It was a very shameful matter. De Huang has caused trouble for the everlasting pavilion. Xianxia was also embarrassed, but he was also very helpless towards this dog. This bastard could not settle down no matter where he went. If he did not cause trouble, he would not be De Huang. Of course, he had only modified the formation of the 10,000 formation pagoda this time. It was already very good that the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion were not harmed. The disciples who had offended De Huang dog could already thank the heavens if they did not lose an arm or a leg. Xianxia walked in front of De Huang dog and saw that De Huang dog was still lying there calmly. He was really addicted to being a boss. Xianxia grabbed De Huang dog by the ear and pulled him off the rock. "Damn it, let me go. You brat, that's enough. Don't be too presumptuous," Xianxia said snappily. "No way. Those little brats dared to humiliate Master Dog. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that Master Dog is easy to bully." De Huang dog gritted his teeth and refused to do it. The disciples of Everlasting Pavilion rolled their eyes in anger. This dog is really hard to deal with. He doesn't even give face to his own master. It's over now. If this dog insists on not removing the formation, the disciples inside will definitely be in trouble. In fact, Xianxia was not the master of De Huang dog as outsiders thought. The two of them were never master and servant. They were real life and death brothers. "Xianxia, persuade him." Chong Wanshan's face was full of helplessness. This was probably the first time he, as the great elder, had no temper. Even if he was angry, he had nowhere to vent it. "Forget it. Let me do it." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. This dog's anger had not subsided yet. Moreover, this damn dog was very prideful. If he were to remove the formation now, it would really be difficult for him. However, he had to give face to Everlasting Pavilion. De Huang dog had already modified the formation of 10,000 formation pagoda. This had already violated the rules of Everlasting Pavilion. Xianxia also felt a little apologetic. Now that a big shot like Chong Wanshan had come forward to plead for mercy, it would really be unreasonable if he didn't remove the formation. Forget about De Huang dog, this heartless guy, Xianxia would definitely feel bad. Xianxia pushed through the crowd and came to the front of 10,000 formation pagoda's main hall. "What? He's here? He also knows formations? Are you kidding me?" A disciple of Purple Pill Pavilion came to Everlasting Pavilion to break the formation. Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if this got out? He's too arrogant. Even if he knows something about formations, I can't even understand the formation laid out by Big Yellow. I don't believe Xianxia can break it. That's right. The people of Everlasting Pavilion became restless. Even Chong Wanshan was stunned. Their goal was to let Xianxia come and persuade De Huang dog to break the formation. They never thought of letting Xianxia do it. "Xianxia, can you break this formation?" Chong Wanshan asked in disbelief. He had studied this formation for a day and couldn't find anything. Xianxia ignored Chong Wanshan and looked at the formation in front of him. He couldn't help but shake his head after looking at it. 10,000 spirit confinement formation. That damn dog is truly ruthless. Luckily, he only laid down a simple confinement formation. If he had added in a killing formation, I'm afraid none of the people inside would have survived. Xianxia was secretly amused. He finally understood why even Chong Wanshan couldn't break this formation. The 10,000 spirit formation trap Xianxia had 10,000 restrictions in it. Only a true formation master could lay down such a formation. Ordinary formation masters wouldn't even be able to see through it. What's more, De Huang dog had incorporated a trace of morality into the formation. It was almost like an iron plate. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't enter. It wasn't impossible to break the formation with brute force. Even earthly source experts could destroy the formation, but the price of doing so was extremely high. If the 10,000 spirit formation trapped Xianxia destroyed the 10,000 spirit formation pagoda, let alone the disciples trapped inside. Xianxia took 2 steps forward. His fingers were like swords, and mysterious restrictions flickered on his fingertips. He casually pointed at the air, and with a series of cracking sounds, the 10,000 spirit formation was instantly broken. The 10,000 spirit formation trap Xianxia was naturally complicated, but it was nothing in Xianxia's eyes. He was proficient in the heavenly book of Yuan formations and the no-beginning formation. He could practice any formation in the world, so a mere 10,000 spirit formation trap Xianxia was nothing in his eyes. What? Holy shit, is that for real? He broke it just like that? Did you see how he did it? No, it's too miraculous. He broke the formation with just a few simple points. That's too much of a shock. Aren't I a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion? How can a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion be so skilled at formations? Is Xianxia still human? Everyone was dumbfounded. The disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion were all dumbfounded. Even the earthly source elders were unable to remain calm. They had originally thought that Xianxia was just putting on an act. They never imagined that he would be able to break it so easily. More importantly, the eyesight of the elders was different from that of the disciples. They could tell that Xianxia did not break the formation by luck or chance. Xianxia's calmness and confidence showed that he did not place the formation in his eyes at all. The restrictions he had displayed were filled with endless mysteries. To put it bluntly, this simple move of Xianxia's was enough for an ordinary formation master to learn for a lifetime. Not just for a lifetime, but even 2 lifetimes wouldn't be enough. Only a supreme master who had reached the transformative stage could treat a formation as nothing and break it with a flick of a finger. Chong Wanshan and some of the elders looked at Zhang Xiaotian, their eyes filled with reproach. Zhang Xiaotian lowered his head and didn't say a word. When they were recruiting disciples, Zhang Xiaotian was in charge of the assessment. Such an outstanding formation master was actually not recruited into the Everlasting Pavilion. Instead, he was sent to the Purple Pill Pavilion. This was a great loss to the Everlasting Pavilion. Zhang Xiaotian also felt bitter in his heart. He had seen Xianxia before. Xianxia had come to the assessment location of the Everlasting Pavilion with De Huang Dog, but Xianxia had not participated in the assessment. If he had participated, would he have missed it? Besides, it was not his fault that Yi Futian did not take the initiative to participate. If Zhang Xiaotian had known of Xianxia's abilities earlier, he would have pulled Xianxia to the Everlasting Pavilion even if he had to kneel down. The 10,000 spirit confinement formation had been broken, but the disciples and elders in the main hall were still in a daze. Although they hadn't suffered any injuries, because they had been focused on breaking the formation, they had used up all their energy and were now in a daze. The formation has been broken. Haha, someone has broken the formation. We can go out now. Where's De Huang Dog? I want to kill De Huang Dog. That damn dog. I want to rip off his sh*t, someone shouted and a group of people ran out of the hall like wild horses. Some of them had bloodshot eyes and swore to kill De Huang Dog. Damn it. This is too damn it. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog, they would not have been trapped until now. Enough. Chong Wanshan shouted. Those disciples who were about to get agitated were immediately scared into silence. Why is the Great Elder here? Could it be that the Great Elder broke the formation personally? It can't be. Could it be that the formation laid by that dog requires an expert of the Great Elder's level to break it personally? It's hard to say. Otherwise, such a small matter would not have alarmed the Great Elder. If someone else could break the formation, we would not have been trapped until now. The people inside didn't know what had happened outside. They naturally thought that it was the Great Elder who had broken the formation. After all, the Great Elder's presence was enough to explain everything. No one dared to be restless. No matter how much they hated De Huang Dog, they didn't dare to act rashly. With the Great Elder here, they had to behave themselves. After all, he was the #1 person below the Pavilion Master of Everlasting Pavilion. Listen up, De Huang is an outstanding disciple of our Everlasting Pavilion. In the future, we have to live in harmony. I already know the ins and outs of this matter. The cause isn't De Huang's fault. De Huang has taught you guys a lesson. You guys have to be grateful, understand? Chong Wanshan's expression turned serious as he began to preach. As the Great Elder, he had never cared about the fights between the disciples. Small matters wouldn't bother him, but now that a formation expert like De Huang had appeared in Everlasting Pavilion, he had no choice but to take this matter seriously. Yes, Great Elder. Everyone replied, but it didn't take long for them to understand what they were thinking. That dog was too arrogant, and many of them couldn't stand it any longer. Although they admired Big Yellow's Tao of formations, it would be very difficult for them to get along well with that dog. Big Yellow, you're right. Of course, they still had to give face to the Great Elder. Alright, you guys can disperse. Chong Wanshan waved his hand, indicating for them to cultivate. However, when Chong Wanshan turned around and saw Jiang, his eyes suddenly lit up. Don't disperse yet. The disciples and elders of Everlasting Pavilion had no choice but to stand there and wait for Chong Wanshan to continue. Chong Wanshan pulled Jiang to the side and chuckled. Is there anything else, Great Elder? Jiang asked. Jiang, I have a presumptuous request. Chong Wanshan's face turned red. Thinking of what he was about to say, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Great Elder, just speak your mind. Jiang said. To be honest, I would like to ask you to give the Everlasting Pavilion a lesson and give us some pointers on formations. Chong Wanshan said. His words were sincere. After witnessing Jiang formation techniques, even a peak Earth Source Grand Elder like him was filled with admiration. He was naturally inferior to Jiang. If everyone in the Wuji Pavilion could get Jiang guidance, it would definitely be a great thing for the Wuji Pavilion. Perhaps the Limitless Pavilion letting a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion guide them would damage the Limitless Pavilion's reputation, but compared to the overall improvement of the Limitless Pavilion's formation, this was nothing. Furthermore, he had already lost face by asking Jiang to break the array for the Everlasting Pavilion. He was not afraid of losing a little more. Sure, no problem. Jiang did not stand on ceremony and immediately agreed. He was not modest at all. He wanted to be modest, but his strength did not allow him to do so. More importantly, because of what De Huang Dog had done, Jiang felt somewhat apologetic towards the Limitless Pavilion. If he could do something for the Limitless Pavilion, Jiang would be more than happy to do so. Furthermore, De Huang Dog would be cultivating in the Limitless Pavilion in the future. He had to give face to the Limitless Pavilion no matter what. Moreover, it was as easy as lifting a finger for Jiang. Alright, if that's the case, I'll have to thank you. It's a blessing for everyone in the Limitless Pavilion that you can give us pointers, Chong Wanshan said excitedly. Not to mention the other elders and disciples of Everlasting Pavilion, even Chong Wanshan himself had many problems with the formation and was in a state of confusion. Great Elder, you can go and arrange it. I happen to be free today. Jiang said. Alright, I'll go and arrange it now. Chong Wanshan nodded and turned back to the people of the Limitless Pavilion. He said in a clear voice, everyone, listen up. Rearrange the 10,000 formation pagoda. I'll invite Jiang to give a lesson to the Limitless Pavilion and give us pointers on formations. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Damn, Jiang. Isn't this guy from the Purple Pill Pavilion? Inviting him to give us pointers on formations? What kind of joke is this? Are you crazy? A disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion coming to the Limitless Pavilion to give us pointers on formations? Am I dreaming? That's right. What does the Limitless Pavilion have to do with him? The people who just walked out of the hall rolled their eyes and almost went crazy. No matter what, they couldn't understand why Jiang was invited to give them a lesson. Jiang was an alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Although he was famous in the Martial Pavilion recently, what qualifications did he have to give them pointers on formations? Was the Great Elder's brain squeezed by a door? However, the people outside, be it the elders or the disciples, were all extremely excited. They had seen Jiang method of breaking formations with their own eyes. It was simply amazing. If they could get Jiang to give them pointers, it would be a great blessing. That's great. If I can learn Jiang move, I'll be able to do whatever I want in the Limitless Pavilion. Let's not talk about anything else. Just based on the move just now, Jiang is qualified to give us pointers in the Limitless Pavilion. That's right. I happen to encounter a peaceful period in my cultivation. I have many questions to ask. If Jiang can answer them for me, it'll be wonderful. They were extremely excited. Everyone's face was full of expectation. The people who just walked out of the hall were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on, because the others seemed to be extremely excited. Not only did they not have the slightest disgust or rejection of Xianxia's pointers, but they were extremely looking forward to it. "What's going on?" someone asked, puzzled. "I don't think you guys know this yet. The formation that trapped you guys wasn't destroyed by the Great Elder, but by Xianxia. Xianxia easily destroyed the formation. If not, that damn dog wouldn't have removed the formation, and all of you would still be trapped here." "That's right," someone said. "Damn, it can't be. The one who broke the formation was not the Great Elder, but Xianxia. How is this possible?" "Yeah, isn't Xianxia an alchemist? Is the alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion so skilled in formations? It's incredible." "Is that true?" However, even the Great Elder lowered his status to invite him to give us pointers. "It shouldn't be fake." "That's fine. I want to see just how profound the Purple Pill Pavilion's disciples are in formations." The entire Limitless Pavilion was restless. It was the first time that an outsider came to give pointers. Those who had not seen Xianxia's means with their own eyes were still dubious about Xianxia. "Damn, you brat, you're in the limelight as soon as you come. You've stolen my limelight." De Huang Dog came in front of Xianxia and said gloomily. "You damn dog, you still have the nerve to say that. I'm here to wipe your ass. Don't give me trouble in the future." Inside the 10,000 formation pagoda, the entire hall had been tidied up. Because this was a hall specially used for practicing formations, it was very spacious. In addition, the number of disciples and elders in the Everlasting Pavilion was already small, almost the same as that of the Purple Pill Pavilion. In the Eternal World, both alchemists and formation masters were extremely rare professions. Although the Everlasting Pavilion and the Purple Pill Pavilion had gathered a lot of formation and alchemist talents in the Qidong region, their numbers were still limited and could not be compared to ordinary disciples of the Martial Pavilion. Of course, this was normal. If the number of people here was similar to the number of disciples in the Martial Pavilion, formation masters would not be so noble. They could be seen everywhere on the streets. It was not a rare profession. Therefore, the hall of the 10,000 formation pagoda was enough to accommodate everyone in the Everlasting Pavilion. At least, it was still spacious enough to fit everyone present. At this moment, Xianxia was sitting at the top, where the teaching elders usually sat. Now, even the first elder, Chong Wanshan, had to sit below and look up at Xianxia like a student. "I believe that everyone understands the fundamentals of array formations. You all have your own understanding of what an array formation is, so I don't have much to say. You can voice out the doubts in your hearts and tell me about the problems you've encountered in the process of cultivation. I will try my best to answer them. Let's begin," Xianxia said. There was nothing much to talk about in a lecture, so he might as well do something practical. Moreover, everyone knew what the foundation of formations was, so there was no point in talking about it. "I'll go first. My cultivation is the highest here, so I've encountered the most questions during my cultivation. Now that I've asked my questions, I believe many of your questions have been answered," Chong Wanshan said. The first elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion, an expert of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, did not put on any airs at this moment. He was humble and eager to learn. "Okay, ask away, first elder," Xianxia said. "I've been studying a yin-yang formation recently, but it's gone missing, so I can't get the power I want," Chong Wanshan said. "Show me," Xianxia said. "Okay." Chong Wanshan nodded his head and started to perform as he was told. This was the place to practice the formation, and in order to solve his problem, he had to show Xianxia the formation that he had been researching recently. Chong Wanshan nodded his head. Huff huff. Chong Wanshan made the starting gesture and a seal appeared on his hand. Everyone looked over. For them, it was rare for them to see the Great Elder use the formation. This was a learning experience for the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion. Chong Wanshan used the Yang formation with his left hand and the Yin formation with his right. Yin and Yang complemented each other, one hot and one cold, giving off an extreme feeling. I have studied this unparalleled yin-yang formation for more than 3 years. When I use it, I can form both yin and yang formations. However, I keep feeling that its might is much weaker. Jiangchen, do you have a way to resolve this? Chong Wanshan said. Great Elder's original intention of cultivating the unparalleled yin-yang formation was already wrong. Naturally, he would not be able to reach the highest level of the formation. Jiangchen smiled. Wrong? Chong Wanshan frowned. He had studied this formation for so long and had already reached the point of perfection. Although its might did not reach his expectations, it should not be wrong. The unparalleled yin-yang formation is based on the fusion of yin and yang. One hot and one cold, completely integrated into the formation. Once the enemy falls into the formation, they will be severely affected by the alternating yin and yang. However, the unparalleled yin-yang formation that you have displayed is independent of yin and yang, forming a system of its own. Its power is naturally monotonous. Jiangchen said. I have also thought about what you said. However, yin and yang are two extremes. How can they be combined to form a perfect formation? This doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Chong Wanshan said, puzzled. Yeah, yin and yang are two extremes. How can they be combined? The other elders were also puzzled. The unparalleled yin-yang formation was a rather famous formation. They all knew about it, but it would be very difficult to understand the unparalleled yin-yang formation. Ignorant. Jiangchen shook his head. The word ignorant made everyone blush. Even Chong Wanshan's face was red. With his identity, no one in the entire martial pavilion dared to say he was ignorant. Similarly, if someone else were to say they were ignorant in front of him, Chong Wanshan would probably slap that person in the face. However, since it was Jiangchen who said it, there was no way to refute it. Everyone there had witnessed Jiangchen's method of breaking the formation. If it were to be described with one word, it would be shocking. The way of the heaven and earth includes yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. The 5 elements of yin and yang can coexist in the heaven and earth. Therefore, there is a reason for them to be combined. Not to mention yin and yang, even water and fire can be combined. Watch carefully. Jiangchen stood up and his aura shook. His hands formed seals that were exactly the same as Chong Wanshan's, but much more profound. Voila, the yin and yang aura rippled out and were intertwined by Jiangchen's hands. In a blink of an eye, the unparalleled yin-yang formation was completely formed. The terrifying unparalleled yin-yang formation covered the entire palace. Everyone who was inside the formation felt the alternating hot and cold aura, like ice and fire. It was indescribably uncomfortable. The fusion of yin and yang. This is the real unparalleled yin-yang formation. Impressive. This time I've really learned something new. This is too amazing. To be able to create the unparalleled yin-yang formation so casually. Just how high is this guy's attainments in formations? This formation is extremely terrifying. Even an expert like the first elder couldn't understand it after studying it for so long. Yet, Jiangchen created it with a wave of his hand. Is he still human? The entire palace became restless. The disciples and elders of the everlasting pavilion could no longer remain calm. Once Jiangchen made his move, he let them know what terror was. He let them know that what they had learned before was only the tip of the iceberg. Or in other words, compared to Jiangchen, they were not even the tip of the iceberg. This is the real unparalleled yin-yang formation. I've worked so hard for so many years, yet I didn't even understand a bit of the essence of the unparalleled yin-yang formation. How shameful, how shameful. Jiangchen's mastery of formations is 10,000 times better than mine. Chong Wanshan's tears flowed freely. Seeing Jiangchen use the unparalleled yin-yang formation, he felt like a door had been opened in his heart. At this moment, he finally had a real understanding of the unparalleled yin-yang formation. Chong Wanshan was extremely shocked. He felt even more admiration for Jiangchen. Jiangchen was able to use the unparalleled yin-yang formation so casually, and he did not seem to be unfamiliar with it at all. Just this was something that could only be achieved by a formation grandmaster. Jiangchen himself was obviously very impressive as well. He was proficient in the unparalleled yin-yang formation, so he could create any formation in the world at will. To put it bluntly, there was no formation in the world that Xianxia did not know. 108,000 formations, creating a myriad of transformations. It was omnipotent. This was true invincibility. Let alone a mere Cheng Wanshan, even the most impressive formation grandmaster in the eternal world would not be able to match up to Xianxia in terms of formations. Afterwards, Cheng Wanshan asked over a dozen questions in a row. Every single one of them was something that he desperately wanted to know the answer to. Some of the questions had even accumulated in his heart for several decades, and he had never been able to answer them. Now that Xianxia had arrived, Cheng Wanshan asked all the questions in one go, hoping to give it a try. What surprised Cheng Wanshan was that Xianxia had solved all the difficult questions he had asked, and every single one of them had been answered in depth. He had hit the nail on the head and solved them thoroughly. In the end, Cheng Wanshan's face was already covered in tears. He no longer cared about his image as the Grand Elder. Cheng Wanshan bowed deeply towards Xianxia in front of all the disciples and elders of the Everlasting Pavilion. "Teacher, you're truly a god." Cheng Wanshan did not hide his admiration for Xianxia at all. He called him teacher willingly from the bottom of his heart. More importantly, not only did the other elders and disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion not look down on Cheng Wanshan, even bowing to a Unity Origin disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion, as the Grand Elder and a cultivation at the peak of the earthly source realm, did not look down on Cheng Wanshan at all. Instead, they felt that Cheng Wanshan had done the right thing, as they were about to kneel towards Xianxia. The people of the Everlasting Pavilion were obsessed with formations, just like the people of the Purple Pill Pavilion were obsessed with alchemy. In their hearts, the level of their own cultivation was far less important than the level of attainment in formations. In their opinion, Xianxia/S attainments in array formations were enough to be their teacher. This was the same as when Feng Tianhua and the other two humbled themselves to worship Xianxia as their teacher. It was the same concept. For Cheng Wanshan, the benefits he had obtained from Xianxia today were worth dozens of years of cultivation. All kinds of sudden insights and comprehensions had opened up a whole new world for him. To put it bluntly, with Xianxia's guidance, Cheng Wanshan would reach the heavenly source stage in 3 years at most, becoming one of the strongest experts of the Scarlet East region. Without Xianxia/S guidance, with Cheng Wanshan/S current talent, it would be impossible for him to reach the heavenly source stage even if he was given 10 or 20 years. His cultivation might even stop at the peak of the earthly source stage for the rest of his life. Therefore, Cheng Wanshan was filled with gratitude towards Xianxia. He was extremely grateful, and this gratitude could not be expressed in words. He could only express his feelings by bowing. Cheng Wanshan was not the only one who had benefited. The other elders and disciples also felt enlightened, because some of the problems that Cheng Wanshan had encountered were also the shackles that they had encountered. At this moment, it could be said that they had received an answer, and they were suddenly enlightened. At this moment, everyone from the Everlasting Pavilion was already full of admiration for Xianxia. Every gaze that looked at Xianxia was filled with endless worship and respect. "Teacher, I also have a question." A genius disciple of the Everlasting Pavilion stood up boldly and asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Xianxia directly answered. The disciple only felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. His eyes lit up, and he jumped up in excitement, almost cheering loudly. "Teacher, teacher, I also have a question." Me too, me too." The entire Everlasting Pavilion went crazy. The 10,000 formation pagoda was unprecedentedly lively. The elders who had once taught here, the teachers, had also gone crazy. In their eyes, Xianxia was no longer a person, but a god. He was too godly. Even the legendary formation grandmasters were no better than this. No, even formation grandmasters couldn't /T do such miraculous things. There was almost nothing he didn't /T understand, and every question he asked hit the nail on the head. Before meeting Xianxia, they would have never believed that someone could have such high attainments in formations. It was too unbelievable. When people were focused, they would always feel that time passed very slowly. Unknowingly, the sky had already darkened. Xianxia had already been in the Everlasting Pavilion for a day, and he had finally answered everyone /S questions. Xianxia/S arrival was really a blessing for the Everlasting Pavilion, a great blessing. In front of the 10,000 Formation Pagoda, under Chong Wanshan/S lead, everyone from the Everlasting Pavilion sent off Jiangchen. Teacher Jiang, from now on, you are a friend of the Everlasting Pavilion. In the future, if you have any needs in the Martial Pavilion, feel free to come to the Everlasting Pavilion. Everyone in the Everlasting Pavilion is grateful to you. I can guarantee that everyone in the Everlasting Pavilion will do their best for your needs. Chong Wanshan said very solemnly. This was a promise to Jiangchen. In the entire Martial Pavilion, let alone a Unity Origin Realm disciple, even someone at the same level as Chong Wanshan would not be able to get such a promise from the Everlasting Pavilion. Even if Chong Wanshan had promised, the disciples might not be convinced. However, it was different for Jiangchen. Now, everyone in the Everlasting Pavilion admired Jiangchen. Even if Chong Wanshan did not specifically say it, as long as Jiangchen had any difficulties in the future, everyone in the Everlasting Pavilion would help him. There was no doubt about that. The benefits that Jiangchen had brought to the Limitless Pavilion were too great. From today onwards, the overall strength of the Limitless Pavilion would rise to a new level. It wasn't just the understanding of formations, but the other aspects that were brought about by these insights would also improve the cultivation of most of the people. This was the improvement of the overall strength. Don/T worry, Grand Elder. If I have any needs in the future, I /T hold back. Jiangchen smiled. Alright, the gates of the Everlasting Pavilion are always open for you. Chong Wanshan said. Jiangchen walked out of the gates of the Everlasting Pavilion, and De Huang Dog followed him. According to this guy, Jiangchen had given him all the limelight. Plus, after staying in the Everlasting Pavilion for a period of time, he felt extremely bored and wanted to go out to play. You bastard, how can I live in the Everlasting Pavilion in the future if you take all the limelight? De Huang Dog was dissatisfied. Then who are you to blame? The next day, Xiating arrived at Jiangchen's residence in the Purple Pill Pavilion early in the morning. Xiating was really considerate. He had always remembered when Jiangchen came out of seclusion. It could be said that he attached great importance to Jiangchen as his teacher. In Jiangchen's courtyard, De Huang Dog was running back and forth. His tough head had already smashed through a few rocks. Boring, boring, so boring. De Huang Dog roared as he hit the rocks, as if he had gone mad. De Huang couldn't be blamed. With his personality, he couldn't adapt to the comfortable life in the Martial Pavilion at all. He was pestering Jiangchen to take a stroll outside. The current De Huang Dog's cultivation was also extremely powerful. In a short period of time, his cultivation had already reached the third heavenly layer of the Origin Realm. For a monster like him, breaking through could never be estimated with common sense. When he cultivated, there were almost no bottlenecks. Breaking through was just too easy. F*CK, why don't you F*King tear down my place? Jiangchen scolded. However, not only did De Huang pretend not to hear it, but he also became even more aggressive. Boring, boring, so boring. Master Dog is boring. De Huang Dog had gone mad. He had turned into a mad dog. Creek, Xiating, who had just entered, happened to see this scene. He was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Where did this dog come from? Xiating immediately yelled. His aura fluctuated as he waved his hand to grab De Huang Dog. Xiating mistakenly thought that a mad dog had come to Jiangchen's place and was destroying it wantonly, disturbing Jiangchen's peaceful cultivation. How could Xiating allow such a thing to happen? He naturally had to take the opportunity to show off in front of Jiangchen and subdue this mad dog. Come on, fight with Master Dog. When De Huang Dog saw that someone was attacking him, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. The top of his head emitted a golden radiance as he crazily charged at Xiating. Xiating punched out with apprehension, aiming at De Huang Dog's head. Stop! Jiangchen yelled. Although De Huang Dog had already reached the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm and had a tough head, he was still no match for Xiating, who was at the seventh heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. If Xiating were to injure De Huang with his full strength, Jiangchen didn't want to see that. Xiating was shocked, but it was too late for him to stop. He could only retract half of his strength, but his fist still collided with De Huang Dog's head. Xiating thought to himself that it was over. He might have made a mistake because Jiangchen had stopped him, so this dog was probably Jiangchen's dog. Even if he withdrew half of the strength of his punch, it was still not something that a dog at the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm could withstand. Xiating could almost see the scene of De Huang Dog's head exploding. However, to Xiating's astonishment, it was as if his fist had struck a piece of iron. The dog's head was too hard. Damn, it's so hard. Xiating's eyes widened. When he looked at De Huang Dog again, his eyes had already changed. How could a dog's head be so hard? Not only was it unscathed after colliding with his fist head-on, but his fist was even a little numb from the impact. Where did these monsters come from? Jiangchen's strength was already shocking enough, but he had never thought that the dog beside him was also this ferocious. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone beat him to death. That's right. Not bad. Your fist is pretty hard. De Huang Dog praised. De Huang, behave yourself. Jiangchen said. De Huang Dog was also very tactful. He knew that this person must have something to say to Jiangchen, and he had indeed vented his anger. Xiating, what's the matter? Jiangchen asked. Teacher, it's my birthday in 2 days. At that time I will hold a banquet in the Shenwu Villa of the Shenwu City and invite some of the young geniuses of the Martial Pavilion and the Shenwu City. I wonder if teacher has time. Xiating said. He didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Yes, yes, yes. The day after tomorrow? Shenwu Villa, right? No problem. We will definitely be there on time. Before Jiangchen could say anything, De Huang Dog had already agreed on his behalf. Jiangchen shook his head helplessly. This guy was about to go crazy. If he didn't take him out for a walk, the next time, he wouldn't just smash the stones in his courtyard, but directly demolish the house. Xiating's face was full of joy. He gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up, but he still looked at Jiangchen eagerly. Whether to go or not, it still depended on Jiangchen's approval. Xiating had already thought about it. The day after tomorrow, he would gather the young geniuses of the Martial Pavilion and the Shenwu City and give them a grand introduction to Jiangchen. He would let them know what a true godly person was. Alright, I will be there on time. Jiangchen nodded and agreed. After all, he had nothing to do after coming out of seclusion. It wasn't a bad idea to go to the Shenwu Villa and treat it as a way to relax. Moreover, he had to give face to the young city lord of the Shenwu City. Moreover, he took the initiative to invite him and called him teacher. It wouldn't be appropriate not to give him face. More importantly, Jiangchen's impression of Xiating wasn't bad. He had seen too many young lords like Xiating. Each and every one of them was arrogant, and arrogant. It was rare to see someone like Xiating. Alright, then I will wait for you at the Shenwu Villa. Xiating was very happy. In Xiating's opinion, being able to invite Jiangchen made him more excited than inviting anyone else. Ever since that day at the Qingyuan Thunder Pool, Xiating had wholeheartedly wanted to be with Jiangchen. If Jiangchen asked to accept Xiating as a disciple now, Xiating would probably directly acknowledge him as his teacher without any hesitation. Not long after Xiating left, Fang Tianhua and the other two arrived. Fang Tianhua's grandson, Fang Wei, also came along. Compared to before, these 4 people had undergone earth-shattering changes. Fang Tianhua and the other two's cultivation had directly reached the Earth Source realm. They had crossed a major realm. All of them were arrogant and even walked with the wind. Fang Wei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Unity Source realm. In his opinion, such a great improvement was unbelievable. It was something he didn't dare to imagine before. All of this was given to them by Jiangchen. Master. Ancestral Master. The 4 of them spoke at the same time and bowed deeply to Jiangchen. In their eyes, Jiangchen was a genuine god. They couldn't have the slightest bit of blasphemy. Well, they're all good. It's about what I expected. Jiangchen nodded. The changes in these 4 people were all within his expectations. With his eyesight, he could even see through these people's talent and potential and determine the limits of their cultivation. It's all thanks to Master, Wang Dongxue said. That's right. If it weren't for Ancestral Master's guidance, how could I have improved so quickly? I really deserve to die for offending Ancestral Master before. I have nothing to do in the next 2 days. I'll give you pointers on alchemy. I'll answer the problems that the 3 of you have encountered in alchemy one by one, Xianxia said. Since he had accepted these 3 people as his disciples, he naturally had to act like a master. It just so happened that he had nothing to do in the next 2 days. Helping Feng Tianhua and the others solve their problems was also something that he could do in passing. Hearing this, Feng Tianhua and the other 2 were overjoyed, especially Feng Tianhua. He almost jumped up on the spot. They had seen Jiangchen's alchemy with their own eyes. That terrifying alchemy technique could only be described as shocking. They had lived for more than half of their lives, just like Chong Wanshan, studying formations and alchemy wholeheartedly. They had long accumulated all kinds of problems, and these problems were like a sore spot. If they didn't come out, they wouldn't be happy, but if they wanted to get rid of them, how difficult would it be? Thank you, Master, Wang Dongxue said excitedly. This time, they had come to look for Jiangchen with the same intention. The last time they came to acknowledge him as their master, Jiangchen had refined the rejuvenation pill for them, which allowed their potential to be developed again and their cultivation to improve. This time, they began to want to get pointers on alchemy. If all the problems that they had accumulated over the years could be solved, it could be said to be an earth-shattering change for the 3 of them. Their attainments in alchemy would definitely take a qualitative leap. In the next 2 days, Jiangchen did not find it troublesome. He guided them one by one, just like how he had guided the everlasting pavilion before. During these 2 days, people could often be heard screaming, cheering, and howling in Jiangchen's residence. Feng Wei saw with his own eyes the 3 powerful Earth Source Realm Elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion. From time to time, they would jump 3 feet high like a child and shout excitedly. Feng Wei could understand that feeling. Previously, when Jiangchen helped him with the scorching sun finger, he was also like this. The 3 old guys were now extremely excited. Under Jiangchen's guidance, they often felt enlightened. After 2 days, the 3 of them were all in high spirits, looking 10 years younger. A god. Master really is a god. He solved all my problems. I feel like my alchemy skills are going to make a huge leap. This enlightenment will be a great help to my cultivation. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to reach the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in half a month at most. This is fantastic. That's right. Master is omniscient. His attainments in alchemy have already reached the point of perfection. Our questions can always be answered by Master. This is a true alchemy master. I swear that I'll definitely learn alchemy from Master in the future. Although I've lived for most of my life, everything I've learned is nothing compared to Master. No, I can't even buy skin. There's just too much for me to learn. The 3 of them were filled with emotion. To outsiders, their words sounded like they were flattering Jiangchen, but in their hearts, it was not flattery at all. They were words from the bottom of their hearts. They could not even think of any better words to express their feelings, but these words were far from enough to express the respect and worship they had for Jiangchen. Feng Wei also admired and respected Jiangchen. He had truly witnessed Jiangchen's abilities and finally understood why his grandfather had taken Jiangchen as his master. With such world-shaking alchemy skills, even the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion would not be able to help but take Jiangchen as his master. Alright, go back and comprehend it. I still have matters to attend to today. Jiangchen said. Alright, we're going. Feng Tianhua and the other 2 cupped their fists at Jiangchen and left. The 3 of them had obtained great benefits and needed time to go back and digest them. Even if Jiangchen did not let them go, they could not wait any longer. After Feng Tianhua and the other 3 left, Jiangchen left the martial pavilion with De Huang, who could not wait any longer, and headed in the direction of the Divine Martial Villa. The Divine Martial Villa was located in the southeast corner of the Divine Martial City. The place was extremely remote and uninhabited. Such a place could be said to have left the Divine Martial City. However, this did not affect the prestige of the Divine Martial Villa. Everyone knew that the owner of the Divine Martial Villa was the young city lord of the Divine Martial City, Xianxia. Although this place was remote, it was an extremely noble and luxurious place in the Divine Martial City. One could not enter this place just by having money. If one wanted to enter the Divine Martial Villa, one must have a high status. Today, the Divine Martial Villa was destined to be very lively. It was the birthday of the young city lord, and it was a gathering place for the young talents of the Divine Martial City. Early in the morning, the Divine Martial Villa was bustling with activity. Countless servants and maids came and went. The guards of the Divine Martial Villa almost surrounded the entire villa. Everyone knew that the city lord of the Divine Martial City was a heavenly source expert. Even within the Martial Pavilion, only a few pavilion masters could speak to him as an equal. Furthermore, the city lord only had a single son. From this, one could see Xiating's status and identity in the Divine Martial City. Within the Martial Pavilion, no one dared to provoke him. With such a backer, no matter where he went, he would naturally be able to do whatever he wanted. Xianxia had also learned about the Divine Martial City from the Martial Pavilion. He knew that in addition to the Martial Pavilion and the city lord's residence, there was another major force in the Divine Martial City, and that was the Yun residence. The Martial Pavilion was the leader of the humans in the Crimson East region. Whether it was the city lord's residence or the Yun residence, they had to give the Martial Pavilion face. In other words, if something big happened, such as a war with the winged people, the city lord's residence and the Yun residence would have to listen to the Martial Pavilion's arrangements. The relationship between the city lord's residence and the Yun residence was relatively harmonious. The environment in the Crimson East region was different from where Xianxia was previously. Due to the pressure from the winged people, there were very few internal conflicts among the humans. This kind of atmosphere was relatively rare. Xianxia and De Huang Dog had arrived relatively early. When they arrived at the Divine Martial Villa, it was just after dawn. Many of the distinguished guests had not arrived yet, so they were probably the first batch. In front of the mighty gate of the Divine Martial Villa, a row of guards in battle armor stood majestically with long spears in their hands. These guards were all experts at the Unity Origin realm. They were elites nurtured by the city lord's residence and had experienced hundreds of battles. Every one of them was an expert among experts. Today, they had been sent to guard the Divine Martial Villa, which showed how much the city lord valued his son. In the Crimson East region, the conflict between the humans and the winged people was too intense. Even in the Divine Martial City, the winged people were everywhere. Today, the security measures had to be done well. If the winged people were to sneak in and take advantage of a loophole, the consequences would be unimaginable. It should be known that some of the winged people looked exactly like humans without their wings. Unless an expert could distinguish them by their aura, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to tell whether they were winged people or not. Therefore, the security measures had to be done well. Xianxia and De Huang Dog swaggered to the gate of the Divine Martial Villa, but they were stopped by the guards. "Stop!" a burly man shouted. "Damn it! Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared this Lord Dog." De Huang Dog bared his teeth and glared at the guard. "What are you doing here? Do you have an invitation?" the guard asked. "Invitation? You don't have an invitation? Why are you here if you don't have one? This is the Divine Martial Manor. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is a place of great wealth. Today is our young master's birthday party, and all the famous youths of the Divine Martial City have been invited. Look at how poor you are. Hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here." When the guard heard that Xianxia didn't have an invitation, his words immediately became sharp and unkind. He really didn't give Xianxia any face at all. His words were as ugly as they could be. Xianxia was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he almost burst out laughing. Poor and shabby? Did he look that poor? Go tell your young master that Xianxia has come, but he doesn't have an invitation, Xianxia said. Although he was a little angry, he still wanted to save some face for Xiating. "Brat, who do you think you are? You don't have the right to enter the Divine Martial Manor without an invitation. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay the important event of the Divine Martial Manor today." The bulky man was extremely arrogant. He looked down on Xianxia from head to toe. How could a person without an invitation be so arrogant? Moreover, even if you have an invitation, you can't enter. You can't bring animals into the divine martial manor. Another bulky man walked over. He was quite strong, having already reached the fourth heavenly layer of the origin realm. He was an elite guard of the city lord's estate. Who are you calling an animal? As expected, this word immediately angered De Huang Dog, who was about to explode. De Huang Dog bared his teeth and glared at the bulky man. De Huang clearly remembered that 2 days ago, it was Xia Ting who had gone to Jiangchen's residence to invite Jiangchen to the divine martial manor. Xia Ting had called Jiangchen teacher in a very intimate manner. In the end, because of an invitation, Jiangchen had been humiliated and called poor. De Huang Dog was about to explode, but this bastard had said that animals couldn't enter. How could the mighty De Huang Dog endure such humiliation? You dog, are you not an animal? What kind of place was the divine martial manor? How could a dog be allowed in? Hurry up and get lost, don't be an eyesore here. If you don't get lost, don't blame us for being impolite. Today is the young master's big day, we don't want to fight here. The leading guard was extremely arrogant. Of course, as an elite guard of the city lord's estate, he had the right to be arrogant. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the fourth heavenly layer of the unity origin realm, so he had unknowingly placed himself in a very high position. Go to hell. How could De Huang Dog tolerate such humiliation? If you don't want to make a move, Lord Dog won't even give you the chance to make a move. De Huang Dog's majestic body leapt out like a bolt of lightning, slamming into the chest of the fourth heavenly layer unity realm guard. The guard, who had been extremely arrogant just a moment ago, didn't even have a chance to react. He let out an anguished wail as his entire body was sent flying. The guard was sent flying over 30 meters away. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The remaining guards were dumbfounded. Their gazes towards Big Yellow were filled with shock. A fourth heavenly layer unity origin expert had actually been so weak before this dog. He had been finished off like a piece of rotten wood. He did not even have the chance to resist. Boom, however, in the next moment, the guards unleashed their auras one by one. Every single one of them was furious, and with a swoosh, they surrounded Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. Where did these ignorant fools come from? How dare they cause trouble in the divine martial manor? A man shouted out loudly. Although Big Yellow had displayed an extremely powerful strength, it wasn't a reason for them to retreat. Their main mission was to protect the divine martial manor, and ensure that nothing bad would happen to this place. Now that someone had come here to cause trouble, they obviously couldn't just stand there and watch. Moreover, these guards weren't afraid at all. They had the city lord's estate behind them. In the entire Crimson East region, there was probably no one who had the courage to cause trouble in the divine martial manor. It's you who are ignorant and have provoked this master dog. This master dog will properly teach you all a lesson today. De Huang Dog possessed extraordinary might. Waves of qi surged from his body as he charged out once again with his majestic body. De Huang Dog turned into a streak of golden light as he charged back and forth. The guards didn't even have a chance to react. A series of anguished wails rang out as all the guards were sent flying. They were sent flying over 30 meters away. However, they were all scattered on the ground in front of the entrance of the divine martial manor. Some had fainted on the spot, while others were howling in pain on the ground. Gagaga, for God's sake, you dare to be rude to this master dog? This is a lesson. De Huang Dog cackled with boundless arrogance. De Huang Dog was probably the first person who dared to injure people in the divine martial manor. Jiangchen stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't move at all and didn't intend to step forward to stop them. These ignorant guys were really asking for a beating. Even if De Huang Dog didn't attack, he couldn't help but attack. At this moment, there were already people coming and going to the divine martial manor. Many of them were the young geniuses of the divine martial city. There were many forces in the divine martial city. For example, the city lord's estate and the Yun mansion had many young geniuses who didn't enter the martial pavilion to cultivate. They had many cultivation resources themselves. Some of them went to the martial pavilion to gain experience and make friends with the martial pavilion. Moreover, although Xianxia was famous in the martial pavilion, there were still many people who hadn't seen him before. For example, the people who appeared now didn't know Xianxia. Look, someone dares to attack in the divine martial manner. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. He's really not afraid of death. What kind of place is the divine martial manor? He must be tired of living to injure people here. He's blind. Today is Xieting's birthday. Even the divine martial guards of the city lord's estate have come on such an important day. This guy allowed his dog to injure the divine martial guards. I'm afraid the consequences won't be good. 4 or 5 young people laughed and watched the show with great interest. The commotion outside the gate of the divine martial manor quickly caused a great commotion. A large number of people began to walk out of the manor. Most of them were servants and maids who worked here. There were even more divine martial guards. Because today was a relatively important day, many divine martial guards had come. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds. One of the captains of the divine martial guards, Kong Ming, wore a battle armor and looked majestic. His cultivation was powerful, having already reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. The battle in the divine martial manor had directly alarmed him. Outside the gate, with Kong Ming at the head, several dozen divine martial guards stood in front of Xianxia and De Huang Dog in a furious manner. Hey, this aura is very intimidating. Let that kid Xieting come out. De Huang Dog shouted. Stupid dog, are you the one to shout our young master's name? The divine guards were ready to fight. Captain Kong Ming looked at the divine guards who were wailing on the ground. His face instantly turned gloomy. He raised his arm and waved. Voila, dozens of divine guards understood and surrounded Xianxia and De Huang Dog tightly. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. It seemed that they wanted to eat Xianxia alive. It seems that I shouldn't have come to the divine martial villa. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. You shouldn't have come. After all, this is not a place that anyone can come to. However, since you have come and injured the divine guards, don't think of leaving so easily. Kong Ming said indifferently. Who is this guy? He looks like a stranger. Is there such a crazy person in the divine martial city? I've never seen him before. He doesn't even have an invitation. How big of a character can he be? He's not even in Xieting's invitation list. He must be trying to find some sense of existence in the divine martial villa, but he was stopped by the divine guards. However, this guy is really arrogant. Or rather, he doesn't know what's good for him. He dared to injure the divine guards. How dare he? The divine guards are the symbol of the city lord. He must be dreaming if he wants to leave unscathed after injuring them. Some people were pointing and mocking Xianxia. Because Xianxia and Big Yellow had arrived early, the geniuses of the martial pavilion hadn't arrived yet. Even Xieting himself hadn't arrived yet. As for Xianxia, he had never appeared in any other places in the divine martial city apart from the martial pavilion. Therefore, it was normal for no one to recognize him. If someone recognized Xianxia's identity, they would definitely rush to stop the divine guards. This was the person that Xieting wanted to curry favor with. If Xieting knew that the divine guards dared to stop Xianxia, he would definitely be furious. Little Chinzi, do you want to fight them? These guys look like they need a beating. De Huang Dog shook his head and said without any hesitation. Damn dog, what did you say? A divine guard shouted. Lord Dog said that you deserve a beating. De Huang Dog glared at the man, and it looked like he was going to hit him if he didn't agree. Boom, waves of anger were released from the bodies of these divine martial guards. As long as Kong Ming gave the order, the divine martial guards would rush forward without mercy. De Huang. Xianxia shouted, indicating for De Huang to stop. He didn't want to have an unpleasant relationship with the city lord mansion. After all, these divine martial guards didn't know about his relationship with Xieting. I won't be attending today's gathering. Goodbye. Xianxia said to Kong Ming before turning around to leave. Stop right there. Kong Ming shouted, Brat, where do you think this is? You think you can come and go as you please? No one can leave so easily after injuring a divine martial guard. What do you want? Xianxia turned around, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile. I'll give you two choices. First, leave behind your legs and your dog. We'll use them to make soup. Second, leave behind 100,000 second-grade origin stones as compensation for the loss of our brothers. We'll let you leave safely. Kongming said. As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang dog howled and leapt out. If it weren't for Xianxia's quick reaction, grabbing onto De Huang dog's tail, a huge battle would have immediately begun. F***CKU. You dare to eat this lord dog? Take a look at your own teeth first. De Huang dog howled. It seemed like he wanted to tear down the divine martial manor to vent his anger. Don't be impatient. There will be a chance for you to vent your anger. Xianxia said indifferently, comforting De Huang. He wasn't afraid of Kongming at all. If Xianxia went all out, even Kongming, who was at the 8th layer of the Unity Origin realm, wouldn't be a match for him. Kongming's two conditions were extremely excessive. Needless to say, the first condition was almost impossible, and the second condition was also excessive. One had to know that it was almost impossible for ordinary Unity Origin cultivators, especially those at the lower levels of the Unity Origin realm, to take out 100,000 second-grade origin stones. Origin stones had to be used up on a daily basis. An ordinary cultivator would only have a few origin stones left to support their cultivation. Even if they did have some left, it wouldn't be a lot. This was also why cultivators had to work hard for origin stones their entire lives. This brat has hit an iron wall this time. How can an ordinary person take out 100,000 second-grade origin stones? What do you think the Divine Martial Guard is? How can he not pay a price for beating up a Divine Martial Guard? Hee, I'd like to see how this brat, who dares to injure a Divine Martial Guard, will settle today's matter. The onlookers began to increase. They were all here to watch a good show. They all wanted to see how the man and dog before them would deal with the two extremely excessive conditions that Kongming had proposed. Kongming had a complacent smile on his face. He looked at Xianxia, waiting for Xianxia to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, Xianxia flipped his palm and a green interspatial ring appeared in his hand. He casually threw the ring to Kongming. Here are 100,000 second-grade origin stones. Xianxia said. After that, he turned around and left with De Huang dog. He casually threw 100,000 as if nothing had happened. His calmness stunned everyone present. Kongming was stunned on the spot. With a thought, he found that there were indeed 100,000 second-grade origin stones in the interspatial ring. Not one more, not one less. This is bad. Kongming stamped his foot and thought, this is bad. As an expert of the 8th firmament of the Unity Origin realm and the captain of the Divine Martial Guard, he naturally knew more than ordinary people. Among all the Unity Origin realm experts in the entire Divine Martial City, how many people could casually take out 100,000 second-grade origin stones without any hesitation? It wasn't that there weren't such people, but they were definitely big shots. At the very least, they were big shots that a captain like him couldn't afford to offend. Who is this person? He casually took out 100,000 second-grade origin stones. That's amazing. He's hiding his strength well. A person like that shouldn't have an invitation letter. That's amazing. 100,000 second-grade origin stones. He threw it away like trash. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone's expression changed. Even the members of the Divine Martial Guard were dumbfounded. They all lowered their heads and didn't say anything. 100,000 second-grade origin stones seemed like a great deal, but in reality, they were very nervous because they might have offended someone they shouldn't have offended. De Huang dog, who had already walked far away, was still mumbling, damn it, this lord dog is going to die from anger. Who does this Xiating think he is? And you, why did you swallow your anger and give them 100,000 second-grade origin stones? This lord dog is going to die from anger. Don't be angry. Anger is harmful to the body. Xiating probably forgot about the invitation. There's no need for us to make things difficult for the city lord over such a small matter. Moreover, you didn't lose anything. As for the 100,000 second-grade origin stones, do you think that bastard has the guts to accept my origin stones? Xianxia laughed. After Xianxia left, Kong Ming felt uneasy. He kept thinking about Xianxia's identity. He couldn't guess it, but he had a bad premonition. Anyone who could take out 100,000 second-grade origin stones was definitely not an ordinary person. "Captain, we've made a profit this time. 100,000 second-grade origin stones." A hot-headed guard came in front of Kong Ming and said with a cheeky smile. "Pa." Kong Ming was so angry that he swung a slap at him. "Captain, why did you hit me?" The guard felt extremely wronged. He didn't know what he had said wrong. 100,000 grade 2 origin stones was already a huge profit. The guards who had been injured were all superficial wounds, so they weren't serious at all. 100,000 grade 2 origin stones was still a profit no matter what. "Wake him up for me." Kong Ming pointed at the guard who had been knocked out by De Huang Dog and said. The guard who had been slapped responded with an "Oh." He came in front of the guard and injected a stream of origin qi into the guard's body. The guard howled and woke up. He was an expert at the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Although he had been knocked out, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. After waking up and seeing Kong Ming, he hurriedly got up. "Captain, we can't let that brat go, especially that dog. If I don't rip his ass off, I won't be able to vent my anger." The guard gnashed his teeth and complained to Kong Ming. "All right, let me ask you. Did that person tell you where he came from?" Kong Ming asked impatiently. "No, he only said that he was called Xianxia." The guard thought for a while and only remembered this. "What's wrong, Captain? Is there a problem?" "All right, continue with your work." Kong Ming waved his hand. He was very upset and didn't want to talk much. He could only pray that Xianxia wasn't some big shot. If he was, he might have kicked an iron plate today. However, when Xianxia came, he did not bring an invitation letter. This was the most gratifying thing for Kong Ming. Without an invitation letter, it meant that he was not invited by the young master. As long as he was not invited by the young master, there would be no problem. No matter how high his status was, the city lord's mansion was not afraid. Even so, Kong Ming still felt very uneasy. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the Divine Martial Mountain Villa. The first batch consisted of young talents from the Divine Martial City, sons of wealthy merchants, and geniuses from the Yun clan. Soon after, many geniuses from the Martial Pavilion also arrived. Most of them were people who had a good personal relationship with Xia Ting in the Martial Pavilion and were invited by Xia Ting. Xia Ting had invited so many young talents, the top figures of the younger generation, not only for his birthday, but also for a bigger purpose, which was to introduce Xianxia to others. He wanted to place Xianxia's position in a very high position, and truly close the relationship between him and Xianxia. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Xianxia, he could often seek guidance from Xianxia in the future, which was absolutely beneficial to his cultivation. After a while, the Divine Martial Mountain Villa became really lively. Almost all the people who should come had arrived. Xia Ting, who was wearing an azure robe, was handsome, elegant, and had an imposing appearance. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention. The public square of the Divine Martial Mountain Villa was full of guests. Those who could come here were all people with a high status in the Divine Martial City, and they were people who could be seen in public. Xia Ting, who was glowing, was pacing back and forth, looking outside from time to time. Seeing that the banquet was about to start, he looked unhappy. "Young master, almost everyone has arrived. Do you want to say a few words?" Kong Ming came to Xia Ting's side and said. At this moment, Kong Ming had almost forgotten about Xianxia. "Wait a little longer." Xia Ting frowned. "Senior Xia, is there anyone else?" A disciple in the Martial Pavilion who was on good terms with Xia Ting couldn't help but ask. This person was the one who had helped Xia Ting look after Xianxia in the Qingyuan Thunderbolt Pool. "I invited teacher, and he should be here by now," Xia Ting said. So Senior Xia invited Senior Xianxia. "It would be great if Senior Xianxia could come," the disciple said. When he thought of Xianxia, his attitude and tone changed, and his eyes flickered with admiration and worship. Boom, the name Xianxia suddenly sounded again. Kong Ming only felt a bang in his head, as if he had been struck by lightning. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yes, it can't be such a coincidence. The Xianxia mentioned by the disciple must be the Xianxia who came before. It turned out that he was an important guest invited by young master. He had made a big mistake. Young master clearly wanted to wait for Xianxia to come before he was willing to start the banquet, which showed the importance of Xianxia. Moreover, when the disciple next to him kicked Xianxia, his tone was full of admiration. Young master, Xianxia has already been here. Kongming said, shivering. Been here? Where is he? Did he receive any good treatment? Xiating's eyes lit up, and his face was full of joy. The fact that Xianxia could come was what he had been looking forward to the most. Kongming's face was ugly, with bruises all over. He didn't know what to say. What's going on? Say it. Xiating scolded. Young master, we didn't know that Xianxia was an important guest invited by you, so, Kongming gathered his courage and didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He told Xiating everything that had happened outside the Divine Martial Mountain Villa in full detail. After hearing Kongming's words, Xiating felt like the world was spinning. He staggered and almost fell on his butt. Young master, you didn't give us any special instructions. Moreover, that Xianxia didn't have an invitation, so there was a misunderstanding. Kongming also had an innocent look on his face. If he had known that Xianxia was an important guest invited by Xiating, he wouldn't have dared to be rude to Xianxia even if he was 100 times more courageous. Xiating slapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten to give Xianxia an invitation. This was also an oversight. The invitation had been sent out a long time ago, and Xianxia hadn't come out of seclusion. Xiating had only gone to personally invite him 2 days ago, so he had forgotten to bring the invitation. However, this bunch of good-for-nothings were too reckless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Where are the 100,000 grade 2 origin stones? Xiating yelled loudly and kicked Kongming far away. Kongming hurriedly took out his universe ring and respectfully handed it over to Xiating. Bastard, you even dare to take teacher's origin stones. I can't even give them away. Xiating said bitterly. The divine martial guards also walked over, all of them silent out of fear. If Xiating lost his temper, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Kongming, immediately come with me to apologize to teacher. If teacher doesn't forgive you, I will take your head. Xiating said unhappily. Yes. Kongming was so scared that his forehead was covered in sweat. He knew that he had gotten into trouble the moment Xianxia had casually taken out the 100,000 grade 2 origin stones. Xiating was infuriated. He had managed to invite an expert with great difficulty, but he had angered him away just like that. He had even accepted 100,000 grade 2 origin stones. This was simply outrageous. Xiating was not in the mood to continue celebrating his birthday. He brought Kongming with him and directly walked out of the divine martial manor. Young master, today's gathering. Another person walked over and said while trembling with fear. He didn't even dare to raise his voice when he saw Xiating's anger. What gathering? What gathering? Disperse, Xiating said in a bad mood. Xiating said in a bad mood. His esteemed guest had left because of his anger, so what was the point of gathering? Everyone should just go back to where they came from. Right now, all he wanted to do was to apologize to Xianxia and ask for his forgiveness. Everything else had been thrown to the back of his mind. Kongming followed behind Xiating, not even daring to breathe too loudly. He was a captain of the divine martial guards at the 8th heavenly layer, yet he was acting like a child who had done something wrong. He was extremely nervous. He knew all too well how he had treated Xianxia before. If Xianxia was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, then he, Kongming, would be done for. The young master would definitely not forgive him. At that time, not only would he lose his position as captain, but it would also be good if he could keep his head. The martial pavilion, the purple pill pavilion, where Xianxia resided. Xianxia sat leisurely on a rattan chair with his legs crossed. His eyes were closed as he hummed a little tune. He looked very uneasy. To the side, De Huang Dog was rather anxious and depressed. He paced back and forth, cursing from time to time. When he thought of the humiliation he had suffered in the divine martial manner, he couldn't help but smash his head against a rock. "De Huang, can't you calm down a bit? The decorations here have all been smashed by you. Can't you be a little more careful?" Xianxia said in a bad mood. "Tui, what the hell is the divine martial manner? You should have just let Grandpa Dog fight it out with them." De Huang Dog was extremely furious. When he thought of what had happened in the divine martial manner, he couldn't even sit still. "Just you wait. Someone will come and help you vent your anger." Xianxia rested his hands on the back of his head. He crossed his legs and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Sure enough, not long after, someone knocked on the door. "Who?" De Huang Dog shouted angrily. "It's me, Xia. Is teacher around?" Xiating's voice came from outside the door. It was obvious that his voice was a little weak. "Come in, the door isn't locked," Xianxia said lightly. Creak, as soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Xiating walked in with Kong Ming, who was looking at the road with his head lowered. "For God's sake, you two still have the nerve to come here." De Huang Dog didn't have such a good temper. He didn't give a straight face. It's my fault. I didn't do a good job." Xiating continuously blamed himself as he smiled at De Huang Dog. Then, Xiating walked in front of Xianxia, cupped his fists, and said, "Teacher, it's my fault for forgetting to give teacher an invitation. It's also my fault that my subordinates didn't have good eyesight and offended teacher. Here are 200,000 second-grade origin stones. Apart from the 100,000 for you, the other 100,000 is my apology to teacher." Xiating took out a universe ring and handed it to Xianxia. Kong Ming, who was standing to the side, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Even if Xianxia didn't forgive him, just throwing out 100,000 second-grade origin stones for no reason was already his fault. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony. He slowly put away the universe ring. This Xiating really knew how to handle things. His attitude towards Xianxia was extremely respectful, and he even took out 100,000 second-grade origin stones as compensation. Xianxia wasn't a petty person. If he continued to be angry, it would seem like he didn't have a magnanimous heart. After all, Xiating kept calling him teacher. "I'm fine, but my brother was humiliated, and he's still angry." Xianxia laughed as he pointed at De Huang Dog. When he saw De Huang Dog, Kong Ming almost fainted. He had experienced this dog's temper before. It was simply too difficult to provoke. He originally thought that this dog was just a pet beast that Xianxia kept. He never expected that Xianxia would actually call him brother. Xiating chuckled and walked in front of De Huang Dog. Since he was Xianxia's brother, his status was naturally different. Xiating didn't dare to slight him. "What are you laughing at?" De Huang Dog glared at Xiating. He didn't have a good temper like Xianxia. "Kong Ming, hurry up and apologize to brother De Huang." Xiating scolded Kong Ming. Kong Ming didn't have the arrogant attitude of a team leader anymore. He hurriedly came in front of Big Yellow and bowed, "Brother Big Yellow, it's my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai and offending you. Please forgive me. Serve me a cup of tea." De Huang Dog plopped down on a stone stool and demanded arrogantly. Sure. Kong Ming ran away quickly. If serving him a cup of tea could solve the problem, he was more than willing to serve De Huang Dog for 3 days straight. Kong Ming rushed into the room as fast as he could. Moments later, he returned with a cup of steaming hot tea and respectfully served it to De Huang Dog. "Brother De Huang, please have some tea." Kong Ming felt depressed in his heart. He probably didn't expect that he would serve tea to a dog in his life. Moreover, he was so polite and didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. "And, seeing that you are sincere in admitting your mistake, Master Dog will be magnanimous and forgive you." De Huang Dog was proud of himself. He felt that he had saved his face and was extremely satisfied. He raised his paw and picked up the cup of tea, taking 2 sips in a dignified manner. Although De Huang Dog was hot-tempered, he wasn't a troublemaker. He had to leave some face for Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia was the young city lord of the divine martial city. Since Xianxia had brought his subordinates to apologize, it would be too much if he didn't give him face. Seeing this, Kong Ming heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was clear. His head was saved. As for his position as a team leader, it would depend on his young master's mood. Kong Ming, you can go back. Xia Ting waved his hand at Kong Ming. Yes, young master. Kong Ming was overjoyed. He cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog, then turned around and left. His young master only told him to go back. He didn't say anything else. This meant that he didn't have any intention of punishing him. His position as a team leader was saved. To Kong Ming, this result couldn't be better. It was as if he had been reborn. In the courtyard, Xia Ting was too embarrassed to continue inviting Jiang Chen to attend the banquet. Moreover, the banquet had already been dismissed by Xia Ting. Xia Ting, the blocked meridians in your body have been unblocked, right? Jiang Chen looked at Xia Ting and said. Hearing this, Xia Ting immediately became excited. He knew that Jiang Chen was going to give him pointers again. This was something he had been dreaming of. Previously, in the Qingyuan Thunder Pool, Jiang Chen's pointers were like divine help. He wanted to get pointers from Jiang Chen for the second time. I've done it. I've done it after Master's guidance, and I've successfully reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Xia Ting hurriedly said. His words were filled with indescribable joy. Very good. Xia Ting, your talent is not bad. Your future achievements will be far greater than this. The small Crimson East region will not be able to trap you. Jiang Chen said. This was not a compliment. Xia Ting was indeed the most talented person he had seen after coming to the Eternal World. If there was another person, it would be Chen Yiren, who he had fought once before. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Xia Ting was overjoyed. He believed in Jiang Chen's judgment. Since Jiang Chen said that he could do it, it would naturally not be bad. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen's words had increased Xia Ting's confidence on the path of cultivation by many times. You, Jiang Chen, show me everything you've learned in your life. Jiang Chen said. Okay. Xia Ting was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had been waiting for Jiang Chen to say this. Ever since Jiang Chen had guided him, he had always dreamed of this day. Even though he had extraordinary talent, he had encountered many problems in his cultivation. Whether it was his cultivation method or battle skill, he would always encounter some bottlenecks or problems. There were some problems that even his father, who was at the heavenly origin realm, could not answer. If Jiang Chen could help him solve half of the problems, his cultivation would definitely reach a new height. If he could solve all of the problems, he was confident that he could reach the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm within a month. Without the slightest delay, Xia Ting wasn't afraid of exposing what he had learned in his lifetime. He also believed that what he had learned was nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen wouldn't even be interested in it. Hoo-hoo, inside the courtyard, a strong gust of wind was blowing, and the origin force was rolling. Xia Ting didn't hide anything. He unleashed his martial arts, battle skills, and battle weapons, bit by bit. What happened next truly shocked Xia Ting. This was because after Xia Ting displayed what he had learned, before he could say a word, Jiang Chen had already pointed out all of his shortcomings. Not only that, after Jiang Chen pointed out the shortcomings, he also pointed out to Xia Ting how to make it more perfect. Xia Ting was dumbfounded. At this moment, he was truly enlightened. The shock in his heart was no less than those from the everlasting pavilion. Master is truly a godly person. Xia Ting was completely impressed. He couldn't help but be impressed. He was simply a god. Xia Ting practiced according to Jiang Chen's instructions on the spot. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, Xia Ting was extremely talented. He was 2 levels higher than Fu Qinglai. After practicing according to Jiang Chen's instructions, his cultivation base reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer in a short amount of time. He was only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. Such a great improvement made Xia Ting overjoyed. In his opinion, it was like a dream. It was so unreal. In fact, this was normal. The most difficult thing for cultivators was comprehension. Once they comprehended something, their potential would be stimulated. Their conditions would increase, so it was normal for their cultivation base to improve on the spot. Unknowingly, the sky had already darkened. Xiating had been studying here for almost an entire day. When he retracted his aura, he only felt that his entire body was refreshed and indescribably comfortable. The increase in his cultivation made him appear even more confident and calm. He was too powerful. He had never seen such a terrifying person before. Xiating gave a deep bow to Jiangchen. Xiating will never forget Master's kindness. If it was said that Jiangchen's guidance in the Qingyuan lightning pool had made Xiating feel that Jiangchen was lucky, but now, Xiating's admiration for Jiangchen had seeped deep into his bones. He had never admired someone so much in his life. In Xiating's heart, although Jiangchen's cultivation base wasn't high, his knowledge was too powerful. It couldn't be described as human. He had seen several heavenly origin experts, but their bearing and knowledge were on a completely different level compared to Jiangchen. Xiating had no doubt that even a Star Lord would have to call Jiangchen master if he stood before him. He was so lucky to be able to learn from someone like Jiangchen. If he could continue to learn from Jiangchen in the future, it would be the greatest honor of his life. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. Xiating's greatest wish in this life was to reach the heavenly origin realm and become a powerful figure like his father. But now, Jiangchen had made him set his sights even further. He could no longer limit himself to the small Scarlet East region. He even felt that he had the hope of becoming a Star Lord in this life. The way of cultivation still depends on yourself. You must not be arrogant or rash, and you must not be impatient. I can only guide you, but how far you can go still depends on yourself. Jiangchen said. Xiating understands. I will not disappoint Master's hopes. Xiating said respectfully. Okay, you can go now. Jiangchen waved his hand, indicating that Xiating could leave. Oh right, Master, there's one thing. Xiating suddenly thought of something just as he turned around. What is it? Jiangchen said. I heard that there was a strange phenomenon in the Chilling Mountain not long ago. I plan to invite some people to go to the Chilling Mountain for training in 3 days. I wonder if Master would be interested. Would you like to come along? Xiating said. Chilling Mountain? Jiangchen frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. It seems that Master doesn't know about the Chilling Mountain. The Chilling Mountain is the largest mountain in the Crimson East region. Demonic beasts roam freely inside, and it is extremely dangerous. However, there are also many treasures inside. Usually, we will go there to train when we have nothing to do. However, it is different this time. Because of the strange phenomenon in the Chilling Mountain, I heard that many winged men have also gone there. You also know that in the Crimson East region, the human race and the winged men are arch-enemies. Both of us want to destroy the other and dominate the Crimson East region. When the disciples of the Martial Pavilion go out to train, they are also rewarded. If they can kill the winged men and return, the Martial Pavilion will directly reward them. Xiating said. Jiangchen's eyes lit up when he heard that. De Huang Dog, who was napping on the stone block, jumped up with a swoosh and his eyes lit up. All right, I'll go with you. Jiangchen agreed to it almost without any consideration. The Martial Pavilion was too peaceful, and he and De Huang Dog had long been bored to death. Not to mention the strange noise that occurred on the Crimson Ridge Mountain, just the appearance of the winged man had already piqued Jiangchen's interest. Great, that's great. Then teacher, let's set off in 3 days and gather outside the Martial Pavilion. Xiating was overjoyed. He was looking forward to any opportunity to come into contact with Jiangchen. That way, he would be able to receive Jiangchen's guidance at any time. In Xiating's heart, Jiangchen's guidance was more important than anything else. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, at the foot of the Martial Pavilion mountain, 5 or 6 young men gathered together. Every single one of them was filled with arrogance. They were all young, but their cultivations were extremely powerful. Even the weakest among them was at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, and there were only 2 of them at the 7th heavenly layer. 3 of them were at the 8th heavenly layer, and the most powerful one was actually at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was truly terrifying. However, the leader of the 6 was not a 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm young man, but a handsome, blue-clothed young man at the 8th heavenly layer. The blue-clothed young man was none other than Xiating. Ever since he had received guidance from Xianxia 3 days ago, he had broken through again in just 3 days, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. His talent was truly praiseworthy. With Xiating's identity and status, he was obviously the leader. Even the 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm young man had to follow Xiating. Let alone the 9th heavenly layer, as long as Xiating was willing, he could follow a large group of earthly origin realm experts. Senior brother Xia is so powerful. He's actually broken through again. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been that long since senior brother Xia went from the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer, right? Yeah, that's just too ridiculous. He's broken through way too quickly. It's like he's drinking water. This is talent. Senior brother Xia is a true genius. He can't be judged by the standards of ordinary people. How many geniuses like senior brother Xia are there in the entire martial pavilion? Words of flattery could be heard, but Xiating only smiled faintly. He had heard too much of this kind of flattery. Plus, he knew his own capabilities very well. If it wasn't for Jiangchen's guidance, he would still be stuck at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He wouldn't have been able to unblock the blocked meridians in such a short time because of his impatience. Ah Ting, can we go now? His name was Zhang Qing, and he was also a proud and arrogant person. He wasn't someone who would flatter others, but he had a good relationship with Xiating. Brother Qing, there's no hurry. I'm still waiting for someone. Xiating smiled and patted Zhang Qing's shoulder. The relationship between the two was obviously different from others. Who is this? He's so arrogant to actually make Senior Xia wait here. That's right. There hasn't been anyone in the martial pavilion who dares to make Senior Xia wait, right? The 2 disciples at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm said. Obviously, they were getting impatient. The person I'm waiting for is my teacher. When my teacher arrives, you must be polite to him. Xiating specially reminded them. Teacher? Senior Xia, we're a group of disciples this time. We won't bring an elder, right? Someone asked. Of course not. He's also a disciple of our martial pavilion. Xiating smiled. A disciple of the martial pavilion? Everyone looked at each other. What kind of disciple could make Xiating call him teacher? Was there such a person in the martial pavilion? Not long after, 2 figures flew out from the martial pavilion and quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, right in front of the crowd. Sorry, I'm late. Jiangchen said to Xiating and the others with an indifferent tone. Big Yellow, who stood beside him, was shaking his head with an excited expression. Jiangchen? Someone called out, recognizing Jiangchen. This was not strange. When Jiangchen fought against the 3-eyed panther, he had attracted the attention of many people. At least half of them had seen him before. He's the Jiangchen who killed the 3-eyed panther? He does look extraordinary, but his cultivation seems to only be at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Even if he can kill the 3-eyed panther, he can't be much stronger than us. That dog is also at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Won't he be a burden if he follows us? He can't be the teacher that Senior Xia mentioned, right? The few of them were shocked, and their words showed that they didn't think highly of Jiangchen and Big Yellow. Since Jiangchen was able to defeat the 3-eyed panther, he was barely qualified to join their group, but Big Yellow was just too weak, and they didn't want to bring a burden with them. Of course, they could not tell that Jiangchen had already reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer. As long as Jiangchen did not reveal his aura, very few people could see through him. You're not late. I'm very happy that teacher can come. Let's go. Xiating smiled. His attitude towards Jiangchen could not be any more respectful. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought they had heard wrong. What did Senior Xia call him? I think he's teacher. The teacher that Senior Xia is waiting for is actually him. Why? Why should he be Senior Xia's teacher? That's a little too ridiculous. Who would have thought that the teacher that Xiating mentioned was actually Jiangchen? This scene was simply unbelievable. Even Zhang Qing was stunned. Based on his understanding of Xia Ting, he seemed to only be so respectful towards the sect master of the martial pavilion and his own father. Admittedly, Jiangchen was talented. He had killed the 6th heavenly layer three-eyed panther with a cultivation of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. It was indeed shocking. There was no one else in the entire martial pavilion who could achieve such a feat. However, Jiangchen was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. How could he make Xia Ting call him teacher? Xia Ting was an expert at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Before him, Jiangchen was nothing. Let me introduce you. This is Jiangchen, my teacher. The reason why my cultivation has improved so quickly is because of teacher's guidance. This time, teacher will be coming with us to the Chilean mountain. If you can receive some guidance from teacher, you will definitely benefit greatly. Xia Ting introduced solemnly. What? Everyone cried out in surprise. They all looked at Jiangchen with strange gazes. However, it could be seen that even though Xia Ting had said so, none of them believed him. What a joke. A mere 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm was giving them guidance. Wasn't this just lowering their status? Xia Ting shook his head helplessly. He could naturally tell what they were thinking, but he did not force them. After all, even if they begged Jiangchen for guidance, Jiangchen might not necessarily be willing. Since they were going to be together for a period of time in the future, they might as well get to know each other slowly. He believed that it wouldn't take long for them to witness Jiangchen's strength and frightening strength. At that time, they would have to respectfully call him teacher just like he did. Xia Ting whistled. A black dot rapidly enlarged in the distance, arriving before the group in the blink of an eye. It was a black hawk that was as black as ink. It was huge, 6 meters in length. Screech, the black hawk let out a sharp cry. Waves of air surged around it. A flying demonic beast at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm was completely obedient to Xia Ting. How mighty! It would be great if I could have a flying demonic beast. Some people sighed, but they also knew that with their status, wanting to obtain a flying demonic beast was really too difficult. Not to mention their own strength, just wanting to tame a wild and unruly black eagle was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xia Ting was different. He had too many resources. There was nothing in the entire Crimson East region that he could not obtain. It was said that this black hawk was a gift from his father when he came to the martial pavilion to cultivate. How could he compete with them? If he really wanted to compete with them, he would not be able to live anymore. Comparing with others would only make one angry. Master, the mountain path to the Crimson Mountain is quite far. Let the Black Hawk take us there. Xia Ting said. All right. Jiangchen nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Let's go. Xia Ting waved his hand. The group leapt onto the back of the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk flapped its wings and turned into a streak of black light, disappearing into the sky in an instant. The speed of the Black Eagle was extremely fast, like the wind and lightning. The feeling of roaming freely in the sky fascinated them, and even fascinated them. It's so awesome. I must reach the earthly source realm as soon as possible. Once I reach the earthly source realm, I will be able to control the chi of the world and fly. At that time, I won't need to rely on flying demonic beasts. Just thinking about it is amazing. Someone said. Yeah, I must reach the earthly source realm. Only by reaching the earthly source realm can I be considered a true cultivator. My biggest dream in this life is to be able to soar in the sky with my own strength. The other person also sighed endlessly. Jiang Chan and De Huang Dog did not say anything. They understood the dreams and thoughts of these people, because they had also experienced that period of time. That kind of desire, that kind of fascination, was unimaginable to ordinary people. The journey was silent. Jiangchen closed his eyes and rested. Xia Ting did not disturb him, and the others did not take the initiative to talk to Jiangchen. They still did not believe that Jiangchen's ability was as magical as Xia Ting said. A day later, the Black Eagle soared through the sky and arrived at a wilderness. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the wilderness. There was no sign of human habitation within a radius of 1,000 miles. There was not even a single demonic beast. Everyone, stay alert. Once we pass through this wilderness, we will reach the vicinity of the Red Ridge Mountain. This place is a mix of crooks and honest folk, and the winged men often appear here. Everyone, prepare your flying talismans. If you encounter the winged men, fight immediately. Xiating reminded. All right. Zhang Qing and the others did not dare to be negligent. They knew that this was not a joke. Once they left the martial pavilion, they would not be able to enjoy such a peaceful life. Especially here, their lives could be in danger at any time. The duel with the winged person was not like the duel on the martial pavilion's battle platform. There was no such thing as stopping at the right time. In the Red East region, the human race and the winged race were irreconcilable enemies. As long as they encountered each other, it would be a fight to the death. Xiating flipped his palm, and 2 light yellow talismans appeared in his hands. On the talismans, the airflow swayed, giving off a very high-end feeling. Xiating handed the 2 talismans to Jiangchen and De Huang Dog respectively. He said, Master, Brother De Huang, these are flying talismans. They are specially developed by the martial pavilion to deal with the winged men. They are meant for Unity Origin Realm disciples to go out for training. If we encounter the winged men later, we can rely on the flying talismans to fight them. However, the flying talismans can only last for a short period of time. If we encounter the winged men, we have to end the battle quickly. The winged race had the greatest advantage over ordinary human cultivators, which was flying. The winged men had wings and could fly in the sky from birth. Humans, on the other hand, could only truly fly after reaching the Unity Origin Realm. Therefore, in the course of a battle, the human race had no advantage over the winged race. The martial pavilion specially created flying talismans to deal with this situation. Although the flying talismans could only maintain flight for a short period of time, it was still a powerful weapon against the winged men. Without the flying talismans, one could only passively take a beating. When the others saw Xiating take out 2 flying talismans and give them to Jiangchen, their eyes were filled with envy. One had to know that the flying talismans were incomparably precious. Even in the martial pavilion, not everyone could have them. If they wanted to get a flying talisman, they would have to spend money to buy it. In any case, they would definitely have to pay a certain price. 2 flying talismans could be described as priceless, especially for Unity Origin Realm disciples who could not fly. They had made ample preparations for this trip to the Red Ridge Mountain. Even so, each of them only had 3 flying talismans. I don't need them. You can keep them. Unexpectedly, Jiangchen directly rejected them and pushed the 2 flying talismans back. Everyone, including Xiating, was stunned. It was the first time they had seen a Unity Origin Realm cultivator reject a flying talisman on a training trip. Was there something wrong with his head? Jiangchen, don't tell me you don't know the value of a flying talisman. It can save your life at crucial moments. Zhang Qing could not help but say. Jiangchen only smiled and did not say anything. He really did not need it. All right then. Master, when you need it, you can ask me for it. Xiating quickly said. He guessed that Jiangchen must have his own reasons for not needing his flying talismans. Perhaps he had more flying talismans than him, or perhaps he had some other tricks up his sleeves. In any case, no matter what kind of surprise Jiangchen had, Xiating would believe it. Asterisk whoosh whoosh, asterisk a cold wind whistled, and a dozen powerful auras suddenly appeared from another direction. With their eyesight, they could already see a dozen black dots in that direction. The black dots gradually enlarged, and soon, they were reflected in everyone's eyes. It's the winged men. Zhang Qing frowned, and battle intent immediately burst forth from his body. Damn, it seems like we're really unlucky. This group of winged people is so powerful. Just like us, the weakest among them is at the 7th layer of the Unity Origin Realm. They have more people than us. Fortunately, there are no experts at the 9th layer of the Unity Origin Realm. We should be able to handle them. Prepare the flying talismans. We've been discovered, and the winged people are approaching us. The atmosphere immediately became tense. They couldn't help but feel nervous after encountering such a powerful group of winged people. Author's note, follow the notary, Suyueshi. Look at the range of the dragon-marked war god. Xia Ting and the others were unlucky. They had encountered the winged men before they even reached the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Moreover, it was a large group of winged men. Everyone took out their combat strength talismans and were fully prepared for battle. Everyone looked extremely serious. Dealing with the winged men was completely different from their usual playful ways. This was a battle of life and death. It was a battle of life and death. It could even be a battle of life and death. As expected, when Xia Ting and the others discovered the winged men also discovered them. A dozen winged men turned into streaks of light and flew over. In the blink of an eye, they blocked the Black Hawk's path. Screech, the Black Hawk screeched. Its eyes became extremely sharp and its tyrannical aura became heavier. They're from the martial pavilion. The leader of the winged men had a dignified appearance. He had 4 wings on his back and was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Furthermore, the bloodline of the 4 winged men was relatively noble. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if they really fought, the winged man's speed would not be any weaker than Zhang Qing's. Although Zhang Qing was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm and had a flight talisman, it could only allow him to fly. In terms of speed, he was not on the same level as the young winged man. Apart from the young winged man, the other winged men were twice the number and cultivation of the winged men. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. This battle would probably be extremely difficult. It seemed that he would not be able to hold back. Enemies are bound to meet. Xia Ting Lingling said. An extremely dazzling sword had already appeared in her hand. It sparkled with a cold light. Enemies are bound to meet. The winged men and the human race are irreconcilable. The martial pavilion is the greatest threat to the winged men. Since we've met here today, all of you will stay here. The young winged man said. The smile on his face was even colder than Xia Ting's. It was not difficult to determine the identity of the disciples of the martial pavilion. The winged men and the martial pavilion had many dealings. Moreover, there were so many geniuses of the human race this time. There was probably no other force apart from the martial pavilion. Let's see if you have the ability. Xia Ting's killing intent surged. Although the other party was strong, it was impossible to retreat at this time. Moreover, the winged people were famous for their speed. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Although the Black Eagle was fast, it was carrying 7 or 8 people. How could it be faster than these winged people? When the fight starts, take care of yourself. One of them said with a mace in his hand. These words were probably meant for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. After all, in their hearts, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's cultivation base were still a burden. Teacher, I'll leave Black Hawk to you. He can take you away. Xia Ting said. He had not expected to encounter such a situation on this trip to the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Before coming here, they were filled with fighting spirit, but who would have thought that they would encounter so many feather people? Moreover, they were so powerful. In this situation, even if they gave it their all, it would be incredibly difficult for them to resist. If they were not careful, many people would die. No need, Black Hawk will still follow you. After saying that, Jiang Chen's aura suddenly shook, and a pair of dragon wings spread out. His whole body had already soared into the sky, hovering above the feather people. On the other side, De Huang Dog also had a pair of wings on his back. He was flying back and forth in the sky at an unbelievable speed. Every time he moved, he would turn into a streak of light. The onlookers were dumbfounded. He can actually fly. What a mystical pair of wings. And that dog, he can actually fly as well. No wonder he didn't want senior brother Xia's flying talisman. So he has such a trump card. This Jiang Chen is really powerful. Xia Ting and the others were shocked. They naturally knew how powerful Jiang Chen was. Since he could kill a 3-eyed panther, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. However, they had never thought that Jiang Chen could actually fly. That pair of dragon wings looked much more mystical than the wings of the feather people. As for De Huang Dog, although his current strength was not enough, he was not afraid at all. This guy's speed was unparalleled in the world. When he spread his light wings, no Unity Origin expert could catch up to him. You have the ninth young master's aura on you. The young feather person glanced at Xianxia with a shocked expression. Ninth young master? Xianxia frowned, then suddenly remembered, that's right, your ninth young master was killed by me. The feather people in the broken flying stream were also killed by me. Facing the feather people, Xianxia did not dare to deny it. Back then, when he resolved the crisis of the Fu clan in Yan City, he came to the martial pavilion with Fu Qing. When he just left Yan City, he was attacked by the feather people. One of the men that he killed claimed to be the ninth young master of the feather race. Xianxia had almost forgotten about this. Now that the person in front of him mentioned it, Xianxia finally recalled it. What? He killed the ninth young master and the feather people in the broken flying stream. He is Xianxia. Great! You've searched far and wide for it, only to find it by chance. Xianxia, today is the day you die. Your hands are filled with the blood of our winged men. Today, you shall pay with your blood. Xianxia roared. The clan has already given the order to kill Xianxia. The death of the ninth young master has shaken the entire feather race. If we can kill Xianxia today, we will be the meritorious subjects of the feather race. We will be rewarded handsomely. Great. This trip was not in vain. The feather people were all excited. They had never thought that they would meet Xianxia the first time they came out. He was on the feather people's kill list. If they could kill Xianxia, they would be rewarded handsomely. When Xiating and the others heard the words of the feather people, they were all shocked. I have heard about the broken flying stream. I heard that someone killed all the feather people in the broken flying stream and brought many people out. I didn't expect it to be Xianxia. Yes, I heard about it too. But I didn't hear his name. He is a great hero of the human race. He killed the ninth young master of the feather people. He is so awesome. I really admire him. We always talk about killing the feather people, but we don't know that Xianxia has already killed so many of them. He has already become the person on the feather people's kill list. Xiating and the others were shocked. Some of them started to admire Xianxia. The fact that he was able to walk out of the broken flying stream was enough to show that Xianxia was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he had killed the ninth young master of the feather people. What a glorious achievement. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a faint smile. The heavenly dragon sword instantly appeared in his hand. His body flashed and his speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. The heavenly dragon sword struck out and a scream was heard. Holy shit! The disciples of the martial pavilion were all stunned. Only the word holy shit could describe their shock. Especially those who looked down on Xianxia and treated Xianxia and Da Huang Dog as burdens, they were utterly ashamed now. Xianxia's cultivation was no longer at the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm when he fought against the three-eyed panther. He had reached the peak of the fourth heavenly layer now. Just the fact that Xianxia had easily killed a seventh heavenly layer winged person with a single strike was enough to make them feel inferior. Even a human expert at the eighth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm would not be so confident in killing a seventh heavenly layer winged person so easily. So Master's cultivation has reached the peak of the fourth heavenly layer. That's great. He'll be a great help to us. Xiating's face was filled with excitement. Xianxia's strength had boosted his confidence. The wingmen on the opposite side were stunned. They had never thought that Xianxia would be so ferocious. He didn't even give them any warning before attacking. His attack was so swift and violent that they didn't even have the chance to react to it. Fast, it was just too fast. Arg, by the time the winged man reacted, another blood-curdling scream was heard. As expected, another seventh heavenly layer Unity Origin winged man was slashed by Xianxia's sword and died on the spot. His body was cut in half and fell from the sky. Kill him. The rest of the winged men finally regained their senses. Each and every one of them roared with rage. They took out their combat weapons and lunged at Xianxia. Infuriated, truly infuriated. They originally had such a great advantage, but they had already lost 2 people at the beginning. Such a loss could not be said to be insignificant. More importantly, this was a serious blow to the high morale of the winged people. Brothers, kill him. We can't let Master fight alone. Xiating roared. He stepped on a black shadow and swung his sword, charging at the winged people. Zhang Qing and the others did not hesitate either. They all used their flight talismans and charged at the enemy with a surge of qi. At this time, they had to unite against a common enemy. If one were to say that their morale was low at the beginning and they even felt a little hopeless, then this depression had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by excitement, fighting spirit, and passion. Jiang had killed 2 enemies with his sword, greatly increasing their morale. Jiang and the others' passion and hot-bloodedness had been ignited. Jiang, hand over your life. The leading young winged man locked onto Jiang. Waves of energy surged around his body as he charged towards Jiang. Your opponent is me. With a shout, Zhang Qing acted decisively and blocked the young winged man. With his advantage as a Unity Origin expert, blocking the young winged man was nothing difficult. So what if you're at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm? You have no advantage against me in the sky. The young winged man did not care about Zhang Qing at all. The wings on his back flapped and the battle weapon in his hand danced around, constantly attacking from different directions. For a moment, Zhang Qing was forced into a panic. On the other side, a chaotic battle had begun. Xiating and the others were fighting against the winged men. However, the winged men's advantage was too obvious in this kind of battle. Not to mention their advantage in numbers, just their speed and control in the sky was something that Xiating and the others could not compare to. Xiating was in a slightly better situation. He had the Black Shadow's help, so their coordination was relatively good. On the other hand, the others who relied on flight talismans were much more clumsy. They lacked the experience of fighting in the sky, so they could not use many powerful moves. Furthermore, they could not use the talismans as they wished. Therefore, a single person had to face the pincer attack of 2 winged men. Some of them were injured as soon as they came up. Swordlight Venomous Dragon Drill. Xiating was extremely ferocious. With a cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, he was invincible. He did not lose the upper hand even when fighting against 2 winged men at the same time. With a sharp swordlight Venomous Dragon Drill, he heavily injured one of the winged men, almost cutting off one of his wings. The young city lord of the divine martial city was not a spoiled young master. He was someone with true strength, a true genius. Jiangchen observed the entire situation. Zhang Qing was fighting against the young winged man leader by himself, Xiating was extremely ferocious, and the others were a little weaker. In this kind of battle, there was no need for him to reveal his true trump card. Jiangchen was confident that he could get out of this predicament without resorting to his draconification. Jiangchen's current cultivation was at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. With Jiangchen's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm if he used the limitless sword with all his strength and other powerful techniques. Jiangchen, die! With a loud roar, an 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm charged at Jiangchen fiercely. He seemed to be extremely fast, but in Jiangchen's eyes, he was not worth mentioning at all. His speed was not on the same level as Jiangchen's. Little Chenzi, kill him! De Huang dog cheered from the side. This dog ran around in the void, jumping up and down, as if he was watching a show. The winged men did not have the time to deal with De Huang dog. As long as they killed the disciples of the martial pavilion, that dog would be easily killed. 26 swords. Facing the attack of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, Jiangchen did not dodge. He used the 26 swords, and the sword chi directly formed a tornado, sweeping the winged man in. The sword chi was too powerful. The 26 swords was infinitely close to the limitless sword, the highest realm of sword techniques. Once the sword was used, the opponent could not even see the sword chi. Fast, it was really too fast. He could not see the sword, nor could he see the person. Everything disappeared in front of him. Then, boundless fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Not good. The winged man thought, not good. But it was too late. A cold sword had already pierced through his chest from behind. That sword was simply a legend. The winged man could not see how Xianxia used it at all. Author's note: follow my WeChat account, Suyueshi. Watch the exciting stories of the dragon-marked war god. He did not die in vain. Xianxia's unity of man and sword, combined with the 26 swords, and with the help of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, his lethality kept stacking. An ordinary 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm would not be able to withstand it. In the past, Xianxia could kill enemies 3 levels higher without using the dragon transformation. After comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth and becoming the master of a world, Xianxia could kill enemies 4 levels higher without any problems. If he used the dragon transformation, he could even kill experts 5 levels higher. What? This scene was witnessed by everyone on the scene. Whether it was the people of the martial pavilion or the people of the feather race, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Each and every one of them looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. Teacher's talent is simply unheard of. Even in the entire eternal world, it would be difficult to find a second person like him. Xieting sighed. His admiration for Xianxia had risen to another level. He, Xieting, claimed to be a genius, and very few people in the martial pavilion could be compared to him. However, compared to Xianxia, he instantly felt how insignificant he was. If Xianxia said that he was a genius, then who else would call themselves geniuses? If Xieting called himself a genius, then Xianxia would be a monster among monsters. How impressive. Zhangqing's expression was very interesting. He had seen impressive people before, but he had never seen someone so impressive. The others were also indescribably excited. They had seen how powerful Xianxia was. At this moment, they no longer had any fear or timidity in their hearts when facing the feather race. It was as if everything could be easily dealt with as long as Xianxia was present. Split up and surround Xianxia. The leading young feather race yelled. This Xianxia was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If they could not gather all their strength to kill Xianxia, it was very likely that they, the feather race, would be killed by Xianxia one by one. After all, apart from the leading young feather race, no one else was Xianxia's opponent. The young feather race was entangled with Zhangqing and could not get away at all. Putting aside Zhangqing, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the origin realm, there was also Xieting, who was riding a black hawk. He was also very powerful. The feather race at the same level was not his opponent at all. What had been a great advantage was instantly thrown into disarray because of Xianxia, and it looked like the tables were about to be turned. Voila! As soon as the young winged man finished speaking, the winged men rushed forward. 5 winged men completely surrounded Xianxia. In this way, the disciples of the martial pavilion were able to relax a lot. Originally, they were fighting 2 enemies at the same time. Now that most of the enemy's firepower was attracted by Xianxia, the pressure on their bodies had been lifted. Although they did not have much of an advantage against the winged people, it was wishful thinking for the winged people to kill them easily by relying on the flight talisman. Now, it all depended on Xianxia and Zhangqing. Or rather, it depended on Xianxia. Zhangqing was only there to keep the young winged person busy. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Out of all of them, Xianxia was the one with the most destructive power. However, Xianxia was currently being besieged by 4 or 5 Unity Origin Realm wingmen. The situation didn't seem to be that great. 5 8th level Unity Origin experts. Even Zhangqing would find it difficult to fend them off, let alone Xianxia, who was only a 4th level Unity Origin expert. Set up the formation and kill him together. One of the winged people yelled. In the next moment, the wings on the backs of the 5 winged men spread out. Their beautiful wings formed a giant net that connected with each other, trapping Xianxia within. The connection of these wings was fused with a mysterious formation, causing their combat power to interweave. In just a moment, their aura skyrocketed, and they could erupt with the combat power of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. You want to use a formation in front of me? A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. If these people did not use a formation, perhaps he would be a little afraid. After all, it was 5 Unity Origin Realm experts working together. Once they worked well together, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill them one by one. However, these winged people were impatient. They wanted to use a formation to trap Xianxia, and then use the powerful combat power of the formation to kill Xianxia. Their idea was right, and there was nothing wrong with the formation. If it was anyone else, they would be dead for sure. Unfortunately, they were unlucky to have encountered Xianxia, an old ancestor of formations. The formation of the winged people was mysterious, but it was transparent in Xianxia's eyes. He could break it with a flick of his finger. Once their formation was broken, the winged people would suffer the backlash of the formation, which would greatly affect their combat power. Once their combat power was weakened, Xianxia could kill them like slaughtering chickens or dogs. Death Thunder Lotus! Xianxia shouted. An incomparably brilliant thunder lotus floated in the air. It was the Death Thunder Lotus that was condensed by 5 types of divine lightning. It was also one of Xianxia's trump cards. Its lethality was not any weaker than the 26th sword. Compared to Sword 26, the destructive range of the Death Thunder Lotus was wider. Just like at this moment, when the Death Thunder Lotus appeared, it directly turned into the face of Yama, which was hideous and terrifying. Xianxia had added a restriction to break the formation in the Death Thunder Lotus. Once it was used, the formation of the winged people would be broken instantly, and the Death Thunder Lotus would cause unimaginable damage to them. What's that? The 5 winged people's faces changed dramatically. They could feel the extremely terrifying aura from the Death Thunder Lotus above their heads. Rumble, without giving them a chance to react, the Death Thunder Lotus instantly exploded, and a huge roar sounded. For a moment, the entire sky was covered by lightning. The sky turned dark, as if it was the end of the world. Retreat! Not far away, the people who were fighting fiercely felt the aura of death. Their faces changed drastically, and they couldn't help but retreat in other directions. Miserable cries began to ring out. The 5 winged people fell into the colorful sea of lightning, suffering inhumane torture. Their array formation was instantly broken by the power of thunder and lightning, and all 5 of them suffered the backlash of the array formation. The lethality of the Death Thunder Lotus took advantage of the moment when they were suffering from the backlash, and killed them without the slightest ability to fight back. The 5 winged people were not so weak. After all, they were all experts of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Their battle prowess was great, and even the Death Thunder Lotus struggled to deal fatal damage to them when they worked together. Unfortunately, they should not have used formations, especially formations used in battle. They were different from regular formations. Once a formation was broken in battle, the person using the formation would suffer a backlash, and their battle prowess would be reduced. In that instant, the 5 winged people were all turned into charred corpses, falling from the sky. When the power of lightning disappeared, Xianxia was like a god of war, standing in the sky. His forehead flickered with boundless dominance, as if he was the only one in the world. At that moment, the chaotic battlefield became extremely quiet. There was only the whistling of the cold wind in the sky. Xianxia had become the focus, the only one. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. They were still submerged in the terror of the sea of lightning from before. Xianxia was like a god of lightning. He was just too terrifying. He's just too impressive. I looked down on him in the beginning. I even thought he was a burden. I didn't even speak to him along the way. I really deserve to die. We're his burdens. Without him, we probably wouldn't even have survived this battle. The disciples of the martial pavilion all felt their mouths go dry, especially those who had previously thought that Xianxia was a burden. They were utterly ashamed. They had already begun to believe that Xia rapid progress in cultivation was truly due to Xianxia's guidance. They finally understood why Xia had addressed Xianxia as his teacher so respectfully. They wanted to slap themselves even more. They had not taken the opportunity to ask for Xianxia's guidance along the way. They secretly cursed themselves for not taking the initiative to befriend Xianxia. Why did they have to put on such an arrogant front? They did not know that their arrogance was no different from an idiot in Xianxia's eyes. The remaining winged people all panicked, including the young leader. They had wanted to kill Xianxia and return for the reward, but they had never thought that Xianxia would be so powerful. He was not someone they could deal with at all. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had eliminated more than half of the winged men. There were only 6 winged men left. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. They were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to stand too close to Xianxia. What do we do now? A winged person asked, looking at the young leader. Let's go. The young leader gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred and fury, but there was nothing he could do. The current situation was already very clear. They could not continue fighting. If they continued, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Even they would die here. After all, other than the terrifying Xianxia, there was still Xianxia, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the martial pavilion. If we just leave like this, we won't be able to accept it. Someone said. So what if we don't accept it? Where there's life, there's hope. Once we reach the Chilling Mountain, we'll take revenge when our people arrive, the young winged person also said unwillingly. The young winged man also said reluctantly. He was indeed unwilling to accept such a huge loss, but he could only endure it. There was no point in staying here any longer. Xianxia, I will definitely take revenge for what happened today in the future. The young leader Linling said. In the future? Do you think you have a future? Or should I say, are you naive enough to think that you can leave this place alive? Xianxia said indifferently as he fiddled with the sword in his hand. His words were filled with great confidence. Whenever Xianxia encountered a feather person, he would kill them without hesitation. He would not give them the slightest chance. The matter of Duan Filiu and 9th young master had already spread throughout the feather people. The feather people were determined to kill him. Naturally, Xianxia would not hold back. Ha ha ha, this is really funny. Xianxia, I admit that you're powerful, but do you think it's realistic for you to kill me by yourself? If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. As for the other people from the martial pavilion, I don't care about them at all. If we, the winged ones, want to leave, they won't even be able to see our shadows with their flight talismans. The young feather person burst out laughing as if he had just heard a funny joke. His words made Xianxia and the others angry and helpless. Although the young feather person's words were arrogant, there was nothing wrong with them. They were only relying on the flight talismans to compete with the feather people in the sky. They were not on the same level at all. If the feather person wanted to leave, they could only watch helplessly. This was also the reason why the young feather person was not afraid after witnessing how terrifying Xianxia was. It was because they had the ability to escape. Is that so? Why don't you give it a try and see if you can really escape? A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. The confidence in his words shocked the feather people on the other side. Xianxia looked too confident, as if he had already defeated them. When they thought about how terrifying Xianxia was, they could not help but feel nervous. Let's go. The young feather person did not want to waste any more time. He spread his wings and flew into the sky with the other feather people. Unfortunately, as soon as they flew out, they were blocked by a layer of invisible resistance. There was a faint barrier in the void. This barrier looked very weak, but it was truly stopping them from moving forward. Wakaka, Master Dog, is an existence that cannot be ignored. De Huang Dog, who no one had been paying attention to, suddenly burst into laughter. At this time, the feather people finally focused their attention on De Huang Dog. Not only them, even Xia Ting and the others were stunned. It's a formation? That dog has set up a formation here to trap these feather people. Damn it, even this dog is not simple. We really underestimated them before. When did this dog lay down the array? Even we didn't notice it at all. Moreover, this formation seems to be very powerful. It's soundless and undetectable. Zhang Qing and the others were shocked. The way they looked at De Huang Dog also changed. Although this dog's cultivation was weak, he was really useful at crucial times. For example, if it were not for De Huang Dog's formation blocking the feather people, they would not be able to stop them if they wanted to leave. Damn dog, when did you set up a formation? The young feather person's expression changed. He had never thought that the inconspicuous De Huang Dog would become their greatest obstacle in the end. What was more terrifying was that the dog's cultivation was clearly only at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He had not even reached the 4th heavenly layer, but the formation he had set up was extremely profound. With his strength, he could only break the formation with brute force. However, if he wanted to break the formation with brute force, it would probably take some time. Although it was not a long time, Xianxia and the others would not give them the chance. I've said it before. You won't have a future. Xianxia said indifferently while pointing his sword at the young feather person. What should we do? We're trapped. This Xianxia is so terrifying. There's no other way. We can only fight. Let's fight. It's not easy to kill us. The feather people were ready to fight with their lives. Now that their path of retreat had been cut off, they had nowhere to retreat. The only thing they could do was to fight Xianxia and the others with their lives. Brothers, kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Xiating yelled. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was extremely excited. The others yelled as well, including Xianxia. They were excited like never before. They felt like their blood had been ignited, and the trigger for their blood was Xianxia. It was the first time they had experienced the joy of fighting with Xianxia. That kind of passion and that kind of soul-stirring feeling. In short, it was awesome. With the flight talisman on their bodies, Xianxia and the others pushed their combat strength to the extreme. Xiating was the first to rush into the enemy's camp on his black eagle. Although the winged people were ready to fight to the death, their morale had already fallen. Furthermore, with the support of the formation, they did not want to continue fighting at all. As a result, the morale of the winged people declined. The result was obvious. Even if Xianxia did not attack, the winged people were no match for the ferocious Xiating and the others. Die! Xiating roared. He waved his sword and ruthlessly cut off the wings of a winged person in an extremely tricky manner. Once the winged people lost their winged people, it was equivalent to losing their support. Moreover, these winged people didn't have flight talismans. After losing their wings, they didn't even have the ability to fly, let alone maintain their fighting strength. Xiating changed the momentum of his sword again and cut off the head of the winged person. Xianxia and a Huang dog stood not far away, calmly watching the intense battle in front of them. These bird people are done for. They have no morale at all. De Huang dog said proudly. Although he did not attack, his contribution was indispensable. If it were not for his formation, at least half of the winged people would have escaped. There is only one ending for the winged people who offend me. Xianxia said coldly. He put away his sword and did not plan to continue attacking. Given the situation in front of him, there was no need for him to attack anymore. It was also a good opportunity for the disciples of the martial pavilion. To put it bluntly, the disciples of the martial pavilion were usually pampered and did not have much experience in actual combat, especially in life and death battles. For them, this was a rare opportunity to improve themselves. Getting rid of these winged people would not only improve their combat ability, but it would also increase their self-confidence. This was very important. Although Xianxia had not been in the Red East region for long, he had already understood the situation in the Red East region very well. The human race and the winged people were irreconcilable enemies. Sooner or later, there would be a life and death battle. The martial pavilion was the leader of the human race, but the disciples of the martial pavilion were really too weak. They had to constantly experience life and death situations in order to be able to protect themselves in the future battles of life and death. It would have been fine if Xianxia had not come. However, since he had come to the Crimson East region, since he was a member of the human race, and since he had joined the martial pavilion and become a disciple of the martial pavilion, he had the duty and responsibility to fight against the Yu clan. Xianxia hoped that there would be no harpies left in the Scarlet East region by the time he left. Furthermore, even without their relationship with the human race, Xianxia and the feather race would not rest until one of them was dead. This enmity had been established ever since they had first entered the eternal world and entered the broken flight stream. Ah, mournful screams rang out incessantly. Xiating was too ferocious. He was able to fully utilize what Xianxia had given him. The sword in his hand had turned into a lethal weapon, and with the help of the Black Eagle, he was able to move freely and smoothly. With the help of the disciples of the martial pavilion, 5 winged men had died tragically in just a few minutes. Now, only a young winged man was left, struggling under Xianxia's strong pressure. Surrender now. Xiating's aura was like a rainbow as he shouted at the winged youth. This battle had allowed Xiating to truly find himself. He had completely abandoned his young city lord character and turned into a true warrior. All of this was due to Xianxia's influence. He had taken Xianxia as his idol, and he wanted to become a god of war like Xianxia. Let's attack together and kill him. Zhangqing's voice was stern, and he was also furious. The disciples of the martial pavilion attacked together. No matter how talented the young winged man was, he was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Coupled with his chaotic emotions, it was difficult for him to resist Xiating alone, let alone the 6 of them working together. All of you, move aside. I'll fight him. Xiating suddenly shouted and stood in front of Zhangqing and the others. Ah Ting, don't be reckless. Zhangqing frowned. Senior brother Xia, although this guy is injured, we can't underestimate him. Someone said. Don't worry. Xiating raised his hand, gesturing for them not to say anything more. Alright, be careful. Zhangqing knew Xiating's character. It was difficult for him to change his mind. The others retreated, leaving the battlefield to Xiating, and the young winged man Jiangchen, who was not far away, nodded. This Xiating was quite courageous, and Jiangchen couldn't help but look at him in a new light. One should know that a rich young master like Xiating, who had a powerful backer, lived a comfortable life. It was not easy for him to be so courageous. In the void, under the formation, Xiating and the young winged man stood opposite each other with murderous intent. Who are you? The young winged man asked. Xiating. Xiating gave his name. The young city lord of the divine martial city? The young winged man was shocked. Obviously, he had heard of Xiating before. In fact, there were only a few people in the feather race who didn't know about Xiating. After all, the divine martial city lord was too famous. He was almost on the same level as the feather race's patriarch. The feather race was a strong enemy of the human race, so they naturally wanted to know all the key figures of the human race. Xiating might not be a big deal in the eyes of the feather race's higher-ups, but among the young geniuses of the feather race, he was the real deal. To put it bluntly, if someone from the feather race could kill Xiating, they would definitely become famous in the feather race. That's right, it's me. My head should be worth a lot of money in the feather race. Xiating smiled. Humph. Xiating, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I can't escape today anyway, so why bother humiliating me? I won't fight you. Come at me together, don't waste my time. The young winged man harumphed. Obviously, he felt that Xiating's suggestion to fight him alone was a humiliation. Even if he defeated Xiating, he still wouldn't be able to escape, and he wouldn't be able to change his death today. Fight me, as long as you defeat me, I'll let you leave in one piece. Xiating said. Are you serious? The young winged man was delighted. His eyes began to emit a light of hope. Of course, I, Xiating, am a man of my word. As long as you can defeat me, I'll let you leave if you win, but if you lose, I'll chop off your head. Xiating was incomparably domineering. The aura of the young city lord was unmistakable. This kid is interesting. De Huang Dog said. He's a genius, and his future will be limitless. Jiangchen said that the young generation of the human race needed more people like Xiating. If everyone was like Xiating, the feather race wouldn't have to worry about not being eliminated. Alright, Xiating, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll let you know how powerful the feather race's geniuses are. The young winged man's aura fluctuated wildly. For him, this was his only chance to survive, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. The two geniuses drew their swords, ready to fight it out. This wasn't just a battle between Xiating and the young winged man. It was also a battle for the dignity of the human race and the winged race. One was a genius of the winged race, while the other was a genius of the human race. The young winged man was at the peak of the Unity Origin realm, but he was slightly injured. On the other hand, Xiating had just reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. To the young winged man, he had to fight this battle. Even if it wasn't for the dignity of the winged race, he had to fight for his life. He had to defeat Xiating at all costs. If he won, he would be able to live. If he lost, he wouldn't have another chance. He believed that Xiating was a man of his word. After all, he was the young city lord of the Shenwu city. His words were worth their weight in gold. Make your move. The young winged man's murderous aura soared into the sky. He held a colorful spear made of feathers in his hand. The spear seemed to be a special weapon of the winged men. At least, most of the winged men that Xianxia had met so far used spears. Very few of them used other weapons. Of course, the power of the spear was undeniable, especially in the hands of a winged man. It could unleash extraordinary power. Just like now. The young winged man's spear vibrated and radiated a boundless light. He was extremely fast and arrived before Xiating in the blink of an eye. Xiating wasn't afraid at all. He raised his sword in the air and unleashed a sword chi that looked like a poisonous dragon. Shenwu sword art, skyward sword. Xiating did not hesitate and immediately displayed the divine martial sword technique that he was so proud of. This sword technique was created by his father and was exclusive to the Xia family. There were a total of 8 moves and each move was fiercer and sharper than the previous one. Every move was like a surging river, continuous and unending. Xiating had already cultivated to the 5th form. With Jiangchen's guidance, he had already comprehended the essence of the divine martial sword technique. In addition, he and the shadowy figure had a tacit understanding of each other. Sword chi weaved into a sword net, almost covering the entire sky. Buzz, the young winged person's spear pierced through the layers of obstacles and pierced through Xiating's layers of sword chi before clashing violently with Xiating's sword. The young winged person unleashed his battle strength to the limit, wanting to defeat Xiating as quickly as possible. This was his only chance, as he was injured and could not fight a protracted battle. Ending the battle as soon as possible was the best choice. Unfortunately, the young winged man had underestimated Xiating. He had underestimated this young city lord who lived like a prince in the eyes of outsiders. Clang, the spear and the sword collided with each other. Shockwaves surged and sparks flew in all directions. Both of them were forced to take 3 steps back. They seemed to be equally matched. In the next instant, Xiating moved again. He spun his sword and used the 2nd form of the divine martial sword technique, pursuing shadow. His sword energy turned into a giant python. Xiating leaped up from the back of the Black Hawk. His entire body seemed to have fused with the battle sword. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the young winged man. The young winged man's expression changed drastically. He clearly didn't expect the young city lord to be so powerful. However, he wasn't easy to deal with either. Almost instantly, he turned his spear around and blocked Xiating's second attack. However, the real show had just begun. Xiating was like a bolt of lightning as he used the 3rd form of the divine martial sword technique. His sword energy turned into a ray of light and swept across the sky. The attacks were seamless like a river. The young winged person was forced to retreat again and again. The spear in his hand kept blocking and he did not even have time to use his wings to escape. Whoosh, the Black Hawk let out an excited cry and its huge body accurately stopped under Xiating's feet. Xiating's falling momentum was stabilized by the Black Hawk and he used the 4th form of the divine martial sword technique. Like a ray of light, Xiating's sword aura was like a bolt of lightning. The endless sword aura almost covered Xiating's body. This attack was endless and it knocked away the spear in the young winged person's hand. The young winged person was in a sorry state. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his aura started to become chaotic. The 5th form. Xiating was so excited that he couldn't stop. His body was covered in layers of light as he used the 5th form of the divine martial sword technique. The young winged person could no longer resist and his chest was pierced by Xiating's sword. No, this is impossible. The young winged person looked at Xiating with his bloodshot eyes. He could feel his vitality flowing out of his body and the coldness of death. It was the first time in his life that he had been so close to death. You winged people are just SOSO. Xiating sneered and slowly pulled out his sword. This battle had a great impact on Xiating. It had elevated him to a certain level. Maybe it was because of Jiangchen's influence that he had the urge to fight the young winged person. This battle had laid the foundation for Xiating to become a powerful cultivator. It gave him unprecedented confidence. Confidence was a person's greatest bargaining chip. Only with confidence could one achieve many things. Great! Senior brother Xia, you're amazing. You challenged a winged person and killed him with your sword. The divine martial sword technique is indeed sharp. It's very moving. We've won this battle. We can be famous in the martial pavilion. The disciples of the martial pavilion shouted excitedly. Xia Ting had killed the young winged person with irresistible force. Under the divine martial sword technique, the young winged person couldn't fight back at all. This battle would completely establish Xia Ting's prestige in the martial pavilion, and even in the Qidong region, as well as in the younger generation. The divine martial sword technique is worlds apart from Master's sword technique. There's nothing to be proud of. Compared to Master, there's so much we have to learn. Xia Ting smiled. Xia Ting wasn't proud of killing the young winged person in one battle. He could see his position and his own strength clearly. This was commendable. His temperament alone was far superior to most young geniuses. Xia Ting's words caused Zhang Qing and the others to look at Jiangchen once again. This time, they were completely convinced of Jiangchen's strength. What Xia Ting said was right. The divine martial sword technique couldn't be compared to Jiangchen's sword technique at all. Only Jiangchen's sword technique could be called a sword technique. Compared to Jiangchen's sword technique, the divine martial sword technique was just child's play. The greatest contribution in today's battle was definitely not Xia Ting, nor was it any one of them. It was Jiangchen and De Huangdog. Although De Huangdog didn't do anything from the beginning to the end, if it wasn't for his secret formation, Xia Ting wouldn't even have the chance to fight with the young winged person. Zhang Qing and the others completely witnessed how terrifying Jiangchen was. His terrifying sword technique and the apocalyptic power of lightning had really opened their eyes. He killed 5/8 heavenly layer winged people with a single divine thunder, while Jiangchen's cultivation was only at the 4th heavenly layer. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Collect the wings of these winged men. We can exchange them for rewards. With so many winged men geniuses, we can exchange them for a large sum of light stones. Xia Ting said. All right. The people of the martial pavilion were in high spirits. They used their flight talismans to descend and tore off the wings of the winged men they had killed. Some of them had been burnt by Jiangchen's lightning, but even so, they were still evidence. In the wilderness, they were in high spirits. This victory was a huge blow to their confidence. They had just come out of the martial pavilion, and they had already achieved such a great victory. When they returned to the martial pavilion, this battle would be enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. After cleaning up, Jiangchen set the corpses of the winged men on fire, leaving no traces behind. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Jiangchen said. Although the corpses of the winged men were reduced, the aura of the winged men was still there. These winged men's noses were more sensitive than dogs. Jiangchen had killed the winged men of Broken Feather Flow and the 9th young master of the winged men without leaving any evidence. However, the winged men still knew everything about him and knew that he was the one who killed the 9th young master. Although Jiangchen did not know how the winged men did it, it was the truth. The winged men must have their own methods. For example, after killing so many winged men today, the winged men would most likely know that they were the culprit. Moreover, this place was very close to the Qiliang mountain. There would be more and more winged men. If they were to smell the aura of the winged men being killed here, it would definitely attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Jiangchen was naturally not afraid of the winged men, but he did not want to find trouble for himself. The main reason he had come out this time was because of the strange phenomenon on the Qiliang mountain. With his cultivation experience, the appearance of a strange phenomenon would definitely mean that there was something unimaginable. There might even be a treasure. Jiangchen naturally could not miss such an opportunity. He would not let go of any chance to improve his cultivation. All right. Xia Ting, Zhang Qing, and the others nodded and hurriedly followed Jiangchen's footsteps. Obviously, after this stop, they had unconsciously regarded Jiangchen as their leader instead of Xia Ting. Xia Ting was also very happy about this. After all, he had always regarded Jiangchen as his leader. Without Jiangchen, he wouldn't be where he was today. His cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. The blocked meridians in his body hadn't been opened yet. In order to reduce their target, they chose to travel on foot. After all, this place was already very close to the Red Ridge Mountain. With their speed, even if they were to travel on foot, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the Red Ridge Mountain. Xianxia took out a few pills and threw them to the disciples who were injured in the fight. After thanking Xianxia, they swallowed the pills in one go. After taking Xianxia's pills, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes widened, and the way they looked at Xianxia changed once again. This pill's healing effect is a little too good. My injuries have all been healed in an instant. Heavens, this is a miraculous pill. Senior Jiang, you're too amazing. Thank you, Senior Brother Jiang, this pill is too miraculous. Not only did you save our lives, you've even helped us recover from our injuries. We're truly unable to repay this kindness. Our attitude towards you before was neither cold nor warm. I hope that Senior Brother Jiang won't blame us. They were all stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't seen pills before, and it wasn't that they hadn't eaten healing pills. However, it was the first time they had seen a pill with such miraculous effects as Xianxia's. When Xianxia gave them the pill, they thought it was just a simple healing pill. Therefore, they swallowed it without looking at it carefully. Now, it seemed that the pill Xianxia gave them must be of a very high level, and such a high-level pill must be priceless. Many of them couldn't even afford such a pill. Now that Xianxia had given it to them for no reason, how could they not feel grateful? At the same time, they admired Xianxia's methods even more. They all knew that Xianxia was from the Purple Pill Pavilion. In other words, Xianxia himself was an alchemist. An alchemist who could concoct such a high-level pill could be described as shocking. How could a person be so outstanding to such an extent? Putting aside the fact that his innate talent and battle prowess were tyrannical, he was even an incredible alchemist. How were they supposed to compete with him? This was truly infuriating. I've said it before. Teacher's abilities are not what you can imagine. Learn from teacher. If teacher is willing to give you a few pointers on cultivation, the benefits you'll receive will definitely be unimaginable. Xiating said. He had been taught twice by Xianxia. He admired Xianxia's abilities from the bottom of his heart. In the entire martial pavilion, there was no one qualified to be called teacher by Xiating except for Xianxia. Xiating's words were undoubtedly a reminder to them. Zhangqing was the first to speak. Teacher, in the battle just now, I have many shortcomings. I hope teacher can give me a few pointers. Zhangqing was a smart person. Moreover, he trusted Xiating. Xiating's words were obviously for them to hear. If Zhangqing still didn't listen to him, then he would be a hopeless fool. Zhangqing also changed the way he addressed Xianxia. He followed Xiating's lead and respectfully called Xianxia teacher. Zhangqing had probably never even dreamt of such a situation. With his identity, cultivation, and talent, there would actually be a day when he would have to call a disciple of a martial pavilion who was only at the fourth heavenly layer of the origin realm teacher. This was just too comical. But now, this funny thing happened in front of him. Moreover, no one forced him to do it. Zhangqing was completely willing. Seeing that Zhangqing had asked for guidance, the eyes of the others also landed on Xianxia without blinking. They all wanted to see if Xianxia could really give them pointers like Xiating did. Xianxia smiled. He had a good impression of the people in front of him. In fact, in the Scarlet East region, the human race was relatively united, especially when it came to the righteous cause against the feather race. The hope of the human race was if the younger generation could stand up. Therefore, Xianxia was also willing to give them pointers, such as Zhangqing. Your problem is very serious. Your cultivation method has gone against the flow, and the qi and blood in your body are already not flowing smoothly. If you don't solve it soon, you will never have the chance to step into the Earth Source realm. Xianxia glanced at Zhangqing and said indifferently. As soon as he said this, Zhangqing instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning. He knelt on the ground with a plop. Zhangqing's heart was in turmoil. His current mood was exactly the same as Xiating's in the Qingyuan lightning pool. He was completely shocked. He had never told anyone about his problem. He had always been searching for a solution, but it was to no avail. Teacher, save me. In the past half a year, I've discovered that there's a problem with my cultivation, but I haven't been able to find the cause. Especially recently, when I'm cultivating or fighting, I feel that my qi and blood aren't flowing smoothly, and even my meridians are aching. I haven't been able to find a solution. Xianxia said, revealing all his problems. He didn't even know where the problem was. He had only been cultivating according to the cultivation technique, and he didn't know when he was going against the flow. However, he was sure that there was definitely a problem with his cultivation, and it was a very big problem. Today, Jiangchen had pointed out the root of his problem, which shocked Xianxia. He had reason to believe that since Jiangchen could find the root of his problem, he would definitely have a way to help him solve it. The others were also dumbfounded. Even if they already believed that Xie Ting's rapid progress was due to Jiangchen's guidance, Jiangchen's ability to see through Xianxing's problem with a single glance was too shocking. This person was a little too terrifying. But at the same time, they saw hope in Jiangchen. Just like what Xie Ting had said, they had all encountered various problems in their cultivation. There were many problems that they couldn't solve. If they could obtain Jiangchen's guidance, the benefits they could obtain would be endless. It's simple. The next time you cultivate, remember to circulate your cultivation technique in a minor cycle, not a major cycle. In less than a month, your problem will be solved, and you will definitely break through to the Earth Source realm in half a year. Jiangchen said. Minor cycle? Xianxia stared blankly for a moment. Then, a feeling of enlightenment suddenly surged into his heart. Then, he slapped his forehead. His entire person felt as if he had been enlightened. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Xianxia stood up and bowed deeply towards Jiangchen. He had been in low spirits for a long time, so after receiving Jiangchen's guidance, he felt completely refreshed, as if he could see the future once again. If he could really break through to the Earth Source realm within half a year, that would be too wonderful. Teacher, my name is Han Dong. I also have a problem. Recently, my lower abdomen has been swollen and painful, and my body is cold. It's extremely uncomfortable, and it's hard for me to advance my cultivation. That's why I came out to train, hoping to get some fortuitous encounters. A little fatty grabbed Jiangchen's shoulder, his eyes filled with desire. You've been poisoned by cold poison. The cold poison has already seeped into your dantian. If you don't deal with it now, there's no hope. Jiangchen glanced at Han Dong and said faintly. Boom, with that, Han Dong felt like he had been struck by lightning. Sweat poured down his body like rain, drenching his clothes in an instant. His face paled, and he felt powerless for a moment. Cold poison. That's right. 3 months ago, he had fought an ice beast. Although he had killed it in the end, he had also been attacked by the ice beast. He had not paid much attention to it back then, but now that he thought about it, the cold poison must have come from the ice beast. Plop, just like Xianxia, Han Dong knelt before Jiangchen with a plop. Teacher, save me. You have to save me. Han Dong knew that his problem was even more serious than Xianxia's. He had been poisoned by cold poison, but even he did not know about it. However, Jiangchen had seen through it with a single glance. Moreover, according to Jiangchen, if the cold poison was not dealt with as soon as possible, there would really be no hope for him. Having learned the truth, Han Dong's face was ashen. He could only kneel before Jiangchen and beg for help. He knew very well that only the omnipotent Jiangchen could save his life. Get up. Jiangchen said in a commanding tone. How would Han Dong dare to disobey? He stood up shakily from the ground. Jiangchen grabbed Han Dong's wrist. Release all your defenses. Don't resist. All right. Han Dong nodded repeatedly. He knew that Jiangchen wanted to help him resolve his problem. Naturally, he was very obedient and did not dare to have the slightest bit of disobedience. A fire dragon darted out from Jiangchen's palm and entered Han Dong's body with a swoosh. It flowed through his meridians and entered his dantian. SSSSS, Han Dong's body trembled. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but he quickly released his defenses and allowed the fire dragon to wreak havoc in his body. At this moment, Han Dong had no other choice but to trust Jiangchen. Moreover, he believed that Jiangchen would not harm him. After all, with Jiang Chen's ability, if he wanted Han Dong's life, he could directly make a move. Han Dong was not a match for him at all. There was no need for him to play any tricks. In an instant, Han Dong's body was covered in flames. The fire dragon had entered his body. Although it was under Jiang Chen's effective control, the scorching sensation still made Han Dong feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Han Dong knew that Jiang Chen wanted to use the fire dragon to eliminate the cold poison in his body. Moreover, Han Dong could still endure the pain. After all, this pain was nothing compared to the pain of the cold poison acting up. In just 10 seconds, the fire dragon emerged from Han Dong's body and returned to Jiang Chen's palm. The cold poison has been eliminated. There are no more problems. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. There's nothing I can do to repay you for saving my life. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, I, Han Dong, will do it even if I have to go through fire and water. Han Dong was extremely excited. His face was filled with gratitude. As an expert of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, he could feel that the cold poison in his body had been completely eliminated. His entire body felt much lighter and indescribably comfortable. The remaining 3 disciples were already dumbfounded. Their hearts were in turmoil. This was too amazing. He wasn't human at all. He was a god. This was the so-called omnipotent. He had easily solved Zhang Qing's cultivation problem and helped Han Dong get rid of the cold poison with a wave of his hand. This was truly heaven-defying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Teacher, I also have a question. Teacher, me too, me too. How could the 3 of them let go of such a great opportunity? Jiang Chen was a god, a true grandmaster. In the entire Scarlet East region and even the entire Crimson Afterglow star boundary, there wasn't a second person with such attainments in cultivation. They didn't know why Jiang Chen, who was only at the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, had such unfathomable cultivation experience and such terrifying heaven-defying abilities. However, this wasn't important anymore. What was important was that they could truly benefit from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wasn't stingy either. He solved the problems of the remaining 3 disciples one by one. Even if they didn't say it, Jiang Chen already knew their problems. With his eyesight, these people seemed to be transparent in his eyes. Moreover, they had fought with the winged man in front of him. Everything was exposed in front of Jiang Chen. After receiving Jiang Chen's guidance, everyone felt as if they had been enlightened. The path of cultivation had always been filled with difficulties. Every single person would face a wall, a gloomy place. Jiang Chen's guidance was like a wave of assistance, a beacon of light that helped them push past the wall in front of them, dispelling the gloominess and illuminating the path ahead. Nothing could fascinate a cultivator more than an epiphany and a sudden enlightenment. For example, right now, they felt as if their entire being had been sublimated. They had absolute confidence that they would be able to break through the bottleneck in an extremely short amount of time and ascend to a higher realm. From then on, everyone began to respectfully address Jiang Chen as teacher, just like Xia. Some of them even had tears streaming down their cheeks. They had cultivated in the martial pavilion for so many years, but they could not compare to a few words from Jiang Chen. This was the realm of cultivation, an unreachable realm. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was a godlike existence. Teacher, the Chilling Mountain is just ahead. Xia pointed ahead. They were currently on high ground, and as far as the eye could see, they could see a boundless mountain range 100 kilometers away. The mountains were connected to each other, stretching endlessly all the way to the horizon. Mist filled the air above the mountain range, and demonic chi soared into the sky. Even from 100 kilometers away, one could still feel the ferocious aura from the mountain range. Teacher, the Chilling Mountain is filled with demonic beasts, making it extremely dangerous. Aside from the winged people, there are even more ferocious greater demonic beasts. We have to be careful when we enter. If we're even the slightest bit careless, even earthly source experts will die here. Zhang Qing said. Of course, where there's danger, there's also opportunity. Where greater demonic beasts roam, there will often be even more heavenly resources. If we're lucky, we'll be able to obtain quite a lot of benefits. This is also the reason why so many people are willing to come to the Chilean mountain to train. That's right. Danger and opportunity are equally important. If we were to shrink back because of danger, we wouldn't have come to the Chilean mountain in the first place. Han Dong and the others also spoke up. Facing the dangers of the Chilean mountain, they were not afraid, but excited. Especially after the bloody battle with the winged men, every one of them had a huge boost in confidence. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's guidance, every one of them felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Not to mention this dangerous Crimson Ridge mountain, they would even dare to climb a mountain of blades. Let's go, don't waste any more time. De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. De Huang Dog became even more excited when he heard that there were demonic beasts running amok. What he needed to do now was to improve his cultivation. After all, his cultivation was only at the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He couldn't even reach the fourth heavenly layer. With such a cultivation base, De Huang Dog would not be able to intervene once they encountered a battle where they were evenly matched with Jiang Chen and the others. Just like when they fought against the winged people, this made De Huang Dog extremely depressed and aggrieved. Therefore, De Huang Dog had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Of course, it was still extremely easy for De Huang Dog to improve his cultivation base. At the very least, it was much easier than for ordinary people. De Huang Dog had already thought about what he needed to do. The great advantage of the Chilean mountain was that he needed to use, which was to kill and devour the demonic beasts. De Huang Dog was different from ordinary people. As long as he constantly devoured the demonic beasts, he could constantly improve his cultivation base. To put it bluntly, with his current foundation, if he had enough demonic beasts, he could reach the seventh heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm in 3 days. Such a terrifying rate of improvement might be a little shocking, but it was nothing in front of De Huang Dog. The group continued forward, heading towards the Chilean mountain. This time, no one dared to look down on De Huang Dog anymore. They had personally witnessed this dog's abilities. His formations were just too amazing, much more amazing than many of the elders of the Everlasting Pavilion. More importantly, De Huang Dog was Jiang Chen's brother. They could all see the relationship between the two. Now that they were addressing Jiang Chen as their teacher, they naturally did not dare to neglect this dog. The Chilean mountain spanned thousands of miles. Such a large mountain range was relatively famous in the entire Crimson East region. Furthermore, it was a place where crooks mixed with the honest folk, demonic beasts ran amok, and humans and winged people could often be seen. To put it bluntly, this was a land of slaughter, a land of sin, a hell of Azura. Anyone who stepped into this place would face the threat of death at all times. Danger was always around. Even if an earthly source expert came here, they would not dare to say that they would be able to walk out alive. As a result, anyone who came to the Chilean mountain needed to be extremely careful. They did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The phenomenon that had appeared on the Chilean mountain had attracted a large number of humans and winged race members. As a result, the already dangerous Chilean mountain had at least doubled in danger. Roar. As soon as they set foot on the Chilean mountain, a steel-armored dragon blocked their path. 2 extremely ferocious steel-armored dragons shook their heads and wagged their tails as they roared at Jiang Chen's group. However, the 2 steel-armored dragons could clearly tell that the group before them was not to be trifled with, so they only roared and did not attack. A 4th heavenly layer steel-armored dragon, said Xia Ting. This isn't normal. We've only just set foot on the edge of the Chilean mountain. Why have such powerful demonic beasts appeared here? Zhang Qing frowned. 4th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm demonic beasts were not truly terrifying, but the Scarlet Mountain range was so large. Origin realm demonic beasts usually roamed around the outskirts of the mountain range, so it was not normal for a 4th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm demonic beast to appear as soon as they arrived. Kaka, who cares if it's normal or not? It'll be a waste if I don't eat the meat that's already in my mouth. De Huang Dog cackled. He did not care if it was normal or not. He leapt onto the steel-armored dragon with his muscular body and arrived before it in the blink of an eye. Roar. The steel-armored dragon was immediately enraged when it saw a 3rd heavenly layer steel-armored dragon trying to show off. It opened its bloody mouth and chomped at De Huang Dog. Unfortunately, the difference between them and De Huang Dog was just too great. With a single leap, De Huang Dog leapt onto the steel-armored dragon's head. Its sharp claws ripped open the steel-armored dragon's head and a blood-red demon spirit shot out. De Huang Dog swallowed it in a single gulp before turning to attack the other steel-armored dragon. The steel-armored dragon paled in fright. A Unity Realm demonic beast was extremely intelligent. As long as they wanted to, they could take human form at any time. The steel-armored dragon could tell how terrifying this dog was, so it turned around and ran. F***ck. When Han Dong and the others saw all of this, they were all dumbfounded. Only the word F***ck could describe the shock in their hearts when they saw this scene. That's way too awesome. Even Xia let out a sigh. They had never taken De Huang Dog seriously. Even if De Huang Dog was proficient in profound arrays, their opinion of De Huang Dog had completely changed now. What was an armored dragon? It was a demonic beast that excelled in attacking. Its destructive power was astonishing. To put it bluntly, a human cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to be a match for an armored dragon. The 2 4th heavenly layer steel armored dragons were like playthings in front of Big Yellow, who was at the 3rd heavenly layer. They didn't even have the chance to resist before they were killed. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Sure enough, there were only freaks around freaks. Xianxia's freakishness had long been ingrained in everyone's hearts. Now, even a dog beside him was so ferocious. This human-dog combination was truly terrifying. Roar. After eating 2 armored dragon demon spirits in a row, De Huang Dog raised his head and roared. His aura began to soar. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. This was probably the most barbaric method of advancement they had ever seen. This kind of advancement was illogical and unreasonable, but it was very real. Furthermore, how good must his teeth be to be able to eat the hard demon spirit of the armored dragon like it was a bean, crunching and crunching. Awesome! De Huang Dog shook his head in excitement. The Scarlet Ridge Mountain was simply a blessed land for him. Just by relying on the demon spirits of the demonic beasts here, De Huang Dog's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Xianxia smiled and gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. He understood De Huang Dog too well. This guy's foundation was too strong, so it was easy for him to advance. The group continued forward. Along the way, the entire Qi Ling Mountain was filled with the roars of demonic beasts. Thick demonic qi filled the air, and the entire Qi Ling Mountain was shrouded in an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. Mount Qiliang is not normal. I've been here before. Although there were many demonic beasts here, they were never this agitated. But now, all the demonic beasts in Mount Qiliang are agitated. It's too violent. Zhangqing frowned. It is indeed abnormal. It seems to have something to do with that strange phenomenon. Xia said. It's an indescribable oppressive force that has enveloped the entire Red Ridge Mountain. Not to mention these demonic beasts, even I am feeling extremely agitated. Han Dong said. The group cautiously advanced for several hundred li. Along the way, they encountered many demonic beasts, but they were all eliminated by De Huang Dog alone. Because the level of the demonic beasts that appeared wasn't too high, Jiang Chen and the others were quite relaxed. With De Huang Dog leading the way, they didn't need to do anything. And De Huang Dog was truly amazing. In just a short period of time, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of Unity Origin Realm, and he was about to advance to the 5th heavenly layer. Xia and the others were completely speechless. They were so shocked that they didn't even want to speak. They had cultivated for so long, and every time they advanced, it was extremely difficult. Sometimes, they would be thankful if they could advance by 1 level in half a year. Looking at De Huang Dog's advancement, it was like drinking cold water. How could they not feel depressed? Rumble. Suddenly, a violent rumble resounded from inside the Qi Ling Mountain. The sound wave soared into the sky, and the entire Qi Ling Mountain was shaking. Rocks were flying in the air, and the ground was shaking violently. Cracks appeared on the ground. What's going on? What an intense tremor. Is an ancient beast about to be born? It shouldn't be. I don't sense the aura of a great beast. I wonder what's going on. The violent tremors of the Qiling mountain must be related to the strange phenomenon from before. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Some of them had been to the Qiling mountain before. Even those who hadn't had a good understanding of the place. This was the first time something like this had happened. Something unexpected will happen. Everyone, be careful, Xianxia said. His senses were much sharper than the others. His intuition told him that the Qiling mountain was not as simple as it seemed. However, as for what exactly was going to happen, Xianxia couldn't sense it. Roar, not long after the violent rumble disappeared, world-shaking roars of demonic beasts began to resound throughout the Qiling mountain. All the demonic beasts on the mountain seemed to have been alarmed. It was as if doomsday had arrived in the entire mountain range. After that, the ground continued to tremble. However, it wasn't caused by the previous commotion. Instead, it was caused by the demonic beasts' restlessness. It could be felt that the demonic beasts on the Qiling mountain had gone berserk and were running wildly. In front of them, a black mass of demonic beasts appeared out of nowhere. Every demonic beast had bloodshot eyes, and they were crazily running towards the outside of the Qiling mountain. Swoosh, this was a beast tide, a rare beast tide. There were demonic beasts everywhere, and they were in groups. Large areas of the forest were destroyed by the rampaging demonic beasts. Roar, these demonic beasts, who were running wildly towards the outside of the Qiling mountain, saw Xianxia and the others. They immediately attacked in a frenzy, baring their fangs and claws. Mother Cur. Why is there a beast tide? Dong couldn't help but curse. Everyone's expression changed. They were so unlucky. In a place like the Qiling mountain, the most terrifying thing to encounter was a beast tide. There were countless demonic beasts, and if they were to charge together, it would be impossible to avoid them. The sky was filled with black masses of flying beasts. Even if they had flight charms, they wouldn't be able to use them. This area had instantly turned into a sea of demonic beasts. It didn't matter if they flew into the sky or stayed on the ground, they would still have to face the beast tide. It was easy to imagine the consequences of being engulfed by such a terrifying beast tide. Even the most powerful experts would be exhausted to death. Moreover, there were many powerful demonic beasts among them, and it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. I don't know why these demonic beasts have been infected. They are now bent on escaping from the Qiling mountain, Xianxia said. Let's make way for them and let them escape. Dong said. That's impossible. Look at their eyes. All the demonic beasts have gone crazy. Not only do they want to leave the Qiling mountain, but they will also treat any humans they meet as prey. Everyone, get ready to fight, Xianxia said. The heavenly dragon sword had already appeared in his hand. Mother Cur. So unlucky. We have just arrived at the Qiling mountain, and we have already encountered a beast tide that is rarely seen in 100 years. One of them couldn't help but curse. He had the urge to vomit blood. This terrifying beast tide was much more difficult to deal with than the winged men. A slight carelessness could lead to one's death. Beast swarms were the last thing any cultivator wanted to encounter, especially when they encountered berserk demonic beasts. They would disregard everything and only knew how to kill. Once they were targeted by such demonic beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stay together, everyone. Don't get separated by the beast swarms. Xie Ting held his sword in front of him and reminded everyone solemnly. Even without his reminder, the others knew the severity of the situation. If they were separated by the beast swarms, they would basically die. Even if the demonic beasts were weaker than them, they would still be exhausted to death. Staying together meant that they could rely on each other. At times like this, teamwork was the only way to get out of this predicament. Wakaka, this master dog's feast is here. De Huang dog was the size of a quack. Facing the terrifying beast swarms, the dog showed no fear at all. Instead, he was excited. Xianxia was the same. He licked his lips in excitement. Compared to his and De Huang dog's experiences, this was nothing. They had been through situations that were 100 times more dangerous. Xianxia was currently at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He could sense the extraordinariness of the Scarlet Ridge Mountain, so he wanted to raise his cultivation to the fifth heavenly layer as soon as possible. The beast swarms before him were also an opportunity. If Da Huang Dog could devour demonic spirits, so could he. With so many demonic beasts, Xianxia could casually kill a few of the stronger ones. Reaching the fifth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm would be a cinch. Roar, the group of demons danced chaotically, the beast tide attacking ferociously to the extreme. Da Huang Dog took the lead. His body enlarged by 10 times in everyone's eyes, turning into an unparalleled dog. His body radiated a scarlet gold aura as he charged towards the beast swarms. Da Huang Dog's iron head art was invincible. Any demonic beast that came into contact with him would be torn to pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Right now, Da Huang Dog was already at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Ordinary sixth heavenly layer demonic beasts were no match for him, let alone those below the sixth heavenly layer. As long as they were touched by Da Huang Dog, they would die immediately. Da Huang Dog rampaged, digging out large amounts of demonic spirits and devouring them. To Da Huang Dog, this was undoubtedly a feast, a true feast. Da Huang Dog did not hold back, feasting to his heart's content. On the other side, Xia and the others had formed a circle. They were soon drowned by the demonic beasts from all directions to attack them. The sword chi crisscrossed, and no one dared to be careless. They didn't even dare to be distracted. These demonic beasts were too savage, and none of them were afraid of death. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they bit everywhere they went, staring at the sharp sword chi. Their minds had been corrupted, so they no longer knew what death was like. They had locked onto the humans and treated them as prey. They only had one goal, which was to tear them apart and devour them. An eighth heavenly layer Unity ape appeared. It was 6 meters tall, pitch black, and as sturdy as an iron tower. It roared at the sky. The ape locked onto Xianxia and threw a punch, wanting to smash Xianxia to a pulp. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. This ape was rather powerful, incomparable to ordinary 8th heavenly layer Unity experts. With his current strength, it would be difficult to kill this ape if he did not use Draconic Transformation. Draconic Transformation! Xianxia bellowed. He did not bother hiding anymore. There was no need for him to hide in the beast tide. It did not matter even if Xia and the others saw his trump card. After all, they were not his enemies. Roar, with an earth-shaking dragon roar, Xianxia's half-dragon appearance stunned Xia and the others who were fighting once again. Is this a dragon? Is Teacher a member of the dragon clan? No, this is a transformation technique. It's just too powerful. Teacher just has too many trump cards. This transformation can increase his battle prowess by 10 times. Terrifying, terrifying. This is just too terrifying. Such a powerful dragon chi is basically the same as the legendary true dragons. Everyone was stunned. Xianxia had surprised them time and time again. They had already begun to grow numb to it now. All they felt for Xianxia was admiration, endless admiration. Aside from that, they could not help but feel excited once again, because the more powerful Xianxia was, the more benefits it would bring them. They were a team now. Xianxia had given them enough confidence. With Xianxia present, they had nothing to fear. Xianxia extended his blood-red dragon claw, colliding heavily with the violent ape's fist. What followed was a heart-wrenching hell. The violent ape at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm became an existence that could not even withstand a single blow from Xianxia. One of its arms was directly shattered by Xianxia's dragon claw, turning into a bloody mess. Before the violent ape could even react, Xianxia had already leapt up and grabbed its head with his dragon claw. Bang! With a loud bang, the violent ape's head exploded. Blood sprayed out everywhere, and a demon soul flew up into the air. Xianxia grabbed it with his hand. With Xianxia's current cultivation and the draconic transformation, there were barely any people below the earthly origin realm that could be his opponent. However, the violent ape's demonic spirit was enough to raise Xianxia's cultivation to the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. If Xianxia, who was at the fifth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, used the draconic transformation, he would truly be invincible below the earthly origin realm. Without any hesitation, nothing was more important than raising his cultivation. Xianxia swallowed the demonic spirit and refined it on the spot. All of this was witnessed by Xia and the others. A human cultivator was able to devour the demon soul of a demonic beast. This itself was a shocking thing, but they were no longer shocked by it, because it was happening to Xianxia. In their hearts, no matter what extraordinary things happened to Xianxia, they would no longer be shocked, because they had already become numb, completely numb. In their hearts, Xianxia was already an omnipotent existence. No matter what he did, it was reasonable. In a short while, the violent ape's demonic spirit was refined, and Xianxia's cultivation successfully broke through to the fifth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. His battle prowess soared once again, but he did not deactivate the draconic transformation and continue his slaughter. At the same time, De Huang Dog had also advanced to the fifth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm in a short period of time, becoming even more savage. This guy really treated the beast tide as his own feast, sweeping away the clouds like a whirlwind. Xia and the others were completely speechless. These two were the real abnormal beings, two super abnormal beings. The wave of beasts that made them tremble with fear had become a fun game in front of Xianxia and Big Yellow. They weren't afraid at all, they were just playing around with the beasts. With them around, it seems like we don't have to be too afraid of this beast tide. Zhangqing could not help but laugh. Xia, Han Dong, and the others also laughed. Zhangqing was right. With Xianxia and De Huang Dog's ferocity, the pressure on them was indeed a lot less. Not a lot, but a lot less. In the midst of the beast tide, Xianxia unfurled his dragon wings and rampaged about. His dragon wings were like two indestructible blades. Wherever they passed, flesh and blood splattered and screams filled the air. Any demonic beast that was swept by Xianxia's dragon wings would be sliced in half at the waist and die a horrible death on the spot. With such a powerful impact, it was as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Under Xianxia's rampage, the black mass of demonic beasts was torn apart, completely out of formation. Many demonic beasts saw how fierce Xianxia was and did not dare to approach him. Moreover, Xianxia's body carried the qi of the true dragon, which had an innate bloodline suppression on these demonic beasts, causing them to instinctively fear him. The Crimson Ridge Mountain was in chaos. The demonic beasts went berserk, and there was more than one beast tide. All the demonic beasts in the Crimson Ridge Mountain were running away. There were at least 7 or 8 large-scale beast tides. Apart from Xianxia and Xia group, there were also a few teams from the Martial Pavilion that were attacked by the beast tides. Their fates were much more miserable. The beast tide had just started, but there were already casualties. After all, they did not have terrifying existences like Xianxia and De Huang Dog on their side. Xianxia and De Huang Dog were not afraid of exhaustion at all. The source energy in their bodies was endless, and they seemed to be the natural nemesis of demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were originally a relatively ferocious group, but Xianxia and De Huang Dog were even more ferocious than demonic beasts. In comparison, they were even more ferocious than demonic beasts. There was still a large number of winged men in the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Many of them had also been attacked by the beast tide. However, the winged men's reactions were slightly better. They had wings on their bodies, and as soon as they sensed that something was wrong, they immediately used their wings to escape. Even if they didn't leave, they had nothing to fear as they flew in the sky. It was very difficult to injure the winged people by relying on flying beasts. The winged people were flying beasts. Their wings were not only unparalleled in speed, but they were also very powerful. In a battle in the sky, ordinary flying beasts were not a match for the winged people. At the same time, in the extreme north of the Scarlet East region, in the rising Feather Mountain Range. It was the largest mountain range in the entire Crimson East region, dominating the northern part of the Crimson East region, occupying nearly half of the territory. This mountain range was undulating and covered in mist all day long. Spiritual qi was abundant above the mountain range, showing the style of a great power. On top of the mountain range, there were several cities. Among them, the largest was called Skyplume City. This was the center of the Feather Race's territory. The entire rising Feather Mountain range was the Feather Race's territory. Skyplume City was the center of the Feather Race. The Feather Race's highest bloodline, the Feather Race, lived here. The Feather Race's patriarch was an 8-winged Feather Race person. His bloodline was noble, and he was the only 8-winged Feather Race person in the entire Crimson East region. The Feather Race's patriarch, Xianxia, was originally a 6-winged Feather Race person. Later on, he relied on his own willpower to cultivate to become an 8-winged Feather Race person. It should be known that it was easy to improve one's cultivation, but it was extremely difficult to improve one's bloodline. However, Xianxia had managed to do it. The Feather Race was the general name of a race. The surnames within the Feather Race were quite complicated. Not all members of the Feather Race had the surname Feather. In this aspect, it was similar to the human race. They were a race to begin with and did not have a fixed surname. In the Feather Race of the Crimson East region, the surname Zhao represented the highest surname. Xianxia, a heavenly source expert, was the representative of the Feather Race in the entire Crimson East region. At this moment, in the highest meeting hall of the Feather Race in Skyplume City, a dozen high-ranking members of the Feather Race had gathered together. These people were all heavenly source experts, and their cultivation was unfathomable. Sitting in the center of the hall was a middle-aged man. He had a dignified appearance and looked to be in his 40s. His resolute face was filled with a domineering aura. Sitting there, he exuded a dignified aura without being angry. The dignity of a leader was inviolable. Needless to say, there was only one person who could sit in this position in Skyplume City, and that was the Feather Race's patriarch, Xianxia. "How is the matter in Chilling Mountain going?" Xianxia asked. An old man stood up and said with a smile, "Patriarch, don't worry. Everything is under control. A large-scale beast tide has already erupted. In a day at most, all the demonic beasts in Chilling Mountain will leave. At that time, the Star Lord's ruins will open, and the people of the human race's martial pavilion will definitely be attracted." "Very good. Everything is going according to plan. Whether or not we can destroy the human race will depend on this." The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a cold smile. He played with the 2 7-colored stones in his hand, and his face was filled with the aura of a strategist. "Haha, this time, the human race will definitely take the bait. The martial pavilion will not be able to see through all the arrangements we have made. When the time comes, we will destroy the martial pavilion's younger generation and destroy the foundation of the human race. In less than 100 years, the human race will definitely be destroyed. At that time, the entire Scarlet East region will be the Feather Race's world. That's right, Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng will definitely not be able to discover anything fishy about the Star Lord's ruins. Once all the demonic beasts have left Chilling Mountain, we will release the aura of the Star Lord's ruins to attract the human race's attention." A group of Feather Race elders were plotting a long-term plan to deal with the human race. At this moment, Chilling Mountain was in a state of chaos. The beast tide surged. At least for the next day, Chilling Mountain would not be peaceful. Amidst this violent beast tide, no one knew that there was an even greater conspiracy waiting for them. This conspiracy would be a major event in the entire Scarlet East region. The sky was dark. Jiangchan and a Huang dog were rampaging through the beast tide. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. There were too many demonic beasts on Chilling Mountain, and it was impossible to kill them all. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Dusk fell, but the demonic beasts were still in groups. The continuous battles had caused Xia Ting and the others to feel a little tired. They had already begun to use source stones to support themselves. In fact, they were not under too much pressure, because most of the pressure had been shouldered by Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. At this moment, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were still slaughtering the demonic beasts in a frenzy. They seemed to be swimming in an ocean, rippling back and forth. The demonic beasts that had died in their hands numbered in the thousands. The corpses on the ground were almost enough to form a mountain. Looking at Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, they did not seem tired at all. Their morale was high, as if the consumption of demonic beasts in the past half a day did not exist for them at all. Not only did they not consume any demonic beasts, the Huang dog's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm after eating a lot of demonic beasts. Judging from his appearance, he still had a strong foundation, as if he could continue to advance as long as he had enough demonic beasts. It's too abnormal. It's really too abnormal. I can't find any other words to describe them other than abnormal. Han Dong looked at Xianxia and De Huang Dog, shaking his head and sighing. The terrifying beast tide lasted for an entire day. There were 7 to 8 beast tides, and the disciples of the martial pavilion who came here to train suffered heavy losses. Aside from Jiangchen's group, there were another 5 to 6 groups that were attacked by the beast tides, and almost all of them were wiped out. Only 2 or 3 people survived, and at least 30 people died in the beast tides. The others were luckier, as they didn't encounter the beast tides at all. On the other hand, the feather race suffered very few losses, or in other words, almost no losses at all. Under the earthly source realm, the feather race indeed had the upper hand. After the beast tides ended, the corpses of demonic beasts piled up in a radius of several kilometers on Jiangchen's side. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiangchen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. However, compared to De Huang Dog, it was nothing. De Huang Dog was the true winner of this beast tide. God knows how many demonic spirits he had eaten, and his cultivation had skyrocketed. In just a day, his cultivation had directly reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, and he was only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. Everyone sighed. They had all witnessed how powerful De Huang Dog was, and they knew that no one present dared to say that they were De Huang Dog's opponent in his current state. Even Zhang Qing did not have the slightest confidence in facing De Huang Dog head-on. Just a single beast tide battle had made De Huang Dog go from the weakest in the group to a peak expert. His body had returned to normal, and he stood proudly. He was the true king of beasts. Jiang Chen, who was at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, and Big Yellow, who was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, were a perfect match for each other. Their tacit understanding in battle could only be described as perfect. Xia Ting and the others were completely exhausted. They sat on the ground like frozen eggplants, gasping for breath. They had consumed too much energy. The endless battles had almost emptied their bodies. Moreover, each of them had more or less some injuries on their bodies. Fortunately, they were still alive and their lives were not in danger. However, they knew very well that the reason why they were still alive was because of Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. This was the scariest wave of beasts they had ever encountered. They had no doubt that if Jiang Chen and Big Yellow weren't here, the losses they would suffer would be unimaginable. It would be a miracle if only 2 of them could survive in the end. Now, everyone had been saved. This was something worth celebrating. Zhang Qing and the others looked at Xia Ting gratefully. This trip was far more dangerous than they had imagined. If Xia Ting hadn't invited Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog along, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the winged people or the beast tide. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen had saved their lives twice in a row. He had even given them pointers on the shortcomings of their cultivation. This was a huge favor that could not be expressed in words. Master, this time, it's all thanks to you and Brother De Huang. Without you, we might have already been buried in the beast tide, Xia Ting said. Xia Ting said, his tone was filled with gratitude and admiration towards Jiang Chen. The beast tide is not normal. Something big will happen in the Chilling Mountain. All of you should hurry up and recover. Be prepared to deal with all kinds of emergencies at any time, Jiang Chen said. He had already sensed the abnormality in the Chilling Mountain, but he didn't know what the problem was. He just had a bad feeling about it. With Jiang Chen's strength, once he had some kind of premonition, it would be extremely accurate. This kind of ordinary feeling would not come out of nowhere. All right. Xia Ting and the others nodded. They knew that Jiang Chen's words were not without reason. The Chilling Mountain was currently in a truly perilous situation. They could face something even more terrifying than the beast tide at any time. And no matter what was about to happen, maintaining their peak combat strength and condition was the most important and necessary thing to do. They took out a large number of source stones and some healing pills and began to recover at a rapid pace. As they recovered, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Monsters like Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were really too infuriating. They had been fighting intensely for so long, but not only did it seem like their source power had not been consumed in the slightest, but they were also constantly advancing. Up until now, they had maintained their peak condition. Facing this kind of situation, everyone could only sigh. They had long since gotten used to being beaten up. No matter what strange things happened to this man and dog, they would not be surprised. While Xia and the others were recovering, Xianxia gazed into the distance. His soul power spread out in an attempt to find the source of the change in the Chilling Mountain, but he still failed in the end. Compared to the eternal world, his current cultivation base was still too weak. His soul power and divine sense were not strong enough, so the range of his detection was limited. But Xianxia was a cultivator ancestor after all. He had experienced too many things in his life. I'm afraid something big is about to happen in the Chilling Mountain, Xianxia said. Who cares what it is? Let's just finish it. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was very carefree. However, when De Huang Dog said let's finish it, Xianxia agreed with him. These two brothers had experienced all kinds of storms. A mere Chilling Mountain was not even worth mentioning. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was no existence in the Crimson East region that could make Xianxia feel fear. Xianxia hadn't cared about the feather race at all. 2 hours later, Xia, Zhangqing, and the others gradually recovered. Although they were not at their peak, they were almost there. Rumble, at this time, the center of the Chilling Mountain once again reverberated with an earth-shattering roar. However, there were no demonic beasts in the entire mountain range now. Almost all the demonic beasts had fled from the Chilling Mountain for some reason during the previous beast tide. A beam of red light suddenly shot up into the sky. The red light exploded in the sky and turned into an illusory palace, floating in the air. At the same time, the aura of a treasure spread out, covering the entire Chilling Mountain. Look, what is that? Han Dong pointed at the palace in the void. It's an illusion, a kind of projection. The treasure map of the Chilling Mountain is about to come out. Looking at the projection of the palace, it should be a relic left behind by an expert. Xia said. The relic is a space of its own, and the palace should be a projection from another space. Relying on the Chilling Mountain to create an illusory space, this is a trick that only a Star Lord can do. Could it be that there is a Star Lord's relic in the Chilling Mountain? Zhangqing's face was full of shock. A Star Lord's relic was enough to shock the entire Crimson East region. The Crimson East region was a small region of the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. Let alone a Star Lord, there were only a few Heavenly Source experts in the entire Crimson Cloud Star boundary. Therefore, if a Star Lord level ruin appeared in the Crimson East region, it would definitely shake the entire region. The Star Lord level, as the name suggested, was the master of a star. Only those who had reached this level could be considered a true superior, a realm above the Heavenly Source stage. There was no such expert in the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. Even the Star Lord was a rare existence in the entire Crimson Cloud Star boundary. It was only possible to see a Star Lord in the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. How rare. I don't think a Star Lord's ruin has appeared in the Crimson East region before. This is indeed a big deal. Han Dong sighed. There's nothing special about the Star Lord's ruin just from the aura alone. Why would there be a beast tide? Or is someone doing it on purpose? Xianxia knitted his brows. He was almost certain that the beast tides that had appeared everywhere in the Crimson Ridge Mountain were related to the Star Lord's ruin. However, there was one thing that Xianxia did not understand. Even the appearance of a great ruin shouldn't have triggered a beast tide. Moreover, these demonic beasts were crazier than the last. They had clearly been infected and wanted to leave the Crimson Ridge Mountain as soon as possible. What did the appearance of the Star Lord's ruin have to do with the demonic beasts? Why did they want to clear out the demonic beasts in the Crimson Ridge Mountain? Xianxia could not understand, but he felt that there must be a problem. The appearance of the Star Lord's ruin will definitely shake the entire Crimson East region. If I'm not wrong, the Martial Pavilion, Divine Martial City, and the Feather Clan should all be alarmed. It won't be long before the experts of the two clans arrive. Xia said. The Crimson East region is a gathering of experts. I wonder how many people will be attracted by the appearance of the Star Lord's ruin. Zhangqing said. In fact, just as Xia Ting and Zhang Qing had expected, the Martial Pavilion and Divine Martial City were already in an uproar. A Heavenly Source expert could be the first to know about any major event in the Crimson East region. In the main hall of the Martial Pavilion, Sect Master Wu Changtian, 2 Pavilion Masters, and 7 or 8 Heavenly Source Elders gathered together. A worldly anomaly has appeared in the Chilean Mountain. It's confirmed that a Star Lord's relic has appeared. Let's go check it out. Wu Changtian's aura was like a rainbow. As the Martial Pavilion sect leader, a figure who held the highest position among the humans in the Crimson East region, he had no choice but to pay attention to the incident at Crimson Ridge Mountain. The others nodded their heads one after another. A few Heavenly Source stage experts disappeared in the blink of an eye, exiting the Martial Pavilion in the next instant. Star-Lord level ruins were peerless treasures. Let alone fusion origin experts, even Heavenly Source experts were extremely attracted to them. If they could enter the Star-Lord ruins, they might be able to obtain a rare fortuitous encounter. At the same time, the Divine Martial City Lord, Xia Yunpeng, and the Yun clan chief, Yun Sinan, also left Divine Martial City and headed in the direction of Crimson Ridge Mountain. Scarlet Ridge Mountain had become the focal point of the Crimson East region, attracting a large number of Heavenly Source experts from the entire region. If it was a ruin left behind by a Heavenly Source expert, it might not have attracted them, but it was a different story if it was a Star Lord. Heavenly Feather Mountain, Harpy Territory. Patriarch, everything has been prepared. The Star Lord ruins have opened according to our plan. If nothing unexpected happens, the experts of the human race should be heading for Crimson Ridge Mountain by now. An expert from the Harpy race said with a smile. His words and expression were filled with the smell of conspiracy. Alright, let's set off as well. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. Zhao Lingxiao's eyes shone brightly. His entire body gave off a domineering aura. Under Zhao Lingxiao's lead, the Heavenly Source experts of the Harpy race left Heavenly Feather Mountain and headed for Crimson Ridge Mountain. The gathering of the winds and clouds was a major event of the entire Crimson East region. Practically all the experts of the human race and the Harpy race were involved. Such a major event was extremely rare in the Crimson East region. No matter what happened at Crimson Ridge Mountain today, such a major event would most likely be recorded in the history of the Crimson East region. At the center of Crimson Ridge Mountain was a large river that traversed across the mountain range. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived, there were at least 100 winged people gathered there. They were all geniuses of the Harpy race's younger generation. Aside from the winged people, there were also quite a few humans. However, many of these youths seemed to be in a rather sorry state. Evidently, they had been attacked by the beast tide. Most of the young geniuses were from the Martial Pavilion. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the illusory palace above the river. It could be seen that in front of the palace, there was an illusory door that was gradually solidifying. This was probably the most harmonious time that the human race and the Harpy race had ever been together. No large-scale battle had erupted. Perhaps everyone had the same idea. They did not want the unopened Star Lord's ruins to be closed because of the shockwaves of battle. After all, the Star Lord's ruins were rarely seen even in 10,000 years. It was rare for it to appear, so no one would not be interested in it. The ruins have not truly opened yet. That illusory door that just appeared should be a passage into the ruins. The Star Lord's ruins. There must be a great opportunity inside. If I can obtain the inheritance of a Star Lord, my future achievements will be limitless. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and wake up. Star Lord's inheritance? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? The attraction of the Star Lord's ruins was too great. There was no one who did not want to go in and have a look. There had never been a Star Lord in the entire Crimson East region. For the people of the Crimson East region, the Star Lord was just a belief, a true reverence. All the young geniuses of the Crimson East region had always dreamed of reaching the Heavenly Source stage. Reaching the Heavenly Source stage meant standing at the peak of the world, at the top of the pyramid of the Crimson East region. As for the Star Lord, it was unthinkable. Now, they did not even dare to think about it. The Star Lord's ruins that only existed in the legends had appeared before them. It was impossible for them to face it calmly. Asterisk whoosh whoosh, asterisk strong winds whistled as powerful presences appeared from two different directions at the same time, rushing over at the fastest speed possible. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the human race and the winged race had all arrived. Dozens of heavenly source experts floated above the river, occupying two sides. Father! Xia Ting shouted towards the sky. Xia Yunpeng lowered his head to look at Xia Ting. When he saw the changes in Xia Ting's cultivation, his eyes could not help lighting up. He smiled at Xia Ting, but did not reply. It was extremely solemn to look at the experts of the winged race. At the very least, he could not lose his imposing manner. The experts are all here. They're all heavenly source experts. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to reach that level in my lifetime. The master of our martial pavilion, Wu Changtian, the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi, and the pavilion master of the Everlasting Pavilion, Xianxia, have all come. The attraction of the Star Lord's ruins is truly great, said Han Dong. Of course. The Star Lord's ruins are extremely attractive even to heavenly source experts. Not to mention that even the experts of the Feather Clan have come. If the experts of our human race don't come, we'll be at a great disadvantage, said another person. Of course. Wu Changtian, Xia Yunpeng, Dan Qingzi, and Jin Yang were all first-rate experts of the Crimson East region, but they were only at the early heavenly source stage. Aside from Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng, who were at the second heavenly source stage, the others were at the first heavenly source stage. The Feather Clan was the same. The strength of their upper echelon was similar to that of the human race. This was enough to show the overall situation of the Crimson East region. The heavenly source stage was already the peak of the Crimson East region, and there were very few heavenly source experts. There weren't even any intermediate heavenly source experts. Almost all the experts of the Crimson East region had gathered here today. Jiang Chen could be considered to have achieved his goal in the Crimson East region. Standing at the peak of the Crimson East region was not as difficult as he had imagined. Brother Wu, Brother Xia, how have you been? The patriarch of the Feather Clan, Zhao Lingxiao, stood against the wind and clasped his fists towards Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng with a smile. Thanks to Brother Zhao, I'm still alive and well, said Wu Changtian. Wu Changtian said in a clear voice. The two of them were chatting with each other. Those who did not know would think that they were good friends who had been separated for many years. No matter how one looked at them, they would not be able to tell that they were two people who wanted to kill each other even in their dreams. Now that the Star Lord's ruins have appeared, what do the two of you think? Asked Zhao Lingxiao. Treasures of the world belong to those who are capable. You should know this, Zhao Lingxiao. When the ruins open, everyone will enter based on their own ability and obtain the benefits inside, said Xia Yunpeng. He was a straightforward person, so when he spoke to Zhao Lingxiao, he wasn't polite at all. Instead, he wanted to challenge Zhao Lingxiao. What a great saying. However, Xia Yunpeng, could it be that you haven't discovered that this Star-Lord remnant isn't as simple as it seems to be? Zhao Lingxiao said, the deeper parts of the Star-Lord's ruin haven't been opened yet. Only the outer parts of the ruin have been opened. With our cultivation, this outer part doesn't seem to be attractive, right? As soon as Zhao Lingxiao finished speaking, Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng turned their attention to the illusory door of the Star Lord's ruins. With their eyesight and perception, they could naturally sense what Zhao Lingxiao was saying. Brother Wu, what that fellow said is correct. It seems that the deep layer of the remnant has yet to open. Xia Yunpeng said. Zhao Lingxiao is cunning. Let's see what he has to say. Wu Zhangtian said. At this moment, Jiang Chen knitted his brows. In fact, he did not sense the deeper parts of the Star Lord's ruins. He only saw that the ruins were flashy and impractical. The so-called deeper layers of the ruins were probably man-made. However, Jiang Chen did not say anything. He was well aware of his current status. He was just a disciple of the Martial Pavilion, a Unity Origin Realm shrimp. Even if he stood up and said something, no one would take his words seriously. They would only think that he was talking nonsense. After all, in the eyes of the heavenly source experts, a mere Unity Origin Realm disciple could not understand anything. In the Scarlet East region, the Feather race and the human race have been fighting endlessly. since the Star-Lord's ruins have appeared, as the masters of the Scarlet East region, we should make good use of this opportunity. Now that the outer layer of the ruins has been opened, in my opinion, this is a great opportunity for the younger generation of the two races to train. I feel that the outer layer of the ruins is the most suitable place for the Unity Origin Realm disciples to train. Zhao Lingxiao said, now that the structure of the ruins is very clear, I'm afraid that the inner layer will be opened one by one. When the outer layer is finished, the inner layer will be opened. At that time, us old guys can go in and look for opportunities. The outer layer of the ruins can be used as a training ground for the disciples below. What do you think, Brother Wu? Your martial pavilion has many talented disciples, so I believe that you won't be afraid of the geniuses of the feather race. Zhao Lingxiao's words were very clear. He wanted to use the outer layer of the ruins to provide a battlefield for the younger generation of the human race and the feather race to fight among themselves. There must be a conspiracy. Xianxia frowned even more. He had been watching Zhao Lingxiao as he spoke. When Zhao Lingxiao gave his opinion, it was as if everything was under his control. It was as if he had a very good understanding of the Star-Lord's ruins. It felt as if he, Zhao Lingxiao, had purposely set up these ruins. Although Zhao Lingxiao hid it well and spoke in a righteous manner, who was Xianxia? In front of him, even the slightest change could be seen clearly. Moreover, Zhao Lingxiao's move was very good. He suggested that the geniuses of the two races train together. Wu Changtian had no reason to reject it. If he rejected it, it would mean that he was afraid of the feather race. This was related to the dignity of the entire race, so there was no way that they could compromise. Wu Changtian could not reject it, and none of the genius disciples of the martial pavilion was willing to back down. After all, the geniuses of the human race and the feather race had been fighting for a long time. As long as they met, it would be either you or I who would die. If they did not dare to enter the ruins to train together, how would the geniuses of the human race be able to raise their heads when they met the feather race in the future? Sect leader, Zhao Lingxiao is so confident. Could he be plotting something? Dan Qingzi said. As the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi's thoughts were the most meticulous in the martial pavilion. There's no problem with the Star-Lord's ruins, and Zhao Lingxiao can't play any tricks. Moreover, he suggested that the disciples go in to train, so we have no reason to reject him. If we reject him, where would we put our faces? Even the disciples of the martial pavilion would not be willing. Wu Changtian said. Brother Wu, we can agree. This is a rare opportunity for the disciples of the human race. However, I have a suggestion. Xia Yunpeng said. What suggestion? Wu Changtian said. The Unity Origin Realm cultivators of the human race are unable to fly, so they have no advantage over the feather race. I suggest that we choose a few genius disciples of the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm to bring them along. Once they enter the ruins, not only will they be able to take care of each other, but Earth Source experts will also weaken the advantage of the feather race. We can choose a few people who specialize in speed to intimidate the disciples of the feather race. Xia Yunpeng said. Yes, Brother Xia's words make sense. This is indeed a great opportunity to train the disciples of the younger generation. Most of the disciples of the martial pavilion live like princes, so they lack this kind of training the most. If there are geniuses of the Earth Source realm leading them, I will be at ease. Brother Wu, what do you think of my suggestion? Zhao Lingxiao asked. Not a bad suggestion. This is indeed a great opportunity for the young disciples to train. However, the Yu clan has the advantage of flying, so we need an earthly source disciple to lead the team. Wu Changtian said. No problem. If that's the case, we'll each send 3 first heavenly layer Earth Source disciples to lead the team into the ruins. This way, Brother Wu should have no more doubts, right? Zhao Lingxiao agreed without any hesitation. It didn't matter to him, since both sides had earthly source disciples. More importantly, Wu Changtian's condition was reasonable. Zhao Lingxiao had no reason to reject it. If he didn't agree, it would seem like there was something fishy going on. All right. Wu Changtian nodded. The outer layer of the Star-Lord's ruins was settled. Great, my chance has come. Entering the Star-Lord's ruins is my fortune. As long as I get some benefits, it will be boundless. I'm just too lucky to be able to enter the ruins of the Star Lord in my lifetime. I definitely can't let this great opportunity go to waste. If I make use of it, it's very likely that my cultivation will break through to the Earth Source realm when I come out of the ruins. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must go in and have a look. I still need to kill some Yu clan people. The more I kill, the more rewards I'll get. The disciples of the martial pavilion were excited. Not just them, the geniuses of the Yu clan were the same. For Unity Origin experts like them, the Star Lord was too far away from them. Now, they had the opportunity to enter the Star Lord's remnant to gain experience. This was simply an opportunity given to them by the heavens. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. Everyone fantasized about being able to display their skills in the Star Lord's remnant and obtain the benefits that they wanted. Their cultivation base would improve greatly and their fame would spread far and wide. There were even more people who dreamed of obtaining the inheritance of the Star Lord. If that was the case, they would soar into the sky and stand above everyone else. Little Chinzi, there's something wrong with that guy from the Yu clan. Da Huang Dog said in a low voice. You've noticed it too. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. There was definitely something wrong with Zhao Lingxiao. Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng had both fallen into the other's trap. When the Star Lord historical remnant appeared, the genius disciples of the human race and the fiend race went to train. Why did they chase away all the demonic beasts here? Entering the historical remnant to train had nothing to do with the demonic beasts. There was only one explanation, and that was that they were afraid of the demonic beasts. Jiang Chen did not believe that the demonic beasts had left the Chilling Mountain because of the relic. Up until now, Zhao Lingxiao had been strategizing and everything was under his control. Deep in his eyes, there was a gleam of pride. This gleam was well concealed, but it could not escape Jiang Chen's perception. Should I expose him? Da Huang Dog said. Do you have any proof? Jiang Chen glared at Da Huang. Our cultivation base is low, so no one will listen to us. Even Heavenly Source experts can't see through it, but the two of us can see through it. How can Heavenly Source experts keep their faces? Besides, I don't want to expose him right now. I want to see what this Yu clan leader has up his sleeves. Don't you think that entering the Star Lord historical remnant will be a very interesting thing? Kaka, you're full of evil tricks, but you're right. We're not afraid of the Yu clan's conspiracy. I also want to see what these birdmen are up to. The more they are up to something, the more interesting the Star Lord historical remnant will be. Otherwise, it'll be too monotonous. Da Huang Dog shook his head. He was extremely excited. He was someone who craved for the world to be in chaos. The more chaotic and dangerous it was, the more excited he was. Moreover, just like what Jiang Chen had said, even if he and Da Huang Dog could see through it, no one would believe him. Their strength was too low. If they claimed that they could see through something that even Heavenly Source experts couldn't, wouldn't that be slapping Heavenly Source experts in the face? Moreover, Jiang Chen really didn't know what the Yu clan's conspiracy was. Without any proof, there was nothing he could say. Brother Wu, I think there's still one more day before the entrance of the historical remnant completely appears. We have one day to prepare. Let's go back and choose our disciples. Zhao Lingxiao said. All right. Wu Changtian nodded. The group of Heavenly Source experts came quickly and left even faster. Since the matter had been discussed, the next step was to prepare the manpower. Within the Martial Pavilion and Shenwu City, almost all the Unity Origin experts of the younger generation had gathered. This news was too shocking. No one was willing to miss such a great opportunity. The Martial Pavilion had chosen 3 first Heavenly Layer Earth Source geniuses from the inner pavilion. Earthly Source Realm geniuses rarely appeared in the Martial Pavilion. They were mostly out training or cultivating in seclusion. Young Earthly Source Realm disciples were the focus of the Martial Pavilion's nurturing. They were the foundation of the human race. The 3 of them were 2 men and 1 woman. They were Ji Tian, Li Long, and Ye Xiaoying. The 3 of them were experts who specialized in speed. They had a unique advantage when dealing with the Yu clan. The 3 of them were very happy to lead the team into the Star Lord's historical remnant. Anyone would be happy to do such a thing. The Star Lord's historical remnant was worth visiting even if it was only the outer region. Who wouldn't want to see it? The other Earth Source geniuses in the Martial Pavilion were very envious. If they had the chance, they would definitely go there without a care for their own safety. The next day, the experts of the Martial Pavilion drove 5 or 6 large airships. They brought thousands of young geniuses from the Shenwu city and set off for the Qiling Mountain. There were at least 3,000 Unity Origin geniuses participating this time. Within the Divine Martial City and the Martial Pavilion, as long as they met the requirements, they could register and participate. It was a grand event in the Qidong region. The Yu clan had fewer people than the human race, at least a third less. Although the Yu clan was a big clan in the Qidong region, they were still fewer than the human race in terms of numbers. Of course, the overall strength of the Yu clan was still very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to resist the human race for so many years. At the center of the Qiling Mountain, on both sides of the river, the human race's airships hovered in the air. They were densely packed with disciples. On the other side, more than 2,000 young geniuses of the Yu clan flapped their wings and hovered in the air. Their faces were filled with pride and battle intent. With such a strong lineup, it seemed like a war was about to begin. The two sides were already in a state of mutual hostility even before the ruins were opened. Thousands of disciples were bursting with fighting intent, forming two monstrous fighting intents in the sky. Li Long, we didn't have a clear winner in the last battle. This time I'll definitely kill you in the ruins. On the side of the Feather Clan, a young man pointed at Li Long on the side of the human race. Who is he? He's so arrogant. We're both at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, but there aren't many who dare to say they'll kill senior brother Li Long. He's called Zhao Chenkuan, the 6th young master of the Feather Clan. His strength can't be underestimated. I know him. The young masters of the Feather Clan are all arrogant. The 6th young master and senior brother Li Long are old enemies. They fought at least 5 or 6 times, and they've always been evenly matched. This time, Li Long will lead the human race, while the 6th young master will lead the Feather Clan into the ruins. It's inevitable that he'll have a bloody battle with senior brother Li Long. The 6th young master of the Feather Clan was also a famous genius of the Earth Source realm. In the Feather Clan, he was one of the best in both status and identity. Zhao Lingxiao had a total of 9 sons. The 9th young master had already died in the hands of Jiangchen, so there were only 8 left. Jiangchen looked at the 6th young master with a smile. This time, the young master Lu of the Feather Clan would probably lose his life again. Jiangchen would kill every single one of Zhao Lingxiao's sons he encountered. Sooner or later, Zhao Lingxiao would become a loner. Do you have the strength to kill me? Li Long crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking extremely arrogant. His fighting intent was not concealed at all. As the leader of the human clan this time, it was impossible for him to lose his momentum. Moreover, he was not afraid of Zhao Chenkuan at all. Moreover, Li Long also knew that it was extremely difficult for him and Zhao Chenkuan to kill each other. After a few battles, he had a very clear understanding of the opponent. In this case, unless one of them had reached the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm or had a very terrifying trump card, it would be too difficult to kill the opponent. Look at Zhao Chenkuan's side. It seems to be the 8th and 9th young masters of the Feather Clan. They're both very powerful. They've already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. They're only a step away from the Earth Source realm. Yes, I have to say that the young masters of the Feather Clan are each more powerful than the previous one. Except for the 9th young master, I heard that Zhao Chenkuan's elder brothers are even more powerful. They are all earthly source realm experts. So what? There are many geniuses in our martial pavilion. If we were to really fight, there's no need to be afraid of them. This time, I prepared sufficient flight talismans. I'm determined to fight to the death with the winged race. When the time comes, I'll rip off a few pairs of wings from the winged race and bring them back to the martial pavilion to exchange for rewards. The disciples of the martial pavilion were all proud and arrogant. Even though the aura of the Feather Clan was strong, they were not the least bit afraid. Instead, they were full of anticipation for this trip to the ruins. No one was not excited. The disciples of both sides behaved the same way. All the eyes of the Feather Clan were on Li Long, Ji Tian, and Ye Xiaoying, but they were not afraid. The Martial Pavilion had Earthly Source Realm experts, so did the Feather Clan. Unfortunately, the Feather Clan paid attention to the wrong people. What they should really pay attention to was not the three geniuses of the Earthly Source Realm, but a white-clothed young man who seemed to be only at the fifth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, Xianxia. For all the genius disciples of the Feather Clan, Xianxia was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. Even such a big plan of the Feather Clan would be ruined by Xianxia in the end. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Xianxia. Even Zhao Lingxiao would not pay attention to a disciple of the Martial Pavilion at the fifth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm at this time. Buzz, above the sky, the illusory gate began to gradually solidify. In the end, with an earth-shaking roar, it turned into a huge gate of the void. The ruins of the Star Lord are open. I'm so excited. I want to be the first to go in. I want to snatch the benefits. Both the Feather Clan and the geniuses of the human race were extremely excited at this moment. The ruins of the Star Lord were something they did not even dare to dream about in their lives. Now that the gate of the ruins had opened and was right in front of them, they could not help but be excited. Brother Wu, the gate of the ruins is open. Let's let the disciples go in. Zhao Lingxiao said. Okay. Wu Changtian did not doubt him. With a wave of his hand, Li Long took the lead and jumped into the gate of the void. Split into 3 groups, each person will lead a team. Let's go into the space of the ruins first. Li Long yelled. A large number of disciples of the Martial Pavilion followed behind Li Long and jumped into the gate of the void. There were 3 groups, and each group had about 1,000 people. In the group, they would be divided into smaller groups. In order to avoid any accidents, Li Long, Ji Tian, and Ye Xiaoying would go in as a group first. Because the gate of the void was relatively large, the speed at which people entered was relatively fast. In almost the blink of an eye, the group entered. Soon, Ji Tian led a team into the space of the ruins. Then it was Ye Xiaoying. Ye Xiaoying's figure was mysterious and graceful. She wore a long red dress, and her eyebrows were full of infinite charm. She was a beauty of the Martial Pavilion and was the dream lover of many male disciples in the Martial Pavilion. However, she was also a rose with thorns, arrogant, cold, and kept people thousands of miles away. Teacher, let's go in too. Xia Ting said. Okay. Jiangchen nodded. Without any hesitation, everyone followed behind Ye Xiaoying's group and entered the space of the Star Lord. The genius disciples of the human clan had all entered. The Feather Clan also began to move. Under the leadership of the 6th young master, a large number of Feather Clan disciples flapped their wide wings and entered the gate of the void. Soon, all the geniuses of the Feather Clan had entered. The sky above the chaotic river became quiet again. After a while, the gate of the void disappeared, but the illusory palace was still there, indicating that the opening of the Star-Lord's ruins had just begun. Brother Wu, the outer layer of the Star-Lord's ruins will probably be open for 3 days. 3 days later, the gate of the void will open again. At that time, the deep space will open, and it will be our turn to go in and have a look. Zhao Lingxiao said. Come back in 3 days. Wu Changtian did not want to talk too much with Zhao Lingxiao. He was afraid that a few words would cause a fight. Thus, he decided to leave. Out of sight, out of mind. Wu Changtian, Xia Yunpeng, and the other experts left. They would return in 3 days. They wanted to see the results of the training of the human clan disciples. Moreover, they were very interested in the Star-Lord's ruins. Looking at the back of Wu Changtian and the others, Zhao Lingxiao's eyes turned sinister. According to the plan, none of the geniuses that entered the Star-Lord's ruins can be released. Rest assured, clan leader. Everything has been arranged. An elder of the winged clan sneered. Within the Star-Lord's space, it was a completely different world. Under the lead of Nye Xiaoying, Jiang Chen and the rest landed on a piece of wilderness. Thousands of people landed at the same time. It was quite a large scale. Within the space, there was fog everywhere. The cold fog was bone-chilling, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It's just wilderness within 100 miles. It looks like there's nothing here. It's all fog. This place is too gloomy. It's completely different from the Star-Lord's ruins I imagined. Damn it. I thought the Star-Lord's ruins would be filled with treasures. At the very least, there would be Earth-source stones. Why would it be such a desolate place? This is so disappointing. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Just like the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, each and every one of them was utterly disappointed. The environment here was completely different from the Star-Lord's ruins they had imagined. Everyone, calm down and be careful. There might be changes at any time in the Star-Lord's ruins. I can already smell a dangerous aura. Xiaoying shouted coldly. The originally restless crowd quietened down after being reprimanded by Xiaoying. No one dared to be disrespectful towards this beautiful senior sister Nia. Moreover, Xiaoying was the leader this time. Once they were out of the Martial Pavilion, they had to obey the leader absolutely. Xianxia nodded to himself. This Xiaoying did have some tricks up her sleeves. At least she could tell that this place wasn't ordinary and could sense the dangerous aura. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at each other. They had seen everything clearly from the moment they stepped in. At the same time, they finally understood the big conspiracy of the Winged Clan. Just at this moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. It was a scream that made one's hair stand on end. Everyone looked in the direction of the scream and saw a disciple of the Martial Pavilion with a huge hole in his chest. Fresh blood spurted out wildly. He had already died a horrible death. What's going on? What happened? How could it be so strange? I saw a winged man suddenly appear and disappear. Everyone, be careful. They can turn invisible. The disciples of the Martial Pavilion were completely agitated. The sudden death had caused everyone's hearts to sink to the bottom. As soon as he finished speaking, another miserable shriek rang out. Just like the previous disciple, another disciple died miserably. A large hole was dug out of his chest. This time, someone clearly saw a winged person make a move. After killing a disciple with a sneak attack, the winged person disappeared in an instant. This scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. What was going on? The feather race had the advantage in the first place, and they could even conceal themselves now. If the feather race were to launch a sneak attack, then the people from the Martial Pavilion could only stretch out their necks and wait to be slaughtered. Ha ha ha, friends from the Martial Pavilion, welcome to hell. This is heaven for us winged people. From now on, slowly experience the taste of death. A maniacal laughter rang out. It was the voice of the feather race, and it echoed throughout the entire wilderness. The faces of the people from the Martial Pavilion turned pale. They looked around, but they could not see anyone at all. It was just wilderness all around them, and there was not even a shadow of the feather race. Acting all mysterious. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Xiaoying shouted. Ha ha ha, the maniacal laughter of the feather race could be heard everywhere. Every voice was like a musical note that hastened death. Whoosh, a cold light suddenly appeared beside Jiang Chen. Obviously, Jiang Chen had become the next target of a sneak attack. However, this kind of camouflage was still far from being enough to launch a sneak attack on Jiang Chen. Almost at the same time that the feather race launched a sneak attack, Jiang Chen made his move. His attack was precise, and he grabbed the feather race from the void. Crack, Jiang Chen grabbed the head of the feather race and crushed it with a bang. This scene was seen by many people, and they could not help but look at Jiang Chen with admiration. To be able to kill the feather race under such circumstances, just this move alone was worthy of admiration. It's Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. Yes, the famous Jiang Chen of the bestial battle arena is indeed powerful. However, what is going on with the feather race? We seem to have been tricked. What should we do? What should we do now? We can't see the feather race at all. Everyone was panicking. While they were talking, another 2 disciples were killed in a sneak attack. If this situation continued, the people of the Martial Pavilion would be killed sooner or later. Now, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion had undoubtedly become the targets of the feather race. They wanted the people of the Martial Pavilion to taste the taste of death bit by bit, and finally die in despair. Teacher, what is going on? Xie Ting looked at Jiang Chen and could not help but ask. We have fallen into the feather race's trap. What Starry Master space? This is simply a big conspiracy of the feather race. Xianxia said. Big conspiracy? What is going on? Isn't it the Starry Master space? How did it become a big conspiracy? If it is a conspiracy, why can't the sect leader see it? Senior brother Xianxia, tell us quickly. What is going on? Everyone looked at Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia had undoubtedly become the focus. Xianxia, what did you see? Xiaoying looked at Xianxia. She had never seen Xianxia before, but she had heard of the name Xianxia. After all, he was a legend of the bestial battle arena. He had killed a three-eyed panther 3 levels above him. It was hard not to know him. After we entered this space, we fell into a trap set by the feather race in advance. We are currently in a formation called the 8 Gates Maze Formation. The 8 Gates Maze Formation has a total of 8 gates. They can support each other or exist independently. If my guess is correct, there are currently 8 such formations in the entire Starry Master space. Xianxia said, the 8 Gates Maze Formation is a trapping formation with a hallucinatory effect. The things people see inside are all illusions. For example, this wilderness is an illusion. Now, we are surrounded by experts of the feather race. They have locked onto us and are treating us as prey to play with. The real Starry Master space has already been plundered by the feather race. In turn, the feather race has used the Starry Master space to set up a big conspiracy. They want all the young geniuses of the human race to die here, thus cutting off the hope of the human race. As soon as Xianxia said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's face became incomparably ugly. They started to look around, shivering because they didn't know if there were any feather race around them. The feather race could see them, but they couldn't see the feather race. I know. No wonder there was a beast tied before. It was also the feather race's doing. They drove away all the beasts, afraid that they would affect their plan. This time, we have more than 3,000 people here. All of them are geniuses of the young generation. If we all die here, it will be a great loss to the human race. The feather race wants to destroy the future of the human race. In this case, the human race will perish in less than 100 years. Xieting said while gritting his teeth. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive, and an endless aura of danger permeated the surroundings of the disciples of the martial pavilion. This was just one of the main groups, and the situation was just as Xianxia had predicted. The other 2 main groups were all trapped in the 8 Gates Maze Formation, and all the disciples fell into a panic. Damn it, the feather race is too sinister. They actually thought of such a method to confuse us. The so-called Star Lord's ruins is just a cover. What should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for death. Where are the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion? Is there any disciple of the Everlasting Pavilion? Let's see if they can break this 8 Gates Maze Formation. Yes, the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion will come in handy now. As long as we break this formation, we can fight to the death with those birdmen. At this time, the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion became popular. After all, among them, only the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion were proficient in formations. At this time, several disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion stood up, but every one of them had a worried look on their faces. This formation is probably set up by a heavenly source expert, and the 8 Gates Maze Formation is extremely complicated. With our current level, it's impossible to break this formation. One of them said, his face full of frustration. Miserable screams rang out again. In the blink of an eye, 3 disciples of the Martial Pavilion were killed by a sneak attack. The disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion could not break the formation, which was equivalent to destroying the last dream and hope of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion. Now that people were continuously being killed, the hearts of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion were in a state of collapse. Some of them had already gone crazy and shouted. Originally, they thought it was a great opportunity. After all, they could come to the Star Lord's ruins to train. Almost everyone came with endless fantasies, but the reality was so cruel. What they entered was not a paradise for cultivation, but hell, a hell filled with demons. Everyone, don't panic. The feather race wants to see us panic. Let's work together. It won't be easy for the feather race to kill us directly. Nie Xiaoying said loudly. At this time, she, as the captain, had to set an example. But in reality, the depths of Nie Xiaoying's eyes were filled with panic. Although she was an earthly source expert and a genius of the martial pavilion, she had too little experience, let alone a situation like this. Jiangchen smiled. He knew that Nie Xiaoying was panicking now, but she was pretending to be calm. Jiangchen was more concerned about Nie Xiaoying. After all, if she, the captain, panicked, then the others would instantly lose their backbone. Then, the remaining people in the martial pavilion could only wait for death. I can break the formation, Jiangchen said. As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples of the martial pavilion became restless once again. In unison, all of their gazes landed on Jiangchen. Can you really break the formation? Nie Xiaoying looked at Jiangchen and asked doubtfully. It was no wonder that Nie Xiaoying was doubtful. After all, Jiangchen's cultivation was too weak. He was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Even if he had extraordinary talent, how strong could his strength be? She naturally did not believe that a 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm could break the formation of a heavenly source expert. However, everyone still held some hope in their hearts, because the person who spoke was Jiangchen. He was a person who was good at creating miracles. Moreover, Jiangchen could see through the 8 gates maze formation at a glance, which at least meant that he was familiar with formations. It must be known that the genius formation disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion could not even see through the 8 gates maze formation. I can break the formation, but it will take some time. It won't be too long. In order to reduce everyone's losses, listen to me, Jiangchen said. All right, we'll listen to you, Nie Xiaoying said without even thinking. Not only her, but the others also did the same, because there was nothing they could do other than believe in Jiangchen. Facing the terrifying 8 gates maze formation, even Nie Xiaoying was helpless. It's possible. Senior brother Jiang can definitely break the formation. There's no one else in the martial pavilion who can match his attainments in formations. A disciple of the Everlasting Pavilion suddenly said excitedly. He had been anxious before, so he did not think about it. When he was in the Everlasting Pavilion, he had been personally guided by Jiangchen. Even the Grand Elder of the Everlasting Pavilion had been guided by Jiangchen, so he could only be described as admiration for Jiangchen's formation techniques. Those who had not seen Jiangchen in action would never imagine how terrifying Jiangchen was. This disciple had seen Jiangchen break the formation, so he had even more reason to believe that there was no one else who could break the formation that the feather race had painstakingly laid down other than Jiangchen. What? Isn't Jiangchen a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion? Does he know formations too? Even the disciple of the Everlasting Pavilion said so. How can it be false? This guy is really heaven-defying. Let's not talk so much. Let's listen to Jiangchen. We'll do whatever he wants us to do. Besides, we can't do anything else besides listening to his arrangements. After the disciple of the Everlasting Pavilion spoke, everyone's hope was rekindled. Jiangchen, the legend of the beast-fighting Colosseum, had become their only hope. De Huang, you set up a formation within a formation. Defend against the sneak attack of the feather race. I'll break the 8 gates maze formation, Jiangchen said to De Huang Dog. All right. De Huang Dog's body swayed and floated above the wilderness. He kept drawing with his paws, and a complicated formation began to appear in the void. This dog knows formations too? Someone was surprised. More than that. He's a monster of our Everlasting Pavilion. To be honest, not long ago, De Huang Dog set up a formation in the Everlasting Pavilion, trapping all the disciples and elders. Even the Grand Elder at the peak of the Earth Source realm couldn't break it. In the end, we had to ask Jiangchen to break it. The disciple of the Everlasting Pavilion said helplessly. This was an extremely shameful thing for the Everlasting Pavilion, but it was the truth. He couldn't deny the strength of De Huang Dog, especially at this time. Damn it. You guys inject your strength into me. Master Dog will set up a defensive formation, De Huang Dog said. Everyone, listen up. Inject your strength into De Huang Dog's body, Nie Xiaoying ordered. No one dared to be negligent. The martial pavilion had never been so united at this moment. Rays of dazzling light shot out from them, all of which were injected into De Huang Dog's body. De Huang Dog let out a long howl towards the sky. A layer of defensive formation was formed in an instant, enveloping all the disciples of the martial pavilion. This was a formation within a formation. With the 8 Gates maze formation as the foundation, a defensive formation was built on top of it. Outside the 8 Gates maze formation, hundreds of geniuses of the feather race wore mocking expressions as they prepared to massacre the people of the martial pavilion. However, when they saw the scene inside the formation, the leader could not help but frown. "What's that dog doing?" The leader was puzzled. "Looks like it's trying to break the formation." A 9th layer Unity Origin Realm Featherman genius mocked. "Break the formation? What a joke." The 8 Gates maze formation was laid down by a dozen heavenly source experts of the feather race. "A dog is dreaming if it thinks it can break the formation." The leader sneered. Unfortunately, he did not understand formations at all. If he did, he would definitely be able to see what De Huang Dog was doing and how miraculous De Huang Dog's technique was. Continue to torture them slowly. Kill these so-called geniuses of the human race bit by bit. Don't kill them too quickly. We have 3 days to play. If we kill them too quickly, we'll lose a lot of fun and let them live in endless fear. The 8th young master stood up and said. He held a folding fan in his hand and waved it in front of his chest as if he was watching a good show. Although the leader was an earth source expert at the first heavenly layer, he was standing beside the 8th young master. After all, the 8th young master was the son of the patriarch and had a high status in the feather race. Haha, I'll kill one first. A winged man burst into laughter. He could not hold it in any longer. A spear appeared in his hand, and he aimed at the chest of a disciple of the martial pavilion. This kind of sneak attack was silent. They could appear anywhere in the 8 Gates maze formation. They could see the people of the martial pavilion, but the people of the martial pavilion could not see them. This kind of sneak attack was fatal. The people of the martial pavilion would definitely die. Bang, however, something unexpected happened. The winged person's spear suddenly collided with an illusory defensive barrier. Although the defensive barrier looked illusory, it was incomparably sturdy. The spear couldn't even shake the surface of the defensive barrier, let alone kill the person inside. What's going on? The winged man was shocked. Damn it, this dog is really capable. He actually laid down a defensive formation in the 8 Gates maze formation. The 8th young master closed the folding fan in his hand and his face instantly turned gloomy. That's impossible. It's not that easy to create a formation within a formation. Moreover, it needs to be extremely proficient in the 8 Gates maze formation. How did this dog do it? The wingman captain's expression also changed. It seems like this dog is very proficient in arrays. He has gathered the energy of all the disciples of the martial pavilion. They have all poured their energy into the defensive array. We can't break in. Damn it, I didn't expect the martial pavilion to have such a capable person. This dog is extraordinary. Kill this dog first. Everyone, listen up. Attack together and use brute force to break their defensive formation. I don't believe that a defensive formation laid down by a dog can be that powerful. The 8th young master shouted and gave the order. All the winged men were full of vigor and began to attack. They had originally wanted to wear down the fighting spirit of the disciples of the martial pavilion bit by bit so that they could experience the taste of death and die in despair. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. Just in case, the feather race didn't waste any more time. As long as they could destroy De Huang Dog's defensive formation, they would still have the upper hand. Let me do it. The winged men captain made his move. With the strength of the Earth Source realm, he was extremely powerful and ferocious towards De Huang Dog. Asterisk rumble, asterisk violent energy tumbled wantonly, causing the defensive formation to tremble violently. As the main target and the center of the attack, De Huang Dog suffered the greatest shock. Fortunately, his physical body was strong and his chi and blood were vigorous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a shock. Fortunately, the disciples of the martial pavilion were more united at this moment. Moreover, their combined energy was incomparably huge. All the energy was used to support the defensive formation, causing it to be especially sturdy. At least, the feather race wouldn't be able to break it for a while. Little Xianxia, hurry up and break the formation. The winged men have begun to launch an all-out attack. The defensive formation won't last long. De Huang Dog urged. Although the defensive formation was powerful, the feather race was also very powerful. If the people of the martial pavilion hadn't worked together, De Huang Dog wouldn't have been able to withstand it alone. The people of the martial pavilion were working extremely hard. They could already see the capabilities of De Huang Dog, because the defensive formation had already withstood the attack of the winged men once. Now, it all depended on whether Xianxia could break the 8 Gates maze formation. As long as the 8 Gates maze formation was broken, they would immediately rush out and fight to the death with the winged men. It was too sullen. They were practically gritting their teeth. To the genius disciples of the martial pavilion, it was simply a humiliation to sit and wait for death to come. Very soon. Xianxia was calm and composed. He did not panic at all. Although the 8 Gates maze formation was cast down by a heavenly source expert, it was not difficult for Xianxia to break it. After all, Xianxia's attainments in formations were just too high. The no-beginning formation was all-encompassing, so Xianxia had already grasped all the details of the 8 Gates maze formation after a few simple changes. Afterwards, Xianxia began to cast out complicated restrictions. These restrictions were specially refined for the 8 Gates maze formation. According to Xianxia's estimation, he would only need 3 minutes to break the 8 Gates maze formation. Breaking the 8 Gates maze formation cast down by over a dozen heavenly source experts in 3 minutes with a cultivation of the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin stage was simply an astonishing feat. In fact, if Xianxia only focused on the 8 Gates maze formation in front of him, he would not need 3 minutes at all. He could break it in 10 breaths. The reason why he needed 3 minutes was to find the connection between this formation and the other formations. In other words, if Xianxia broke this formation, all the formations in the entire Star Lord space would be broken as well. There were a total of 8 gates in the 8 Gates maze formation. Breaking one meant eliminating the other 8. In this way, not only would the crisis on their side be resolved, the crisis on Li Long and Jition's side would also be resolved. Xianxia had to completely destroy the 8 Gates maze formation. Otherwise, they would naturally be able to keep their lives, but Li Long and Jition's side would really be finished. The two teams were constantly suffering losses, and people were dying all the time. The sooner the formation was broken, the sooner they could reduce their losses. Otherwise, once the formation was broken, it would take a long time for the winged people to deal with them, and the disciples of the other two teams of the martial pavilion would all be killed. Rumble, under the leadership of the 8 young masters, the winged people attacked extremely violently. Their main goal now was to destroy the defensive formation of De Huang Dog. As long as the defensive formation was destroyed, the people of the martial pavilion would still be like turtles in a jar, unable to escape death. What a strong defensive formation! The leader of the winged people sighed, his face filled with shock. Humph. Continue attacking. I don't believe that the formation of this dog can be that strong. As long as we can't break the 8 Gates maze formation, they will only have one end in the end, and that is death. Keep attacking and let them support the defensive formation. When their energy is exhausted, the defensive formation will break by itself. In fact, at this moment, the leader of the winged man and the 8th prince were a little anxious. They did not expect De Huang Dog's defensive formation to be so powerful. After all, even if all the disciples of the martial pavilion worked together to channel energy into the formation, the defensive ability was still too strong. The only explanation was that Big Yellow's attainments in the knowledge of formations were terrifying. The foundation of the formation that he set up was relatively stable. That was why it had such a terrifying defensive ability. Rumble, the people of the Feather Clan went berserk. Each and every one of them tried their best to break the defensive formation of the martial pavilion as soon as possible. Within the formation, the disciples of the martial pavilion were sweating profusely. They did not dare to be careless. While they were trying their best to support the defensive formation, their eyes fell on Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was their only hope. Xianxia's hands moved in a dazzling manner, forming one after another seals. His movements were as smooth as the floating clouds and flowing water. His skillful movements gave people confidence. At this moment, on the other side, Li Long and Ji Tian's team began to suffer heavy losses. They did not have people as capable as De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen. They could not make a defensive formation, nor could they break the Eight Gates maze formation. From time to time, disciples of the martial pavilion would be ambushed and killed. Almost everyone was in despair. Damn the Feather Clan. They deceived us all. Conspiracy. This is a big conspiracy. The so-called Star Lord's relic is just a trap. The Feather Clan wants to annihilate the human race. They won't give us a way out. We are trapped in the formation now. There is nothing we can do. We can only wait to be killed. The disciples of the martial pavilion were crazy. Their eyes were red, and their hearts were filled with endless despair. There was no way out at all. They had never seen this formation before, not to mention breaking it. Even their team leader, Li Long and Ji Tian, were helpless. They could only lead the disciples of the martial pavilion and hold on for dear life. However, they did not know how long they could hold on. Perhaps when they really could not hold on any longer, it would be the arrival of death. Time passed very quickly. However, to the disciples of the martial pavilion, every second felt like a year. The screams that were constantly accompanied were constantly stimulating their souls. On the other side, inside the Eight Gates maze formation, Xianxia suddenly shouted. With a wave of his hand, a vast expanse of divine light shot out. At the same time, Xianxia shouted, De Huang, remove the defensive formation. Jiangchen's aura was earth-shattering. As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang Dog immediately removed the defensive formation and retracted all the energy of the martial pavilion's disciples. At the same time, Jiangchen's divine light landed on the Eight Gates maze formation. The formation let out a series of explosions, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed by Jiangchen. The destruction of the Eight Gates maze formation also caused the strong supply from the Feather race to be in vain. They were even shaken, and the Feather race kept retreating. Because the Eight Gates maze formation was broken, the disciples of the martial pavilion who could not see the Feather race could see the Feather race outside in an instant. It was really as if they had walked out from the darkness. Kill all these birdmen. In the next moment, someone shouted. All the disciples of the martial pavilion immediately had red eyes. As if they were injected with chicken blood, they charged towards the Feather race crazily. That's right, they were going crazy. After being suppressed for too long, the disciples of the martial pavilion were so sullen that they were about to go crazy. The feeling of being a sitting duck and waiting to be slaughtered was too unbearable. Now, they could finally see the light of day again. Seeing the valiance of the disciples of the martial pavilion venting their anger, Jiangchen could not help but smile. The higher-ups of the Feather race had deliberately planned this to sever the future of the human race, but they did not expect it to stimulate the fighting spirit and bravery of the geniuses of the human race. Every single person who had experienced death would disregard life and death, and every single person who disregarded life and death would undoubtedly be very frightening in battle. Just like the disciples of the martial pavilion at this moment, every single one of them was a tiger, full of blood, and full of battle power. They all felt that they had regained their lives. To put it bluntly, they did not care about their lives in battle. It was a profit anyways. On the other hand, the Feather race, who was originally in an advantageous position, was instantly thrown into chaos. The entire camp was in chaos, and faced with the crazy attacks of the disciples of the martial pavilion, they were immediately thrown into chaos. They could not even use their wings to fly. What's going on? What's going on? How did they destroy the formation? Isn't this a formation set up by a heavenly source expert? How did they destroy it? Damn it, the formation has been destroyed. They can see us now. Everyone, hold your ground. Let's fight it out with them. We, the Feather race, have a huge advantage. We are not afraid of them. Even without the formation, we can still kill them all. This is a big test for the Feather race. Kill these humans and destroy the future of the human race. The Feather race was in chaos. The eighth young master quickly reorganized himself, and the folding fan in his hand turned into a magnificent spear at this moment. It had to be said that the eighth young master was quite good at competing. He could still maintain his composure at the crucial moment and lead the way. But in reality, the eighth young master was also panicking in his heart. He had already started to curse in his heart. He was very clear about the Eight Gates maze formation. Logically speaking, the geniuses of the human clan should have been killed by such a terrifying formation. He couldn't figure out why the formation would suddenly fail. He would never believe that there was someone among the disciples of the martial pavilion who could break the formation. At the same time, on the other two sides, the Eight Gates maze formation was destroyed. The disciples of the martial pavilion, who had been howling in despair, suddenly roared and rushed over when they saw that the formation had been destroyed, and the disciples of the feather race were smiling as if they were prey. The disciples of the martial pavilion were dumbfounded. They did not know why the formation suddenly failed, but it was a good thing. It was the hope of the human race. Kill, kill. Avenge our dead brothers. Li Long's voice was hoarse. As the captain of the martial pavilion, he had witnessed the tragic death of his disciples one by one, but there was nothing he could do. He had long been aggrieved. At this moment, seeing the enemy in front of him, how could he resist? He held the saber in his hand and went straight to Zhao Qianquan, the sixth young master. It seemed that he wanted to vent all the grievances in his heart. Kill. The disciples of the martial pavilion launched a desperate reunion. It was no longer important who broke the formation, at least not for the time being. The most important thing now was to kill the feather race and avenge the dead. During this period, although some disciples of the martial pavilion had died, the overall number of disciples of the martial pavilion exceeded that of the feather race, so they still had strong combat power. Who broke the Eight Gates maze formation? Zhao Qianquan shouted angrily. He thought he could easily defeat all the geniuses of the human clan, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. It doesn't matter who broke it. You Feather Clan made such a big plot to frame the human clan. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Zhao Qianquan, I will kill you today to avenge the death of those disciples of the martial pavilion. Li Long was imposing and murderous. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red, not to mention Li Long was so angry at the moment. Humph. Li Long, do you think you can kill me? The Star Lord's ruins will be the grave of you disciples of the martial pavilion. None of you can leave. Even without the Eight Gates maze formation, you are no match for the Feather Clan. Zhao Qianquan snorted and fought fiercely with Li Long. Swish, swish, swish. Because of their slow reaction, many Feather Clan members couldn't resist the desperate reunion of the disciples of the martial pavilion. They began to display their advantages and flapped their wings in the air. Take out your flight talismans and fight with the birdmen. Someone shouted. This time everyone brought enough flight talismans to the Star Lord's ruins. That was why they were fighting with the Feather Clan members. For disciples of the Unity Origin Realm who couldn't fly, flight talismans were the best. A crazy battle broke out in the Star Lord's space. The human clan and the Feather Clan would not stop until one of them was dead. Killing, hell, and the smell of blood permeated the sky. This battle was a battle of life and death. It was either you die or I live. Screams filled the sky, and the disciples of the human clan and the Feather Clan were dying one after another. War was cruel, and the war between the human clan and the Feather Clan was even crueler. This battle was a real experience for both the disciples of the human clan and the Feather Clan. They had experienced real killing and life and death. To put it bluntly, as long as they could walk out of the Star Lord's ruins alive, their future achievements would be limitless. For a cultivator, nothing was more important than a strong mind. A strong mind was the most basic foundation of a cultivator. On the other side, Ji Tian was leading a large team. The battle was also abnormally intense, and it was no different from the other two battlefields. The disciples of the martial pavilion seemed to have gone crazy, and they did not care about their lives at all. This kind of fearless demeanor really frightened the Feather Clan. In fact, the three battlefields weren't very far from each other. Anyone who fought here could feel the madness and murderous aura of the other two battlefields. At this moment, everyone was clear in their hearts, especially the disciples of the martial pavilion. They already knew that the so-called Star Lord's relic was merely a conspiracy of the Feather race. The real Star Lord's relic had already been swept clean by the Feather race. In other words, it was an empty shell that had existed for a very long time. There were no treasures left inside. Such a huge conspiracy, coupled with the fact that the disciples of the martial pavilion were constantly being killed, had already stimulated the hearts of the disciples of the martial pavilion. They had recovered from despair and awakened from death. They were no longer afraid of anything. When they started killing, they did not care about their lives. Xianxia spread his dragon wings and soared into the sky. With a sword in hand, his white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a peerless god of war. He just stood there, motionless, like a god, directly affecting the hearts of every disciple of the martial pavilion. At this moment, Xianxia was like a stabilizing force. It seemed that as long as he stood there, the disciples of the martial pavilion would feel 100 times more confident. In other words, Xianxia's position in the hearts of all the disciples of the martial pavilion had surpassed Xianxia. It didn't matter how strong Xianxia's cultivation was, it was Xianxia's omnipotent means that had left an indelible impression in everyone's hearts. Breaking the 8 gates maze formation set up by a heavenly source expert with a wave of his hand. Just this alone was enough for Xianxia to win everyone's respect. Just this alone was enough for Xianxia to save the lives of all the disciples of the martial pavilion. On the battlefield that stretched for hundreds of miles, the human race and the feather race were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Xia, Zhangqing, Han Dong, and Feng Wei were among them. Each of them was braver than the last. They had all been guided by Xianxia. In such battles, they gradually made up for their shortcomings. It could be said that they were constantly improving in this life-and-death battle. Boom, a wave of air was released from Feng Wei's body. Feng Wei laughed out loud, ha ha ha, I've advanced. I've advanced in battle. Feng Wei was extremely excited. Amidst the fierce slaughter, he didn't forget to look back at Xianxia. This was his irreplaceable ancestor in his heart. If it wasn't for his ancestor's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. Swish. A 7th heavenly layer feather race expert arrived before Feng Wei in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Feng Wei's sudden advancement had attracted his attention. He wanted to guide Feng Wei and kill him. In such a chaotic battlefield, there was no morality at all. No one would choose to fight evenly with you. All the battles and attacks were for the sake of killing. Unfortunately, as soon as the disciple approached Feng Wei, he was slashed in half by a sword light from afar. A chill rose in Feng Wei's heart. He suddenly turned around and saw that Xianxia had already appeared not far away from him. There was still a feather left on his sword. Thank you, ancestor. Feng Wei said gratefully. His face was filled with lingering fear. Although he had advanced to the 6th heavenly layer, he wasn't the opponent of a 7th heavenly layer feather race expert. Not to mention that he had been too complacent because of his advancement. The 7th heavenly layer feather race expert had even launched a sneak attack on him. If it wasn't for Xianxia's help, he would have died in the hands of the feather race expert. While feeling grateful, Feng Wei couldn't help but be shocked by Xianxia's strength. A 7th heavenly layer feather race expert had been killed with a raise of his hand without any suspense. Moreover, this was the first time Feng Wei had seen Xianxia fly in the sky. He didn't need the help of a flight talisman. His dragon wings were extremely mighty and domineering. In Feng Wei's heart, this ancestor of his was truly omnipotent. Monstrous wasn't enough to describe his strength. He had so many techniques and trump cards that it was enough to raise eyebrows. It was hard to imagine that such a miraculous disciple existed in the martial pavilion. Aside from his slightly lower cultivation, Xianxia was more than enough to be the teacher of everyone in the martial pavilion. Be careful. Follow what I've taught you. When it comes to killing, the focus is on the word kill. No beautiful moves can compare to a one-hit kill. In a true battle of life and death, you have to attack your enemy's vitals. Xianxia said. He didn't forget to give Feng Wei pointers during the battle. Feng Wei had called him ancestor after all, so there was no reason for him not to help him. Xiaoying couldn't help but be shocked. She had first heard of Xianxia's reputation as the legend of the bestial Colosseum when she was at the martial pavilion. Just now, he had single-handedly broken the 8 gates maze formation and could even change his wings to fly. She also knew Feng Wei's identity. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Feng Tianhua was Feng Wei's grandfather. Feng Tianhua's usual behavior was very arrogant and domineering. Now, he respectfully called Jiangchen Ancestral Master. Why did he call him Ancestral Master? Could it be that Jiangchen was Feng Tianhua's master? Who was this Jiangchen? Furthermore, Jiangchen's words of guidance to Feng Wei were truly the demeanor of a great master. Even Ye Xiaoying benefited greatly after listening to it. Furthermore, Jiangchen had easily killed a 7th Heavenly Layer Unity Realm expert with a single sword strike. It was simply too easy, like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Ye Xiaoying had never seen such a terrifying challenge. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. Feng Wei cupped his fists at Jiangchen and then charged into the battlefield. On the other side, Xia Ting and a peak 8th Layer Unity Origin Realm Featherman were locked in a fierce battle. This Featherman wasn't easy to deal with either. The two of them exchanged blows and were evenly matched. Xia Ting, the divine martial sword art can turn dots into lines and lines into dots. You can break through to the 6th form, Jiangchen said. Hearing this, Xia Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. He was once again enlightened. His sword technique was like thunder, vigorous and vigorous. His sword was like a dragon, wild like the wind, and the sword light spun. The 6th move of the divine martial sword art. Xia Ting shouted. He had been unable to break through the 6th move of the divine martial swordsmanship, but at this moment, he performed it with irresistible force. It was like a river that suddenly burst forth, and it was truly unstoppable. The winged man was careless and couldn't resist the power of the 6th style of the divine martial sword art. His chest was pierced on the spot. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Xia Ting was extremely excited. He had been training hard for the 6th style for a long time and had reached a bottleneck. Today, he had made a breakthrough because of Jiangchen's words. He was really excited. At this moment, Xia Ting could easily kill a Unity Origin Realm Featherman. Voila, this scene was witnessed by many disciples of the martial pavilion. Each of them looked at Jiangchen as though they were looking at a real god. Holy sh*t, this is too awesome. Some people's eyes widened. They had seen awesome people, but they had never seen such an awesome person. What did it mean to turn stone into gold? Her words hit the nail on the head and shocked everyone. Feng Wei called him ancestor, while Xia Ting called him teacher. At this moment, many people finally understood why Feng Wei and Xia Ting's cultivation improved so quickly. So it was because of Jiangchen's guidance. Teacher Jiangchen, please give me some pointers. Someone shouted loudly, unleashing their own powerful battle skills. They did not hold back at all as they fought against their opponents. They wanted to properly display their skills in front of Jiangchen so that Jiangchen could point out where they were lacking. Teacher, me too, please give me some pointers. Senior brother Jiang, no, teacher, remember to give me some pointers. For a moment, the disciples of the martial pavilion went crazy. They were even more excited than before. They even treated this life and death battlefield as a place to improve their cultivation. With a powerful teacher like Jiangchen here, there was no reason for them to let go of this opportunity. Jiangchen was not stingy either. He looked around and pointed out the shortcomings of these disciples one by one. Giving pointers in battle was the best. Many people who were stuck in a bottleneck immediately broke through. The effect was simply unimaginable. Ha ha ha, the disciples of the martial pavilion kept laughing. This kind of battle was really too interesting. This trip to the Star Lord's ruins had not been in vain just by being able to receive pointers from Jiangchen. They had killed so many feathermen that they wailed in pain. This guy, what the hell is he? Nie Xiaoying's pretty face was full of shock. She had never seen such a magical person. Although she did not ask for Jiangchen's pointers at the beginning, Jiangchen's words had affected her invisibly, giving her a little more comprehension. Now, there were signs of a breakthrough. Teacher Jiangchen, please give me some pointers. Nie Xiaoying did not put on any airs at this time. She asked Jiangchen for advice in an extremely humble manner. Who the hell is that bastard? 8th young master, quickly find a way to kill him. The leader of the winged people was afraid. Not only him, but all the winged people had noticed Jiangchen. Among all the disciples of the martial pavilion, this guy who was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm had become the most feared existence in the entire Feather clan. The leader of the winged people could not help but be afraid. Nie Xiaoying was too strong. It was already difficult for him to deal with Nie Xiaoying, who was at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If Xianxia gave Nie Xiaoying some pointers and allowed her to break through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, would he still be able to survive? The Feather clan did not know that such a monster had appeared in the Martial Pavilion. They had absolute reason to suspect that the destruction of the 8 Gates Maze formation was definitely related to Jiangchen. Kill him. The 8th young master could also see how terrifying Jiangchen was. In order to not give Jiangchen the chance to give Nie Xiaoying pointers, he immediately gave the order. Swish swish, 5 winged people at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm charged at Jiangchen at the same time. They had to kill Jiangchen together. Otherwise, the Feather clan would suffer great losses if he just stood there and gave pointers. Be careful, teacher Jiangchen. Someone warned him out of kindness. Jiangchen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were calm. Not to mention 5 winged people at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm, even if there were another 50 of them, Jiangchen would not be able to kill them. Sword 22. Jiangchen did not hold back and immediately used Sword 22. Arg, a miserable scream was heard. The winged person at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm who charged the fastest didn't even see how Jiangchen made his move. He died under Jiangchen's sword. The whole process was extremely fast and extremely sharp. What? Countless exclamations were heard. The leader of the winged people, the 8th young master, many winged people, some disciples of the Martial Pavilion, and Nie Xiaoying all exclaimed. This was too strong, too strong. Even Nie Xiaoying didn't see how Jiangchen made his move. She was originally worried about Jiangchen, but now it seemed that her worries were all unnecessary. Jiangchen's means were more terrifying than she had imagined. Nie Xiaoying even felt that among all the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, no one was a match for Jiangchen except for herself. With such an expert helping her, Nie Xiaoying was not afraid of this battle at all. She was full of confidence. For the other disciples of the Martial Pavilion, with Jiangchen around, they had a backbone. However, Xia Ting, Zhang Qing, and the others were not surprised at all. They had already seen how terrifying Jiangchen was. Jiangchen's means were far more than that. He still had more terrifying transformation skills that he hadn't displayed yet. Killing an 8th heavenly layer winged person with a single strike, Jiangchen had displayed his might. He was like an unparalleled god of war, giving the disciples of the Martial Pavilion confidence. With Jiangchen present, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion had the belief that they were invincible. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiangchen took the initiative to attack with his sword. He executed the limitless sword to the limit. This was the peak of swordsmanship. The essence of the sword and the profoundness of the sword were all perfectly manifested in a single strike. To sword cultivators, Jiangchen was the ancestor of swordsmanship. A casual strike from him was enough for countless people to study for a lifetime. Arg, a miserable shriek rang out once again. Another 8th heavenly layer winged person died under Jiangchen's sword. Facing the limitless sword, the winged person could not fight back at all. Although their wings were fast, they were not on the same level as Jiangchen's dragon wings. With the dragon wings, Jiangchen's speed, lethality, and swordsmanship were all superior. He was almost invincible below the Unity Origin realm. Nie Xiaoying, watch my sword. Jiangchen's aura changed once again. The sword in his hand flickered, and a dazzling sword shadow shot towards another winged person in an extremely gorgeous manner. Nie Xiaoying hurriedly looked over and was dumbfounded. She was shocked to discover that the swordsmanship that Jiangchen had executed this time was actually her own swordsmanship, and it was a perfect and improved version. So this is what the real startling sword style looks like. Nie Xiaoying's eyes lit up. She had cultivated the startling sword style for many years and had encountered many bottlenecks, but what Jiangchen had executed was almost perfect. Nie Xiaoying was both excited and shocked. She was excited because her swordsmanship was perfect. Jiangchen's swordsmanship was enough for her to comprehend for many years. If she could comprehend it herself, it would not be a problem for her to immediately reach the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. She was shocked because Xianxia had only seen her swordsmanship in the battle with the winged person leader, and he could directly copy it. Such a shocking ability could no longer be described as monstrous or abnormal. He couldn't find any adjectives to describe it. It was simply too strong. Nie Xiaoying believed that in terms of cultivation attainments, even the head of the martial pavilion, Wu Changtian, would have to call Xianxia teacher in the entire Qidong region and the entire martial pavilion. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Nie Xiaoying's face was filled with excitement. At this moment, she looked at Xianxia with adoration and respect, but there was also a hint of adoration. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. A man like Xianxia's charisma was simply too great. Not to mention Nie Xiaoying, just think about Xianxia's wives in the lower realm. Which one of them wasn't a goddess? After being guided by Xianxia, Nie Xiaoying's movement technique and swordsmanship began to become extremely sharp. He turned around and fought fiercely with the leader of the winged people, instantly gaining the upper hand. Damn it, when did such a powerful person appear in the human race? The leader of the winged people was about to vomit blood. Nie Xiaoying was already very powerful, and it was quite difficult for him to fight against him. Now that he had received guidance from Xianxia, he seemed to have become a completely different person. He was no longer a match for him. What if Nie Xiaoying advanced to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm during the battle? In this Star Lord space, the strongest person was only at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If a genius at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm appeared, it would be enough to change the entire situation. And all of this was caused by the war godlike young man in white. The winged people actually didn't know that such a terrifying person had appeared in the human race. This was simply a huge mistake. You killed my ninth brother. The eighth Gongzi felt the ninth Gongzi's aura from Xianxia, and immediately became furious. That's right, I killed your ninth Gongzi and all the winged people in the broken filio. However, I'm afraid you don't have the strength to take revenge. But I can help you with one thing, and that is to kill you so that you can reunite with your brother. Xianxia looked at the eighth Gongzi and said indifferently. He had already killed the ninth Gongzi, so he didn't care about killing another one. No, not just one. Xianxia didn't plan to let any of the winged people in the Star-Lord space go. Since the winged people had made such a big plot to kill the human race, Xianxia naturally wouldn't be polite. He would give them a taste of their own medicine. In the Crimson East region, there would be a life-and-death battle between the human race and the winged people sooner or later. Xianxia wasn't the only one who had the idea of killing all the winged people here. All the geniuses of the human race were thinking the same thing. They wouldn't forget the 8 Doors Maze formation, and they wouldn't forget the disciples who were ambushed by the winged people in the formation. They could imagine that if Xianxia hadn't come here and broken the 8 Doors Maze formation, there would only be one ending for them: annihilation. When the enemy deliberately wanted to kill you, there was no need to be polite. The only thing to do was to fight back with your life. You're quite arrogant. I'd like to see how powerful you are. I'll kill you myself to avenge my ninth brother. As long as you're dead, all the disciples of the martial pavilion will be finished. The eighth young master was full of vigor and killing intent. He was ready to take action personally. He could already tell that he had to kill Xianxia in order to gain the upper hand in this battle. Regardless of whether it was to avenge his ninth brother, as long as he killed Xianxia, the belief of the human race would be destroyed. Even without the help of the 8 Doors Maze formation, the winged people would still win. More importantly, the 8 young masters had seen the true threat of Xianxia. If they didn't get rid of such a heaven-defying genius in the human race as soon as possible, he would become a great threat to the feather race. In other words, Xianxia was already a great threat. As the 8th young master of the winged people, he had 10,000 reasons to get rid of Xianxia. The strength that Xianxia had displayed was too powerful. The winged people at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm were not his opponent at all. They couldn't even get close to him. In the entire winged people's camp, there were probably only 2 people who could kill Xianxia. One was himself, and the other was the leader of the winged people. However, the leader of the winged people already had a hard time dealing with Nie Xiaoying, let alone dealing with Xianxia. Nie Xiaoying would not allow the leader of the winged people to deal with Xianxia. Since that was the case, the difficult task of killing Xianxia fell on the shoulders of the eighth young master. The eighth young master let out a loud shout and unleashed a palm strike. A gigantic palm strike was launched towards Xianxia like a giant barrier. Master, be careful. The eighth young master of the wing people is not easy to deal with. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. The more powerful the eighth prince was, the more excited he was. If the eighth prince was just like Xianxia, it would be meaningless. Since the eighth prince wanted to kill him, Xianxia would give him a chance. He wanted to see if the eighth prince had the strength to do so. Xianxia's target was the three princes of the feather race who had entered the Star Lord's ruins this time. He wanted all of them dead. Xianxia's aura surged. He waved his hand and struck out with the true dragon palm. The violent dragon seal was not any weaker than the eighth prince's palm seal, be it in might or laughter. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the dragon seal and the palm seal collided with an unparalleled momentum, causing the entire battlefield to darken. Some people who were closer to the two were affected by the violent energy and were sent flying on the spot. The others quickly retreated, leaving a larger battlefield for Xianxia and the eighth prince. The battle between Xianxia and the eighth prince was not any weaker than the battle between Ye Xiaoying and the leader of the winged men. Although he was only at the Unity Origin realm, he had the aura of the Earth Origin realm. Asterisk dang dang, asterisk the energy wave surged. Under the impact of the violent energy, Xianxia couldn't help but take a few steps back. It had to be said that the eighth prince was truly powerful. He was not someone an ordinary ninth heavenly layer Unity Origin realm expert could be compared to. Although Xianxia was at the sixth heavenly layer, his battle strength was still slightly weaker. According to the current situation, Xianxia would only be able to kill the eighth prince if he reached the sixth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm or used the dragon transformation. Of course, this was not a problem for Xianxia. It might not be possible for him to reach the sixth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm immediately, but using the dragon transformation was a piece of cake. What a powerful guy. He's only at the fifth heavenly layer of Unity Origin, yet he's able to take my palm strike head-on and emerge unscathed. Since when has such a deviant appeared among the humans? Fortunately, he's not my opponent. I have absolute confidence in killing him. The eighth master was shocked, but he did not become complacent just because he had gained the upper hand. He understood his own strength just too well, and he knew even better just how powerful the palm strike from before was. Let alone a fifth heavenly layer Unity Origin expert, even an eighth heavenly layer Unity Origin expert would die on the spot. There would be no chance of survival at all. Even an ordinary ninth heavenly layer Unity Origin expert wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. However, Xianxia, a fifth heavenly layer Unity Origin expert, had only been pushed back. He hadn't even scratched a hair on his opponent's body. However, he was still quite relieved. No matter what, the other party was not a match for him. He still had enough strength to kill him. The eighth master's victory in a single strike made the expressions of the disciples of the martial pavilion even uglier. Right now, Xianxia was a legend in their hearts. If the legend fell, their faith would be gone. It's over. Teacher is not the eighth master's opponent. Don't worry. Teacher has many tricks up his sleeve. Let's continue watching. Do you still remember the Colosseum? It won't be easy to kill Teacher Xianxia. That's right. We have to have confidence in Teacher. Teacher has endless tricks up his sleeve. It's not something we can imagine at all. That was just a probing attack. Countless people were paying attention to Xianxia's situation. Whether it was the disciples of the martial pavilion or the disciples of the Feather clan, there was no exception. Clearly, Xianxia had become the focus of the entire battlefield due to his previous performance. In the eyes of the Feather clan, as long as they killed Xianxia, victory would still belong to them. However, in the eyes of the disciples of the martial pavilion, if Xianxia was killed, they would completely lose their backbone and their will to fight. Xianxia, you're finished. You're not a match for me at all. The eighth master's aura was arrogant. The wings on his back were flapping constantly. The seven-colored spear in his hand was glowing brightly. After winning in a single strike, he was extremely confident in himself. Let's try. Xianxia smiled. From his face, one could not see the slightest bit of panic. Whoosh, the spear in the eighth master's hand whistled like a poisonous dragon. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Xianxia. 26 swords. Xianxia's sword aura rampaged. 26 swords were launched. His entire person disappeared and became one with the sword. Becoming one with the sword, invincible swordsmanship. To countless disciples of the martial pavilion, this sword was a magnificent display. It was enough for them to comprehend in their lifetime. Even if they were given 8 lifetimes, they would not be able to comprehend it. Many disciples who cultivated in swordsmanship were dumbfounded when they saw this sword. Some of them had already seen Xianxia perform it in the beast fighting arena when he fought against the three-eyed panther. Now that they saw it again, they were dumbfounded. They could not believe that there was such a magical swordsmanship in the world. Rumble, the sky dragon sword and the eighth master's spear collided again. Endless waves of air began to ripple and the entire sky was covered by the sword aura. 26 swords was just too terrifying. With a cultivation of the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, Xianxia performed the 26 swords and blocked the 8th master's spear. It seemed that they were on par. What? The 8th master exclaimed. His eyes were about to bleed. Xianxia, what swordsmanship is that? The 8th master could not help but be shocked. The sword attack from Xianxia was just too terrifying. It could only be described as world-shaking. The sword that will kill you. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. The sword in his hand emitted a chilling aura. Ha ha ha, kill me? Xianxia, you're too confident. I admit that you're powerful, but I'm afraid that you can't kill me. The 8th master laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. He naturally admitted that Xianxia was powerful, but he was still confident in his own strength. I'm done playing with you. Xianxia did not want to waste any more time. After all, the battle here had to end soon. He still had to help Li Long and Ji Tian. After all, the two teams did not have an expert like De Huang Dog to cast a defensive formation. Their losses would definitely be more severe than here. Asterisk roar, asterisk the roar of a dragon spread out. A primordial force was released from Xianxia's body. In the next moment, with the dragon transformation, Xianxia was like a real dragon that had descended from the heavens. His combat strength instantly increased by 10 times. What? Countless exclamations sounded out again. Everyone stared at Xianxia in shock. The sudden transformation and the eye-catching half-human half-dragon image had a great impact on everyone's vision. Damn it, what the hell is this? How can there be such a person in the human race? The 8th master almost vomited blood. It was his first time seeing such a troublesome opponent. What a powerful chi of the real dragon. Is that a real dragon? Teacher is clearly a human. This should be a powerful transformation skill. Perhaps he has the bloodline of a real dragon. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. His combat strength has skyrocketed. The 8th master is done for. 8th young master, hand over your life. Xianxia took a step forward and appeared in front of the 8th young master in the blink of an eye. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying true dragon palm rippled out once again. The terrifying dragon claw was like a huge barrier, pressing down on the 8th young master. Impossible. The 8th young master felt an unparalleled pressure, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He could even feel the aura of death. This aura was so foreign to him, yet so real at the same time. Without any hesitation, the 8th young master immediately used his wings, turned around and ran. He was not a fool. He knew that if he did not run now, he would not have another chance. Xianxia's battle strength had increased by 10 times after his dragon transformation. He was no match for him at all. In the entire Yu clan, no one was a match for Xianxia other than the leader of the winged people, who was at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. In this state, Xianxia was invincible under the Earth Source realm. He was truly invincible. Trying to run now? It's too late. The speed of your Yu clan is nothing in front of me. Xianxia's cold voice was like the king of hell, pronouncing a death sentence on the 8th young master. Just when the 8th young master was about to run, Xianxia was even faster. The terrifying true dragon palm pressed down on him. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the giant palm pressed down like a mountain, causing the void to explode. Ah, a miserable shriek was heard. The terrifying palm smashed on the eighth young master's body. Feathers flew in the air, along with streams of blood. In the next moment, the eighth young master appeared in front of him. He was not dead yet, but he was not far from it. His body was covered in blood, and all his feathers had fallen off. Only his bloodied wings were barely supporting him from falling from the sky. Pretty tenacious. Xianxia snorted. The heavenly dragon sword appeared above the eighth young master's head. The eighth young master would not be able to dodge the sword no matter what. Stop, don't kill our young master. The leader of the winged men, who was fighting against Xiaoying, was horrified when he saw this. If the eighth young master was killed in front of him, he would be punished by the clan leader even if he could walk out of this place alive. The eighth prince was an important member of the Harpies. He could not die. Your opponent is me. Xiaoying was in high spirits, and her startling sword technique was getting more and more powerful. How could she allow the leader of the feather people to deal with Xianxia? Now that the martial pavilion had the absolute upper hand, as long as Xianxia killed the 8 young masters, the entire feather race would be in chaos. When that happened, they would lose all will to fight, and that would be the time for them to win. How could Xiaoying miss such a great opportunity? At this time, it all depended on her cooperation with Xianxia. Shua, the Wing People team leader, was unable to save their young master in time, and the pitiful 8th young master was cut in half by Xianxia's sword. His blood sprayed through the sky, and he could not be more dead. 8th young master. The Wing People team leader's eyes were wide open, and he roared loudly. However, the more he did so, the more chaotic his mind became. Under Xiaoying's powerful attack, he became even more inferior and pathetic. The 8th young master has been killed. The 8th young master is dead. What should we do? The disciples of the martial pavilion are too strong. Even the 8th young master is dead. We are doomed. We don't have the advantage in numbers either. These people from the martial pavilion are all like they are on steroids. They don't care about their lives. How are we going to fight them? The feather race was in chaos. They had completely lost their formation, and even their last bit of will to fight had disappeared. All the winged people had the intention to retreat. The 8th young master had been killed, and this was a huge blow to them. They had lost their backbone in an instant. This was the same with the martial pavilion. Although both parties had captains, the real backbone of the martial pavilion was Xianxia, and the real backbone of the feather race was the 8th young master, not the winged people team leader. This was determined by identity and status. Everyone, listen up. Retreat and regroup with the other 2 teams. The winged people team leader shouted loudly. He had no choice but to give the order to retreat. He could already tell that the feather race had lost their will to fight, while the martial pavilion was full of fighting spirit like ferocious tigers. Under such circumstances, the feather race would be wiped out sooner or later if they continued to fight. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't even deal with Xiaoying, and the disciples of the martial pavilion were as ferocious as tigers, Xianxia, a monster in human form, was enough to wipe out most of the winged people. All in all, there was no way to fight this battle. Hearing the winged people team leader's order to retreat, the disciples of the winged people acted as if they had heard a special pardon. They immediately abandoned their opponents and turned to run. Although they couldn't win, it wasn't a problem to escape. The feather race was confident in this aspect. If they wanted to run, even if the disciples of the martial pavilion used 100 flight talismans, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them. Wahahaha, Birdman, you want to run now? It's over. I, Master Dog, have already set up the sky concealing formation. None of you can escape. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter suddenly sounded. De Huang Dog, who hadn't appeared in the battle previously, suddenly appeared. Haha, awesome. Xiating laughed out loud. The moment he saw De Huang Dog, he knew that all the winged people here were finished. De Huang Dog was a true formation expert. Xiating had already experienced this before he entered the Chilling Mountain. I was wondering why I didn't see De Huang just now. It turns out that he's using the same trick again. This time, the winged people are finished. Xianxia said. That's right. Although the experts of the feather race can break the formation set up by De Huang, we won't give them the chance to do so. As long as the formation obstructs them slightly, we'll kill them all. Han Dong was also full of vigor. Almost at the moment they saw De Huang dog, they had already predicted the outcome of the feather race. It was the same as when they dealt with the group of winged people previously. Damn it, it's that dog again. This place has been set up with a formation. We're trapped here. Everyone, attack with all your might and break the formation. The feather race was in a complete mess. Now that they couldn't even escape, all that was left was endless panic. Kill, don't give them the chance to break the formation. The disciples of the martial pavilion charged forward in a frenzy. At this moment, the disciples of the martial pavilion were extremely excited. At the very beginning, they were trapped by the feather race's big plot and fell into the 8 Gates maze formation. They had tasted the suffering of the formation. Now, the harpies felt like they had been trapped for a very long time, and they could feel true despair. Damn it, it's Master Dog's turn now. Incomparably mournful cries filled the air. It was simply too miserable. The people of the Yu clan had already lost their will to fight. They only wanted to break the formation and escape, but there were too many people from the martial pavilion, and they were not given the chance. De Huang dog was too terrifying. As he rampaged, there were corpses everywhere. Flesh, blood, and feathers flew everywhere. He was simply an ancient beast. De Huang dog, who was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, was an invincible existence in such a large-scale battle. With a body of flesh and a head of iron, one would be injured, one would be killed, one could not escape, and one could not defeat. The doomsday of the Feather Clan was truly tragic. At this moment, in the hinterland of the Feather Clan on Rising Feather Mountain, the higher-ups of the Feather Clan were still complacent, even drinking. They had already predicted that the 8 Gates maze formation was invincible, at least in the Red East region. Unfortunately, they would never have thought that Jiang Chen and Big Yellow would appear in the martial pavilion. They were 2 old ancestors from another world, the originators of the formation world. Their existence was a nightmare for the feather race, a grievous piece of news. Ha ha ha, clan leader, I think at least 1/3 of the disciples of the martial pavilion have died, or even half. Clan leader's move is too brilliant. Those who entered the Star Lord's ruins are all genius disciples of the Unity Origin realm. With their abilities, no one can break the 8 Gates maze formation. We have the advantage, and the disciples of the martial pavilion can only wait to be slaughtered. When the ruins open again in 3 days, there will be a good show. That's right. When the time comes, none of the disciples of the human race will come out. Wu Changtian and the others will have no evidence to say that we set up a conspiracy. They can only blame the disciples of the martial pavilion for not being strong enough and destroying the hope of the younger generation of the human race. In less than 100 years, no, 50 years at most, it will be the doomsday of the human race. At that time, the Feather Clan will completely inform the Red East region and become the absolute ruler of the Red East region. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. After so many years, our wish is finally going to come true. Unfortunately, this Star Lord's remains are only a dilapidated existence. Apart from a space attached to Chilean Mountain, there are no other treasures inside. What a pity. No, it's a pity. Although there aren't any treasures inside, it has helped us a lot. Without the Star Lord's ruins, how could our plan be realized? If our plan is successful, it would be more valuable than any treasures. The Yu clan's Heavenly Source Realm experts were still in a state of extreme excitement. The 8 Gates maze formation was laid by them together, so they were extremely confident because they could not think of any other accidents that could happen. According to their estimations, the ruins of the Star Lord were already in chaos. Who knew how many people of the human race had died? Furthermore, in the next 2.5 days, all the disciples of the human race would be killed. Not a single one of them would be able to walk out alive. Unfortunately, the massacre that was happening in the Star Lord's ruins was the exact opposite of what they had expected. Not only did the disciples of the Feather Clan not use the formation to trap the disciples of the martial pavilion, but they were trapped in the formation and were being massacred. Even the 8th young master, who was a leader, had perished on the spot. Screams could be heard continuously. The formation laid by De Huang Dog might not be indestructible. If the Feather Clan worked together, they could easily break it. Unfortunately, they had no chance to break the formation. Kill all these birdmen. The disciples of the martial pavilion were completely in a state of madness. Every one of them was full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Every one of them waved the weapons in their hands and killed the people of the Feather Clan in a frenzy. The most important thing in a war was momentum and morale. The disciples of the martial pavilion were originally at a disadvantage. Even without the Eight Gates maze formation, the human race at the Unity Origin realm did not have the slightest advantage against the Feather Clan. However, this disadvantage was completely reversed by Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Under the leadership of the two of them, the morale of the disciples of the martial pavilion could not be lower. Under the fierce leadership of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, the remaining disciples of the Feather Clan did not have much power to resist. In just an hour, all the Feather Clan, except for the leader of the Feather Clan, had died tragically. Not a single one of them was left alive. Excited, too excited. All the disciples of the martial pavilion were in a frenzy. They felt that the blood in their bodies had been boiling. At this moment, it was completely boiling. In the Red East region, the human race and the Feather Clan had been fighting for countless years. Among them, the most intense battle was between the Feather Clan and the martial pavilion. All along, the disciples of the martial pavilion had never experienced such a great victory. This was a complete victory. The Feather Clan was completely annihilated. Such a scene was something that countless disciples of the martial pavilion had never dreamed of. At this moment, in the eyes of all the disciples of the martial pavilion, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were already inhuman existences. They were true gods that could do anything. Even if the peak earthly source experts of the martial pavilion were here, they would not be able to deal with the situation today. Just the Eight Gates maze formation alone, the only person in the entire martial pavilion who had the ability to break this formation was probably the pavilion master of the everlasting pavilion, Xianxia, and it was only a possibility. However, it was impossible for a heavenly source expert like Xianxia to participate in this kind of training. Apart from Xianxia, no one in the everlasting pavilion could break the Eight Gates maze formation that was jointly set up by a dozen heavenly source experts. In other words, without the existence of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, the martial pavilion would definitely be destroyed. It's over. It's completely over. The long-term plan of our Feather Clan has been destroyed in a day. In less than 50 years, the Feather Clan will be destroyed. With Xianxia here, we won't even need 50 years. We won't even need 10 years. The leader of the winged people looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Under Nie Xiaoying's crazy attacks, he had suffered many injuries. Coupled with the despair that had already surfaced in his heart, he basically had no will to fight anymore. Now that the 8 young masters had been killed, along with the entire team of hundreds of Feather Clan geniuses, even if he was an earthly source expert, it would be difficult for him to survive under such circumstances. Xianxia would not give him a chance. A desolate feeling emerged in the heart of the leader of the winged people. This was originally a huge plot against the human clan, with the aim of cutting off the future of the human clan. However, he did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. In the end, the ones who would be destroyed would be the Feather Clan. The Feather Clan had dug a pit for themselves to jump into. This was a grave that they had dug for themselves. Teacher Xianxia, bring some people to assist Ji Tian and Li Long. Leave this person to me. I will definitely deal with him. All right. Xianxia nodded. He had a lot of trust in Nie Xiaoying. After receiving his guidance, Nie Xiaoying's startling sword art had become more and more skillful. Given the current state of the wingman captain, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long under Nie Xiaoying's powerful attacks. This battle was extremely important to Nie Xiaoying. She was currently in a state where she was about to break through. After killing the winged clan leader, her cultivation might break through directly. Once Nie Xiaoying broke through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would be the doomsday for the disciples of the Feather Clan. In fact, even if Nie Xiaoying did not break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would still be the doomsday for the Feather Clan. De Huang Dog grabbed at the void with his paw and tore a hole in the defensive formation. All the disciples of the martial pavilion left the place at an unparalleled speed, leaving Xiaoying and the winged clan leader alone. Xianxia flapped his dragon wings and flew at the front of the team. He was now the absolute ruler of the entire martial pavilion. All the disciples of the martial pavilion did not dare to defy Xianxia. Without Nie Xiaoying, experts of the ninth heavenly layer of the unity origin realm like Xianqing were all obedient to Xianxia. Not to mention that Xianqia's ability was enough for them to call him teacher, just Xianqia's strength alone was enough for them to worship him. There were probably only one or two experts of the ninth heavenly layer of the unity origin realm in the entire martial pavilion who could kill the 8 young masters of the Feather Clan. More importantly, the disciples of the martial pavilion were now following behind Xianxia. Every one of them felt like they were gods of war, invincible and invincible. Killing the Feather Clan was too satisfying. They had never felt so happy when fighting against the Feather Clan. On Li Long's side, the situation was not very good, but this was also expected. Although the 8 Gates maze formation had been broken, they had already suffered huge losses before the formation was broken. This was because without the help of the defensive formation, this large team had lost at least 100 disciples. In addition to the fact that they did not have the upper hand in the battle against the Feather race, the martial pavilion had already lost more than 300 disciples since the start of the battle. Although the remaining disciples were still relatively ferocious, their morale had already fallen, and they were at a disadvantage for the entire day. Li Long and Zhao Qianquan, the 6th young master, were fighting fiercely. The two of them were enemies, and it was hard to tell who would win. In fact, Li Long had already begun to fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, he had to pay attention to the losses on the martial pavilion's side, and it was inevitable that he would be distracted. This was a real massacre. The battlefield here was much more brutal than the one where Xianxia and the others were. The disciples of the martial pavilion here did not have the same imposing manner as Xianxia and the others. However, this momentum was about to be reversed. The people who were in the midst of the fierce battle suddenly saw an overwhelming number of people flying towards them. Look, someone is coming over there. They're from the martial pavilion. They're from our martial pavilion. They're from Senior Sister Nie's team. Why are they here? He must be here to help us. When the disciples of the martial pavilion here saw a large group of fellow disciples running over, they were all excited and surprised. They were excited because they had helpers, a large number of helpers. However, they were surprised because they were supposed to be in the same situation as them. How could they get rid of the siege of the Feather race and run here? However, these were not important. The important thing was that they had come, because the situation here was about to collapse. De Huang, you stay here to help, and the others follow me, Jiangchen said. Now, in order to minimize the loss of the martial pavilion, they had to split up, because the battle here seemed to be more troublesome than what they had encountered before. If they waited until the battle here was over and then went to the other side, the loss on Jition's side would be immeasurable. Okay. De Huang Dog shook his big head. His body was taller than a small hill. With De Huang Dog here, Jiangchen was relieved. De Huang Dog's destructive power alone could defeat thousands of troops. More importantly, Jiangchen did not intend to let a single feather race go. De Huang could quietly set up a big formation to trap all the feather race here. With the help of hundreds of disciples with great momentum, the morale of the disciples of the martial pavilion was bound to be reversed, and the situation was quickly reversed. All feather race, listen up. Our senior brother Jiangchen has broken your 8 gates maze formation. Your 8 young masters have died under the sword of senior brother Jiangchen. The hundreds of feather race have all been killed by us. Your doomsday has arrived. Xie Ting stood beside De Huang Dog and shouted towards the battlefield. He was full of momentum. His voice was like thunder, rolling and resonating in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield. What? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 8 young masters are dead. The team of hundreds of people are all killed. How is this possible? How did they do it? Why do they have the ability to break the 8 gates maze formation? What the hell is Jiangchen doing? It seems to be true. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the martial pavilion come here? This is too scary. In just an instant, the feather race, whose morale was originally high, was completely in chaos. They had no idea what to do. Xiating's words were undoubtedly like thunder to them. It was simply unimaginable. On the other hand, the disciples of the martial pavilion began to shout. Ha ha ha, senior brother Xianxia is really awesome. I was wondering who broke the formation of the bird race. So it was senior brother Xianxia who did it. Senior brother Xianxia is really amazing. He broke the formation, killed the 8 young masters, and annihilated a team of the feather race. If it wasn't from senior brother Xiating, I wouldn't have believed it. Kill. Brothers, it's time for our counterattack. Our helpers are here to avenge our fallen brothers. The morale of the martial pavilion was completely mobilized by Xiating in just an instant. Roar. The next moment, De Huang Dog roared to the sky and rushed into the enemy's camp. Screams filled the air. Just one collision had killed at least 5 or 6 disciples of the feather race. This scene was so shocking that the disciples of the martial pavilion could not help but be excited. While De Huang Dog was charging and killing the enemies, he secretly set up a formation and circled around the entire sky. Ha ha ha, Zhao Qianquan, your feather race is finished. Li Long suddenly laughed. He never dreamed that the martial pavilion would have a chance to turn things around, and a great one at that. He did not know what had happened to Nie Xiaoying, but he could imagine it. In his heart, he had begun to worship Jiangchen infinitely. Damn, how could this be? Zhao Qianquan, you didn't expect it, did you? Our martial pavilion has a genius who is invincible. The sky-concealing formation set up by your feather clan has been completely broken by us. You've shot yourself in the foot. Just wait for your doom. Li Long's whole person changed. He changed from his previous state of defense to a crazy attack. Zhao Qianquan, who was in a mess, was in a completely different state. Mentality and momentum were especially important in a fight between evenly matched experts. Shrill screams began to be heard. The disciples of the martial pavilion who came with De Huang Dog were all more ferocious than the last. They all regarded themselves as unparalleled gods of war, killing the Feather Clan's disciples without any resistance. Moreover, with the assistance of an ancient beast like De Huang Dog, how could the disciples of the Feather Clan bear it? The number of disciples of the martial pavilion was almost double that of the Feather Clan. Moreover, they were all more ferocious than the last. If this battle continued, there would only be one result: all the Feather Clan would die tragically, just like before. It had to be said that Xiating was very good at inspiring people's morale. With just a few words, he completely reversed the situation and allowed the martial pavilion to launch an ultimate counterattack. Although Jiangchen was not here, the situation here was basically stable with De Huang Dog. On the other side, Ji Tian's team was even more miserable. The disciples of the martial pavilion were completely suppressed. If it were not for the fact that there were more disciples of the martial pavilion at the beginning, they would have been defeated long ago. However, if this trend continued, the disciples of the martial pavilion would face destruction almost inevitably. Even if they wanted to escape, it was basically impossible. The Feather Clan had a natural advantage in speed. God wants the human race to die. The disciples of the martial pavilion were heartbroken. A disciple was pierced through the chest by a Feather Clan spear, and his eyes were full of unwillingness before he died. The state of mind of all the disciples of the martial pavilion was changing dramatically. Before coming in, it was supposed to be an opportunity. Everyone dreamed of a big opportunity, but the reality was so cruel. Ji Tian waved the broadsword in his hand, fighting with the leader of the Feather Clan. However, Ji Tian was obviously at a disadvantage. There were many wounds on his body, and he was spurting blood wildly. If this continued, he would be killed sooner or later. The 7th prince of the Feather race was at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He dominated the battlefield and had already killed 2 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm disciples of the martial pavilion. They were forced to retreat step by step. There was nowhere to retreat and nowhere to escape. This was a hopeless situation. It was a true hopeless situation that the disciples of the martial pavilion had to face. It was unprecedented. Just when everyone thought that this hopeless situation could not be changed, a miracle happened. Huff huff, A strong wind blew as a strong murderous aura surged toward them from afar, immediately attracting the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Look, it's one of us. Isn't that Xianxia? How can he fly? I remember that Xianxia is in the same team as senior sister Nia. Why are they here? I don't know what happened, but our help is here. Just like the Martial Pavilion disciples from Li Long's team, the Martial Pavilion disciples on this side were instantly excited. No matter what happened, nothing could make them more excited than seeing the Martial Pavilion disciples at this moment. What's going on? Where did so many Martial Pavilion disciples come from? The seventh young master frowned. A bad feeling began to spread in his heart. Very soon, Xianxia arrived at the edge of the battlefield with the hot-blooded Martial Pavilion disciples. Zhang Qing's aura was like a rainbow. He took a step forward and imitated Xia Ting's tone from before. He yelled, "The eighth young master is dead, and the entire team of the feather race has been annihilated. Our senior Xianxia has destroyed the 8 gates maze formation of the feather race and killed the 8th young master. Birdman, your end is here. Hurry up and surrender." With that, there was an uproar. Whether it was the feather people or the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, they all became restless. In just a moment, Xianxia had become the focus of everyone's attention. Holy shit, that's awesome. Senior Xianxia is actually so powerful. So he was the one who destroyed the 8 gates maze formation. I was wondering why the formation suddenly disappeared. I think Xianxia's current cultivation should only be at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. With such a cultivation, he was actually able to kill the 8th young master who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the feather race. This is admirable. This person's potential is just too great. I saw him kill the 3-eyed panther earlier. He was extremely brave. Xianxia had already become a legend in the Martial Pavilion, especially after this incident. Who's Xianxia? The 7th young master stood out, furious. Me. Xianxia flapped his dragon wings as he smiled faintly. You killed my 8th brother. The 7th young master's face was filled with killing intent. Not just that. I killed the 9th young master as well. You can go down and accompany your brother. Xianxia said indifferently. Meeting here had already sentenced this arrogant 7th young master to death. Xianxia was very interested in killing these young masters of the feather race. Bastard, I'm going to avenge my brother today. I'd like to see how strong a 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm like you can be. I'd also like to see how you're going to break the 8 gates maze formation. The 7th young master was currently in a berserk state. He hated Xianxia to the core. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia had killed 2 of his brothers, if it weren't for Xianxia, the feather race's grand plan wouldn't have gone down the drain. The 7th young master was filled with killing intent as he charged towards Xianxia in a frenzy. Zhang Qing and the others had smiles on their faces as if they already knew the outcome. They had personally witnessed the battle prowess of Xianxia's dragon transformation. The 8th young master, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, couldn't even take a single move from Xianxia. The 7th young master's cultivation base was the same as the 8th young master's, and he couldn't be much stronger than the 8th young master. Fighting Xianxia would only result in death. There was no way he could survive. Asterisk boom, asterisk a violent force suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body as the dragon transformation emerged. A terrifying chi wave rippled out. Xianxia's battle prowess instantly increased. Xianxia didn't want to waste time with the 7th young master. He wanted to kill the 7th young master with lightning speed to build up the morale of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion. What? The 7th young master, who was initially brimming with vigor, instantly felt the terrifying pressure from Xianxia. Xianxia didn't care about this. The true dragon palm pressed down on the 7th young master's body. Arg, the 7th young master let out a miserable shriek. He couldn't resist it at all. The power was too strong. With just a single palm, the 7th young master was killed on the spot. He didn't even give Xianxia a chance to strike again. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Countless people stared at the mighty and domineering Xianxia in a daze as if they had seen a ghost. How could there be such a domineering person who could kill the 7th young master in a second? Strong, super strong, really too strong. At this moment, all the disciples of the martial pavilion were in awe of Xianxia. Even Zhangqing and the others, who had seen Xianxia kill the 8th young master, were still overwhelmed with emotions when they saw Xianxia kill the 7th young master. Such a scene had indeed boosted the morale of the disciples. In just an instant, the disciples of the martial pavilion, who were previously completely dispirited, had become full of vigor and vigor. Their silent battle blood had also begun to boil at this moment. Bastard! The leader of the winged clan was furious. The 7th young master was killed in front of him. Even if he could get out of here alive, he would be punished. All the people of the Feather clan, at this moment, had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. The situation had turned around too quickly. The surging excitement just now was instantly smashed to the bottom. The death of the 7th young master had caused an irreversible blow to the morale of the Feather clan. Jiangchen, 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 someone in the crowd shouted. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the shouting of Jiangchen's name. It was earth-shattering and shook the heavens. The sound was like rolling thunder. The morale of the disciples of the martial pavilion had become unprecedentedly high. Kill, leave no one alive. Jiangchen returned to his human form and raised the sky dragon sword high. He waved his arm and shouted, his voice like thunder. At this moment, Jiangchen was the master of this battlefield. He was the only one on this battlefield. He was the invincible god of war. His words could ignite the fighting blood in the hearts of countless disciples of the martial pavilion. Kill! In the next moment, the disciples of the martial pavilion began to counterattack in a frenzy. Their previous state was completely different. Each of their eyes were bloodshot, and their killing intent soared to the sky. They were too depressed and aggrieved from the previous battle. Now, they wanted to release all of their previous grievances. They wanted to use the blood of the winged men to wash away their humiliation. They wanted to use the blood of the winged men to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. Screams filled the sky. The life and death battlefield was instantly boiling again. However, this time, the ones who had the upper hand were no longer the winged humans, but the people from the martial pavilion. This large group of disciples from the martial pavilion, after receiving the help of Jiangchen and the rest, was like a tiger that had grown wings, and they were extremely ferocious. As for the people that Jiangchen had brought, most of them had received pointers from Jiangchen. Each and every one of them was eager to break through in battle. They were now very confident in their own strength. They were completely following Jiangchen's pointers and constantly improving. It could be said that they were constantly improving. Jiangchen stood in the sky above the battlefield, flapping his dragon wings like a controller. Jiangchen looked at the battlefield. This battle was basically settled, and the martial pavilion would definitely obtain the final victory. However, what Jiangchen wanted was not just a simple victory. The victory he wanted was the big conspiracy that the winged race had against the human race. As the saying went, a taste of their own medicine. Whatever the winged race wanted to do to the human race would have to do the same to the winged race. Moreover, Jiangchen was very clear that in the Red East region, the human race and the winged race would have a life and death battle sooner or later. Of these two major races, one would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, what Jiangchen wanted to do now was to make all the geniuses of the winged race stay here, so that none of the people who entered the Star-Lord's ruins would be able to leave. He wanted to make the leader of the winged race regret doing this. Because there were many disciples from the martial pavilion, there were no winged humans who had the opportunity to fight against Jiangchen. Moreover, Jiangchen had even killed the 7th young master in a second. Ordinary winged humans would be sending themselves to their deaths if they came. In the entire winged race, only the leader of the winged humans could fight against Jiangchen. However, Ji Tian was not someone to be trifled with. How could he give him the chance to fight against Jiangchen? Ji Tian was not a fool. He could naturally see that Jiangchen had completely become the backbone of the human race. With Jiangchen around, the morale of the martial pavilion would only get stronger and stronger. Jiangchen was relaxed, but he was not idle either. He repeated his old tricks and began to set up layers of restrictions in the sky above the entire battlefield. He set up a huge trapping formation to trap all the winged humans here, not giving them a chance to escape. Escape had always been the strength of the winged race. If hundreds of winged humans wanted to escape, the Martial Pavilion would not be able to stop them no matter how big the formation was. Their speed was too fast. Therefore, at this time, the formation played its most crucial role. It was not to completely trap them here, but only to prevent them from escaping. Xianxia was proficient in the no-beginning formation. 108,000 formations that could evolve endlessly. Any formation in the world was at his fingertips. His attainments in formations far surpassed that of De Huang Dog. To put it bluntly, if Xianxia were to personally set up the formation, it would be the end of the world for the winged race. A true doomsday. All the winged humans were immersed in the battle and had no time to pay attention to anything else. They did not know that their fates were undergoing a huge change. Xianxia was silently cutting off all their escape routes. Xianxia scanned the battlefield as he set up the formation. Finally, his gaze landed on Jitian. At this moment, Jitian was being suppressed by the leader of the winged humans. It was obvious that he was losing. Jitian was wielding an oversized hammer in his hand. It was extremely sharp, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. However, after watching it, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. Jitian, your hammering technique is too complicated. There should be 5 forms in your hammering technique, but you haven't mastered the essence of it. Why don't you focus on one type of hammering technique and combine them into one? Focus on one and use the thunderclap hammer technique. Xianxia said like a teacher guiding his disciple. Hearing this, Jitian, who was in the middle of the battle, was stunned. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Jitian was too shocked. Xianxia could see the essence of his hammering technique with a single glance. He could even tell that there was a total of 5 forms in his hammering technique and give the most precise guidance. This was too ridiculous. Senior brother Jitian, teacher Xianxia has already guided us. After receiving his guidance, our strength has been improving. Senior sister Nia's cultivation is about to break through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Zhang said. In fact, there was no need for Zhang to remind him. Jitian was not stupid. Xianxia's words had already made him feel enlightened. Thank you for your guidance. Jitian shouted at Xianxia before shouting, Thunderclap hammer. The hammer smashed down like a mountain. This time, Jitian followed Xianxia's instructions and concentrated his strength. The hammer actually released a thunderous sound. The hammering technique that Jitian was using was the thunderclap hammer technique. However, after so many years of cultivation, Jitian had never produced a thunderous sound. After receiving guidance from Xianxia, the thunderous sound immediately appeared. Ha ha ha, Jitian laughed wildly. After fighting for so long, he had never felt so carefree. Looking at the dazzling warhammer in his hand and the flickering lightning, Jitian had a feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough. When he looked at Xianxia again, Jitian's gaze had completely changed. He was simply an extraordinary person who could do anything. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Jitian cupped his fists at Xianxia. Just those few words of guidance were enough for Jitian to respectfully call him teacher, just like Xie Ting in the Qingyuan Thunder Pool. That's impossible. Who are you? Reincarnation of an almighty? The leader of the feathered squad was shocked and said while gritting his teeth. After fighting with Jitian for so long, he already knew Jitian's moves like the back of his hand. His strength was definitely above Jitian's, but after this Xianxia came, Jitian became a completely different person with just a few words, and the warhammer in his hand became extremely fierce. What the fuck, is senior brother Xianxia really that amazing? Just a few words of guidance and he actually made senior brother Jitian so powerful that he immediately turned the situation around. Yeah, this is too magical. I wonder if he can give us some guidance. He is even more powerful than the elders of our martial pavilion. The disciples who followed Jitian were all shocked. Of course, teacher is almighty. I won't hide it from you guys. It is because we have received teacher's guidance that we have improved and our combat strength has soared. That is why we have eliminated the entire feathered squad in such a short period of time. That's right, if you guys can receive teacher's guidance, you will definitely be the same as us. I am confident that after this battle with the feathered squad, my cultivation will immediately improve. Teacher is a divine person. I guess that teacher might really be the reincarnation of an almighty. Otherwise, he would not be so proficient in so many things. Alchemy, setting up formations, breaking formations, he is omnipotent. Previously, he even had a lesson in our everlasting pavilion. Even our great elder had to call him teacher. The disciples who had been taught by Xianxia all had proud expressions on their faces as they started to brag. Of course, they weren't bragging. What they said was the truth. The truth had indeed allowed them to improve, a huge improvement. Teacher, could you give me some pointers? Teacher, please guide me. Brothers, let's fight against these birdmen. Let's use everything we've learned and let our teachers guide us. The disciples of the martial pavilion were in an uproar once again. Each and every one of them was shouting loudly, especially those disciples who had not been guided by Xianxia. Each one of them was more excited than the other. They had witnessed Xianxia's capabilities with their own eyes. Even Tian had called him teacher, let alone them. Moreover, the disciples who had just arrived had all received pointers from Xianxia. They had also clearly seen the battle just now. Those who had received pointers from Xianxia were indeed much more brilliant than before. There were many people here who lived together on a daily basis. Some of them were even friends or brothers. They understood each other quite well. Whether or not each other's strength had improved, they were naturally very clear. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity to improve themselves. Xianxia had a sharp eye for pointers in battle. No one was willing to miss such a great opportunity. The path of cultivation itself was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the process of cultivation, everyone would encounter all kinds of problems. In this process, if there was an expert to guide them, they would be able to avoid many detours. Kill, the roars were endless. The disciples of the martial pavilion had completely erupted. Each and every one of them was unprecedentedly hot-blooded. Xianxia did not disappoint them. He stood high up in the sky and waved his hand to point out the situation. His powerful soul power spread out. Almost every move of the disciples of the martial pavilion on the battlefield was within the scope of Xianxia's control. Xianxia pointed them out one by one. Everyone's weaknesses were all pointed out in one go, and his pointers were straight to the point. More importantly, every disciple who had received pointers from Xianxia was abnormally excited. This kind of pointers were really on point. It was completely enlightening. The battlefield was burning. The Feather Clan was beaten back again and again. They were completely outmatched. On the battlefield, there were flying feathers and flesh and blood everywhere. Such a battlefield was completely a war. In this place, death pervaded everywhere. This was the real Azura hell. There was only real killing here. It was either you die or I live. For the disciples of the martial pavilion, this battle was extremely important. To put it bluntly, those who participated in this battle and walked out alive would have great achievements in the future. Only a life-and-death experience could truly test a person and truly improve a person. Shrill screams filled the air. The Feather Clan was killed without any trace of anger. Their previous arrogance was completely suppressed. The disciples of the martial pavilion were like hungry tigers, crazily plundering their prey. On the other side, the greatest hope of the Feather Clan was also being suppressed by Tian. The rushing thunderhammer technique was getting stronger and stronger. Tian's attacks were getting smoother and smoother. The leader of the Feather Clan had already been beaten to the point where the spear in his hand had already been shattered. Leader, we can't fight anymore. Let's retreat. A Ninth Heaven Feather Clan member of the Unity Origin realm who was covered in blood shouted. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. The leader of the Winged Men clan shouted in an extremely unwilling voice. He was indeed unwilling. This was originally a huge conspiracy set up by the Winged Men clan, and it was specifically targeted at the disciples of the martial pavilion. However, the situation in front of him was completely different from what he had expected. Retreat? I'm afraid it's too late to retreat now. Xianxia's voice sounded again. It was like the voice of the god of death, pronouncing judgment on the Feather Clan. What did you say? The leader of the Feather Clan looked at Xianxia and shouted. I've already set up a sky-concealing formation here. None of you will be able to escape today, Xianxia said. Impossible. The leader of the Feather Clan was shocked, but his expression had already begun to panic. The sky concealing formation. If this was said by someone else, he would definitely treat it as a joke. However, this Xianxia was too mystical. When he was guiding the disciples of the martial pavilion, he had heard it clearly. Even if he was an enemy, he had to worship Xianxia as a god. You'll know once you try. The Feather Clan wants to use the formation to destroy the future of the human clan. We can do it too. I'll let the Feather Clan know what it means to shoot yourself in the foot. Xianxia's aura was incomparably strong. He was like a supreme being who could make the enemy tremble and raise the morale of the entire human clan just by standing there. There's really a formation. Some of the Feather Clan members tried but couldn't break through the formless formation. For the Feather race, when escaping had become an extravagant hope, that was the true despair. At this moment, everyone's heart was in a state of panic. The martial pavilion was too powerful. For the Feather race, death had already begun to envelop them. It's over. It's completely over. Damn it. When did the martial pavilion have such a freak? Is he really proficient in everything? We're going to be trapped to death. The disciples of the Feather Clan were in complete despair. They had no fighting spirit at all. If they continued to fight, they would only be met with death. Brothers, what are you waiting for? The birdmen have nowhere to escape. Kill them all. Jian shouted and took the lead to attack the leader of the Feather Clan again. They were very confident in Xianxen's formation. A person who could break the 8 doors maze formation with his own strength could easily set up a trapping formation. Moreover, they would not give the Feather Clan any chance to break the formation. Otherwise, Xianxia would not need them as his teammates. Kill, the disciples of the martial pavilion swarmed up again. With such a huge disparity in strength and numbers, the Feather Clan had no chance at all. As for the disciples of the martial pavilion, they wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. This was because they knew very well how the Feather race had treated them previously, especially when they were trapped in the 8 gates maze formation. They were their prey. Now that they had a chance to turn things around, the disciples of the martial pavilion would not be polite. Moreover, they had to avenge the death of hundreds of disciples of the martial pavilion. A blood feud could only be washed away with the blood of the enemy. Killing, a hellish killing. The battle was very crazy. It was the same here and only long side. They had an overwhelming advantage. De Huang Dog also set up the concealing formation, leaving no way for the Feather Clan to survive. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Not a single feather managed to escape, and all of them were killed. Until now, Zhao Qianquan was still fighting with the Feather Clan. Nie Xiaoying had already killed the leader of the Feather Clan and was about to break through to the second heaven of the Earth Source realm. The disciples of the martial pavilion had achieved an unprecedented victory. Every single one of them had a glorious glow on their faces. They had never participated in such a large-scale battle in their entire lives. This was something that they did not even dare to dream about. De Huang Dog and Nie Xiaoying came to Xianxen's side at the same time. They glanced at the Winged People captain, who was still struggling, and smiled knowingly. The Winged People captain was a general without an army. It was only a matter of time before Jian killed him. Teacher, I've already killed my opponent. It's all thanks to your guidance that we were able to achieve such a great victory. Nie Xiaoying said as she looked at Xianxen's handsome face. She couldn't help but be infatuated with him. Yes, not bad. Your cultivation is already infinitely close to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. You'll be able to break through after this. Xianxia smiled at Nie Xiaoying. There were still many geniuses in the martial pavilion. Little Qinzi, there are treasures in the Starlord dimension. De Huang Dog's voice suddenly came to Xianxen's ears. Xianxen's eyes flickered, and a trace of joy emerged in the depths of his eyes. De Huang Dog had an extraordinary sense of finding treasures. This ability was unique. Since De Huang Dog said there were treasures, it must be true. Xianxia was very interested in the treasures left by a Starlord. In fact, since entering the Eternal World, Xianxia had never obtained any useful trump cards or treasures. The treasures left by a Star Lord would certainly not be bad. How about Li Long? Xianxia asked. They've all been killed. Only the sixth young master is struggling. De Huang Dog said. Can Li Long handle it? Xianxia said. Teacher, don't worry. Li Long and Zhao Qianquan are sworn enemies. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to help him. Anyway, we have the upper hand now, and Zhao Qianquan can't escape. Let Li Long solve the grievances with Zhao Qianquan for many years. Nie Xiaoying said. Okay. Xianxia nodded. This result was also what he wanted to see. Geniuses like Li Long and Ji Tian were proud in their bones. This was also a great opportunity for them. If they could kill their opponents by themselves, it would be a good growth for them. Nie Xiaoying, I'll leave the situation here to you. I'll go to the Star Lord's relics. Xianxia said. Xianxia didn't care about the winged man captain who was fighting with Ji Tian at all. Not to mention that this guy couldn't even deal with Ji Tian. He was already like a crossbow, struggling to hold on. Nie Xiaoying alone wouldn't give the winged man captain a chance to escape. Teacher, don't worry. When the Star Lord's relics open again, I promise I won't let a winged man go out. Nie Xiaoying's momentum shook. She had a kind of domineering spirit that was not inferior to men. De Huang, let's go. Xianxia said. With a flap of his dragon wings, he left the battlefield with De Huang Dog. The war with the winged men was basically over. Zhao Qianquan, the winged man captain, was the only one left. It was meaningless for Xianxia to continue to stay here. He could take this opportunity to find treasures with De Huang Dog. Teacher, what are they doing? I don't know. They should go to the Star Lord's relics. However, we don't need to ask what teacher is going to do. We don't need to worry about his ability. This time, our martial pavilion could win a complete victory all because of teacher and that dog. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, the winged men are so treacherous. They used this kind of conspiracy to deal with us. It seems that the real war between us and the winged men will not be far away. Why do you think teacher is so powerful? His combat strength is terrifying, his alchemy skills are superb, and his formation is unparalleled in the world. It's really shocking. I guess he must be the reincarnation of a powerful person. Otherwise, he can't be so powerful. Stop guessing. Anyway, in my opinion, it's our human race's luck to have a person like teacher. In the future, whether we can win the war with the winged men and become the real master of the Red East territory, teacher will definitely play a vital role. This battle had completely established Xianxia's prestige. From now on, he would become the teacher of the whole martial pavilion in a real sense. Everyone in the martial pavilion would probably regard him as the center. Don't speculate about teacher. It's a great disrespect to teacher. Do you understand? Nie Xiaoying turned around and scolded. Yes, senior sister Nie. We know we're wrong. Teacher has helped us so much. He's our savior. This is a great favor. From now on, teacher will be the person I respect the most. Xianxia and De Huang Dog left. One man and one dog, they headed towards the deeper regions of the Star Lord's ruins. De Huang, did you really feel that there's any treasure here? This Star Lord's ruins are obviously an empty shell that was discovered by the Feather Clan. Furthermore, their heavenly source experts have already entered this place. Even if there were treasures inside, they would have long been looted by the Feather Clan. Don't tell me that there are still some superior treasures left for us? Xianxia said that he had always been inferior to De Huang Dog in terms of finding treasures. He admired De Huang Dog very much for this point. You probably don't know about this. From what I can see, this Star Lord space is built on the Chilean mountain. It's originally an empty shell, but it's not an empty shell either. That's because the Star Lord who built this space is pretty awesome. Even if the Feather Clan's heavenly source experts have entered this place, they wouldn't have the ability to find the true treasures here. De Huang Dog said in an incomparably arrogant manner. So you're saying that there really are treasures here? Xianxia's eyes lit up once again. It seemed that this trip to the Star Lord's space wasn't in vain. Of course. Listen to my instructions. De Huang Dog shook his head. The light wings on his back flapped and he moved at an incomparably fast speed. This Star-Lord's space wasn't small. In fact, a Star-Lord didn't have the ability to create such a large space. The reason why this space was so large was because of the topography of the Chilling Mountain. Without the Chilling Mountain, this space would most likely be extremely thin. Under De Huang Dog's lead, they searched for half a day before finally stopping in a valley. The desolate valley was too desolate. There was nothing here. In fact, there was nothing in the entire Star-Lord space. Just as Xianxia had predicted, this place was an empty shell. However, when they arrived at the top of the valley, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. "Little Xianxia, you've noticed it too, haven't you?" De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia. "There is a formation floating here. This valley is merely an illusion that has appeared in front of us. It is not the real scene. As for the real scene, we will only be able to discover it after we break this illusion formation," said Xianxia. He could clearly sense the chi of the formation here. His attainments in the field of formation were just too high. His senses were incomparably sharp. He could tell whether there was a formation in the void with just a glance. That's right. No matter how real the illusion was, it couldn't escape Xianxia's eyes and perception. That's right, it's a psychedelic formation. However, we don't have to break this formation. If we do that, the real scene will be completely exposed. It wouldn't be good if the disciples of the Martial Pavilion were to discover it. De Huang Dog said. Xianxia nodded. Although De Huang Dog had his own selfish motives, what he said was not unreasonable. After all, they still didn't know what kind of treasure the Real Star-Lord had left behind. Moreover, if they wanted to obtain the treasure, they couldn't let too many people know about it. If they knew, it would no longer be a secret. Once they knew, it would spread to everyone. Even if Xianxia took the treasure away now, there would still be a lot of trouble in the future. Let alone others, just the experts of the Martial Pavilion would most likely have their eyes on it. The treasure left behind by the Star-Lord was no small matter. There had never been a Star-Lord in the entire Scarlet East region. Not even a high-level heavenly source expert had appeared. The influence of a Star-Lord was just too great. Hence, it was best for him to obtain the treasure silently now. No one would know about it. After he left, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion could even testify for him and prove that this was indeed an empty shell, and there was no treasure at all. Moreover, this psychedelic formation was set up by a Star-Lord expert. With our strength, even if we can break it, we'll still need some time. By then, the 3 days will have long passed. The Star-Lord space will open again, and the Scarlet Mountain will fall into chaos. De Huang Dog said. Once the 3 days were up, the Scarlet Mountain would definitely fall into chaos. Everyone in the Yu clan would die. How could the higher-ups of the Yu clan let it go so easily? That's right. If it's just finding a way to enter the psychedelic formation, it'll be very simple for us. We'll be able to enter in 2 hours without anyone noticing. Xianxia patted De Huang Dog's head. When this dog was smart, he was quite smart. Since that's the case, let's begin. It should be very easy to enter after some research. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. Thinking that there would be treasures left behind by a Star-Lord expert, the dog could not help but be excited. At this time in another wilderness, the war between the human clan and the Yu clan had completely ended. Without any surprise, the 6th young master, Zhao Qianquan, and the leader of the Yu clan who fought against Ji Tian were both killed. One was killed by Li Long, and the other by Ji Tian. So far, all the genius disciples of the Yu clan who entered this time, all the experts of the Unity realm, including the 3 captains of the first heaven of the Earth Source realm, had died tragically. None of them walked out alive. Tragic, it was really tragic. This war was a fatal blow to the Yu clan. The Yu clan suffered such a great loss that it was impossible to recover. The Martial Pavilion also suffered a loss of at least 700 or 800 disciples. However, compared to the loss of the Yu clan, it was not even worth mentioning. More than 2,000 disciples of the Martial Pavilion who were still alive had been baptized by life and death. Every one of them had undergone a great transformation. With such a transformation, their future achievements would be much higher than before. At this moment, more than 2,000 disciples of the martial pavilion gathered together. All of their faces were filled with excitement. They had won a great victory. Such a great victory was unimaginable even in their dreams. We must thank Teacher Xianxia for this battle. If it wasn't for him, the ones who would be buried here would be us instead of the winged men. That's right. That's right. The so-called Star Lord's ruins were originally a trap set by the Yu clan. It was a big conspiracy. Fortunately, Teacher Xianxia broke it directly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The end of the Yu clan would be our end. This war was really exciting. After being guided by Teacher Xianxia, my cultivation has also improved a lot. Now I have a vague feeling that I'm going to break through. This feeling is really nostalgic. Sigh, it's a pity. It's really a pity that I couldn't team up with Teacher Xianxia. I couldn't get Teacher Xianxia's guidance. It's really a big loss this time. That's right. You guys are really lucky to be in the same team as Teacher Xianxia. The other team has also received Teacher Xianxia's guidance. We haven't seen Teacher Xianxia's face yet. This won't do. When we get back, I must personally pay a visit to ask for guidance. I also want to be guided by Teacher Xianxia. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The disciples of Li Long's team were full of regret. Although they were also very excited because of the great victory of this battle, they saw that the disciples of the other two teams had received guidance from Xianxia and thus obtained great benefits. Some of them had even begun to break through, but they had missed such a great opportunity. How could they not be disappointed? They did not believe it at first, but the result forced them to believe it. With so many people saying it, they had no reason to not believe it. Now that the battle was over, they could only wait until they returned to the martial pavilion to ask for guidance from Xianxia. However, they did not know if Xianxia would be willing to specially guide them. You two guys are really lucky. After receiving guidance from Xianxia, you actually made such great progress. Li Long looked at the proud Xiaoying and Jitian and said with incomparable envy. He could feel the changes in Xiaoying and Jitian, especially Xiaoying, who was about to break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Li Long, how can you call Teacher by his name? Do you still want Teacher to guide you? Jitian's eyes widened. I was wrong. I should call him Teacher. Sigh, I don't know what Teacher is doing now. If he was here, I would ask Teacher to guide me no matter what. Li Long hurriedly admitted his mistake. Although Xianxia was not here, his attitude was very good. He did not dare to show any disrespect to Xianxia. Teacher said to go to this space to see if there is anything strange in this Star Lord space. What should we do now? Jitian asked. It's only been a day. According to the agreement, there are still 2 more days before we can leave this place. We can't just stand here and stare at each other for 2 days. Xiaoying said. In my opinion, we should also take a look around. It's not easy to come to the Star Lord space, so we should at least take a look around. Even if it's an empty shell, we can at least gain some experience. If we're lucky enough to come across some treasures, that would be a real fortune. Xieting said. In a faction like the Martial Pavilion, Xieting was probably the only one who could stand together with Xiaoying and the other two and even dare to give guidance. The young city lord of the divine martial city had an esteemed status. Let alone Xiaoying and the others, even peak Earth Source experts would have to give Xieting some face. Junior brother Xia is right. In any case, all the winged people have been killed by us. There are no more threats in this space. Why don't we take a stroll around here and see if we can obtain any benefits? That will depend on our luck. Li Long said. Alright, let's do that. You don't have to gather together, just wander around. Just treat these 2 days as fun. After a life and death battle, everyone is a little tired. Let's relax. Xiaoying said. More than 2,000 disciples of the martial pavilion began to disperse. They all kept their flight talismans and chose to go on foot. After all, treasures like flight talismans were specially made to deal with the winged race. It would be a great waste to use them when they were not fighting the winged race. The disciples of the martial pavilion began to have fun. The intense battle was over. It was rare to relax in the Star-Lord space. This was also a kind of experience. And at this time, they could play however they wanted. There was no need to worry about what kind of enemies they would encounter. All the genius disciples of the winged race had been killed. Late at night, rising Feather Mountain, the hinterland of the winged race. Zhao Lingxiao paced back and forth in the main hall, frowning from time to time. Patriarch, why are you sighing? A heavenly source realm elder asked. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy, as if something bad has happened. Zhao Lingxiao said. Patriarch, you're worrying too much. Our plan is flawless, and we saw the disciples of the two races enter with our own eyes. Nothing bad will happen. Let alone the 8 Gates maze formation, even without the formation, the human race is no match for us in the competition of the Unity Origin realm. The elder said with a smile. He was extremely confident. There won't be any problems with the 8 Gates maze formation, right? Zhao Lingxiao was still a little annoyed. This kind of annoyance was very rare for a patriarch like him. It was personally designed by me. I led a dozen heavenly source experts to set it up. In the entire martial pavilion, only Xianxia of the everlasting pavilion has the strength to break the formation. Unfortunately, Xianxia doesn't know our plan. As a heavenly source expert, Xianxia can't enter the ruins of the Star Lord. The elder became even more confident. Yes, by the way, closely monitor the movements of the Qiling Mountain. If any heavenly source experts of the martial pavilion want to enter the ruins of the Star Lord, report immediately. Zhao Lingxiao said. Don't worry. The martial pavilion is quiet. They're all in the divine martial city. There's not even a single demonic beast in the Qiling Mountain, so no one will mess up our chance. In 2 days, the Star Lord's ruins will reopen. At that time, we'll just have to wait and see the bitter faces of the upper echelons of the human race. Another heavenly source expert laughed. He really could not think of any accidents that could happen to such a flawless opportunity. He also did not know where Zhao Lingxiao's worries and annoyance came from. Yes. Zhao Lingxiao nodded firmly, feeling a little relieved. However, the annoyance in the depths of his heart had not completely disappeared. Zhao Lingxiao really could not think of any accidents that could happen to the plan. Looks like I'm worrying for nothing. There are still 2 days left. I really hope time passes faster. My son, Qianquan, don't let your father down, Zhao Lingxiao thought. Zhao Qianquan was one of the sons he was proud of. He had reached the Earth Source stage at such a young age. This time, he had asked Zhao Qianquan to personally lead the team, which was a form of trust for him. Unfortunately, Zhao Lingxiao would never have thought that the flawless plan of the Yu clan had long been destroyed by Jiang Chen. Let alone Zhao Qianquan, all 3 of his sons had died tragically. Not a single one of the 2,000 Yu clan members had survived. If Zhao Lingxiao knew about this, he would probably vomit blood in anger. However, it was not only the Yu clan that was worried. The martial pavilion was also worried. I wonder what's going on in the Star Lord's remains. The disciples of the martial pavilion might not have any advantage against the disciples of the feather race. Wu Changtian sighed. As the master of the martial pavilion, he had a lot of responsibilities. He was responsible for the lives of many people. In fact, Wu Changtian was already regretting his bet with Zhao Lingxiao. Brother Wu, don't think too much. The disciples of the human race also need real training. If we keep cultivating in the martial pavilion like flowers in a greenhouse, what kind of future can we have? Xia Yunpeng said. Brother Xia is right. Only by experiencing real life and death battles can we truly grow. I feel that this is a great opportunity for the disciples of the human race. All the fusion origin disciples of the Yun Manor should participate. Yun Xinan said. He and Xia Yunpeng were of the same mind in this regard. That's right. In the Red East region, we and the Feather race have always been enemies. There will be a battle sooner or later. Zhao Lingxiao is ambitious and has not given up on destroying the human race. If our disciples don't grow, they will only be suppressed by the Feather race disciples in the future. Zhen Yang said. There are still 2 days. I hope there won't be too many losses this time. Wu Changtian said. He and Zhao Lingxiao had completely different thoughts. Zhao Lingxiao felt that the plan was flawless, but his hidden sixth sense made him feel irritated. He felt that something bad was about to happen. On the other hand, Wu Chongtian was worried about the strength of the disciples of the martial pavilion. Unfortunately, they did not know what was happening in the Star-Lord space. Everything had already been settled. If the results of the Star-Lord space were to spread, the entire divine martial city would be in an uproar. At this moment, in the Star-Lord space, above the desolated valley, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow had finished studying the hallucinatory grand formation. They had successfully entered the formation. Sure enough, the scene inside had changed greatly. It was a completely different world compared to the valley before. It was an incomparably dark cave dwelling, filled with a gloomy aura. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood in a corridor that was like a black hole. There was a faint light in front of them, like a dot of light in the darkness, guiding them forward. It was gloomy, decaying, and filled with negative energy. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but frown. Woo woo, in front of the long corridor, cries could be heard. That's right, it was the sound of sobbing. In such an environment, it was truly like a ghost, causing one's hair to stand on end. What great resentment! De Huang Dog said. That's right. There's resentment everywhere. It seems that the Star-Lord died with a grievance. Even though he's dead, his resentment is still there. Jiang Chen said. We seem to have entered the tomb of the Master of the Stars, so it's best to be careful. With such a strong aura of resentment, it's very easy for it to be guided by the weak consciousness of the Master of the Stars and form a vengeful spirit in this environment. De Huang Dog said. Just as De Huang Dog finished speaking, an illusory white shadow suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It was extremely fast and silent. Suddenly, it stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Jiang Chen. A vengeful spirit. Jiang Chen's body flashed and dodged the claw. De Huang Dog had guessed correctly. There really was a vengeful spirit here. A vengeful spirit formed from the thick aura of resentment of a Star-Lord was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, this kind of vengeful spirit was extremely frightening. Not only did it have a strong attack power, but it could also affect a person's subconscious. Once the person's subconscious was attacked by the vengeful spirit, they would become an existence similar to the vengeful spirit and lose their consciousness. It was extremely terrifying. Be careful. The vengeful spirit here is probably at the Earth Source realm. De Huang Dog warned. It's fine. Vengeful spirits are formless. No matter how strong their attack power is, their origin won't change. My Green Lotus Clear Starfire is their greatest weapon. Formless vengeful spirits, even if they're at the Earth Source realm, can't withstand a single blow from my Green Lotus Clear Starfire. Jiang Chen said. He understood the characteristics of these vengeful spirits too well. In front of the Green Lotus Clear Starfire, no matter how strong the vengeful spirit was, it would be useless. There was only one outcome. Asterisk woo woo, asterisk with a mournful cry, the vengeful spirit launched another attack. However, this time, Jiang Chen did not dodge. The vengeful spirit was fast, but he was even faster. He flicked a flame from his finger, hitting the incoming vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit was ignited by the flames. It let out a mournful cry before being burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The flames on Jiang Chen's body were formed from the fusion of several types of divine flames. It was the nemesis of all evil beings in the world. How could a mere formless vengeful spirit resist Jiang Chen's flames? Awesome. De Huang Dog praised. Fighting by Jiang Chen's side was always so refreshing. Jiang Chen had just too many tricks up his sleeve. He could deal with any unpredictable situation. Asterisk woo woo, asterisk facing the cries, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog continued walking along the dark corridor. Such an environment was too frightening. If it were any other disciple of the martial pavilion, they would be scared to death. In such a long corridor, they might not even have the strength to walk, let alone fight with the vengeful spirit. Only Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were brave enough to do so. They had experienced too many dangerous places in their life. This small tomb of a Star-Lord was nothing to them. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. As for these vengeful spirits, they could not even cause a ripple of fear in their hearts, let alone frighten them. The aura of resentment was too strong, and there was definitely more than one vengeful spirit. This long corridor seemed to have no end. From time to time, vengeful spirits would rush out and attack Xianxia and a Huang dog. The vengeful spirits here had never come into contact with the outside world, but they had the instinct to eat humans. Once a vengeful spirit ate a human and drank their blood, they would absorb the true yang energy and begin to transform. Once they transformed, they would become more powerful. It would not be easy for Xianxia's flames to burn the vengeful spirits to death as easily as before. Unfortunately, these vengeful spirits did not have the opportunity to transform. Xianxia and a Huang dog were the only humans they encountered. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream for them to want to drink Xianxia and a Huang dog's blood. Mournful screams continuously sounded. In the entire long corridor, all the vengeful spirits were eliminated by Xianxia. After eliminating these vengeful spirits, the aura of resentment in this place weakened by a lot. It was at least half of what it was before. As for Xianxia and a Huang dog, after endless efforts, they finally reached the end of the long corridor and entered the real cave dwelling. The sealed cave dwelling was surrounded by cold stone walls. At this point, the aura was no longer gloomy, but the incomparably evil aura of resentment was even stronger. The huge copper coffin was at least 10 times the size of an ordinary coffin. What did 10 times the size mean? It was almost the size of a house. What was noteworthy was that there was no lid on the bronze coffin. What a huge copper coffin. Could it be the corpse of the Celestial Lord? The Huang dog said. Such a scene really made people shudder. Why don't we climb up and see? Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, not the slightest bit of fear. This cave is empty. If there are really treasures, they should be in this copper coffin, the Huang dog said. Big Yellow said. After that, the two brothers leapt up and landed on top of the bronze coffin. There was nothing special about this copper coffin. There were no arrays or runes on it. In fact, there was no need for them at all. For the owner of this place, being able to pass through layers of obstacles to reach this place had already proved his ability. It was meaningless to continue to set up arrays and runes around the copper coffin. Xianxia and a Huang dog stood on both sides of the copper coffin. The two looked at each other and then looked inside the copper coffin. In this huge copper coffin, a beautiful and charming woman lay quietly. This woman looked to be about 30 years old. Although it was unknown how long she had been dead, her corpse did not decay in the slightest. Of course, it was normal for the corpse to be preserved in good condition. After all, this woman was a celestial lord. A powerful celestial lord's body was as solid as diamond. It was not that easy to decay. What really attracted Xianxia and a Huang dog's attention was the pair of white wings on the woman's back. These wings were too familiar. A winged person. Xianxia and a Huang dog looked at each other again. The one who left this celestial lord's relic turned out to be a winged person, a powerful celestial lord of the Feather Clan. I heard from the elders of the Everlasting Pavilion that the Feather Clan is a big clan in the Eternal World. They not only exist in the Red East Domain, but also in the entire Red Cloud Star boundary. The Red East Domain is just one of them. It seems that this should be the Celestial Lord of the Red Middle Domain. I wonder why she was buried here. The Huang dog said. Humph. Since it was left behind by a harpy expert, there's no need to hold back. Let's see if there are any other treasures here. We've already searched through everything. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Plundering the treasures left behind by the harpies was a wonderful idea. He didn't feel any guilt at all. That's the 10-winged feather man. It's said that they have the highest bloodline of the feather race. Their wings can reach up to 100, and they are known as the 100-winged feather man. What a terrifying race. The Huang dog sighed. The 100-winged feathered man. I'm afraid such an existence will only exist when we reach the true peak of the eternal world. It's not something we should consider for now. Let's deal with the feathered race in the Crimson East region first. Xianxia said. Look, there is a brocade box. The Huang dog's eyes were sharp, and he saw a golden brocade box placed under one of the woman's wings. The brocade box wasn't big, and it was only the size of 2 palms. It was covered by the wings, and only a corner of it was revealed. If one didn't look carefully, it would really be difficult to notice. The treasures should be in here. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony at all. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the brocade box automatically flew up and fell into Xianxia's hand. There was no restriction placed on the brocade box. Xianxia flicked his finger and opened the brocade box. Within the brocade box, there was a green cosmos ring. Apart from that, there was also a piece of paper. The paper looked somewhat new. It could be seen that the Star Lord had not died for a long time. Even the Star Lord domain had only existed for a few years. Open it and take a look. It should be the last words of this birdwoman. Maybe she had some last wishes for you to help her complete. De Huang Dog chuckled. The last wish of a feathered man fell into the hands of a human. It's also a kind of irony. If this person knew, I'm afraid she would be so angry that she would die again. Xianxia also couldn't help laughing. He wondered if the last wish was for the person who received her inheritance to help her complete the great plan of destroying the human clan. If that was the case, it was destined to be a regret. Xianxia took out the paper and opened it casually. Lines of black words immediately appeared in front of him. For a Star Lord to leave a will, she had to write it on a piece of paper instead of leaving a divine sense. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the person who left the will was not allowed to leave a divine sense in the situation at that time. If it was a seriously injured person, their divine sense would also be damaged. Even if they managed to leave their divine sense behind, the divine sense would only last for a limited amount of time. It wouldn't last as long as it was written on a piece of paper. Xianxia and De Huang Dog moved closer at the same time and looked at the content with great interest. However, when they saw the first line, their expressions changed instantly. The teasing look in their eyes became serious. Wrong. They were all wrong. I hope that the person who can see this is a descendant of the human clan, not a feathered man. With just this sentence, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were instantly dumbfounded. This person was obviously a 10-winged feathered man, but why did she say that the person was a descendant of the human clan? There must be a hidden story behind this. Xianxia and De Huang Dog stopped joking and continued to read. I am not a feathered person. I am Queen Lin of the Lin Kingdom of the Red Central Region. This body is what I hate the most in this world, because this is the body of a feathered person. My own body was occupied by a feathered person, and they snuck into the Lin Kingdom to confuse the people. Back then, a feathered person spy snuck into the Lin Kingdom and bewitched my master. Later, my master bestowed her as a concubine. Unfortunately, no one in the Lin Kingdom saw through her lies. Even I was blinded and treated her as a sister. Finally, one day, her ambition exploded and she used the soul transfer technique to frame me. She took my body and left this feathered person's body to me. No one in the Lin Kingdom believed me and wanted to kill me. I didn't even have a chance to explain. I desperately escaped to save my life, but I was already an arrow at the end of its flight. I know that I don't have long to live, so I left this relic behind. I hope that one day, I will meet a fated person who can fulfill my last wish and return to the country of Lin to clear my name and expose the bitch's face. Otherwise, the human clan of the country of Lin will be destroyed by the bitch, and the people of the country of Lin will be plunged into misery and suffering. The remnants of my cultivation are sealed in the blood spirit pearl and sealed in my mouth. After you get it, you can absorb the energy in it. Also, the things left in this interspatial ring are an opportunity for you. My name is Lin Chaofeng. There is a jade pendant in the interspatial ring that can identify my real body. Little Chinzi, do you think it's true or not? De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia understood the meaning of De Huang Dog's words. After all, a piece of last words couldn't prove anything, because what they saw was a winged person without the slightest aura of the human race. Empress Lin might be true, or it might be a lie left behind by the winged person. If the current empress of the Lin Kingdom was real, then Xianxia would be helping the winged person if he fulfilled the last words. Of course, Xianxia wasn't a fool. He had his own judgment. In this world, there was no lie that could confuse him. I have my own judgment. Xianxia picked up the storage ring from the brocade box. With a thought, he opened the storage ring. When he saw the treasures in the storage ring, even Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the huge interspatial ring was a mountain of origin stones. 10,000 grade 5 origin stones, which was equivalent to at least a month's worth of grade 4 origin stones. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little dizzy at the sight of such a huge amount of wealth. Damn, little Xianxia, you're rich. So many grade 4 origin stones. That's for heavenly source experts to cultivate. Grade 5 origin stones are for star lords. With so much wealth, you're definitely the richest person in the entire Crimson East region. Even if all the heavenly source experts in the Crimson East region were added up, they wouldn't be as rich as you. Da Huang Dog jumped up. Such a huge amount of wealth was really a little scary. Xianxia, on the other hand, was beaming. With so many origin stones, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivating to the late heavenly source realm. So, do you think a winged person would leave so much wealth to the descendants of the human race? Xianxia looked at Da Huang Dog. Impossible. This wealth is too shocking. If he took it out, it could help the human race raise a sect. Unless the winged person is crazy, why would he leave such wealth to the enemy? Da Huang Dog shook his head. He didn't need to think too much about this. It was impossible. There was also a battle sword in the interspatial ring. On the hilt of the sword, there was a Lin character. This was a Star Lord battle weapon. In terms of Genesis weapons, it was a grade 5 origin weapon. To put it bluntly, this sword alone was priceless. In the Crimson East region, or even the Crimson Middle region, if news of this spread, it would cause endless panic. It was unknown how much power a Star Lord soldier could unleash. Xianxia held the sword in his hand and looked at it casually. These are human weapons. I've studied the Harpy's weapons before, and they are fundamentally different. After Xianxia said that, he picked up the jade pendant again. The turquoise jade pendant was very exquisite. One side of the jade pendant was still engraved with the Lin character, and the other side was engraved with a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It says that this jade pendant can prove its identity, which shows that this jade pendant is Empress Lin's personal belongings. In fact, jade pendants are also personal belongings. Da Huang, let me ask you, it's not easy for others to take away a Star Lord's personal belongings. Xianxia looked at Da Huang Dog. In other words, this is the real Empress Lin. The one in the Lin Kingdom is fake. It's a winged person. Da Huang Dog said. That's right. An evil technique like the soul-shifting technique isn't rare, but it's extremely difficult to execute. Empress Lin must have been deceived, which was why she was attacked by this technique and had her soul and body replaced. I can basically conclude that everything written in the letter is true, but we'll have to wait until we go to the Red Mid region and the Lin Kingdom before we can be sure. Xianxia said that if he had a chance to meet Empress Lin in person, with his eyesight, Xianxia would be able to see the truth at a glance. That's right, it's not a good idea to discuss the truth now. With our current strength, even if we go to the Crimson Middle region, we won't be of much help. We can only be beaten. Let's solve the matter in the Crimson East region first, and then go to the Crimson Middle region. I believe it won't take too long. With our foundation, we can improve our cultivation very quickly. Da Huang Dog said. Xianxia nodded. He would naturally take Empress Lin's matter to heart. If it was true, he would definitely help her fulfill her last wish. After all, he had obtained such a great opportunity from Empress Lin. If he couldn't fulfill her last wish, it would be a little unfair. Look at that blood spirit bead. Da Huang Dog reminded. Okay. Xianxia nodded, then looked at the woman's face. Sorry. Xianxia flicked his finger and shot out a ray of light, which fell into the woman's mouth. The woman's mouth opened automatically, and a blood-red bead jumped out instantly. Xianxia grabbed it in his hand. A bead left behind by a Star Lord after exhausting his entire cultivation. The energy in this bead is definitely extraordinary. This is a real treasure. Da Huang Dog's eyes lit up, and he began to lick his mouth. It's a pity that Empress Lin's final state was too weak. There isn't much energy in this bead. However, if you and I refine it, it won't be a problem for us to increase our cultivation by 2 levels. Xianxia looked at the blood spirit bead and said. 2 levels is not bad. Then what are we waiting for? This Lord Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog shook his head. Alright, then let's refine this blood spirit bead before we leave. There are still about 2 days left. It's enough for us to refine it. Xianxia and De Huang Dog jumped down from the bronze coffin and sat down cross-legged. The blood spirit bead floated between them, and the man and dog began to refine it. Hiss, strands of energy flew out from the blood spirit bead and entered Xianxia and De Huang Dog's bodies. These two were super freaks. Their foundations were too deep, and they could increase their cultivation as long as they had energy. There was no bottleneck at all. Although Empress Lin left the blood spirit bead in an extremely poor state, she was a Star Lord after all. Even a little bit of energy left behind could greatly benefit a Unity Origin expert. Not long after they started refining the energy, Xianxia broke through and successfully reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Soon after, De Huang Dog also advanced to the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. However, the two brothers didn't stop. With their foundations, they could definitely continue to make breakthroughs. It wouldn't be a problem for both of them to advance another level. However, the two brothers had to slow down a little. After all, the impact of the energy was too fast, and it would more or less affect their bodies. If nothing unexpected happened, after the blood spirit bead was completely refined, Xianxia's cultivation would reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, and De Huang Dog's cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion had appeared. They all remembered that when the Star-Lord's space reopened, no one would be late. After all, if they couldn't get out, they might have to stay here forever. A space left behind by the Star-Lord, it was undoubtedly a delusion for them to walk out with their own abilities. Mother ***, there's no Star-Lord ruins at all. I'm so disappointed. I didn't have any illusions. The Star-Lord ruins is just an empty shell. It's a trap set by the feather race to trap us here. Unfortunately, they went for wool and came home shorn. In the end, they were the ones who suffered. That's right. That's right. Let's not think about the treasures. We're lucky to be able to keep our lives and walk out of here alive. We can imagine that if it wasn't for Teacher Xianxia, we would all be dead. We'll end up like the winged men. Furthermore, we didn't come here in vain. After the battle of life and death with the winged men, we've all experienced the baptism of life and death. We've all undergone a fundamental transformation. Moreover, most of us have been guided by Teacher Xianxia. For the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, it was not a pity that they couldn't get any treasures here. After all, after knowing that it was a trap of the feather race, they didn't have any illusions about this place. Since the experts of the feather race could set up the 8 gates maze formation here, they must have entered here before. If there were treasures here, they wouldn't have had a chance to get their hands on them. They would have been plundered by the experts of the feather race long ago. Just as some people had said, they didn't gain nothing. Instead, they gained a lot. Growth in a battle of life and death was often the rarest thing. Moreover, many of them had been guided by Xianxia. Some of them had already broken through in these 2 days. For example, Xiaoying had successfully broken through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Ji Tian was not far from breaking through, which made Li Long drool with envy. Xieting was extremely talented. After this battle, he had broken through again, becoming a 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. The speed of his growth was astonishing. Why hasn't Teacher Xianxia appeared yet? The space gate will open soon, said Li Long said. Many people looked into the distance, but they still did not see Xianxia's shadow. They had been wandering in this Star-Lord space for 2 days, and no one had seen the slightest trace of Xianxia. That's right. Teacher Xianxia wouldn't be unaware of the time. Logically speaking, he should have returned by now. He wouldn't have encountered any trouble, right? Ji Tian said. That won't happen. Teacher is omnipotent. Even if he encounters any difficulties, he will be able to resolve them. We don't have to worry too much. Teacher will definitely be fine. Xiaoying said. She had seen Xianxia's power with her own eyes. Xianxia's omnipotent image had been deeply rooted in her heart. His image was so lofty that she even blindly believed that there was no trouble or difficulty in this world that could make Xianxia helpless. At this moment, the upper echelons of the human race and feather race appeared once again above the river at the center of Qiling Mountain. However, there were a lot more people this time compared to 3 days ago. A few of the upper echelons of the earthly origin realm had also appeared. According to what had been said before, the deep layer of the Star Lord's ruins would be opened once the Unity Realm disciples finished their training. They all wanted to go in and have a look. Whether it was the upper echelons of the earthly origin realm or the heavenly origin realm, the Star Lord's ruins held a fatal attraction to them. Ha ha ha, Brother Wu, Brother Xia, how have you been? Zhao Lingxiao clasped his fists at Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng as he spoke with great joy. Zhao Lingxiao, why are you so happy? Or do you think that your feather race disciples will definitely win? Xia Yunpeng said in a bad mood. Definitely win? Of course they'll win. If I'm not wrong, your human disciples have probably all been wiped out. Not a single one of them will be able to come out alive, Zhao Lingxiao said proudly. There was no longer a need to hide anything at this point in time, because when the spatial door opened, not a single human disciple would be able to come out. Wu Changtian naturally wanted to know the outcome. What did you say? Wu Changtian's expression changed. He had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. He was extremely worried about the disciples that had entered the Star Lord ruins. He immediately knew that something bad must have happened when he saw Zhao Lingxiao's expression. Zhao Lingxiao, what do you mean? Did you do something behind the scenes? Xia Yunpeng frowned. Something behind the scenes? That's right, it was indeed my doing. Now that things have come to this, I don't mind telling you that this Star Lord's relic is just an empty shell. There's nothing inside, and there's no so-called deep space. Letting the disciples go in to train is just a plot of the feather race against the human race. Zhao Lingxiao loudly said, Humph. Our feather race has already set up the 8 gates maze formation inside and chased away all the demonic beasts to make the opening of the Star Lord ruins more realistic. Your 3,000 disciples have already fallen into the 8 gates maze formation the moment they entered the Star Lord space. They can only wait to be slaughtered, becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing this, the experts of the human race felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Wu Changtian in particular staggered and almost fell from the sky. The 8 gates maze formation is a peerless trapping formation. Those who are trapped inside can't see the people outside and can only wait to be killed. If a dozen heavenly source experts had set up this formation together, even I wouldn't be able to break it. The pavilion master of the everlasting pavilion, Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. Others might not know how powerful the 8 gates maze formation was, but he knew it very well. If the U race had really set up the 8 gates maze formation in the Star Master space, then Zhao Lingxiao's words were definitely not an exaggeration. The 3,000 human geniuses might really be wiped out. Zhao Lingxiao, I'm going to kill you. Xia Yunpeng was enraged. A terrifying aura rushed out from his body and charged towards Zhao Lingxiao without saying a word. He couldn't help but be angry. His precious son was also among them. If Xia Ting died, Xia Yunpeng would definitely fight to the death with the feather race. Humph. Xia Yunpeng, do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhao Lingxiao coldly snorted and charged towards Xia Yunpeng in a flash. At this moment, Zhao Lingxiao's aura was soaring. His words were meant to infuriate Wu Changtian, Xia Yunpeng, and the others. When people were enraged, they would often lose their rationality, just like Xia Yunpeng. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the 2 heavenly source experts collided with each other in an extremely ferocious manner. With just a single collision, the sky darkened. The river below rippled with waves, and a ray of sword light descended from the sky, directly splitting the river in half. In the void, Xia Yunpeng and Zhao Lingxiao fought back and forth passionately. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. Without exception, both of them wanted to kill each other. Both of them were the top representatives of their respective camps. Once they died, the loss would be unimaginable and irreparable. Zhao Lingxiao, give me back my son's life. Xia Yunpeng went crazy. He only had one son, and he regarded his life as important. Now that Xia Ting had been framed by the Feather Clan and died in the Starlord space, Xia Yunpeng had lost his rationality and attacked recklessly. The experts of the Martial Pavilion and the Feather Clan were facing each other, and it seemed like they would fight to the death if there was any disagreement. However, both sides did not move. The Feather clan naturally did not want to fight to the death with the Human clan, because they had just completed their grand scheme, and the outcome of their grand scheme was about to be revealed. As long as the geniuses of the Human clan died in there, the Feather clan could slowly fight with the Human clan. As for Wu Changtian's side, they still had a glimmer of hope. Without seeing the Star-Lord space open again, they still did not believe that the 3,000 genius disciples of the Martial Pavilion would all die tragically. This was an unbearable pain. Asterisk rumble, asterisk at this moment, in the void above the river, a space portal gradually formed, and a shadow appeared. The 3 days that the Feather clan experts had planned had already passed, and the sealed Star-Lord space was about to open again. At this moment, Xia Yunpeng and Zhao Lingxiao also temporarily stopped what they were doing. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the space portal above the river. On the Human clan's side, everyone's expression was ugly, and they gritted their teeth. After knowing about the 8 Gates maze formation, they did not have much hope. However, even if it was the only hope, they still had to have it, especially for Wu Changtian, the sect master of the Martial Pavilion. He was the supreme ruler of the Martial Pavilion, as well as the representative of the human race. It was his decision that caused the 3,000 disciples of the Martial Pavilion to be trapped. If the result was as Zhao Lingxiao had said, that all the disciples of the human race could not make it out alive, he, Wu Changtian, would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. From then on, he would spend the rest of his life in endless regret. On the other hand, the people of the Feather race all had smiles on their faces. They did not even need to guess what would happen in the Star-Lord's ruins. In their eyes, the outcome was already fixed and there was no suspense. They were well aware of the situation in the Starmaster space. It was an empty shell with nothing inside, so there was no way anything could go wrong. In other words, with the help of the 8 Gates maze formation, unless the sun rose from the west, the human disciples would not have any chance of survival. At this moment, within the Star-Lord space, over 2,000 disciples of the Martial Pavilion, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the space door, had their eyes light up once again. Every single one of them had the feeling of being able to see the light of day again. Previously, when they were trapped in the 8 Gates maze formation, everyone was in complete despair. They did not believe that they would have the chance to see the sun outside and return to the Martial Pavilion that they were familiar with. The space door has opened. Let's go. Someone said. Teacher Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog are not back yet. Could they have met with an accident? Yeah, why aren't they back yet? Did they forget the time? I don't think so. This place is an empty shell. There isn't even a single demonic beast. Even we have been wandering around here for so long without encountering any danger. With Teacher Jiang Chen's ability, it is even more impossible for him to meet with any trouble. All the disciples of the Martial Pavilion were worried about Jiang Chen. After all, the space door was right in front of them and it was about to open. Moreover, the opening of the space door would not take too long. Don't worry, everyone. We are very clear about Teacher Jiang Chen's ability. He will definitely be fine. The appearance of the space door will cause quite a commotion, and Teacher will be able to see it. When the time comes, he will return. Don't forget, Teacher can fly. His speed is far faster than us. Nie Xiaoying said loudly, now, everyone follow me and leave this place. We will wait for Teacher to return to Chilling Mountain. Nie Xiaoying was currently at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. She had the highest cultivation among those present, surpassingly Long and Jitian. Her words were naturally the leader. To put it bluntly, Nie Xiaoying was now the leader of this place. Everyone would definitely listen to her words unconditionally. Alright, let's go first. Xie Ting's aura fluctuated, and he was the first to leap into the space door. Afterwards, a large number of disciples of the Martial Pavilion began to follow Xie Ting into the space door. At the center of Chilling Mountain, above the river, the experts of the human race and the Feather race stared unblinkingly at the space door that had completely formed, waiting for the people inside to come out. The outcome of this shocking conspiracy, and whether it had developed according to the experts of the Feather race's expectations, would soon be revealed. Xie Yunpeng, just wait and see. Your son is already dead. Those who come out will all be members of the Feather race. Not a single one of your human race will come out alive. How pitiful, how lamentable, ha ha ha, Zhao Lingxiao laughed loudly. He was incomparably arrogant and pleased. Seeing Xia Yunping's and Wu Changtian's ashen faces, Zhao Lingxiao's inner joy could not be contained. Xia Yunping clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He had already made sufficient preparations. As long as all those who came out were feather race, he would definitely kill Zhao Lingxiao at all costs. Even if he lost his life, he would not hesitate. Bang, with a loud sound, a figure rushed out from the space door. The first person to come out was none other than Xia Ting. Father. Xia Ting happened to see Xia Yunpeng, who was the closest to him, after appearing. He immediately shouted. Ting. Xia Yunpeng's eyes widened, and then he rubbed them forcefully, wondering if there was something wrong with his eyes. Whoosh, in the next moment, Xia Yunpeng flashed through the air and arrived before Xia Ting like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed Xia Ting's shoulders with both hands and constantly examined him. Unknowingly, his eyes became a little moist. Father, what's wrong with you? Aren't I fine? Xia Ting chuckled. In front of his father, he laughed like a child. Ting, it's really you. You're not dead. That's great, ha ha ha, that's great. Your cultivation has actually improved to such a level. You've already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. That's beyond my expectations. The great joys and sorrows of life came too suddenly, and it was too exciting. Previously, Xia Yunpeng had fallen into a bottomless abyss, a bottomless swamp, and was unable to extricate himself. At this moment, seeing his son appear before him unscathed, Xia Yunpeng simply couldn't describe his feelings. It's Xia Ting. Look, Xia Ting came out alive. Wu Changtian pointed at Xia Ting and said excitedly. His heart, which was originally in despair, became extremely agitated the moment he saw Xia Ting. At least, this meant that the situation in the Star Lord space wasn't like what Zhao Lingxiao had said. What's going on? Zhao Lingxiao's originally arrogant face turned cold in an instant. The first person to come out of the Star Lord space was actually not a member of the U race, but a human. This outcome stunned all the experts of the U race. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon, groups of human geniuses came out of the void gate. They descended from the sky and landed on the side of the human race. Ha ha ha, look, that's Zhang Qing and Han Dong. They're all alive. They're all alive. Feng Wei is also alive. Who said that the human race will be destroyed? Aren't they all our people? Look at them, all of them are in high spirits, and some of them even have a breakthrough in their cultivation. It's obvious that they've obtained great benefits. The upper echelons of the martial pavilion began to get excited, especially Wu Changtian. This heavenly source expert, the dignified sect master of the martial pavilion, actually had tears in his eyes. He was feeling the same as Xia Yunpeng. What's going on? Ah. Who can tell me what's going on? Is it someone from the U race? Zhao Lingxiao was going crazy. This outcome was worlds apart from what he had expected. What happened to the 8 gates disorientating formation? Didn't they say that not a single human would be able to come out alive? What the hell is going on? Impossible, this is impossible. The 8 gates maze formation was clearly set up by us. It's impossible for those Unity Origin Realm disciples of the human race to break the 8 gates maze formation. What's going on? What happened in the Star-Lord space? Where are our people? Why haven't any of our disciples come out? Seeing the human disciples come out one by one, the upper echelons of the feather race panicked. Their expressions changed drastically. Up until now, not a single feather race disciple had come out. This gave the feather race an ominous feeling. At the center of the Star-Lord space, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had completely refined the energy in the blood spirit orb. As expected, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, while De Huang Dog's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. They were only a step away from the Earth Source Realm, and with their strength, it would not be difficult for them to reach the Earth Source Realm. The spatial gate has reopened. Let's hurry up and leave. De Huang Dog said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He looked at the copper coffin and made a decision. I want to take this coffin away and exchange it for the truth. Xianxia said. Yes. Although it's the body of a feather person, it was brought here by the soul of Empress Lin. It's not appropriate to leave her here on the Chilling Mountain. De Huang Dog said. Xianxia stretched out the true dragon palm and grabbed the copper coffin. He put it into his interspatial ring, then flew towards the spatial gate with De Huang Dog. With their speed, it was extremely fast to reach the spatial gate. This was different from when they were looking for the copper coffin. Back then, it would naturally take them a long time to find it. Now, there was no need to look for it. With their speed, the distance was nothing. Not to mention, with Xianxia and De Huang Dog's speed, it would not be a problem for them to reach the spatial gate before it closed. Above the river, more than 2,000 disciples of the human race had all walked out of the spatial gate. Wu Changtian's face was full of joy. Although there were losses, they were within his expectations. Compared to what Zhao Lingxiao had said, it was much better. The faces of the experts of the feather race were pale. They were still staring at the spatial gate. However, after the disciples of the human race had come out, the spatial gate became strangely quiet. There was no sign of anyone coming out. Zhao Lingxiao, stop looking. The disciples of the feather race have all been annihilated. Your 3 sons are all dead. Xia Ting stood in front of Xia Yunpeng and said to Zhao Lingxiao. Boom, these words were like thunder to the feather race, especially Zhao Lingxiao. He had lost 3 sons at once. He felt the world was spinning and his head was filled with blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Bastard, what did you say? Zhao Lingxiao shouted angrily. His expression was about to tear. You heard what I said very clearly, right? Zhao Lingxiao, your Yu clan set up the 8 Gates maze formation to trap us, but you went for wool and came home shorn. In the end, you harmed yourself instead. This is karma. Xia Ting was not afraid of Zhao Lingxiao at all. He was very happy. Ting, what's going on? Xia Yunpeng asked. Xiaoying, Li Long, Ji Tian, what happened in the Star Lord's ruins? Wu Changtian asked Mia Xiaoying and the other 2. Whoosh, Zhao Lingxiao and the other senior officials of the feather race looked over at the same time. Obviously, they were also eager to know what had happened inside. They wanted to know who had broken the 8 Gates maze formation. Even if they had broken the formation, how could they have wiped out the 2,000 disciples of the feather race? The feather race had no other advantages, but compared to the human race, speed was definitely their biggest advantage. Even if they could not defeat the human race, they could definitely escape. Even if it was difficult for them to escape, they should not have been completely wiped out. Even Zhao Qianquan, who was at the Earth Source realm, could not escape. Father, sect leader, there's something you don't know. The Star Lord's remains are just an empty shell. It's a trap set up by the Yu clan. They entered in advance and set up the 8 Gates maze formation. It's an inescapable net. After our 3 teams entered, we were immediately trapped in the 8 Gates maze formation. The disciples of the Yu clan launched a sneak attack outside, causing us to lose many disciples. It's really hateful, Xia Ting said. He could not help gnashing his teeth at the thought of the 8 Gates maze formation. How did you break the 8 Gates maze formation? A heavenly source realm expert of the feather race could not help asking. It was Master Jiangchen. Nie Xiaoying said. Jiangchen? The Jiangchen who made a name for himself in the Colosseum? An elder of the martial pavilion asked. Yes, it was Master Jiangchen. He is very powerful. With the help of De Huang Dog, we soon broke the 8 Gates maze formation. It's Jiangchen from our Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi said. He had some impression of this person. After all, the matter of the beast dueling arena had caused quite a commotion, and he had happened to be in the martial pavilion, so he had more or less heard of this name. I remember now. Wan Shan told me before that Jiangchen went to the Everlasting Pavilion and gave them pointers on formations. Even Wan Shan admires him greatly. The Everlasting Pavilion's pavilion master, Xinyang, also thought of such a person. That's right. Jiangchen is a heavenly man. His attainments and formations are far beyond our reach. With his guidance, my cultivation base will soon be able to break through to the heavenly source realm. The questions and bottlenecks that I have been suppressing for so many years have all been solved by Xianxia. Even I have no choice but to call him my teacher for life. If you say that Xianxia was the one who broke the Eight Gates maze formation, I believe it. The Grand Elder of the Everlasting Pavilion, Chong Wanshan, happened to be here. When he thought of Xianxia's attainments and formations, he was filled with admiration. Our martial pavilion actually has such a capable person? Wu Changtian sighed. He was usually too busy and rarely managed the martial pavilion, so he did not even know that an amazing person like Xianxia had appeared in the martial pavilion. Damn it, there's actually a formation genius among the humans. We've overlooked this. Just who is this person? Even a formation genius at the Unity Source stage would find it difficult to break the Eight Gates maze formation. After all, this formation was created by over a dozen Heavenly Source experts. There's no point in saying anything now that it's like this. But I want to know, even if you guys broke the Eight Gates maze formation, how did you manage to wipe out all the geniuses of the Feather Race? The experts of the Feather Race had too many questions in their hearts. Without seeing the scene with their own eyes, they could not imagine just what method the humans had used to prevent a single Feather Race member from escaping. This was too ridiculous. Humph, Master's methods are not something you can imagine. Not only did he break your Eight Gates maze formation, he even secretly set up a sky-concealing formation to cut off the Feather Tribe's escape route, leaving them nowhere to run. Xia snorted coldly, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Furthermore, Master's methods are unfathomable, and there's nothing he doesn't know. When we were fighting, he gave us pointers that hit the nail on the head, resolving many of our doubts and bottlenecks. My cultivation base broke through under Master's guidance, and so did many other disciples. How could the harpies be a match for them? Nie Xiaoying said arrogantly. When she mentioned Xianxia, her eyes were filled with worship. Following that, the disciples of the martial pavilion took turns to describe the bloody battle that took place in the Starlord's ruins without hiding anything. Especially the battle results of Xianxia and De Huangdog, they did not dare to hide anything at all. Xianxia and De Huangdog were their saviors. Without Xianxia and De Huangdog, they would not hesitate to say that none of the 3,000 people would have survived. In the end, they would all end up like the disciples of the Feather Race. And these words shocked the upper echelons of the martial pavilion. Even Chong Wanshan, who knew Xianxia's capabilities, was stunned when he heard it. To be able to point out the world from a high and mighty position, what kind of heroic feeling was that? There was actually such a peerless figure in the human clan. He was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. I didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying person in the human clan. He must be extraordinary. Zhenyang sighed. Where's Xianxia? Where's Xianxia? Wu Changtian just remembered that they had been talking about Xianxia for half a day, but they had not seen Xianxia's shadow yet. Xianxia is here. Before Nie Xiaoying could speak, a shocking sound wave directly came from the space gate. In the next moment, two figures rushed out from the space gate. One was a man and one was a dog, with a pair of wings on their backs. They floated in the sky like gods of war. As soon as they appeared, they were full of heroic spirit, attracting everyone's attention. The dazzling light on their bodies made people not dare to look at them directly. Even Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng, who were Heavenly Source experts, felt that Xianxia was a true king when they looked at him. A supreme king. The pride and nobility in his bones could crush everyone else. It's teacher. I told you that teacher would definitely come out. Teacher's cultivation seems to have increased again. It's really amazing. I can't imagine it. Teacher is not someone that we can compare to. Anything that happens to him is normal. Teacher must be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. The disciples of the martial pavilion were like a great hero who had returned triumphantly. Every gaze that looked at Xianxia was filled with infatuation and worship. Xianxia, you killed my son and destroyed the disciples of the Yu clan. Hand over your life. At this moment, a loud roar rang out. Zhao Lingxiao was the first to charge at Xianxia. Not good. Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng shouted at the same time. They almost instantly rushed out to stop him. However, Zhao Lingxiao's movements were too fast. It was too difficult to save someone in the hands of such an expert. In that instant, Wu Changtian and Xia Yinping's hearts sank to the bottom. They could not stop him at all. If Jiangchen died at Zhao Lingxiao's hands, it would be an irreparable loss to the human race. The reason why Zhao Lingxiao had acted so decisively was very simple. Firstly, he wanted to avenge his son. Secondly, he wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate Jiangchen at all costs. This person was just too amazing. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, the battlefield would not be as simple as Chilling Mountain, but their Skyfeather Mountain. Even Jiangchen had not expected Zhao Lingxiao to act so decisively. However, Jiangchen did not panic in the face of the sudden attack of a heavenly source expert. There was not the slightest trace of nervousness or fear on his face. He was not nervous because he had the confidence and means to not be nervous. Just as Zhao Lingxiao's attack was about to reach him, Jiangchen suddenly roared in his heart. Stairway to heaven. The invisible stairway to heaven instantly floated beneath Jiangchen and De Huangdog's feet. Zhao Lingxiao only saw a flash of light before Jiangchen and De Huangdog suddenly vanished into thin air. They had vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. Rumble. Zhao Lingxiao's powerful attack landed in the air, causing ripples to appear. However, Jiangchen and De Huangdog's figures were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Zhao Lingxiao's expression changed. He could clearly sense that his attack, which was enough to blast Jiangchen to smithereens, had completely missed. Jiangchen had vanished just like that. In the next moment, Jiangchen and De Huangdog's figures reappeared, standing at the front of the human race's camp. Zhao Lingxiao, it won't be so easy for you to kill me. The stairway to heaven was a bridge that connected Duanfei Lu and the Scarlet East region. Jiangchen had already discovered its use when he put it away. The stairway to heaven was definitely a peerless treasure that contained the true space mysteries. Once he grasped the stairway to heaven, he would be able to borrow the space profundity of the stairway to heaven to travel through the void. This was similar to the Great Void teleportation. It was the best choice for escaping. It was precisely because of the stairway to heaven that Jiangchen was not afraid of Zhao Lingxiao. Zhao Lingxiao was only a heavenly source expert, not a star lord, and knew nothing about space mysteries. With the stairway to heaven, it would be extremely difficult for Zhao Lingxiao to kill him. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiangchen could skillfully use the stairway to heaven, no one in the Scarlet East region could kill him. Only a true Star Lord could seal a space and harm him. Unfortunately, the Scarlet East region didn't have a Star Lord, nor did the Feather race. Jiangchen was fearless in the Scarlet East region. What? Zhao Lingxiao exclaimed. Not only him, but everyone present also stared at Jiangchen in shock. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. The shock in their eyes was indescribable. Oh my God, how did he do it? Xia Yinpeng felt his mouth go dry. He couldn't believe it was true. To be able to dodge the attack of a heavenly source expert so easily, this guy really has a lot of trump cards. Wu Changtian sighed. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Jiangchen wasn't dead, which was the best thing for the human race. Moreover, he had seen Jiangchen dodging Zhao Lingxiao's attack with his own eyes. This made Wu Changtian pay more attention to Jiangchen. Just like what someone had said, such a peerless figure might be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. If that was the case, it would be the fortune of the human race in the Red East region. In the Scarlet East region, the human race and the Feather race had been fighting for countless years. They had always wanted to get rid of each other, but it wasn't easy to get rid of each other. Otherwise, Zhao Lingxiao would not have used such a despicable method to deal with the young geniuses of the human race. He was trying to use this method to destroy the human race. If Jiangchen had not appeared in the human clan, the Feather clan's plan would have worked, and the human clan would have been gradually eliminated in the years to come. But now, the tables had turned. Not only were there no gaps in the human race's prodigies, but they had also grown a lot because of this battle. On the other hand, the Feather race had been completely wiped out. In the next few years, the Feather race would be the ones facing extinction. Wu Changtian was no fool, and neither were the heavenly source experts of the human race. They all saw hope in Jiangchen. The fate of the Crimson East region, the fate of the human race and the Feather race, would most likely be changed by Jiangchen. This was a person who could overturn the entire situation all by himself. He had destroyed Zhao Lingxiao's shocking scheme all by himself. He had destroyed the 8 gates disorientating formation set up by over a dozen heavenly source experts all by himself. Did you see what happened just now? How did teacher dodge that attack so easily? Li Long was dumbfounded. He looked at Nia Xiaoying and Ji Tian, only to discover that they were equally shocked. Ji Tian shook his head mechanically. How could we have seen that kind of ability? It was a full-powered attack from a heavenly source expert. If it had landed on us, we wouldn't have had a chance to react at all. We would have been crushed to pieces by Zhao Lingxiao. Teacher's ability is far beyond our imagination. Let alone us, even the sect master and the others couldn't see it clearly. I don't know how teacher dodged that attack, but one thing is certain. The feather race is truly afraid now that someone like teacher has appeared in our human race, said Nia Xiaoying. Son, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the situation in the Crimson East region changes dramatically. When you go back, you must invite your teacher to my mansion. I want to treat him well. Xia Yunpeng patted Xia Ting's shoulder as he spoke in an extremely solemn voice. All right, I'll do my best to invite him. Whether he gives me face or not will depend on teacher. Xia Ting shrugged his shoulders. Xia Yunpeng was taken aback. Was there anyone in the entire Crimson East region who dared to disrespect him, the city lord of Divine Martial City? However, Xia Yunpeng also knew that a person like Jiang Chen would definitely be very arrogant. He definitely could not act high and mighty before Jiang Chen. Don't worry, father. Teacher is a very nice person. Xia Ting smiled. He had some understanding of Jiang Chen. There was no need to talk about power in front of his teacher, because power was useless in his eyes. However, Xia Ting knew that Jiang Chen did not dislike him. Jiang Chen, how did you do it? You're clearly only at the Unity origin stage. It's impossible for you to control spatial force. Zhao Lingxiao yelled. His emotions were extremely complicated at the moment, because even with his strength, he could not tell how Jiang Chen had avoided his attack. However, Zhao Lingxiao clearly felt a slight ripple of spatial force the moment Jiang Chen disappeared, which made him even more shocked. Spatial force was something that only Star Lords could do. Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity origin stage. Even if he was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, he was still worlds apart from Star Lords. They were not on the same level at all. I have my own methods. Zhao Lingxiao, with me, Jiang Chen, the end of your Yu clan is not far away. Jiang Chen said heroically. He did not give Zhao Lingxiao any face at all. Countless disciples of the martial pavilion looked at Jiang Chen with endless admiration. To them, let alone dodging an attack from a heavenly origin expert, even Jiang Chen's confidence and composure when facing a heavenly origin expert was not something they could achieve. The aura of a heavenly source expert was like a breeze in front of Jiang Chen, as if it didn't exist at all. Just the patriarch of the Yu family, Zhao Lingxiao, gave off an illusion that Jiang Chen was the king, the true superior. Zhao Lingxiao, on the other hand, seemed to be the weaker one. This invisible bearing made people feel like they were looking up to him. Even Zhao Lingxiao could feel this, and it was precisely because of this feeling that Zhao Lingxiao truly began to feel afraid. He had a feeling that if the Yu clan did not make a decision soon, the Yu clan would not be far from destruction. Zhao Lingxiao, your Yu clan is insane. You've schemed such a great scheme to harm a disciple of my human race. The martial pavilion will definitely settle this with you. Haha, Wuchang Tian, my feather race has lost over 2,000 talented disciples, and I, Zhao Lingxiao, have lost 3 sons. Now, you want to settle the score with me? Fine, even if you don't come looking for me, I will come looking for you. From now on, the real war between the feather race and the human race will begin. Prepare yourselves, let's go. Zhao Lingxiao was exasperated. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Then, he turned around and left with the people of the feather race. Patriarch, are we going to go back just like that? An elder of the feather race said gloomily. What else do you want? Do you want to fight the human race? We won't be able to gain any advantage in this situation. Let's go back and think about it. We have to get rid of this Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Zhao Lingxiao said fiercely. His stomach was filled with anger. He even had a premonition that the real crisis of the feather race wasn't far away. Currently, the biggest threat to the human race wasn't Wu Changtian or Xia Yunpeng. He couldn't care less about these old enemies who had been entangled with him for so many years. The one he really cared about was Jiang Chen. This person was too terrifying. Although he only had the cultivation of the Unity Origin realm, the strength he displayed was too worrying. He could break the 8 Gates maze formation with his own strength. This was unimaginable. Moreover, Jiang Chen was able to dodge his powerful strike with his own strength. This made Zhao Lingxiao feel uneasy. Once such a terrifying figure was allowed to grow, the Yu race wouldn't be far from being annihilated if he was given enough time to grow. Today, Zhao Lingxiao had acted decisively. He originally wanted to get rid of Jiang Chen and get rid of a great source of trouble. However, he had never thought that Jiang Chen could dodge his attack. Now that Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng were blocking him, he had already lost the opportunity to attack Jiang Chen. If he attacked again, Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng would definitely stop him. Otherwise, Zhao Lingxiao could continue to attack and find out how Jiang Chen was able to dodge his attack. Furthermore, it was not the right time to start a war with the upper echelons of the human race. To put it bluntly, if they fought now, they would not be able to gain any advantage. The feather race had just lost more than 2,000 disciples, and their morale was at an all-time low. If they wanted to take revenge, they would have to go back and think about it at length. Grievance, endless grievance. The higher-ups of the feather race had come in high spirits, but in the end they had to go back with their tails between their legs. Everyone felt disgusted, as though they had swallowed a fly. There was no one who wouldn't be enraged, because many of those 2,000 harpy disciples were their descendants. Sect leader, are we just going to watch them leave? On the martial pavilion's side, a heavenly source stage elder said unwillingly. Let them leave. Even if we fight, we might not be able to keep them here. If it was just us old heavenly source fellows, we might be able to put up a fight against them. Even if we can't kill them, we can at least take some of their pride down a notch. However, we have over 2,000 human disciples here. Once we start fighting, it's very likely that they'll be caught in the crossfire. Wu Changtian shook his head. Brother Wu is right. This is indeed not the right time to fight the winged race. We are not confident that we can win. Yun Xinan said. However, the winged race has suffered a great loss this time. There's almost a shortage of Unity Origin stage geniuses, which will greatly restrict the development of the winged race. Zhao Lingxiao will definitely not let this matter rest. He will definitely intensify the fight with us. After we return, we have to make more preparations. Zhen Yang said. Yes, especially Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's performance in the Star Lord's ruins was too outstanding, and he has attracted the attention of the winged race. The winged race will definitely focus their attention on Jiang Chen and eliminate Jiang Chen at all costs, Dan Qingzi, the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, said. The master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Dan Qingzi, said. The others nodded in agreement. What Dan Qingzi said was right. If they were in Jiang Chen's shoes, they would also eliminate him at all costs. This was the real threat. It's fine. The winged race can do whatever they want. It won't be easy for them to kill me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. His face was full of confidence, which came from his bones. It could be seen that he did not take the winged race seriously at all. Jiang Chen, you have made a great contribution to the martial pavilion and the human race this time. The martial pavilion will do its best to satisfy you, Wu Changtian said as he looked at Jiang Chen. Wu Changtian looked at Jiang Chen and said. The others also looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's contribution this time was too great. No matter what request he made, no one would think that it was too much. This is what Jiang Chen should do. I don't ask for much. However, when we return to the martial pavilion, I will be cultivating in seclusion for some time. I hope that the Purple Pill Pavilion can open the medicinal ingredients to me. Jiang Chen said that if it was before, he might have asked for some origin stones. After all, origin stones were essential for his cultivation. The more, the better. However, he had obtained a large number of origin stones from Empress Lin's tomb. The amount of origin stones had already made him the richest person in the Scarlet East region, so there was no need for him to ask for origin stones. However, Xianxia had gained a lot this time, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he and De Huang Dog had a deep foundation, so there was even more room for improvement. He could use this opportunity to return to the Purple Pill Pavilion and study pills. Xianxia planned to create 2 pills according to his and De Huang Dog's conditions. They could help him reach the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, or even the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, and help De Huang Dog reach the Earth Source Realm. The Martial Pavilion was the highest stronghold of the human race, and the Purple Pill Pavilion was dedicated to alchemy. They did not lack medicinal ingredients, so if the Purple Pill Pavilion could open the medicinal ingredients to him, it would be perfect. Alright, I promise you this. When we return to the Purple Pill Pavilion, I will tell them that you can use any medicinal ingredients you need as long as the Purple Pill Pavilion has them. Before Wu Changtian could say anything, Dan Qingzi spoke first. As a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Xianxia was his pride. As the pavilion master, he also had glory, so what did a few pills count for? Dan Qingzi knew about Xianxia's miraculous abilities and guessed that he might be the reincarnation of a powerful expert. How could he miss such a great opportunity to befriend Xianxia? Perhaps he, as the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, would have to ask for guidance from Xianxia in the future. In that case, thank you, pavilion master. Xianxia clasped his fist towards Dan Qingzi. He had already become the focus of the entire Scarlet East region, but he knew that his cultivation was far from enough to deal with everything in the Scarlet East region. He had to continuously increase his cultivation. As a member of the Martial Pavilion, he naturally had to use the excellent conditions of the Martial Pavilion. If he did not use it, it would be a waste. The experts of the Martial Pavilion led more than 2,000 disciples back from the Scarlet Ridge Mountain in high spirits. Every disciple's face was filled with joy. This trip to the Star Lord's ruins could be said to be a complete victory. If there was any regret, it would be that they had lost several hundred disciples. However, everyone knew that this was how war was, especially a war between cultivators. In fact, everyone knew that this kind of loss was much better than what they had expected. More importantly, it depended on how much the opponent had lost. The feather race was completely annihilated. If this was not a complete victory for the human race, then what was? A true triumphant return. In this battle, Xianxia had become the center of attention. Everyone in the Martial Pavilion admired him. Even Wu Changtian and the others had to give Xianxia a thumbs up. They even believed that Xianxia was the reincarnation of a powerful being. When they returned, they would ask Xianxia for advice. It should be known that even if they were at the heavenly source stage, they would still encounter many bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. Some of these bottlenecks had been obstructing them for many years. If Xianxia could give them some pointers, they would have the opportunity to break through and reach a higher cultivation base. After Xianxia returned, he immediately returned to his residence in the Purple Pill Pavilion. He was not in a hurry to search for medicinal herbs, because he knew that someone would come looking for him very soon. When that time came, he could just ask for whatever he needed. When the disciples of the Martial Pavilion returned to the Martial Pavilion, everything that had happened in the Star Lord's ruins began to spread like wildfire. It was like a tornado had swept through the ears of everyone in the Martial Pavilion. Damn, this is too awesome. He killed the entire feather race. What a pity that I couldn't participate in this training. What a pity. Senior brother Xianxia is actually so terrifying. When he displayed his prowess in the beast battle arena, I thought that he was only strong in battle. I didn't expect him to know formations too. Brother, senior brother Jiang doesn't just know formations. There's nothing he doesn't know. He's simply omnipotent. Now everyone is guessing that senior brother Jiang is the reincarnation of a mighty figure. That's right. Many people have made breakthroughs in their cultivation after receiving guidance from senior brother Jiang. Furthermore, I heard that senior brother Jiang once went to the Everlasting Pavilion to talk about arrays. Even the Grand Elder of the Everlasting Pavilion, Chong Wanshan, admired him very much and even addressed him as a teacher. Isn't this the reincarnation of a great expert? Otherwise, how could a young man at the Unity Origin Realm be so proficient in so many things? I'm so envious of those who received pointers from senior brother Xianxia. They are so lucky. I wonder if I'll have the chance to receive pointers from senior brother Xianxia. I've encountered many problems in my cultivation. The entire martial pavilion was talking about Xianxia. Countless people expressed their admiration towards him. Those disciples who hadn't received any guidance from Xianxia now had another dream, and that was to receive guidance from Xianxia. They had all heard from the other disciples that Xianxia's guidance was always sharp and accurate, straight to the point of the vital parts of the body. Purple Pill Pavilion, where Xianxia resided. Xianxia and De Huang Dog were leisurely sitting in the courtyard, ignoring the clamor outside. It could be said that they were enjoying a rare moment of leisure. De Huang, how's your current state? Xianxia asked. My cultivation is infinitely close to the Earth Origin realm. I need to nourish my blood qi. If I have enough blood qi, I'll be able to break through to the Earth Origin realm. De Huang Dog said. It's easy to nourish your blood qi. I'll just refine a dragon qi pill for you. My current state is similar to yours. If I have the help of a dragon qi pill, breaking through to the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm won't be a problem. Xianxia said. I'm afraid the ingredients for the dragon qi pill won't be easy to find, right? De Huang Dog said. He naturally knew the powerful effects of the dragon qi pill. If he could obtain a perfect dragon qi pill, breaking through would be a piece of cake. It's not hard to find. 81 kinds of ingredients are needed to refine the dragon qi pill. The rarest is the dragon sun grass. Although the dragon sun grass is precious, the Scarlet East region won't lack it. If there's a dragon sun grass in the Scarlet East region, it must be in the Purple Pill Pavilion. Xianxia said. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for the Purple Pill Pavilion to take out 2 or 3 dragon sun grass. Not long after that, 3 figures arrived at Xianxia's side in a flurry. When Xianxia heard the commotion, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't need to think to know that his 3 disciples must have arrived. Xianxia was also waiting for them to come. Master, you're so awesome now. Before they arrived, they had already heard Fan Tianhua's voice. The door of the courtyard was violently opened, and Fan Tianhua and the other 2 barged in. The 3 old guys were smiling so widely that flowers were about to bloom on their faces. Master, you're awesome, Master. We've already heard about the Star Lord's ruins. Master, tell me yourself. Are you the legendary reincarnation of a mighty figure? Aren't you a little too powerful? That's right, Master. Why are you so awesome? You're simply omnipotent. Do you know that even the pavilion master of our Purple Pill Pavilion plans to ask you for advice? Master is about to become a teacher of the human race. The 3 of us have good taste. We came to acknowledge you as our master without hesitation. The 3 of them took turns to flatter him. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. De Huang Dog, who was at the side, couldn't stop laughing. However, Fan Tianhua and the other 2 didn't care about this and continued to flatter him. In fact, the 3 of them weren't just flattering him. They were using this method to express their admiration and respect for Xianxia. They really admired him too much. After they heard about the Star Lord's ruins, they were shocked by their master. They felt that their understanding of their master was far from enough. All right, the 3 of you. The 3 of you came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about. Xianxia waved his hand and planned to interrupt these 3 old guys. He was afraid that if he didn't interrupt them now, he didn't know how long these 3 people would continue flattering him. Master, feel free to tell us what you need. Zhouke said. I'm going to refine pills now. I need you to help me find some medicinal ingredients. I believe you already know the pavilion master's instructions. Xianxia said. On Mount Chiling, Dan Qingzi had promised him in front of everyone. It was impossible that these 3 old guys didn't know about it. I know. The pavilion master said that all the medicinal ingredients in the Purple Pill Pavilion are open to you, Master. If you need any medicinal ingredients, just tell us. The 3 of us will help you prepare them, Fan Tianhua said. The 3 of them were extremely enthusiastic. For them, it was their blessing to be able to do something for Xianxia. They were especially willing to serve him. I want these medicinal ingredients. Fan Tianhua quickly took the pill recipe. As soon as he put it in front of his face, Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ke quickly gathered around him. "You two bastards, why are you in such a hurry?" Fang Tianhua said in a bad mood. "This is Master's pill recipe." "It's priceless," Zhou Ke said in a bad mood. Zhou Ke said impatiently. To an alchemist, a pill formula was undoubtedly extremely precious. A good pill formula itself was priceless. They had already witnessed Jiang Chen's alchemy skills. On the paper in front of them was the pill formula written by Jiang Chen. Now that he had passed the pill formula to them, it was an incomparably great opportunity. How could they miss it? Zhou Ke said impatiently. Dragon energy pill. Fang Tianhua's eyes lit up. The three of them had completely memorized the pill recipe. They felt that refining this pill was extremely complicated. Even with their current strength, it was a little difficult to refine this dragon energy pill. What a good dragon energy pill. This pill nourishes qi and blood. It's truly priceless. If we can refine this pill, even if we refine it ourselves, the benefits will be endless. It will be very easy for our cultivation to improve. Wang Dongxue sighed. Yes, how can the pill recipe given by Master be bad? Zhou Ke did not forget to flatter him. The dragon energy pill is admittedly a superior pill and has unimaginable benefits for any cultivator. However, to perfectly concoct this pill is also very difficult. It requires an extremely brilliant concoction method. In my opinion, in the entire Purple Pill Pavilion, I'm afraid only Master can concoct 100% dragon energy pill. Moreover, this dragon yang grass is incomparably precious. It is destined that it is impossible to concoct a large amount of dragon energy pills. Fang Tianhua said. The three of you, stop nagging here. Hurry up and prepare the medicinal ingredients. If you prepare more medicinal ingredients, I will give each of you a dragon energy pill. Jiangchen said in a bad mood. Hearing this, Fang Tianhua and the other two almost jumped up from the ground. Their eyes were filled with passion. They were waiting for their master to say this. They did not expect that Jiang Chen would really promise them. This was simply a big meat pie that fell from the sky, smashing them until they were a little dizzy. Although the recipe of the dragon chi pill was precious, it was not as precious as the dragon chi pill itself. With their level of alchemy, even if they could barely refine a dragon chi pill, it would only be a 50% or 60% pill. Moreover, there was a great risk of failure. Once it failed, the loss would be great. It should be known that the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the dragon chi pill were not cheap. Even the Purple Pill Pavilion did not have much stock of the dragon sun grass. Thank you, Master. You are blessed with good fortune. Wang Dongxue was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Damn it, you bunch of old fellows are shamelessly flattering him. No matter what, he is still an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hee. However, Wang Dongxue and the other two just chuckled. In front of their master, they didn't need to be shameless. As long as their master was happy, they would all get benefits. Compared to the dragon chi pill, being an elder was nothing. Alright, Fang Tianhua, go and prepare the medicinal ingredients. Wang Dongxue, Zhou Ke, the two of you, don't let anyone disturb me for the next 3 days. Even if the pavilion master and the sect leader come, let them wait. Jiang Chen said. The three of them looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Master, if the sect leader and the pavilion master come, are we really going to let them wait? Zhou Ke said with uncertainty. In the entire Martial Pavilion, or even the entire Crimson East region, Jiang Chen was probably the only person who dared to say that he would let Wu Changtian and Dan Qingzi wait. If it were anyone else, if they encountered the sect leader of the Martial Pavilion and the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion, it would already be good if they didn't kneel down to welcome them. You are questioning my words. Jiang Chen frowned. I wouldn't dare. Whatever Master says is true. Don't worry, Master. You just have to focus on refining pills and cultivating in seclusion. Even if the Heavenly King comes, you have to wait outside the door, let alone the sect leader. Wang Dongxue saw that Jiang Chen was angry and hurriedly patted her chest as a guarantee. At this moment, the three of them suddenly became extremely firm. That was because they had a firm master who wouldn't even give face to the sect leader. In fact, the three of them also knew in their hearts that Xianxia might really be the reincarnation of an almighty. In front of an absolute almighty, a mere martial pavilion master in the heavenly source realm was nothing. Even if a Star Lord came, he would probably have to kneel down and lick Xianxia's boots. The three of them were overjoyed. Feng Tianhua went to the Purple Pill Pavilion to look for the medicinal ingredients for the Dragon Energy Pill. With Dan Qingzi's special permission, he had the right to enter the Purple Pill Pavilion for the first time and wantonly take medicinal ingredients. He had to find at least 5 sets of medicinal ingredients for the Dragon Energy Pill because he had to ensure that Xianxia could refine 5 Dragon Energy Pills. Otherwise, there would be no share for them. Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ke stood guard outside Xianxia's courtyard. They were dignified Earth Source Realm elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion and alchemists who were respected by everyone. At this moment, they were willing to act as doormen for Xianxia. For the first time, they didn't care about their reputation and wanted to announce to the public that they were Xianxia's disciples. At this time, becoming Xianxia's disciple had become an extremely proud thing. After the news of the Star Lord's ruin spread, there were countless people in the entire martial pavilion who dreamed of worshipping Xianxia as their master. Among them, there were probably many whose status and cultivation were above theirs. Feng Tianhua left quickly and returned quickly as well. From the time he left to the time he returned, it only took him an hour to bring back 5 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the Dragon Energy Pill. Master, the medicinal ingredients are here. There are exactly 5 sets. Feng Tianhua placed a large pile of medicinal ingredients in front of Xianxia. Well, leave them here. You go out and guard the door. When the pill is refined, I will give it to you. Xianxia waved his hand at Feng Tianhua. Yes, master. Feng Tianhua was immensely proud of himself as he strode out of the door. Together with Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ke, he became the most loyal doorman. They only had one task now, and that was to guard this place and not let a fly in to disturb Xianxia's alchemy. Why do you think Master is so powerful? Could he really be the reincarnation of an almighty? Wang Dongxue couldn't help but ask in a low voice. It's hard to say. I think it's very likely. He doesn't look very old, and his cultivation is only at the Unity Source realm. It's impossible for such a person to be so heaven-defying. He simply knows everything. If he's not the reincarnation of an almighty, it doesn't make sense at all. Zhou Ke also said. Alright, you two guys. It's not good to talk about Master behind his back, isn't it? With Master's ability, do you think we can hide our conversation here from his ears? Feng Tianhua berated them. Yes, yes, yes. Let's not talk too much. Anyway, I have 100% respect for Master. Me too. These 3 old fellows were all arrogant elders in the Purple Pill Pavilion in the past. The alchemists of the Purple Pill Pavilion were originally very popular existences. Who would dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful? The 3 of them had probably never dreamt that there would be a day where they would respectfully address a martial pavilion disciple as master. In the courtyard, Xianxia and a Huang dog looked at each other and laughed. These 3 old guys were really funny. The reincarnation of the Almighty? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm afraid they don't know that even the Almighty in their eyes is far inferior to you in terms of cultivation. The Huang dog laughed. The eternal world is a world of its own. Although the world is high-end, the cultivation system in the world is the same as the time we are in. It's just that the things we cultivate are different. You and I have already become Tao Ancestor. All the cultivation experience can be used here. This is probably the only advantage we have in the eternal world. Xianxia said. This advantage is amazing. Just like now, the entire martial pavilion and the entire human clan in the Red East domain, who doesn't regard you as a teacher. You're going to be the teacher of the whole nation soon. The Huang dog joked. Don't be arrogant. We still have to recognize ourselves. Now, the most important thing is to work hard to improve our cultivation. Without a strong cultivation, no matter how rich our experience is, it's useless. I couldn't resist Zhao Lingxia's attack at all. I could only use the sky-climbing ladder to avoid it. Xianxia said, moreover, this small red east domain is just the starting point of our journey to the eternal world. We haven't found Feng'er yet, and we don't know where the monkey is. We still have a lot of things to do, but all of them must be based on strong cultivation and strength. Now, I'll start to refine the dragon chi pill to raise our cultivation to another level. De Huang Dog nodded and stopped talking. He let Xianxia refine the pill in peace. De Huang Dog naturally understood what Xianxia said. The eternal world was too big. They were still weak and pitiful. Cultivation experience was their only advantage. The most important thing now was to constantly improve his cultivation. Jiang Feng and Long Shisan aside, the Scarlet East region's conflict with the Harpies was something that their cultivation bases were far from being able to resolve. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could only kill the most elementary Earth Source experts. The winged race expert they were about to face next would most likely be extremely powerful. He would definitely not be as simple as the lowest earthly source stage. After the battle at Scarlet Ridge Mountain, Jiang Chen had become a thorn in the side of the Harpies. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the feather race was about to unleash their true power on Jiang Chen. In the eyes of the Harpies, Jiang Chen posed a greater threat than the entire human race. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and all the herbs on the ground flew up. To him, refining pills was a piece of cake. No matter what kind of pill he refined, it was a piece of cake for him. All of the herbs were tossed into the sea of flames by Jiang Chen. Without even moving his hands, he could refine the pill with just his thoughts. Jiang Chen's alchemy skills had already reached the pinnacle. If he claimed to be second, who would dare to claim to be first? Putting aside everything else, just this method of refining the dragon chi pill was enough to cause Dan Qingzi's mouth to drop to the point of being completely dumbfounded. Half an hour later, all 5 dragon chi pills had been refined. A perfect 100% effectiveness pill. In just half an hour, 5 10% dragon chi pills. It was hard to find another person who could do this. If the 3 old men outside knew that Jiang Chen had successfully concocted the pills, they would probably kneel down on the ground and kowtow to Jiang Chen 100 times. This was a little too shocking. Since when did pill refinement become such a simple thing? It was as easy as drinking cold water. How could the other alchemists of the Purple Pill Pavilion put their faces? You're as awesome as ever. If there's a need, call those 3 guys in now. De Huang Dog said. No need. Let them guard the door first. We'll refine the dragon energy pills first. After raising our cultivation, we'll go into seclusion to stabilize our cultivation. We'll come out in 3 days. Jiang Chen said. Those 3 old fellows were currently filled with anticipation for the dragon energy pills. If he gave them the dragon energy pills now, how would they have the mood to guard the door for him? Alright, then this Lord Dog won't be polite. Big Yellow opened his mouth wide and swallowed the dragon chi pill. After that, he lied down on a nearby rock and started snoring loudly. Although they had been together for so many years, every time Jiang Chen saw De Huang Dog's cultivation method, he couldn't help but sigh, and even feel a little depressed. He could cultivate even while sleeping. How infuriating. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He followed Big Yellow's example and swallowed the pill. These 2 barbaric guys, no matter if it was pills or demon souls, they were still barbaric and unreasonable. They weren't afraid that their bodies would explode at the same time. If outsiders were to see this, they would definitely prostrate themselves in admiration. Dragon energy pills not only contained powerful blood chi, but also incomparably dense energy. The impact of this energy was very strong. Jiang Chen swallowed a dragon energy pill. The blood chi in his body immediately went berserk. His 8 extraordinary meridians were in a state of agitation. Not long after, Jiang Chen's cultivation broke through, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. However, the medicinal power of the dragon energy pill was still not exhausted. There was still a very strong medicinal power in his body. Jiang Chen continued to refine it, and his cultivation was still constantly improving. One day later, De Huang Dog's cultivation advanced to the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, while Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. However, the 2 of them didn't come out immediately. Instead, they continued to cultivate in seclusion. During this period of time, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The progress was a little too fast. Even with their abnormal foundation, they needed some time to recover. This was also the reason why Xianxia wanted to cultivate in seclusion for 3 days. The remaining 2 days were a buffer to completely stabilize his cultivation and make his foundation stronger. Fang Tianhua and the other 2 guarded outside the door. They weren't in a hurry at all. During these 3 days, they couldn't relax. Many Martial Pavilion disciples had come to visit them, but they had all been sent away. The few Earth Source Realm disciples who had just been sent away couldn't help but start discussing. Did you guys hear that just now? The 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion said that Xianxia is their master. Why didn't I hear that? Moreover, their faces were full of pride. It seems that this Xianxia really has some heaven-defying means. I really envy them. If I had the chance to acknowledge Xianxia as my master, my cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Everyone in the Martial Pavilion worshipped Xianxia like a god. The disciples who had come because of his reputation, especially the earthly source realm geniuses, had originally only wanted to give it a try. Now that such a figure had appeared in the Martial Pavilion, they naturally had to come and pay their respects. However, because of the pride that came from the bones of the earthly source realm geniuses, they were still somewhat unconvinced of Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's cultivation was only at the Unity Origin realm. They wanted to see if Xianxia was as amazing as the rumors said. They wanted to see if he could really make so many people chase after him and call him teacher. The result was even more outrageous than they had imagined. Even the 3 earthly source realm elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion were here to serve as Xianxia's doorman. They called him teacher with great respect. They had seen it with their own eyes, which was enough to prove how powerful Xianxia was. This also made them even more eager to get Xianxia's guidance. If Xianxia could guide them, they believed that with their talent, they would definitely be able to make great progress very quickly. The next day, Xiating came again. This time, he was forced to come by his father to invite Xianxia to the city lord's mansion as a guest. Xiating greets the 3 elders. When Xiating saw Fang Tianhua and the other 2, he could not help but be stunned. He did not know why these 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion were waiting outside Xianxia's room. However, the elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion still needed to be respected. Xiating was a very polite child, so he immediately cupped his fists and spoke. Oh, it's Xiating. What's the matter? Fang Tianhua said with a smile. They knew Xiating's identity. Even though they were elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion, they did not dare to slight him. Not to mention that Xiating was also an outstanding genius, just Xiating's father was in existence that they had to look up to and respect. There were 2 second heavenly source realm experts in the human race, and one of them was Xiating's father. I'm here on my father's orders to invite teacher to the city lord's mansion as a guest. Xiating said. Does the city lord want to invite master to be a guest? Fang Tianhua was stunned. He did not expect that even the city lord of the divine martial arts city would personally invite Xianxia. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia's supreme position in the human race had been completely established. Given Xia Yunping's identity and status, how could he invite a fusion origin brat? Xianxia was probably the only one blessed by the heavens. This was enough to prove that Xia Yunping did not treat Xianxia as a simple disciple of the Martial Pavilion at the Origin Realm. He truly placed Xianxia on the same level as himself. Master? Xiating was also stunned. That's right. The 3 of us have already acknowledged Xianxia as our masters on the first day he came to the Martial Pavilion. Fang Tianhua said. It's the kind that kowtows, a real master. Wang Dongxue quickly added. Kowtowing to a disciple of the Martial Pavilion was something that they would never have said in public if it was before. After all, it would damage the reputation of their elders. But now, this kind of shameful thing had undoubtedly become a kind of pride. It was a capital that could be used to brag about. In fact, this was indeed the case. After Xiating learned that the 3 elders had kowtowed to acknowledge him as their master, not only did he not feel that it was the case, but his eyes were filled with envy. No one knew Xianxia's ability better than Xiating. Back in the Qingyuan lightning pool, Xiating and the others had a thorough understanding of Xianxia's ability. Given Jiang Chen's ability, he was fully qualified to be the master of Feng Tianhua and the other two. These three old guys really had good taste. They had actually started to make their move long ago. Becoming a disciple of Jiang Chen was something that many people dreamed of. It was also something that Xia Ting had dreamed of. Although Xia Ting addressed Jiang Chen as his master and had received several pointers from Jiang Chen was not his master after all. This was more or less a pity. Master's attainments in alchemy are outstanding. He can casually refine pills with 100% effectiveness. Even the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion can't do that. It's only right for the three of us to acknowledge him as our master. Zhou Ke said. Hearing this, Xia Ting could not help but smile. In alchemy, he actually had such high attainments. In this world, there was nothing that Jiang Chen was not proficient in. That's right. Xia Ting should have already thought about why Jiang Chen joined the Purple Pill Pavilion despite having such great attainments in the formation. This in itself had already explained the problem. That was, Jiang Chen's attainments in alchemy were probably even better than his attainments in formations. Now, even the three elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion had said so. This caused Xia Ting's respect and admiration for Jiang Chen to reach another peak. Xia Ting, it's not that we don't want you to go in. Master has specifically instructed us not to let anyone disturb us for 3 days. Only 1 day has passed. Why don't you come back in 2 days? Feng Tianhua said. He did not dare to refute the city lord's mansion, but Jiang Chen had specifically instructed him to wait even if the sect leader came. The status of the city lord of the divine martial city was the same as that of the pavilion master of the martial pavilion. Since Jiang Chen said that even the sect leader had to wait when he came, the city lord was naturally no exception. Moreover, it was not the city lord himself who came, but the city lord's son. Of course. Master is going to cultivate in seclusion, so Xia Ting does not dare to disturb him. I have nothing to do these 2 days anyway, so I'll just wait here, Xia Ting said. Xia Ting had already instructed Feng Tianhua and the other two. Even if he did not instruct them, he would not dare to disturb Jiang Chen even if he knew that Jiang Chen did not care. Child, if you are willing to wait, then wait here. Feng Tianhua shook his head helplessly. In the next 2 days, Jiang Chen's place could be said to be as crowded as a marketplace. The people who came to visit came in groups. Many of them were elders of the martial pavilion and were all earthly source realm experts. Jiang Chen was now really famous. His influence in the human race had even surpassed that of Wu Changtian and Xia Yunpeng. There were so many people who came to visit that even Feng Tianhua and the other two didn't expect it. Feng Tianhua and the other two finally understood why Jiang Chen wanted the three of them to personally guard this place. If Zhang San and Li Si were to stay here, the two of them would be scared out of their wits when they encountered so many earthly source realm experts. Master is not free. No matter who came, the three of them would directly send them away with the same sentence. Feng Tianhua and the other two were simply exhilarated. No matter how powerful the people usually were, they now had to greet them with a smile and give them enough face. This was because the three of them were Jiang Chen's disciples. Just this identity alone was enough for them to be so proud that they would wake up laughing even in their dreams. In the current martial pavilion, who did not want to become Jiang Chen's disciple? 2 days passed very quickly. At this time, Jiang Chen's cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of the 8th level of the Unity Source Realm. He was only 1 step away from the 9th level of the Unity Source Realm. Moreover, it was a very simple step away. With Jiang Chen's ability, he could easily find an opportunity to break through. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry now. If he could break through in battle, that would be the best. For him, there would be too many opportunities to fight in the future. De Huang Dog's cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the 1st level of the Earth Source Realm. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. The effect of the Dragon Chi pill was exactly as Jiang Chen had expected. For a great alchemist like Jiang Chen, he could concoct any pill he needed with just a wave of his hand. This was a unique advantage that ordinary people couldn't have. Little Chinzi, there are a lot of people gathered outside the door. Many people are probably lining up to ask for advice. De Huang Dog chuckled. The scene outside the door could not be hidden from De Huang's perception. Go and call Fan Tianhua and the other two in first, Xianxia said. Where are the others? De Huang asked. Let's wait first. Xianxia smiled. In the entire Crimson East region, Xianxia was the only one who dared to speak like this. Similarly, in the entire Martial Pavilion, Xianxia was probably the only one who could have a crowded residence. Furthermore, he was a disciple at the Unity Source realm. Creak, when the door was opened, many of them immediately looked over in high spirits. They saw a dog swaggering out of the room and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Big Yellow's deeds had already spread like wildfire, just like Xianxia's. No one dared to look down on this dog, especially those who had been to the remains of the Star Lord. They had witnessed the terror of Big Yellow with their own eyes. Fan Tianhua, the three of you go in first. Your master has something to tell you. De Huang Dog said to Fan Tianhua and the other two. Okay. The three of them immediately beamed with excitement. Only the three of them knew why Xianxia was looking for them. It must be because the dragon chi pill had been refined successfully. Thinking about how they were about to obtain the dragon chi pill, anyone would not be able to help but be excited, let alone them. As for why the three of them were allowed to go in alone, the three of them also understood. There were only so many dragon chi pills in total. If word got out, it would probably cause unnecessary agitation. Moreover, Xianxia's decision to meet the three of them alone had given the three of them a lot of face. As Xianxia's land, from now on, and even for many years to come, it would become the proudest thing for the three of them. It was enough for them to boast about it for 100 years. The rest of you, please wait for a moment. I know why you guys are here. Don't worry, Xianxia is contributing to the human race out of his own free will. He won't ask for anything in return. De Huang Dog said to the hundreds of people gathered outside. Everyone could not help but cheer when they heard that. From the Earth Source Elders to the Unity Source Disciples, everyone was overjoyed. They could not help but raise their thumbs at Xianxia. He had been waiting here for so long just for this sentence. Teacher Xianxia is truly a role model for the human race. Would anyone else be able to do such a selfless thing? That's true. Teacher Xianxia is omnipotent. Just a single pointer from him would be the finishing touch, and it would bring unimaginable benefits to our cultivation. Even if we were to go bankrupt, we would still be willing to beg for such a pointer. Now that Teacher Xianxia doesn't ask for anything in return, he is worthy of the word teacher. Teacher Xianxia has already come out of seclusion. After Fan Tianhua and the other elders come out, we can go in. However, everyone, listen to me. When we go in, we will ask Teacher Xianxia for pointers in an orderly manner. Don't be impatient. If you make teacher unhappy, I won't forgive you. An elder at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm said loudly. The others also nodded in agreement. They felt that this elder's words made a lot of sense, especially the phrase first come, first served. It was even more convincing. Obviously, in front of Xianxia, there was no longer any difference in status when it came to asking for pointers from Xianxia. Those who could come here had already thrown away their dignity. Even if an Earth Source realm expert came to ask for pointers, in the eyes of others, it was normal and not shameful at all. This was just like Fan Tianhua and the other 3 Earth Source realm alchemists of the Purple Pill Pavilion standing here to be Xianxia's doormen. Not only would they not be mocked by others, but they would also be envious of them. Xiating saw all of this, and his eyes could not help but burn with passion. He did not know when he would be able to reach Xianxia's level. Of course, he did not dare to hope for this. If he could reach 1/10 of Xianxia's level in this life, it would be a great blessing. Xianxia's approach also made Xiating admire him greatly. Now that the feather race was eyeing them covetously, there would be a life-and-death battle with the human race sooner or later. Xianxia was not stingy with his teachings, and he was improving the overall strength of the human race. Once the overall strength was improved, the human race would have an absolute advantage in the life-and-death battle with the feather race. This was just like in the ruins of the Star Lord of Crimson Ridge Mountain. After receiving guidance from Xianxia, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion became like wolves and tigers. They killed the feather race disciples until they were trembling with fear, like stray dogs. As for inviting Xianxia to the City Lord's mansion as a guest, Compared to Xianxia's guidance of the disciples of the martial pavilion, it was not so important. Therefore, when he saw such a scene, Xieting was no longer in a hurry. After Xianxia was done with the matters of the martial pavilion, he would send him an invitation. In the courtyard, Fang Tianhua and the other two stood respectfully in front of Xianxia. The three of them were laughing and rubbing their hands together. They looked nervous and excited. These are 3 dragon energy pills. You guys can take them. Xianxia casually waved his hand, and the 3 dragon energy pills immediately flew out. The 3 of them were quick to react and grabbed the dragon energy pills in their hands. Then, they brought the pills to their eyes to take a closer look. With one look, the expressions of the 3 of them changed. This, master, this pill is too precious. We are too embarrassed to accept it. Fang Tianhua's tone was a little shaky as he spoke. He couldn't help but stutter. They were indeed eager for the dragon energy pills, but the level of the dragon energy pills in front of them was much higher than they had imagined. They were so precious that they were simply too embarrassed to accept it without doing anything. 3rd grade 10 dragon energy pills. Master, this pill is the best I have ever seen in my life. Even our pavilion master can't refine it. Fang Tianhua and the other 2 were considered to have entered the ranks of 3rd grade alchemists. Although their alchemy skills were far inferior to Xianxia's, they still had a certain level of insight. With their insight, they could naturally see the level of Xianxia's dragon energy pill. It was precisely because they could see the level of the dragon energy pill that they did not dare to accept this gift. To be honest, after the 3 of them recognized Xianxia as their master, they had never really contributed to Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia had helped them several times, causing them to undergo earth-shaking changes. Now, Xianxia had taken out the unparalleled dragon energy pill. From the bottom of their hearts, they could not accept it, even though they were extremely eager for this pill. If I give it to you, just take it. If you continue to be shy, I will take it back. Xianxia said in annoyance. He knew what the 3 of them were thinking, but this dragon energy pill was indeed nothing to him. As long as there were enough medicinal ingredients, he could refine this kind of pill easily. Refining the dragon energy pill was as easy and casual as eating a meal. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Fang Tianhua quickly put away the pill. Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ke no longer hesitated. If they really took the pill back, the 3 old guys would probably regret it even in their dreams and cry. I don't know how to repay Master's great kindness. Zhou Ke said. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to repay me in the future. Xianxia said lightly. Okay, in the future, if Master has any instructions, the 3 of us will definitely not dare to be the slightest bit stubborn. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, we will not hesitate at all. Wang Dongxue patted her chest and promised. Okay, the 3 of you can leave. Let the people outside line up and come in batches. Xianxia waved his hand at the 3 of them, signaling them to leave. Okay. The 3 of them bowed towards Xianxia, then turned around and walked out. Even if Xianxia hadn't said anything, they would have left as soon as possible. The dragon chi pill was too attractive to them. Now that they had it in their hands, they couldn't wait to refine it. The 3 of them opened the door. Fang Tianhua took a step forward and said loudly to the crowd outside the door, Master has said to line up and enter in batches. 10 people will enter at a time. From today onwards, anyone in the martial pavilion who wants Master's guidance can come. Fang Tianhua held his head high, like an imperial envoy issuing an imperial edict. His face was full of arrogance. Voila! As soon as Fang Tianhua finished speaking, the entire crowd began to become restless. It was a frenzied restlessness. It could be seen that everyone had become extremely excited. Under the leadership of the elder, the crowd had already lined up, waiting for Xianxia to speak. The martial pavilion had strict discipline. Now that Xianxia's words were like an imperial edict, they naturally had to obey. The first batch to enter consisted of 3 elders and disciples of the martial pavilion. Li Long was among them. This guy hadn't received any guidance from Xianxia in the ruins of the Star Lord of Scarlet Mountain. He had always felt extremely regretful. Now that he had returned to the martial pavilion, how could Li Long miss such a great opportunity, the 10 people entered the courtyard. After about a quarter of an hour, the door was opened again, and the 10 people walked out in an orderly manner. Waha, amazing, amazing. Teacher Xianxia is really amazing. This predicament that has affected me for 10 years was actually eliminated in an instant under Teacher Xianxia's guidance. The hidden danger buried in my body for more than a decade has also been eliminated by Teacher Xianxia. In less than a month, my cultivation will be able to advance to the 5th level of the Earth Source realm. The reincarnation of an Almighty. It's definitely the reincarnation of an Almighty. Only the reincarnation of a true Almighty would have such ability. In front of Teacher Xianxia, we should all be his disciples. The moment the people who came out walked out of the courtyard, they all jumped up and down in excitement, as if they had gone mad. Even the Earth Source elders were no exception. Their usual dignified demeanor had completely vanished, and they did not pay any attention to their own appearances. Holy shit, is it really that amazing? Quick, quick, the second batch hurry in. It's too amazing. I must receive Teacher Xianxia's guidance. The reincarnation of an Almighty descending upon our martial pavilion is our martial pavilion's fortune. The overall strength of the martial pavilion will greatly increase, and with this increase, it's only a matter of time before we surpass the feather race. The people who were still waiting outside became even more excited. Everyone could not wait any longer. The second batch of 10 people all took a deep breath and adjusted their state of mind, before walking towards the courtyard. Some of them were thinking about how they should greet Teacher Xianxia humbly when they saw him later. Another 15 minutes later, the second batch of people walked out in high spirits. Every single one of them cheered loudly, as if they had gone mad. There was no reason for them not to be excited. All the problems that they had been suppressing in their hearts had been resolved by Xianxia, so there was no way they could not be excited. Amazing, just too amazing. I need to go back and tell my brother to come as well. That's right. Although your brother is already a genius at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he's nothing compared to Teacher Xianxia. If your brother can receive Teacher Xianxia's guidance, reaching the 4th heavenly layer in a month won't be a problem at all. Being able to receive Teacher Xianxia's guidance is the fortune of my life. From today onwards, Teacher Xianxia will be my idol for life. The people who left were all incomparably satisfied. It was easy to imagine that there would be more and more disciples coming in addition to these people. The path of cultivation had always been like rowing a boat against the current. No matter how talented one was, they would still encounter all sorts of problems. If someone could help them solve their problems, no one would reject it. Very soon, the news that Xianxia was going to open up the martial pavilion to the public spread. In a short period of time, the entire martial pavilion was in an uproar. Those who had not received Teacher Xianxia's guidance began to rush towards the Purple Pill Pavilion in a hurry. Even the lofty earthly source genius disciples and countless earthly source elders, including those at the 8th or 9th heavenly layer, had come without any regard for their pride. In a short period of time, Xianxia had become the teacher of the entire nation, causing the entire martial pavilion to boil with excitement. As such, Xianxia was not stingy with his teachings. It was not a loss to him at all, and he had also obtained the benefits he wanted from the martial pavilion. Ever since he had stepped into the martial pavilion, Xianxia had made use of its resources. There was no need to mention the Purple Pill Pavilion. The Beast Battle Arena was also a stepping stone for his growth. In the next 2 days, the entire martial pavilion was in an uproar. In the end, even the elders and disciples of the Purple Pill Pavilion and Everlasting Pavilion came over. In a short period of time, Xianxia's status as a teacher of the nation was confirmed. His status in the martial pavilion had already surpassed Wu Changtian and the 2 pavilion masters. What was truly terrifying was that every single person that had received guidance from Xianxia would come out and say that Xianxia was amazing. He was so amazing that he could perfectly answer all the various questions that so many people had. This was just too terrifying. If it was just 1 or 2 people, it would still make sense, but it was a little too much for everyone to be able to answer. This matter had already alarmed the upper echelons of the martial pavilion. In the end, even the heavenly source elders could no longer hold themselves back. At the top of a pill tower in the Purple Pill Pavilion, over 20 heavenly source experts were gathered together. Their gazes were fixed on the place where Xianxia lived. It had been 2 days, and the place was as crowded as a marketplace. Sect Master, isn't this Xianxia a little too terrifying? Can he really solve everyone's problems? Just how much experience does he have in cultivation? Xianxia could not help but say. Yeah, we can understand if he can solve 1 or 2 problems, but if he can solve everyone's problems, that's amazing. Could he really be the reincarnation of a supreme expert? Xianxia could not help but sigh. He did not dare to believe such a scene. It doesn't matter if Xianxia is the reincarnation of a supreme expert or not. This is a great fortune for our martial pavilion. Moreover, everything he does is definitely for the sake of our human race. The martial pavilion must protect such a person. Wu Changtian said solemnly. The sect leader is right. This Xianxia is too scary. The feather race will only be satisfied if they plan to get rid of Xianxia. Xianxia has become a great threat to the feather race. That's normal. It's fortunate that such a nature-defying existence is from our martial pavilion. If the feather clan had such an existence, we old fellows wouldn't be able to sleep well. However, it won't be easy for the feather clan to kill Xianxia. I'm sure you haven't forgotten how Xianxia easily dodged Zhao Lingxiao's full-powered attack. He can even dodge the attack of a heavenly source expert. How can someone like that be killed so easily? The heavenly source experts were all stunned. Xianxia had left an unimaginable impression in their hearts. The humans of the Crimson East region were rather united, so no one was jealous of Xianxia. Everyone believed that Xianxia's existence was a great thing for the martial pavilion. This was also the reason why Xianxia was willing to stay here to help the martial pavilion. It was because of the unity of the human race. If the humans here were the same as the ones he had met in the past, full of deceit and intrigue, with factions fighting against each other, Xianxia would have left long ago. He wouldn't have the mood to stay here and guide them. Let alone the disciples and elders, even I want to find Xianxia for guidance. A first heavenly layer heavenly source elder had said. The other heavenly source elders could not help but look at each other, seeing the desire in each other's eyes. It seemed that there was more than one heavenly source expert who wanted Xianxia's guidance. But wouldn't it be a little too embarrassing for us old fellows to find a Unity Origin disciple to guide us? Someone asked. If you're afraid of losing face, you don't have to go. I've decided to go anyway, but I'll only go after everyone has left, someone said. There's nothing embarrassing about it. There's nothing shameful about it. If Xianxia can really help us break through, then the overall strength of our martial pavilion will rise to a whole new level, especially for us heavenly source experts. If our cultivation base can advance to another level, we can definitely fight against the Yu clan. At that time, we'll definitely have an overwhelming advantage. Wu Changtian said. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other, seeing the burning desire in each other's eyes. This was a matter that concerned the future of the human race, as well as the increase of their own cultivation. What was face worth at a time like this? What's more, Xianxia was just too amazing. Aside from his cultivation, he surpassed them in every other aspect. He was a classic example of a reincarnated powerhouse. Even if they sought guidance from Xianxia, it would not be embarrassing at all. Xianxia's status in the hearts of the people of the martial pavilion had already been established. He was an existence that stood at the apex of the pyramid. Everyone believed that Xianxia was a reincarnated powerhouse. How could it be embarrassing for a heavenly source expert to seek guidance from a reincarnated powerhouse? It was a very normal matter. Then, should we go find Xianxia after he's done with his matters? Xianxia suggested. We've already been busy for a few days. In my opinion, there's no need to rush. Let's let Xianxia rest for a few days. After all, the problem we've encountered is probably much more difficult to solve than the problems of others. Wu Changtian said. What sect leader said makes sense. Our problem is definitely harder to solve than the others. Let's just let Xianxia rest for a while. After teaching so many people continuously, just the energy consumption alone is not something an ordinary person can bear. Xianxia nodded. In reality, they had no idea that they were overthinking things. In Xianxia's eyes, there was no difference between guiding heavenly source experts and unity origin experts. The problems that they had encountered were not even worth mentioning in Xianxia's eyes. Another 2 days passed. A large number of people from the martial pavilion had been guided by Xianxia. At this time, Xia, who had been waiting bitterly for several days, finally walked into Xianxia's courtyard. In the courtyard, Xianxia was sitting on a stone bench, drinking tea in a leisurely manner. Xia could not help but be taken aback. He had originally thought that Xianxia would be exhausted after continuously guiding so many people, but who would have thought that Xianxia would still be as energetic as before? Xia couldn't help but admire his energy. He admired him so much that he wanted to prostrate himself before him. Xia, what's the matter? Teacher, I've come on my father's behalf to invite you to the city lord's estate as a guest. Xia didn't mince his words and stated his intentions. Is the city lord's invitation? Xianxia nodded. His face was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Even if a great figure like the city lord had taken the initiative to invite him, he still felt that it was a matter of course. My father greatly admires teacher's talent, so he wishes to be the host of the divine martial city. I hope that teacher will do me the honor. Xia clasped his fists. Ever since the Qingyuan lightning pool, his attitude towards Xianxia had been as respectful as ever. I naturally cannot refuse the city lord's invitation. Xia, lead the way. Xianxia said and stood up. Haha, not bad, not bad. We can go to the city lord's estate to eat and drink to our heart's content. Big Yellow was laughing out excitedly, and his saliva was dripping down from his mouth. He was such a good-for-nothing, and Xianxia couldn't help but want to kick Big Yellow's fat butt. The city lord's estate was the most eye-catching place in the divine martial city apart from the martial pavilion. Everyone knew that there were 3 colossal entities in the divine martial city of the Crimson East region. The martial pavilion went without saying, but the other 2 were the city lord's estate and the Yun clan. The patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Xinan, was below Xia Yunpeng in terms of cultivation. One was at the first heavenly layer while the other was at the second heavenly layer. As a result, the Yun clan's status in the city was slightly lower than the city lord's estate. If these 3 colossal entities had to be ranked in order, they would naturally be the martial pavilion, the city lord's estate, and the Yun clan. The entire city lord's estate was in an uproar when they heard that Xianxia was going to the city lord's estate as a guest. The gates of the estate were decorated with lanterns and streamers, and there was a long queue to welcome him. News of what had happened on Chilean Mountain had long since spread throughout the mission area. The city lord's estate, which was relatively close to the martial pavilion, knew everything that had happened in the past few days. Xianxia had already become the most famous teacher in the martial pavilion. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the teacher of the entire nation. With Xia Yunpeng's remarkable abilities, nothing that happened in the martial pavilion could be hidden from him. Currently, apart from the group of heavenly source experts, almost everyone else in the martial pavilion had been taught by Xianxia. Even the elders at the peak of Earth Source Realm took the initiative to seek guidance from Xianxia, and received unexpected results. Xia Yunpeng couldn't help but be shocked, even more so than when he met Xianxia on Mount Qiling. Giving pointers to 1 or 2 people might be a coincidence, but to be able to solve the cultivation problems of tens of thousands of people, that was not something that could be explained by luck and coincidence. By now, Xia Yunpeng had almost the same thought as everyone else. Xianxia must be the reincarnation of some great expert. If he really was the reincarnation of a great expert, even the city lord's estate would have to respect him. He would not dare to put on any airs in front of Xianxia. Xia Yunpeng even wanted to learn from Xianxia. He had been cultivating for so many years and had worked so hard to get to where he was today. However, it was extremely difficult for him to advance further in his cultivation. The higher the level of an expert, the more problems they would encounter in their cultivation, and the more difficult it would be to solve them. Moreover, they had already stood at the top of the pyramid in the Qidong region. Apart from themselves, no one could give them guidance. Now that a great expert like Xianxia had appeared, he saw a glimmer of hope. At this moment, in another colossal entity in Divine Martial City, the Yun clan. The upper echelons of the Yun clan had gathered in the meeting hall of the Yun clan. Patriarch Yun Xinan was pacing back and forth. Father, don't walk around. You're making your head dizzy. An incomparably beautiful girl could not help but say. If Xianxia saw this girl, he would be very familiar with her. She was Chen Yiren, who had a conflict with him before. Yiren, the city lord's mansion is bustling with activity. They have already invited Xianxia as a guest. How can I not be anxious? Who is Xianxia? He is now a teacher of the whole nation. Since Xia Yunpeng has invited him, we should also invite him. Yun Xinan said. Patriarch, it's not difficult. When Xianxia comes out of the city lord's mansion, we can invite him. One of the elders said. It's easy for you to say. The reincarnation of a great expert like Xianxia is not easy to invite. You haven't seen that Xianxia can easily dodge Zhao Lingxia's attack. Such a person's arrogance is not something we can imagine. Xia Yunpeng was able to invite him because his precious son has a good relationship with Xianxia. Our Yin clan has never had any interaction with Xianxia. If we take the liberty to invite him and he refuses, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing? Yun Xinan sighed. If Xianxia refused the Yun clan's invitation, he would have no place to hide his old face. I really didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Chen Yiren muttered. Yiren, don't talk nonsense. Xianxia is now a hero of the human clan, and you too. You didn't choose to go into seclusion earlier or later, but chose to go into seclusion during the Chilling Mountain incident. If you had followed him into the Chilling Mountain, you might have already established a relationship with Xianxia. Yun Xinan couldn't help but complain. Although he was complaining, it was clear that he loved this adopted daughter very much. I didn't know that there would be a Star Lord's relic in the Chilling Mountain, but I do have some relationship with Xianxia. Chen Yiren said. Yiren, you know Xianxia? Yun Xinan's face immediately lit up. If Chen Yiren and Xianxia were friends, it would be great. Yes, I knew him when he first came to the Martial Pavilion's assessment in the Divine Martial City. Chen Yiren nodded. Haha, that's great. You two must have a good relationship. Yun Xinan laughed happily. It's nothing. I taught his dog a lesson, but I was defeated by Xianxia. Chen Yiren said embarrassedly. What, taught his dog a lesson? That dog? The Dehuang dog that had displayed its invincible might on the Chilling Mountain. The smile on Yun Xinan's face instantly froze. It turned out that this was how Chen Yiren and Xianxia met. They had started fighting the first time they met. It would be better if they didn't know each other at all. Father, I'm not such a petty person and won't get angry over such a small matter. However, I can't guarantee that Xianxia won't be angry with your two precious daughters. Chen Yiren shrugged her shoulders. Those two little girls, what did they do? Yun Xinan suddenly recalled his two precious daughters who claimed to be the Yun family's twin prides. They were sent to the Martial Pavilion to cultivate together with Chen Yiren. These two lawless girls were fearless, and if they offended Xianxia, it would be disastrous. Chen Yiren recounted how the Yun residence's prides had caused trouble for Xianxia in the Genesis Chi Tower, and how they had been taught a lesson by Xianxia. Those two scoundrels. I shouldn't have sent them to the Martial Pavilion. Yun Xinan was heartbroken. It was conceivable that if those two ignorant girls were standing in front of Yun Xinan at this moment, Yun Xinan would probably give them a slap and send them flying. Don't worry, Patriarch. If Xianxia really is the reincarnation of a great expert, with his breadth of mind, I don't think he will be bothered by such a small matter. After all, Yuning and Yunzhe are still young. An elder said. It seems that we have to invite Xianxia to the Yun residence as a guest. As the clan leader of the Yun residence, I would like to express my apologies. Yun Xinan sighed. This time, he was going to invite Xianxia personally. Clan leader, are you going to come personally? An elder asked. That's right. I'll go personally. Yun Xinan said. Clan leader, in my opinion, why don't we let Yiren do it? The elder said. It's more important if I invite him personally. Yun Xinan waved his hand. He had thought that the Yun residence had nothing to do with Xianxia. He didn't expect that something unpleasant had happened. Only if he, the clan leader, personally came to show his sincerity. Clan leader, I think it's better if Yiren comes. Look at our Yiren. She's slim and graceful. I think Xianxia is also young. Maybe he's still single. the elder said with a smile. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. That's right. Yun Sinan slapped his forehead. If Chen Yiren could have that kind of relationship with Jiang Chen, then Jiang Chen would be the son-in-law of the Yun residents. Where else could he find such a good thing? In the entire Shenwu city, there were only a few people who were better than Chen Yiren in terms of appearance and talent. Godfather, what are you talking about? Chen Yiren's face was flushed. She covered her face and ran out. Haha, a burst of laughter came from behind. Outside the gates of the city Lord Manor, there was a long line of welcoming guests. The entire street outside the city Lord Manor was filled with people. When they heard that the city Lord Manor was going to invite all the teachers in the country, everyone wanted to come over and take a look. They wanted to see what the legendary Jiang Chen looked like. Xia Yunpeng was dressed very grandly. He wore a bright red robe and stood outside the gate to welcome them. Beside him stood an incomparably enchanting woman. She had a graceful figure and a pair of seductive eyes that not many men could resist. Brother Peng, is there a need for you to personally welcome a mere martial pavilion disciple in the Unity Origin realm? The girl pulled Xia Yunpeng's arm and said coquettishly. Little Ling, you can't speak carelessly. This Jiang Chen might very well be the reincarnation of an almighty being. It's my honor to have him come to our city lord's mansion. When you see Jiang Chen later, you must be polite. Xia Yunpeng instructed. Got it. Bai Shaoling agreed, but a trace of disgust and worry flashed in the depth of her eyes. Soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the city Lord Manor under Xia Ting's lead. The grand scene really shocked Jiang Chen. This is a bit too much. Jiang Chen coughed lightly. Haha, I didn't expect my father to be so grand. But it's only right. With teacher's current prestige, my father will naturally come out to welcome you personally. As for the people of the divine martial city, they all want to see teacher's glory. Xia Ting smiled. In fact, even he didn't expect such a sensational scene. But this was also good. It would show that they valued Jiang Chen and the city Lord Manor's sincerity. Wakaka, not bad, not bad. The people of the divine martial city are very friendly. They all came to admire Lord Dog's glory. De Huang Dog laughed loudly and his narcissism instantly soared. Where does your confidence come from? Jiang Chen said impatiently. Are you saying that Lord Dog is not majestic enough? Or that Lord Dog has embarrassed you? De Huang Dog was instantly annoyed and bared his teeth at Jiang Chen. No, no, no. Lord Dog is very majestic. Jiang Chen quickly admitted defeat. He didn't want to fight with De Huang Dog in public. If this dog bit his butt, then his beautiful image would be instantly destroyed. Look, he's here. Is that white-clothed young man Jiang Chen? It has to be him. He has a dog by his side, and young Master Xia Ting is so respectful towards him. Who else could it be other than Jiang Chen? He's so young. I can't believe that he has such abilities at the Unity Origin realm. That's too powerful. Everyone says that he's the reincarnation of a great expert. This time, he single-handedly helped the geniuses of the human race and killed all the genius disciples of the feather race. None of the feather race's geniuses walked out alive. He's really powerful. He's a hero of the human race. It would be great if I could build a relationship with him. What are you thinking about? Why are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You still want to build a relationship with Jiang Chen. The people of the divine martial city became restless. Countless pairs of fiery eyes fell on Jiang Chen. This teacher of the people was too attractive. Brother Jiang Chen. Xia Yunpeng saw Jiang Chen and strode over. He cupped his fists at Jiang Chen from afar. With his status in the city lord's mansion, there were no more than 10 people in the entire Crimson East region who could make him call his brother. Even the martial pavilion's sect leader, Wu Changtian, did not have such a grand welcome. The city lord is so polite. Jiang Chen is flattered. Jiang Chen cupped his fists and smiled. He had always been a person who would return the favor tenfold. As the city lord of the divine martial city, Xia Yunpeng was so polite to him, so Jiang Chen naturally couldn't put on airs. Your servant, Bai Shaoling, greets brother Jiang Chen. Bai Xiaoling walked forward and bowed slightly to Jiangchen. Aunt Ling rarely shows herself. My father must have arranged for her to come out and welcome me this time, Xieting said in a low voice. But judging from his attitude towards this woman, he was obviously not very friendly. Brother Jiangchen, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Bai Xiaoling, my wife. Xia Yunpeng introduced. The city lord is really something, hiding a mistress. Xia Ting, why isn't your mother by your father's side? De Huang Dog didn't hold back when he spoke. I won't hide it from teacher De Huang. My mother passed away early, Xia Ting said. Obviously, he didn't want to talk about his mother. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog's eyes fell on Bai Xiaoling at the same time. Both of their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Bai Xiaoling had a smile on her face, but her eyes were avoiding them. She didn't dare to look at them. Good girl. She hides it well. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiangchen. She's a vixen. Her body is filled with the scent of a human. If it wasn't you and I, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell. I see that Xia Yunpeng looks tough on the surface, but he's actually weak internally. His qi and blood are in a deficit. It seems to be related to this vixen. What should we do? Should we get rid of her? The Xie father and son are definitely in the dark. This vixen has some methods to conceal her demonic qi. She looks like a human no matter how you look at her, but she can't escape our eyes. De Huang Dog said. Just act according to the circumstances. Don't be reckless. Jiangchen stopped De Huang Dog. It was best not to act rashly without knowing the truth. He needed to continue observing. Bai Xiaoling raised her head and glanced at Jiangchen, then immediately shifted her gaze away. Unknowingly, her back was already drenched in sweat. Under Jiangchen's gaze, she had a feeling that she had nowhere to hide. This was also the reason why Bai Xiaoling was unwilling to come out to greet them. She was already afraid when she heard that Jiangchen might be the reincarnation of a powerful expert. She was afraid of being exposed. However, in front of Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, this little trick was nothing. Their eyes were comparable to Lan Shishan's fiery eyes of gold. Under their gaze, no demon or monster could hide. Brother Jiangchen, please come in. Xia Yunpeng made a gesture of invitation to Jiangchen with a heroic spirit. City Lord, please. Jiangchen politely said, then walked into the city lord's mansion side by side with Xia Yunpeng. In the hall of the city lord's mansion, Xia Yunpeng and his son held a banquet. 3 Earth Source Realm experts of the city lord's mansion also greeted Jiangchen. They did not dare to slight Jiangchen in the slightest. Even the city lord was so polite to Jiangchen, let alone them. Moreover, they already knew about Jiangchen's deeds. Even the peak Earth Source Realm experts and elders of the Martial Pavilion had sought guidance from Jiangchen. How could they be disrespectful to Jiangchen? They had the same thoughts this time. How could they miss such a great opportunity? The banquet began. Bai Xiaoling found an excuse to leave, leaving the group of men behind. After 3 rounds of wine, one of the Earth Source Realm experts spoke first. Brother Jiangchen, I've also encountered some problems with my cultivation recently. I wonder if Brother Jiangchen can help me. The one who spoke was Zhang Shun, the head butler of the city lord's mansion. He had followed Xia Yunpeng for many years and had contributed greatly to the city lord's mansion. His hands were stained with the blood of the winged race. He had killed at least 1,000 winged race people. Your Tanzhong acupoint is suppressed by fire poison. It hurts once a day. If you don't treat it soon, you'll die from the fire poison in 3 years. Jiangchen looked at Zhang Shun and said. Hearing this, Zhang Shun suddenly stood up from his seat, and the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The problem with his Tanzhong acupoint was a secret that even Xia Yunpeng didn't know about. Zhang Shun shot up from his seat, the wine cup in his hand falling to the ground with a clatter. The problem with his Tanzhong acupoint was his secret. Even Xia Yunpeng did not know about it. But today, Jiangchen had accurately described his symptoms with just a glance. How could Zhang Shun not be shocked? Zhang Shun was beyond excited. The last shred of doubt he'd had towards Jiangchen in the depths of his heart instantly vanished without a trace. Zhang Shun was overwhelmed with emotion. The last shred of doubt he had for Xianxia in the depths of his heart instantly disappeared. He was not the only one who was shocked. Apart from Xia Ting, everyone else stared at Xianxia in shock. Xia Yunpeng was no exception. "Teacher, save me." Xianxia took a step back and was about to kneel on the ground, but Xianxia reacted quickly and grabbed him. Xianxia could not help but feel emotional. This was a matter of life and death. Moreover, he was certain that Xianxia was the reincarnation of a powerful expert. It did not seem shameful for him to kneel to the reincarnation of a powerful expert. Moreover, the only one who could save his life now was Xianxia. Well said. Steward Zhang has made great contributions to the human race. How can I, Xianxia, not save you? As Xianxia said this, he suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at Zhangxia's Tanzhong acupoint. Zhangxian did not dodge or evade. He had absolute trust in Xianxia. A stream of raging fire entered Zhangxian's body through Xianxia's finger, rushing into his Tanzhong acupoint. The flames transformed into a fire dragon, opening its mouth wide and devouring all of the fire poison that had accumulated in Zhangxian's acupoint. In the next moment, the flame rushed out of Zhangxian's body and returned to Xianxia's hand. Zhangxian cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique, but how could the flames on his body compare to Xianxia's? Mere fire poison was instantly subdued by Xianxia's flames. Feel it again. Xianxia smiled. Zhangxian had yet to recover from his earlier shock, but Xianxia's treatment had already ended. Wasn't this a little too fast? Zhangxian did not dare to believe it. He hurriedly checked his body and discovered that the fire poison that had accumulated in his Tanzhong acupoint for many years had disappeared. That dull pain in his body had also completely disappeared. His body suddenly felt refreshed like never before. Alright, haha, the fire poison is gone. This is too miraculous. Zhangxian has no way to repay teacher's life-saving grace. Please accept my bow. Zhangxian's agitation was indescribable. He hurriedly bowed deeply to Xianxia to express his gratitude. Xia Yunpeng and the rest were shocked to the extreme. They did not even see how Xianxia did it, but he had so easily resolved Zhangxian's chronic illness. Such a miraculous mystic art, if they did not see it with their own eyes, how could they believe it? Teacher is truly a godly person. Indeed, knowing someone by reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. My horizons have truly been broadened. The other two ninth-layer Earth Source experts also expressed their admiration. The way they addressed Xianxia also changed, from Brother Xianxia to Teacher. Housekeeper Zhang, your cultivation technique has caused you to go against the flow. You can improve it in the future. Now that the fire poison has been resolved, if you practice your cultivation technique properly, you should be able to reach the heavenly source realm in half a year. Xianxia said to Zhangxian. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Zhangxian was overwhelmed with emotions. He had never been so excited in his entire life. Breaking through to the heavenly source realm had been his lifelong dream, and he had thought that it would be impossible for him to achieve it. Who would have thought that Xianxia would give him hope, endless hope? Reaching the heavenly source realm in half a year was like a dream to Zhangxian. Even now, he still felt that it was a dream. It did not feel realistic at all. Teacher, we also have questions. Please guide us. Yes, teacher. Friendly reminder, follow my WeChat public account, Su Yueshi. The other two ninth-layer Earth Source experts could no longer sit still. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, wouldn't they be struck by lightning? They still had a sliver of doubt towards Xianxia before, but now that they had personally witnessed Xianxia's abilities, they did not dare to doubt him at all. The two of them fought to be the first to voice their questions, looking at Xianxia with pleading gazes. If Xianxia could help them, it would be a wonderful thing. After 3 rounds of wine, the 3 ninth heavenly layer Earth Source experts of the City Lord's estate were already filled with admiration for Xianxia. They were truly grateful to him. Zhangxian and the others all patted their chests and promised that if Xianxia needed any help in the future, they would not even bat an eyelid at all. Even if they had to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames, they would do it without hesitation. This was especially true for Zhangxian. Xianxia had helped him clear the fire poison in his body. This was the same as saving Xianxia's life. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, if the fire poison in Zhang Shun's body wasn't cleared as soon as possible, he would only have 3 more years to live. There's no need to be so polite. Jiang Chen only lifted a finger to help, said Jiang Chen. He had a very good impression of the people of the city lord's estate. In reality, the humans of the Crimson East region gave Jiang Chen a very good impression. It was because the overall environment was good. He had experienced many things, but this was the first time he had seen such a united place. There were basically no conflicts between humans, only fights with the winged race. Teacher, why don't you take a look at my father and see if he has any problems that he needs to solve? Xia Ting took the initiative to ask. He had already seen Xia Yunpeng hesitate 3 times. He understood his father far too well. Xia Yunpeng had personally seen Jiang Chen guide his 3 subordinates, so it would be impossible for him not to be tempted. However, he was a heavenly source expert after all, and the city lord, so he was a little embarrassed to ask for help. Problems? There's a big problem. Your father's about to be squeezed dry by the vixen. De Huang Dog had long since been unable to hold it in any longer. When he heard Xia Ting's question, his straightforward nature immediately blurted out. Squeezed dry by the vixen? To the city lord of the city lord's estate, this was undoubtedly extremely rude. However, De Huang Dog did not care about this. This dog did not seem to have any manners. Teacher De Huang, what do you mean by that? Xia Ting's expression changed as he looked at De Huang. Xia Yunpeng's expression also darkened instantly. It was obvious that he was very unhappy with De Huang Dog's words. If it wasn't for the sake of Jiang Chen, Xia Yunpeng would have flown into a rage on the spot. Lord City Master, there is no need to be angry. What this brother of mine said is the truth. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Since De Huang Dog had spoken, then this layer of window paper had been pierced through. Regarding Bai Xiaoling's matter, it was time to get to the bottom of it. Brother Jiang Chen, what do you mean by that? Xia Yunpeng frowned. City Lord, your vitality is almost depleted. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. If your cultivation base doesn't improve, it will deteriorate completely. Once your vitality is depleted, it will be your doomsday. Jiang Chen said that he was not exaggerating at all. Father, is what teacher said true? Xia Ting looked at Xia Yunpeng anxiously. At this moment, Xia Yunpeng was like a deflated balloon. His previously high-spirited aura had withered. Brother Jiang Chen is right. Recently, I have indeed felt that my vitality is insufficient. When I cultivate, I will feel dizzy from time to time. Not only did my cultivation base not improve, but it also felt like I was floating. To be honest, when I fought with Zhao Lingxiao on Mount Chiling, I felt that my strength was not weak. I tried to take some elixirs to strengthen my vitality, but it didn't work at all. Xia Yunpeng said. Teacher, please help my father. Xia Ting suddenly stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Ever since he entered the martial pavilion, he had less contact with Xia Yunpeng and did not care enough about his father. Moreover, with Bai Xiaoling by his father's side, Xia Ting originally had a slight dislike for Bai Xiaoling. Hence, he rarely had the chance to meet Xia Yunpeng. Of course I will help, but I hope City Lord can answer my next question sincerely. Jiang Chen looked at Xia Yunpeng. Brother Jiang Chen, please ask. How can I not be honest? Xia Yunpeng said. He had now realized the seriousness of his problem. In fact, even if Jiang Chen did not say anything today, he had been looking for a way to at least find out the reason for this situation. It should be known that the cultivation method and battle skill that he cultivated were all existences of extreme yang. Vigorous qi and blood had always been his most important characteristic. Xia Yunpeng was completely bewildered by the sudden situation of having his qi and blood depletion. He could not find the slightest reason for this at all. I want to know Bai Xiaoling's true identity. Jiang Chen went straight to the point. Xiaoling. Aunt Ling. Xia Yunpeng and his father's expressions froze. Obviously, they did not expect that this matter would involve a woman. Bai Xiaoling is a girl that I saved when I was traveling a year ago. In order to repay me for saving her life, she is willing to follow me. That's all. Xia Yunpeng said. Little Chinzi, it seems that this vixen has a premeditated plan. De Huang Dog laughed. This matter was very obvious. Bai Xiaoling was a demon fox, but she had never told Xia Yunpeng about it. If she really wanted to repay Xia Yunpeng for saving her life, there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Xia Yunpeng's deficiency of vitality was obviously related to Bai Xiaoling. What vixen? Xia Yunpeng frowned. It seems that City Lord still does not know that your wife, Bai Xiaoling, is a demon fox. Although she used a secret technique to conceal her demonic aura, she can't hide it from my eyes. If my guess is right, Bai Xiaoling should have let you save her on purpose a year ago. This itself is a conspiracy. Bai Xiaoling approached you in order to destroy you. Therefore, she sucked your vitality dry. City Lord, you are the pillar of the human race. Once you fall, there will naturally be someone who will feel proud. Jiangchen said. What? Xia Yunpeng abruptly stood up from his seat. His entire face began to distort. He couldn't believe this matter at all. If these words didn't come from Jiangchen's mouth, he would have already made his move. Brother Jiangchen, don't speak nonsense. I don't believe that Xiaoling would harm me. For the past year, she has been obedient to me and managed the affairs of the City Lord residence. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still put in a lot of effort. How could she be a demon fox? Xia Yunpeng was completely unwilling to believe this fact. From the depths of his heart, he was unwilling to accept it. Because for the past year, he had poured too much effort into Bai Xiaoling. He trusted Bai Xiaoling too much. If Bai Xiaoling was really as Jiangchen said, a demon fox that came to harm him, Xia Yunpeng's heart would probably be hurt to death. Why? City Lord, are you doubting me? Seeing that Jiangchen was angry, Xia Ting and the 3 experts of the 9th layer of the Earth Source realm all stood up. Master, please calm down. My father didn't do it on purpose. Xia Ting said. I say, big brother, Bai Xiaoling is so charming. She might really be a fox demon. It might really be a trap for her to get close to you. Zhang Shun pulled Xia Yunpeng's arm. This matter is simple. Just let the madam come and ask her. Another person said. Ting, go get Bai Xiaoling. Xia Yunpeng said to Xia Ting, then sat down on a chair. He was like a frosted eggplant. He was unwilling to accept this cruel reality, but he already had an answer in his heart. He chose to believe in Jiangchen. He believed in Jiangchen's ability. If it was someone else, he would definitely not believe it, but Jiangchen was different. He was the reincarnation of a powerful expert. He had many methods and abilities, and could be said to be an extraordinary person. Such a person would definitely not speak without thinking. Moreover, his blood qi was in deficit. Calculating the time, this situation only happened after Bai Xiaoling came. Before Bai Xiaoling came to the City Lord's manor, Xia Yunpeng had always been a hot-blooded man. If this was the case, everything would make sense. Otherwise, there would be no reason for his blood and qi to suddenly have a problem. All right. Xia Ting left, and not long after, he returned with Bai Xiaoling. Bai Xiaoling had a graceful figure, and when she walked, she was filled with charm from head to toe. Such a peerless beauty, it was believed that no man in this world would be able to resist her. Husband. Bai Xiaoling saluted Xia Yunpeng, looking very dignified. A lady like her couldn't be associated with a demon fox no matter how one looked at it. Even Zhang Shun and the other 2 felt that Jiangchen was mistaken. Xiaoling, brother Jiangchen said that you're a fox demon. In the past year, you've been sucking my blood and qi, causing my blood and qi to be in deficit. I want to know if this is true. Xia Yunpeng was also a straightforward person. He did not beat around the bush at all. He looked at Bai Xiaoling with a burning gaze, hoping to get a negative answer from Bai Xiaoling because he really could not accept this fact. Husband, why do you say that? Bai Xiaoling opened her mouth wide, pretending to be shocked. She then looked at Jiangchen and said, Teacher Jiangchen, everyone respects you and calls you teacher of the nation. I don't know why you would slander a little girl like me for no reason at all. Seeing this, Jiangchen laughed out loud. This little fox still dared to play dumb in front of him. This was her last struggle. Unfortunately, this kind of struggle was meaningless in front of Jiangchen. Damn it, this little fox is quite stubborn. De Huang Dog chuckled. By Xiaoling, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Your little tricks are just child's play in front of me. Even demons have emotions. I've always believed that in this world, demons are the same as humans. The city lord saved your life, yet you repay his kindness with enmity. In the past year, how has the city lord treated you? Don't you feel guilty? Jiangchen looked at Bai Xiaoling. I don't know what you're talking about. My husband saved my life, so I'm naturally grateful. I'll follow my husband wholeheartedly. If teacher Jiangchen slander this servant again, don't blame this servant for being impolite. Bai Xiaoling was angry. A wave of qi was released from her body. A cultivation of the third heavenly layer of the earth source realm was quite powerful, but it was a pity that this cultivation was too weak in this place. Humph. A little fox dares to act rashly in front of me. Sovereign Buddha Light, reveal yourself. Jiangchen coldly snorted. He suddenly waved his hand, and an enormous golden Buddhist hand suddenly appeared above Bai Xiaoling's head. In an instant, boundless Buddha light began to ripple, filling the entire sky above the city lord's mansion. The supreme Buddha light shone on everything. Under this supreme Buddha light, all the demons and ghosts in the world had nowhere to hide. Ah, Bai Xiaoling, who was originally charging forward, suddenly let out a shrill cry under the illumination of the boundless Buddhist light. Within the envelopment of the Buddhist light, a white fox with a sharp mouth and 9 tails suddenly appeared behind him. Nine-tailed fox. Zhang Shun roared. At this moment, Xia Yunpeng was completely paralyzed on his seat. He couldn't have the slightest doubt in the face of the truth. Bastard, it's really a fox demon. A powerful aura began to envelop Bai Xiaoling. Why? Xia Yunpeng yelled. This moment was cruel to Xia Yunpeng, but the truth would always be the truth. If the truth was not revealed, Xia Yunpeng would forever be kept in the dark. Jiangchen, you've ruined my plans. I'll kill you. Bai Xiaoling's body shook, turning into a soaring fox demon. Her 9 tails were like 9 silk ribbons, sweeping towards Jiangchen. Fox demon, don't be arrogant. Zhang Shun leapt up and grabbed Bai Xiaoling's tail with his bare hands. With a forceful pull, Bai Xiaoling was thrown to the ground. Bai Xiaoling instantly lost the ability to fight. Bai Xiaoling's cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer of the earth source realm. Compared to Zhang Shun, the difference was too great. They weren't even on the same level. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream for Bai Xiaoling to launch a sneak attack on Jiangchen in front of so many experts. Moreover, even without so many experts present, Bai Xiaoling might not even be able to defeat Jiangchen with her strength. Jiangchen was currently at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer. With his battle prowess, he could even fight 3rd heavenly layers of the Earth Source realm if he used his draconic transformation. Bai Xiaoling was restrained by Zhang Shun, lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her tail swayed back and forth on the ground. A year ago, you purposely made me save you from the winged people, right? Xia Yunpeng couldn't help but ask as he looked at Bai Xiaoling. That's right. Although I'm a fox demon, I've already submitted to the winged people. Zhao Lingxiao is my foster father, and he was the one who arranged for me to be by your side. What a pity, what a pity. That damn Jiangchen messed things up. Otherwise, you would have been crippled in another half a year. Once Xia Yunpeng is crippled, the peak battle prowess of the human race will be reduced by half, and will be even further away from extinction, Bai Xiaoling said coldly. Bai Xiaoling said in an incomparably cold tone. Since the matter had already been exposed, there was no point in hiding anymore. Once this matter was exposed, it would only result in death. Bai Xiaoling was very clear about this point, so he didn't even beg for mercy. Asterisk crack crack, asterisk Xia Yunpeng clenched his fist so hard that it cracked. His other hand held onto the armrest of the chair. The armrest had already begun to deform in his hand. Anger, despair, heartbreak, these endless negative emotions appeared in Xia Yunpeng's body at this moment, almost causing his body to explode. Damned fox demon, how dare you sneak into my residence? You're courting death. Xia Ting was burning with rage. A sword appeared in his hand, and without any explanation, he chopped off Bai Xiaoling's head with one slash. Blood flowed on the ground. Bai Shaoling was dead, killed by Xiating himself. Xia Yunpeng did not have the slightest bit of reaction. The scene became strangely quiet, only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone knew that Xia Yunpeng must be feeling terrible in his heart. Looks like I shouldn't have come today. I've broken the peace of the city lord's residence. Jiangchen said indifferently. What are you saying, teacher? If you hadn't come, I'm afraid that no one would have seen through Bai Shaoling's scheme. My father and I were both kept in the dark. A spy from the feather race had sneaked into the huge city lord's residence. If this matter were to spread, the city lord's residence would lose face. Xia Ting hurriedly said. Xia Yunpeng took a deep breath, calming himself down from his anger. He was a heavenly source expert after all, so his mind was not as weak as ordinary people. Although he wasn't willing to accept that such a thing had happened to him, if he knew the truth, he would personally end Bai Shaoling's life. Zhao Lingxiao's adopted daughter has accompanied me for a year. How ironic, how ironic. I, Xia Yunpeng, have almost become the laughingstock of the entire human race. Xia Yunpeng looked up to the sky and sighed. This matter would nail him, Xia Yunpeng, to the pillar of shame. Afterwards, Xia Yunpeng stood up and bowed deeply to Jiangchen. Brother Jiangchen, I can't repay you for saving my life. I'm ashamed. Xia Yunpeng had no reason not to be grateful to Jiangchen. Just as Bai Shaoling had said, if Jiangchen had not come today, he would have become a cripple in another half a year. At that time, the harpies would invade, and he, Xia Yunpeng, would not be able to do anything to help. The city lord, who was supposed to be omnipotent in the eyes of others, would become a useless cripple. That kind of scene was unimaginable. Teacher's kindness to the city lord mansion is simply too great. Zhang Shun sighed. The benefits that Jiangchen brought to the city lord's mansion today were too great. Not only did he help the three old fellows solve their fundamental problem, but he also got rid of the traitor in the city lord's mansion. Zhao Lingxiao actually dared to set his sights on me. I'll definitely settle this debt with him. Zhang Shun, find someone to arrange for Bai Shaoling's corpse to be thrown out of the rising sky feather mountain. I'll let him know that this is the consequence of trying to set his sights on me. Xia Yunpeng was furious. Alright, I'll arrange it later. Zhang Shun nodded, then he looked at Jiangchen and asked, Teacher, do you have any methods to help my big brother recover his lost blood and qi? Zhang Shun's words were also what the others wanted to say. Everyone, including Xia Ting and Xia Yunpeng, looked at Jiangchen, their eyes filled with endless desire and expectation. That's right, although Bai Shaoling had been eliminated, Xia Yunpeng's fundamental problem had not been solved. His nearly empty vitality was not so easy to replenish. According to Jiangchen, the current Xia Yunpeng had already injured his foundation, so it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. It's simple. Jiangchen uttered two words indifferently. And it was these two words that made the people in the city lord's mansion excited, especially Xia Ting, who almost cheered. Words like simple were not something that just anyone could say. If these words were said by an outsider, they would definitely scoff at it and think that it was bragging. But when these words came from Jiangchen, it became a matter of course. Since Jiangchen said it was simple, then there was definitely no problem. Until now, there was nothing that Jiangchen could not do. In the hearts of the people, there was already a fixed understanding that Jiangchen was omnipotent. Thank you, teacher. Xia Ting hurriedly cupped his fists to express his gratitude. This kindness was too great. Brother Jiangchen, Xia, thank you very much. Xia Yunpeng was extremely sincere. This was his sincerest gratitude. There was no way he could not thank Jiangchen. Just like Zhang Shun, Jiangchen had given him a new lease of life. Because of Jiangchen, Xia Yunpeng did not let the city lord of the divine martial city sink into despair. If his vitality could not be replenished, Xia Yunpeng's future cultivation base would no longer be able to advance, and might even decline instead. As a representative of the human race, this was something that Xia Yunpeng absolutely could not tolerate. Xia Ting, go and prepare a set of ingredients for refining the dragon qi pill. Jiangchen said. After that, he found a brush and ink, wrote down the pill formula for the dragon qi pill, and handed it to Xia Ting. Xia Yunpeng's problem was very serious, but it was nothing to Jiangchen. A dragon qi pill, in addition to Xianxia's myriad source qi, would allow Xia Yunpeng to recover completely. There might even be other unexpected benefits. Dragon qi pill. I've heard of this pill before. It's incomparably complicated to concoct, and it's incomparably precious. It can be said to be priceless. Xianxia sighed. Yeah, I didn't expect teacher to be such an amazing alchemist. What a godly person. Another person said. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts. They firmly believed that Jiangchen was the reincarnation of a supreme being. So amazing, other than the reincarnation of a supreme being, what else could he be? Xie Ting did not dare to be negligent. He took the pill formula and went to look for the ingredients. The city lord's mansion was very powerful. Apart from the martial pavilion, no one could compare to it. Moreover, the city lord's mansion itself had its own pill shop, which had accumulated a lot of ingredients. They even had a stock of the rare dragon sun grass. Xie Ting left very quickly, and returned very quickly as well. Not long after, he returned with a batch of pills. Teacher, the ingredients for refining the dragon qi pill are all here. Take a look and see if it's enough. Xie Ting placed the ingredients on the ground. Jiangchen took a look. Good heavens, with so many ingredients, he could at least refine 3 or 4 dragon qi pills. Ah Ting, you're looking down on my alchemy skills. Jiangchen chuckled. Xie Ting's motive for gathering so many ingredients was very obvious. He was definitely afraid that Jiangchen would make a mistake. If the alchemy failed, there were still spare ingredients that could be used. This matter concerned his father's life, so Xie Ting naturally took it to heart. After being seen through by Jiangchen, Xie Ting's face turned red. I, Xie Ting, have great respect for teacher. I'll give these extra ingredients to teacher. Since you're so careful, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Jiangchen chuckled. He would never reject benefits. Many of these ingredients were genuine. They might be useful in the future. Thank you, brother Jiangchen. I'm really ashamed. Jiangchen did not boast. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the ingredients on the ground. They were ingredients for the dragon qi pill. Powerful spirit force rippled out. With his current spirit force, he could refine a peak grade 3 pill. To put it bluntly, the dragon qi pill refined by Jiangchen was fatally attractive even to a heavenly source expert like Xia Yunpeng. Jiangchen's spirit was just too powerful. Although his personal strength was still weak, his spirit force had already reached the 6th or even the 7th heavenly layer of the earth source realm. All the ingredients were tossed into the sea of flames by Jiangchen. This unique method stunned Xia Yunpeng, Zhang Shun and the others. Although they were not alchemists, they had some understanding of alchemy. The city lord's estate had its own pill store and powerful alchemists, so they had seen quite a few alchemists refine pills. However, this was the first time they had seen Jiangchen refine 81 ingredients at the same time. Won't he fail? Someone exclaimed. Teacher Jiangchen is too amazing. I'm afraid the word failure doesn't exist in his hands. Don't forget, Teacher Jiangchen is an almighty being. Even in alchemy, I'm afraid he's a unique master. Zhang Shun sighed. Although he'd never seen such a unique method of refining pills, with his understanding of Jiangchen, even if it was only a short time, he still believed that Jiangchen would never fail. 3 minutes later, a crisp sound could be heard coming from the sea of fire. Following that, a blood-red light shot out, and a pill that contained a powerful qi and blood began to float in the hall. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with the fragrance of medicine. City Lord, please accept it. Jiangchen withdrew his flames and spirit force, and the dragon qi pill automatically flew over to Xia Yunpeng. Xia Yunpeng was still immersed in the shock of Jiangchen's pill refinement. Only when the pill floated in front of him did he return to his senses. Xia Yunpeng held the pill in his hand. When he saw the quality of the pill, he could not help but tremble. His eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. This is a peak grade 3 dragon qi pill, 100% effectiveness pill. Xia Yunpeng's voice was almost hoarse when he called it a 100% effectiveness pill. Shocking. This was just too shocking. There were very few things in the Crimson East region that could shock a city lord like him. However, the pill before him had truly stunned Xia Yunpeng, allowing a heavenly source expert like him to gain more knowledge than he had in his entire life. 100% effectiveness pill, a peak grade 3 pill. This was the first time such a pill had appeared in the entire Crimson East region. Even the pavilion master of the martial pavilion, Dan Qingzi, who was a grade 4 alchemist, could not refine a dragon chi pill of such a grade. More importantly, Jiang Chen had only used 3 minutes to refine the pill. To ordinary alchemists, 3 minutes was not even enough time to prepare. It had simply happened in the blink of an eye. Miraculous. There was actually such a miraculous person in this world. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Even when Xia Yunpeng held the pill in his hand, he still felt like he was in a dream. It was unreal, too unreal. How could there be such a powerful method in this world? Zhang Shen, Xia Ting and the others were so shocked that they could not speak. They looked at each other, wanting to say something, but they found that they could not find any words to express their current feelings. Xia Ting, in particular, had seen too many methods of Jiang Chen. He had guided tens of thousands of people and was the founder of Cultivation. He had seen Jiang Chen break the 8 Gates maze formation alone, and he had seen Jiang Chen in the Qingyuan lightning pool like a spring breeze, but he had never seen Jiang Chen refine pills. He knew that Jiang Chen was an alchemist, or he would not have joined the Purple Pill Pavilion. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen's alchemy skills to be at such a level. It was almost miraculous. As a high-ranking figure in the divine martial city, they had seen too many people and things. Jiang Chen had suddenly refreshed their knowledge and made them realize that alchemy could be so easy and casual. If the alchemists of the city lord's mansion were to see this, they would most likely start to doubt their lives and doubt whether they were suitable for alchemy. "You bastard, you're showing off again." De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. Now, Jiang Chen had shown off the entire human clan in the Red East region. The martial pavilion and the city lord's mansion had been completely conquered by him. Now, only the Yun mansion was left. Brother Jiang Chen is really a godly person. I, Xia Ting, have seen it. Xia Yunpeng was astounded. Calling Jiang Chen brother felt somewhat awkward. He really wanted to call Jiang Chen teacher like the others, because in his point of view, he wasn't qualified to call Jiang Chen brother. Although his current cultivation base was far beyond Jiang Chen's, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Chen surpassed him, and it wouldn't take too long for Jiang Chen to surpass him. Although his cultivation base was far beyond Jiang Chen's, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Chen surpassed him. City Lord, I will now help you refine the dragon energy pill and help you recover. As a top representative of the human clan, Jiang Chen naturally has to help you. From a selfless point of view, the battle with the Yu clan in the future can't be without you, City Lord. Jiang Chen said. For him, this was a simple matter. Saving Xia Yunpeng's life was good for himself and the human clan. Now that he was in the Red East region, it was necessary for him to befriend a big shot like Xia Yunpeng. Alright. Xia Yunpeng nodded, then turned to Xia Ting and said, Ting, remove the things here and make some space. Yes, father. Xia Ting nodded. Several people quickly tidied up the hall. Xia Yunpeng sat cross-legged in the center of the hall according to Jiang Chen's instructions. City Lord, swallow the dragon energy pill. Jiang Chen said. Xia Yunpeng did not dare to be negligent. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, he swallowed the dragon energy pill in one gulp. The dragon energy pill was extremely vigorous, containing unparalleled energy and medicinal power. However, Xia Yunpeng was a heavenly source expert after all, so he could completely resist the impact of the powerful medicinal power. He did not have to worry about his body exploding. Jiang Chen placed one hand on the top of Xia Yunpeng's head. The myriad qi and wu qi flowed into Xia Yunpeng's body like a spirit spring. The myriad qi was helping Xia Yunpeng recover his lost origin energy. Once his origin energy was restored, he would be fine. The powerful blood and qi contained in the dragon energy pill was enough to make up for Xia Yunpeng's lost qi and blood. End of chapter 40-31. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.